Hello everyone, today we bring you part 2. First, let's briefly recap the previous episode. This is a story of cosmic adventure and technological rivalry. Our protagonist, Tang Huang, uses his exceptional intelligence and a mysterious system to transform from an indebted ordinary college student into a pioneer of the interstellar age, gradually building his own faction, the intelligent mechanical celestial court. The story begins with Tang Huang being dealt a cruel hand by fate, becoming a debt-ridden interstellar pioneer. He travels to a high-tech interstellar era, inheriting his father's debts and a warship. Faced with formidable enemies and dire straits, Tang Huang does not yield. Instead, he activates a super interstellar empire pioneering system within him. Acquiring the STC production template for the silicon-based beings the Tactical Doll Clan and starts his journey of reversal. During his adventures in the Relic Star region, Tang Huang, leveraging the power bestowed by the system, overcomes numerous challenges and defeats a noble from the Yada Empire, Lile, seizing the advanced Flamingo warship. Not only does he avenge his personal grudges, but he also establishes his own base in the Star region, developing a powerful fleet. As his influence grows, Tang Huang gradually uncovers the secrets of interstellar society, discovering the existence of psionics and ancient civilization relics. Through relentless battles and exploration, Tang Huang's intelligent mechanical celestial court continuously expands. He not only possesses his own tech tree and warship production line, but also masters psionic technology, creating a formidable psionic girl squad. His fleet, equipped with inertia-free engines and curvature missile engines, becomes a force to be reckoned with in the universe. However, as his power grows, Tang Huang also attracts the attention of the Yada Empire. Facing imperial oppression and pursuit, he chooses not to flee, but to confront them courageously. In a series of intense space battles, Tang Huang, with his advanced warships and ingenious tactics, defeats the fleets of the Yada Empire, even annihilating the Empire's joint fleet, shocking the entire interstellar society. In the story's climax, Tang Huang not only successfully occupies the 117-star system, but also names his faction the Intelligent Mechanical Celestial Court, proclaiming himself the Supreme One, officially declaring his presence to the entire interstellar society. His actions and declarations are undoubtedly a challenge to traditional interstellar powers and a demonstration of his control over his destiny. As the story progresses, Tang Huang's intelligent mechanical celestial court becomes a mysterious and powerful force within interstellar society. He not only achieves technological breakthroughs, but also displays his political ambitions. Through contact and transformation with the Wing clan of the Dome Star, Tang Huang further expands his influence, establishing this planet as his new base. Under Tang Huang's leadership, the intelligent mechanical celestial court constantly explores unknown interstellar spaces, unearthing ancient civilization relics, while also engaging in fierce battles with forces from different interstellar civilizations. With his unique charisma and immense strength, Tang Huang becomes a true hero of the interstellar age, his story brimming with passion and adventure, depicting a tale of a small figure rising to become a cosmic overlord. That's the recap for part 1. I hope you enjoyed today's part 2. Your likes and comments are my greatest motivation. If you're interested in this story and it's your first time watching, you can start from part 1 in the comments section or playlist below. Now, let's begin the storyline of part 2. Apart from these tasks, Tang Huang had one more thing to handle. He decided to dispatch a cleanup fleet to the home star system of the Megan civilization. After all, the Greeter civilization had discovered numerous ancient artifacts over the past few centuries, so it stood to reason that the powerful Megan United Kingdom civilization would have found even more. Tang Huang initially considered using the instantaneous gamma pulse generator from the Lucian star system to directly attack the Megan civilization's home system. However, considering the potential presence of ancient artifacts, he ultimately opted for a more cautious approach. He sent a mechanical sentinel to carry out the destruction mission. Upon arriving in the Megan civilization's home star system, the mechanical sentinel swiftly destroyed all Megan fleets. It then flew towards the central star of the system, but did not collide directly. Instead, it stopped near the star, began accumulating energy, and monitored the entire system. Tang Huang knew that the mass of a single mechanical sentinel was insufficient to destroy a star. Even at 99 of the speed of light, it couldn't generate enough energy. To complete the cleanup, Tang Huang ordered Ruby and the technical android Valia to lead part of the fleet to the Megan civilization's home star system. Meanwhile, he dispatched Yuya and Andra on another mission, leading the spaceship girl fleet to follow Vadamai and investigate the green-skinned creatures. Tang Huang himself led the remaining fleet to transport ancient artifacts acquired from the Greeter civilization back to the Lingxiao star system. During this process, the system continuously notified him of gaining spirit sources. You destroyed a Megan United Kingdom frigate, gaining 7 spirit points. You destroyed a Megan United Kingdom destroyer, gaining 12 spirit points. You destroyed a Megan United Kingdom cruiser, gaining 25 spirit points. After the battle, Tang Huan checked the system panel and found that he had gained a total of 1,759,137 spirit points. This number made him frown slightly. 70,000 Megan civilization warships and 150,000 armed spacecraft had only generated this small amount of spirit points. A single Megan United Kingdom cruiser provided fewer spirit points than destroying a Yada Empire frigate. Every little bit helps, Tang Huan consoled himself, placing his hopes on the cleanup work Ruby was about to undertake. With a sigh, Tang Huan turned to check the faction panel. The main panel of the mechanized Heaven Court hadn't changed much, but now included a civilization rating. Faction name, Mechanized Heaven Court. Overall civilization rating, Level 2 civilization. Fleet maximum speed, 20 times the speed of light. A new subpanel appeared below, displaying the information of affiliated civilizations of the Mechanized Heaven Court. Affiliated faction, Mechanized Theocracy. Core doctrine, flesh is weak, mechanical ascension. Religious culture, technological worship, mechanical worship. Current affiliated civilization, Greeters military state. Greeters military state. Primary species, Grecians. Colonized planets, 27. Total population, approximately 540 billion. Military strength, 90,000 regular interstellar warships. Fleet speed, 3.7 times the speed of light. Technological rating, level 1.2. Civilization loyalty, 91100. Tang Huan was puzzled by this new civilization rating. He pondered whether the rating standard was solely based on light speed. According to the panel, only civilizations surpassing light speed officially entered level 1. However, Tang Huan's fastest Xuanfeng high-speed warship, capable of reaching 20 times the speed of light, was rated as a level 2 civilization. In contrast, the Greeters military state, with a speed of 3.7 times the speed of light, achieved a rating of level 1.2. Clearly, the system's rating criteria involved more factors than just light speed. Despite this, Tang Huan was pleased with the Greeter civilization's loyalty score of 91. Although the Greeter civilization wasn't particularly powerful, as the first affiliated civilization of the Mechanized Heaven Court, it was a promising start. After closing the system panel, Tang Huan checked his current spirit source balance, preparing for the upcoming actions. 2,651,247 Ling Yuan. Tang Huang stared at the flickering numbers on the system panel, his brow furrowed. Although the amount was substantial, it was far from enough to purchase top-tier technology. His gaze swept over the tech tree on the left side of the store. The progress bar was still a long way from unlocking the 6 commanders level. A long way to go, Tang Huang sighed deeply, shifting his focus to the strategic deployment of the Lingxiao star system. He quickly marked new locations for the warship production lines on the star map while calculating the newly acquired resources. 4,697 automated mechanical cores available for mining and 676 subspace devices. But what excited him the most were the 21 automated warship production cores. These ancient civilization relics would revolutionize the shipbuilding efficiency of the Mech Celestial Court. Tang Huang decisively chose to deploy these 21 cores in the space orbit around the Kion Dome star. As new light points flickered on the holographic projection, the shipbuilding capability of the Mech Celestial Court saw a qualitative leap, bringing the total number of production lines to 29. With full production, we can build 290 Wuchang-class heavy frigates in a month. Tang Huang quickly calculated, his eyes gleaming with excitement. While he led the fleet on missions, the production lines in the Lingxiao star system were far from idle. The new ship list unfolded before him. 4 Black Ropel heavy firepower destroyers, 2 Saturn large integrated transport ships, and 33 Wuchang-class heavy frigates. Tang Huang pulled up the latest data on the Mech Celestial Court's main fleet and began inventorying. 2 Thunderstrike medium attack battleships, 1 Firelight heavy strike cruiser, 3 Gale high-speed assault cruisers, 15 Saturn large integrated transport ships, 87 Black Rope Hell heavy firepower destroyers, 135 Wuchang-class heavy frigates, 1,120 combat-capable spaceship girls. Additionally, there were 2,500 various types of leisure engineering and transport ships, which, although not counted as part of the main fleet, were an indispensable logistical force. Tang Huang gazed at this impressive list, a smile naturally forming at the corner of his mouth. The main combat fleet of the Mech Celestial Court had reached an astounding total of 1,363 warships. This massive fleet would be the sword he wields to conquer the stars. The home star system of the Megan United Kingdom, once bustling with vibrant space routes, now lies in eerie silence. Countless wrecks of battleships and spacecraft drift along over a dozen routes, resembling a vast space graveyard. 13 mechanical sentinels tightly seal off the entire system. 12 guard the 12 planets, while the last one monitors the system from the star, preventing any space jumps from within. Suddenly, space distorts, and a blue light screen unfolds in the void, covering an area. As the light screen dissipates, over 100 warships from the Heavenly Court's main fleet and ship maiden warships appear in space. The cleanup fleet, led by Luby and Wylia, has arrived in this star system. Their mission is to recover ancient artifacts potentially preserved by the Megan civilization. Wylia surveys the surroundings, noting that all 12 planets are enveloped by artificial atmospheres. She recalls the Megan civilization's monumental effort to transform 11 uninhabitable planets into colonies over hundreds of years to cope with population explosion. Though the modifications seem crude to her, they are sufficient to sustain life. Wylia exchanges a glance with Luby. They both know that once their mission is complete, this star system will cease to exist. Meanwhile, in a hidden forest on the Megan civilization's capital planet, a group of fully armed Megan soldiers is monitoring space through a primitive astronomical telescope. Suddenly, a soldier shouts, "They're here! The fleet is approaching!" Dozens of soldiers around him immediately raise their old-fashioned rifles, their broad, hammer-like faces burning with rage and determination gleaming in their four eyes. These soldiers recall the king's speech. Despite the fleet's annihilation and the prime minister's sacrifice, the Megan people will never surrender. They vow to fight the invaders in every corner, even biting down on the enemy's flesh with their teeth if necessary. Various old-fashioned anti-aircraft guns are aimed at the sky, ready to counter the enemy's landing. However, the enemy does not use orbital drop pods. Instead, over a dozen pitch-black warships, each about 500 meters long, break through the atmosphere, trailing massive flames as they head towards specific areas on the continental plates. In an instant, the planet's anti-aircraft weapons begin firing wildly, a dense barrage of firepower enveloping the sky. Boom! 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 The continuous roar of cannons echoes through the heavens, marking the beginning of the Megan people's final resistance. More than a dozen warships raised transparent barriers on their surfaces, effortlessly intercepting all incoming fire. These colossal vessels completely ignored the ground attacks, not even bothering to clear the insignificant fire points, and descended directly above the capital of the Megan civilization's home planet. Ruby's goal was clear and unwavering. The earlier launched microwave pulse missiles had already swept across all Megan planets, crippling the high-tech equipment on the surface and paving the way for the search for ancient civilization artifacts. In this electronic wasteland, any detectable high-tech signals were bound to come from those mysterious ancient relics. With this advantage, Ruby easily pinpointed the targeted concealed space about 100 kilometers beneath the capital of the Megan civilization's home planet. The massive interstellar warships hovered above the city, indifferent to the forest of skyscrapers below. Suddenly, a thunderous explosion shattered the silence. A jet-black warship crashed directly into a kilometer-high skyscraper, reducing it to rubble in an instant. Countless pieces of debris scattered like a meteor shower, tracing blinding arcs across the sky. On the ground, a Megan soldier aimed his gun at the sky, but upon seeing the overwhelming warships, he fell into utter despair. His weapon seemed laughable in the face of this interstellar invasion. After a moment of silence, the soldier made his final decision, turned his rifle around, placed the muzzle in his mouth, and pulled the trigger without hesitation. As the gunshot echoed, a massive piece of building debris plummeted from the sky, crashing to the ground like a meteor. Amid the deafening impact, dust rose, and the headless body was instantly pulverized. At this moment, a specialized engineering ship detached from the main fleet and flew to the city center. It deployed an energy shield, completely sealing off the surrounding area. Then, the thermal drilling cannon at the bottom of the ship activated, emitting a terrifyingly hot plasma stream that began to bore deep into the ground. Throughout the entire process, the invaders ignored the enraged and fiercely resisting Megan ground forces. They launched no targeted attacks, as if the native army was nothing more than ants on the roadside, unworthy of attention. The invaders had only one goal: the ancient relics buried deep underground. The energy shield expanded, enveloping the entire area, while the engineering ships commenced their precise excavation work as per the established procedure. Under the relentless barrage of high-temperature plasma streams, a massive tunnel quickly formed in the city's center, stretching 100 kilometers deep and 1 kilometer wide, leading straight underground. With the tunnel now open, the troops of the Mecha Celestial Court began their landing operation. They swiftly descended into the vast underground space located 100 kilometers below the surface. As anticipated, this area stored all the ancient artifacts collected by the Megan civilization over centuries. Unlike the militaristic Getter civilization, the Megan people collected these artifacts not out of reverence, but with the steadfast belief that persistent research would eventually unlock their secrets. In this enormous subterranean space, a sprawling research base stood, where countless scientists worked day and night to understand these enigmatic creations. However, their efforts were about to be in vain. The tactical android units of the Mecha Celestial Court launched a full-scale assault on the base. Thousands of Megan scientists put down their experimental tools and took up arms, determined to defend their race to the last breath. In a narrow passageway, a 100-strong team of scientists and army soldiers lay in ambush. Suddenly, a searing plasma blast erupted from the side wall, followed by the heavy footsteps of a tall, yet slender figure clad in powered armor. "He's here! Open fire!" With a roar, the Megan's rudimentary weapons unleashed a hail of bullets. Old-fashioned gunpowder grenades were thrown, filling the air with explosions and dust. Yet, the footsteps did not cease. Amid the dust, a light suddenly shone, revealing a fully armed tactical android. The golden halo shield behind her head deflected all incoming bullets. Draped in a knee-length black cloak, she was unmistakably a psychic girl. Her eyes glowed with psionic energy as she quickly scanned the area. "Not here," she concluded before turning to leave. As she turned, 100 simultaneous wet thuds echoed behind her. The heads of all the Megan were crushed by her psionic power. Without a backward glance at the fallen, headless bodies, she departed. This scene repeated throughout the underground research base. Wherever the tactical androids went, a mere glance from the psychic girls turned the base into a bloody slaughterhouse. Finally, in a certain section of the base, a psychic girl coldly stepped over the corpses and entered a large, open room filled with various research instruments, all centered around an ancient artifact. "Found it," she announced, calling in the main force to begin transporting the ancient artifacts from this now lifeless underground base. The inventory revealed 2,621 automated mechanical cores, 370 subspace devices, and 17 automated warship production cores. Although the quantity was less than what the Getter civilization had acquired, considering the Megan's sole intent was research, these numbers were expected. After confirming nothing was left behind, Ruby and Valia ordered the withdrawal of their troops and led the fleet out of the star system. The inward outward space warp blockade was lifted, and 13 mechanical sentinels were retrieved. In space, the entire fleet initiated the warp jump, enveloped in a blue light curtain. With a spatial distortion, they vanished into the vast cosmos, leaving the star system behind for good. When Ruby's fleet departed, they left a deadly gift on the homeworld of the Makan civilization. In the ruins of the capital city, the surviving Makans emerged from their underground shelters, gazing up at the clear, blue sky. There was no sign of alien warships, and they were overjoyed, believing they had finally escaped disaster. Suddenly, a Makan pointed to a brightening spot in the sky. The light was so intense that it was visible even in broad daylight. As the spot rapidly expanded, everyone began to feel unwell. This light was a high-intensity gamma ray burst from space, sweeping across the entire planet at an incredible speed. Under this lethal radiation, the cells within the Makan's bodies started to ionize violently. Screams echoed through the air. One Makan's flesh disintegrated in a flash of light, turning into charged ions that dispersed into the atmosphere. This horrifying scene played out simultaneously across the galaxy, as billions of Makans were instantly annihilated by the gamma-ray burst. The disaster didn't end there. The atmospheres of all affected planets were completely destroyed, leaving them as barren wastelands. Even worse, the gamma rays struck the central star of the galaxy, triggering a catastrophic chain reaction. In a remote corner of the galaxy, a probe from the AI Celestial Court silently recorded the cataclysm. It would witness and preserve the entire destruction of the Makan civilization's home star, becoming the silent observer of this extinction event. The instantaneous gamma pulse generator used by the Mechanical Celestial Court can produce more than just gamma-ray bursts. These bursts also carry a unique particle not found in typical gamma-ray bursts. This particle interacts with photons within the gamma-ray burst, and once it enters a star, it causes the internal equilibrium of the star to collapse instantly. The star in the home system of the Megan civilization met its end in this manner. This yellow dwarf star, with a mass about 1.2 times that of the Sun, had been burning for 5 billion years and could have continued for another 5 billion years. However, fate intervened when a terrifying gamma ray burst carrying these unique particles struck the Megan star. On the first day, under the combined effect of the gamma ray burst and the unique particles, the hydrogen elements within the Megan star, originally capable of burning for another 5 billion years, were rapidly depleted. Countless hydrogen nuclei were compressed under high pressure and temperature, starting to fuse into helium. The star's luminosity increased dramatically, enhancing by over 1,000 times in a short period. the outer hydrogen layers of the star began to burn, causing the star to expand rapidly into a red giant with a diameter of over 100 million kilometers. The three closest Megan planets were instantly engulfed, vaporizing in the extreme heat. On the second day, all the hydrogen elements were exhausted and fused into helium. The star lost its gravitational balance, and the expanded outer shell began to collapse inward under its immense gravity. The core temperature soared from 25 million degrees Celsius to 150 million degrees. Under these extreme conditions, helium began to burn rapidly, fusing into beryllium, carbon, and oxygen. On the third day, the helium elements within the star were completely depleted, with carbon and oxygen dominating the internal regions. The core continued to contract under enormous gravitational forces. On the fourth day, the core temperature climbed to 900 million degrees. At such high temperatures, carbon and oxygen began to burn and fuse, producing elements like sodium, magnesium, silicon, and sulfur. On the fifth day, silicon dominated the core of the star and began to burn and fuse, transforming into heavier elements like sulfur and argon. On the sixth day, the core temperature of the Megan star soared to nearly 3 billion degrees, turning the entire interior of the star into a massive iron ball. On the seventh day, the star's life came to an end. The star, having lost its gravitational balance, could no longer sustain itself. Trillions of tons of material from the outer layers collapsed inward at thousands of kilometers per second, crashing into the core. A supernova explosion began. During the explosion, the immense energy caused the iron in the core to absorb neutrons and energy, transforming into heavier elements like gold, lead, and uranium. These elements were ejected at nearly the speed of light, impacting and destroying all the planets in the Megan home system in an instant. Countless flashes of light blossomed across the universe. Under the influence of the instantaneous gamma pulse generator from the mechanical celestial quartz-Lucan star system, the Megan star's originally 5 billion-year lifespan was reduced to just 7 days. On the eighth day, amidst the ongoing supernova explosion, the Megan star's core continued to collapse under immense gravitational forces. This time, even the atomic nuclei were crushed, beginning to compress and squeeze together. The fate of the Megan star was sealed. Although its mass was insufficient to evolve into a black hole, the electron degeneracy pressure of its atomic nuclei ultimately resisted the star's immense gravitational pull, preventing further collapse. On the ninth day, this once glorious celestial body transformed into a white dwarf, becoming the sole remnant of the once thriving Megan star system. This massive white dwarf, weighing a ton per cubic centimeter, now drifted alone in the void. Suddenly, a gigantic hand appeared beside the white dwarf and grasped it. With a slight crunching sound, the entire white dwarf shattered into countless photons, dispersing into the surrounding space. Amidst this light, Tang Huang's face emerged. With a gentle wave of his hand, the cosmic scene around him vanished. It turned out that everything Tang Huang had witnessed was a playback of the Megan star's destruction, viewed through a 3D imaging projector. He turned and sat back in his research lab chair, reflecting on the terrifying power of the Lu Cun star system's instantaneous gamma pulse generator, which could not only trigger gamma ray bursts but also release particles that rapidly accelerated a star's death. Tang Huang reopened the system panel. The cleanup fleet led by Ruby had returned. 17 new automated warship production lines were about to be added to the Lingxiao star system. But after careful consideration, Tang Huang decided not to place all the production lines there. He planned to allocate some to the Bailing star system, 5 light-years away from Lingxiao, to support the development of new fleets for the mecha cult. Currently, Tang Huang had a total of 46 warship production lines at his disposal. He decided to keep 39 in the Lingxiao star system and place the remaining 7 in the Bailing star system. Tang Huang intended to reorganize the Bailing star system and build a fleet for the mecha cult. The increase in production lines significantly boosted the shipbuilding capability of the mechanical heaven, especially in producing the massive DUI-Z Comprehensive Supply Mothership. The DUI-Z Comprehensive Supply Mothership is a colossal vessel, over 20 kilometers long, 7 kilometers wide, and weighing a staggering 67 billion tons. It is equipped with various heavy-duty facilities, including multiple warship maintenance and repair factory lines, and can even load over 40 Wuchang-class heavy frigates at once. This type of warship is crucial for supporting Tang Huang's fleet in long-distance interstellar voyages. Previously, the production of the DUI-Z Comprehensive Supply Mothership took place on the Kyondome star, with module construction taking over 3 years. But now, with the additional production lines, Tang Huang immediately assigned 5 of them to jointly produce this giant ship. The collaborative effort of 5 automated warship production lines was incredibly efficient, reducing the completion time of the 67 billion-ton vessel to just 1 month. The significant boost in productivity not only accelerated shipbuilding, but also enabled Tang Huang to finally begin the War Star transformation project of the Dome Star. Initially, productivity was insufficient, making massive projects like transforming a planet into a battle star incredibly challenging. However, with the introduction of automated warship production lines, the surplus productivity opened up new possibilities for Tang Huang. The first priority was the complete construction of the planetary-scale computer matrix array. Tang Huang decisively allocated 10 production lines exclusively to manufacture all the modules needed for the Battlestar's brain. These automated production lines were not only capable of producing warships, but were also versatile factories. By simply inputting blueprints and materials, they could quickly produce space-based defense platforms and various other equipment. Simultaneously, Tang Huang dispatched a massive fleet consisting of 1,000 Lux engineering ships, a considerable number of medium and small transport ships, and 100 warship maidens. This fleet carried 7 automated warship production cores and various equipment, setting sail for the Bailan Star System to begin the construction of a new base. The Bailan Star System would become Tang Huang's second mining system and shipbuilding base, significantly expanding his sphere of influence. Additionally, 5 production lines were assigned to jointly produce the DUI-Z large integrated supply mothership, preparing for future expeditions. Tang Huang allocated all newly acquired mechanical cores to mineral extraction, boosting the mineral daily output of the Mecha Celestial Court to an astounding 800 million tons. Yet, Tang Huang's ambitions were far from satisfied. He spent 2.5 million spirit sources to purchase 5,000 automatic mechanical cores from the system all and deployed them in the Bailan Star system. This move further increased the daily output to 1.3 billion tons, laying a solid material foundation for future expansion. Meanwhile, in the Lingxiao Star system, Tang Huang's shipbuilding factories were operating at full capacity, manufacturing Lux-class engineering ships and medium and small transport ships. These vessels shuttled between the Lingxiao and Bailan Star systems, creating an efficient logistics network. Due to these significant investments, Tang Huang's spirit source reserve sharply decreased to just over 151,000. However, he was not concerned about the depletion of spirit sources, as participating in battles could quickly replenish them. At this moment, development was of utmost importance. Tang Huang gazed at the system mall page displaying the spirit source balance, 151,247. After a brief contemplation, he decided to purchase the design plans for 4 warships. The 10 Dukeless Frosthell Multipurpose Destroyer, 10,000 spirit sources. The Iron Armor Class Multipurpose Frigate, 1,000 spirit sources. The Jiu Yao Class, Shui Yao Conventional Cruiser, 30,000 spirit sources. And the Ri Yao Battlecruiser, 100,000 spirit sources. This decision consumed another 141,000 spirit sources, leaving him with just over 10,000. Tang Huang cleverly divided these 4 design plans into 2 versions. The Frosthell, Iron Armor Class, and Shui Yao Conventional Cruiser retained their most original system versions without any subsequent technological upgrades. They lacked psionic shields, Wuziu alloy armor, inertia-free evasion engines, and curvature space wave stealth devices. Tang Huang merely added modified blueprints for miniaturized triple lightspeed curvature engines and Wuziu 3 laser pulse weapons. These 3 warship design plans were Tang Huang's gifts to the Getrez military nation civilization of the mechanic theocracy, a token of goodwill to his subordinates. Even in their most primitive versions, the 10-fold lightspeed curvature engines equipped on these system warships far surpassed the current 3.7-fold lightspeed conventional engines of the Getrez military nation civilization. Tang Huang believed that with these 3 ship types as the main force, supplemented by the triple lightspeed curvature engine missile technology and the powerful Wuziu 3 laser pulse weapons he provided, the mechanic theocracy would be capable of sweeping through most emerging civilizations in the Relic Star region. The final Ri Yao battlecruiser was the most formidable warship among the Jiu Yao class, which Tang Huang reserved as the core of his main fleet. This colossal vessel measured 9.7 kilometers in length, with a mass of 25 billion tons, equipped with a 15-fold light-speed curvature engine, and Wuziu alloy armor plates capable of withstanding temperatures of hundreds of thousands of degrees. It also came standard with psionic shields and inertia-free evasion engines. The weapon systems included Wuziu 4 and Wuziu 3 laser pulse turrets, 10-fold lightspeed curvature engine missile launchers, and a magnetic rail acceleration cannon array covering 20 of the ship, making it a veritable mobile fortress. The Thunderstrike-class medium attack battleship weighs an impressive 3.7 billion tons, while the even larger Cayanian-class heavy battleship tips the scales at a staggering 14.7 billion tons. This extraordinary tonnage exceeds the current capacity of Tang Huang's inertialess engines, which is why the intelligent machine Celestial Court has yet to construct a Cayanian-class battleship. In contrast, the Solar-class ship is designated as a battlecruiser, combining superior firepower with a lightweight design and faster conventional speeds. The hull is densely packed with railgun arrays, clearly indicating its tactical role in countering enemy heavy armor units. With the fleet planning completed, Tang Huang began strategizing between the two star systems. A month swiftly passed, during which the Bailan star system underwent a significant transformation. 7 warship production lines were fully operational, successfully delivering the first fleet commissioned by the Mechanist cult. This newly formed fleet, led by the Shuai Qingjuan, a Shuya-class conventional cruiser, includes 8 Frosthell multi-role destroyers and 40 Ironclad-class multi-role frigates, totaling 14 ships. Tang Huang not only handed over this fleet to Vadim, but also generously provided blueprints for the triple-speed curvature engine missile and several Wutiu 3 laser pulse main cannons. With this advanced equipment, Vadim will be able to lead the Mechanist cult's fleet to explore farther ruined star regions, opening a new chapter for the development of the Getter civilization. Meanwhile, the intelligent machine Celestial Court in the Lingxiao star system was also expanding rapidly. A colossal DUI Z-class large integrated supply mothership, 20 kilometers long and weighing 67 billion tons, was constructed in just 1 month. The completion of this behemoth marked a significant enhancement in the logistical capabilities of the intelligent machine Celestial Court's fleet. Additionally, the main fleet was bolstered with 10 Solar-class battlecruisers, 14 Black Rope Hell heavy firepower destroyers, 100 Wuchang-class heavy frigates, and 1,000 new ship-girl warships. Following this round of expansion, the number of Tang Huang's main fleet warships soared to 2,487. More importantly, the addition of the DUI Z-class large integrated supply mothership granted the entire fleet the ability to operate independently for extended periods, no longer constrained by fixed logistical supply points. However, such massive expansion left Tang Huang's spiritual energy reserves nearly depleted, with only about 10,000 units remaining. Eyeing the dwindling reserves, Tang Huang's thoughts turned to the Yada Empire. He contemplated, it might be time to visit the Yada Empire to replenish his spiritual energy reserves. After all, as the old saying goes, honesty and integrity leave one buried in obscurity, while crime and chaos bring wealth and power. Reflecting on it, Tang Huang realized it had been quite some time since he last bothered the Yada Empire. Given the empire's vast resources, it was likely they had recovered significantly by now. A slight smile formed on Tang Huang's lips, and a glimmer of anticipation sparkled in his eyes. In the core star region of the Yada Empire lies the Holy Relitas system. On the planet Yada St. Relitas, the imperial palace of Glory City stands tall and majestic. The newly crowned emperor of the Yada Empire, St. Relitas XVIII, sits in the resplendent palace, gazing down at the empire's chancellor, Dimenphilos, who stands below. Dimenphilos had returned nearly 2 dueling months ago, and St. Relitas XVIII officially ascended to the throne a month ago. However, this period has been anything but easy for the new emperor. He had grand ambitions, only to quickly realize that his decrees struggled to leave the confines of the palace, darkening his mood. Upon his return, Dimenphilos demonstrated a firm hand. He ordered the complete redeployment of all military forces from 3 frontier provinces near the ruined star region Gloucester, Pfalens, and another unnamed star province. In just 2 months, over 100,000 warships and billions of ground troops were withdrawn from a region spanning 600 light-years, consisting of 106 colonized planets with a total population exceeding 1.1 trillion. Although this decision was made to preserve military strength against potential external threats, St. Relitas XVIII was quite displeased. Even though he agreed with the decision, the fact that the order was issued by Dimenphilos and not himself left him simmering with anger. Outwardly, the new emperor maintained a facade of harmony with Dimenphilos, but he was secretly amassing power. During these 2 months, he had countless opportunities to eliminate Dimenphilos but chose not to act. The reason was simple. Dimenphilos brought with him advanced weapons and warship technologies crucial for strengthening the Empire's military. However, Dimenphilos kept the manufacturing methods of these technologies a closely guarded secret, and St. Relitas XVIII's multiple attempts to probe him were futile. As time passed, their relationship grew colder, though both maintained a veneer of decorum. As a demon from the High-Via dimension, Dimenphilos needed the Emperor as a cover. Meanwhile, St. Relitas XVIII needed the military technology that Dimenphilos brought. This delicate balance maintained their relationship, but should one party lose their value, the balance would inevitably be shattered. Dimenphilos was unconcerned. His thoughts were inscrutable, and he had calculated everything. St. Relitas XVIII, though anxious, buried his emotions deeply, showing extraordinary patience as if waiting for the right moment. At this moment, Dimenphilos's voice echoed through the palace. "Your Majesty, All star system garrison fleets and planetary defense armies from the frontier provinces, Gloucester Province, and Pfalz Province have been redeployed. The 106 colonized planets and the expanse of over 600 light-years are ready to welcome the Duelan Empire's fleet. I believe such sincerity will surely be felt by the Duelan Empire. Saint Relitus 18 sat high on his throne, his gaze fixed on Dimenphilos below, his inner turmoil unspoken. In the entire palace, only Saint Relitus 18 and Dimenphilos remained. Despite the palace's temperature control system functioning normally, Saint Relitus 18 felt an icy chill in the air. Every night, he was jolted awake by indescribably twisted and horrifying visions, and over the past 2 months, his mental state had become increasingly erratic. Although he received daily psychological counseling from the court physician, these unsettling symptoms persisted. Yet, through sheer willpower, Saint Relitus 18 managed to maintain an outward appearance of calm. Forcing himself to push aside distracting thoughts, Saint Relitus 18 asked, "How is the fleet upgrade progressing?" With an inscrutable smile, Dimenphilos replied, "It's proceeding smoothly. The mass production lines are fully operational, and 40% of the warships have been completely upgraded with new engines and weapon systems. Your Majesty, with just these upgraded warships, we could easily defeat the combined fleets of the other 3 interstellar civilizations." Suppressing his inner anxiety and fear, Saint Relitus 18 outwardly remained composed. "I am not concerned about the other 3 civilizations," he said. "My only worry is the Turan Empire. The Empire must possess a military force capable of countering the Turan Empire for me to feel at ease." Deep down, Saint Relitus 18 was alarmed by the fact that 40% of the Empire's warships had been upgraded in just 2 months. The speed was unsettling, as if his life was aboard a light-speed warship hurtling towards doom. After a brief pause, Saint Relitus 18 inquired, "And what about the mechanoid court?" Dimenphilos confidently responded, "Your Majesty, I have a comprehensive plan for that. The 3-star provinces we abandoned, spanning 600 light-years, will serve as a buffer zone between us and the mechanoid court after the Turan Empire destroys all the colonies there. This will also be the battleground for future conflicts." Saint Relitus 18 was taken aback and quickly asked, "Are you planning to wage war against the mechanoid court? That is an awakened ancient civilization." Dimenphilos burst into laughter. "Haha, Your Majesty, there's no need to worry. The technology one brought back will undoubtedly enable the Empire to dominate the entire Orion Arm. The Turan Empire and the so-called mechanoid court are of no concern." After speaking, Dimenphilos sneered inwardly, full of disdain. As a being from a higher dimensional space, he didn't regard the so-called mechanoid court or any other lowly entities in the physical universe as worthy of his attention. The border star provinces of Bianjiang, Groats, and Pfalz, which lie adjacent to the Void Zone, are experiencing unprecedented turmoil. Beyond the Void Zone lies the mysterious ruined star region. The sudden large-scale military maneuver by the Yada Empire has hit the interstellar political scene like a bombshell, causing widespread upheaval. Officially, the Yada Empire claims this is a comprehensive fleet upgrade, but this flimsy excuse only fools the lower echelons. Various factions sense both opportunity and danger in the air. With the withdrawal of the Yada Empire's fleet and ground forces, this once heavily guarded territory has become a no man's land, attracting interstellar privateers, pirates, and various factions. Human resistance organizations are also quick to act, flooding into these 3 border star systems. The most powerful among them, the Human Autonomous Destiny Coalition, referred to as HADC, has mobilized its entire force. A massive fleet of 300 warships suddenly appeared in the Homan star system of the Yada Empire's border star province. This fleet represents years of hacks' hard work, and its technology rivals that of the Yada Empire's regular forces. The Homan star system is the most densely populated human area in the border star province. The Yada Empire's withdrawal has left the human inhabitants exposed to the threat of interstellar pirates. Hack's mission is to protect its people. However, even this massive fleet cannot simultaneously safeguard all the star systems in need. After thorough discussion, the fleet commanders decided to disperse their forces. They left a detachment in the Homan star system, while the remaining warships moved on to other human settlements. This decision weakened the fleet's overall strength, but considering most interstellar pirates are relatively weak, even a detachment of a dozen warships would be a significant deterrent. The HADC 7th Detachment was assigned to stay in the Homan star system. This fleet, consisting of 21 warships, is divided into 3 battle groups, each containing 1 cruiser, 2 destroyers, and 4 frigates. They have now entered low orbit around Homan, forming a steel barrier to protect the planet below. Landing craft detached from the warships spread out like a swarm, quickly taking control of the planet's outer orbital defense systems. With the Yada forces already withdrawn, HADC soldiers encountered almost no resistance in securing the entire defense network. Captain, we've successfully taken control of Hohmann's outer orbital defense system. The entire planet is effectively under our control now, a young HADC soldier reported excitedly over the communication channel. On the bridge of the HADC 7th Detachment's flagship, Human Renaissance, Captain Li Lingwei exhaled deeply. She immediately opened the communication channel to contact the troops already on Hohmann. Lu Quan, what's the situation on the ground? Amid the sound of gunfire, Lu Quan's voice came through. The situation on the ground is not good. The major cities have been taken over by Yada gang members. Damn it. These animals conducted a massacre before we arrived. I'm leading the troops into the cities now to clear out these Yada thugs. Suddenly, Lu Quan's voice was filled with shock and anger. Damn. These Yada gang members are too heavily armed. They even have anti-tank handheld thermal cannons? Li Lingwei took a deep breath and asked in a serious tone, do you need fleet support? No, Lu Quan replied firmly. There are too many civilians in the city. These bastards know we have a fleet in orbit and are deliberately hiding in the most densely populated areas. We can't use orbital bombardment. It's alright, they're just a bunch of thugs. Even if they have some powerful weapons, they're not an organized military force. Our landing troops are sufficient to wipe them out, but it will take some effort, Li Lingwei calmly analyzed, her eyes sweeping over the tactical display screen in the operations room. She turned towards the communication desk. Hold on a moment. I'll assign you some additional armored units. Then she asked, David, are the armored units ready for deployment? They're ready and can be deployed, David quickly responded, his fingers hovering over the control panel. Good. Deploy the armored units to support Lu Quan, Li Lingwei ordered decisively. Despite the Human Alliance soldiers being well-trained and equipped to regular army standards, they acted with extreme caution during the operation. The presence of numerous civilians in the city made every move careful and deliberate. It took more than 3 days to eradicate the Yada gang entrenched in the major cities of Hohmann Star. During those 3 days, the battles in the city were intense urban warfare. The narrow streets were filled with constant gunfire and explosions. The Human Alliance forces suffered over 10,000 casualties before they completely eliminated the Yada gang's control over the cities on Hohmann Star and took full control of all the cities. Li Lingwei, Lu Quan, and David each had their own stories within the Human Alliance forces. After graduating from the military academy, Li Lingwei briefly went to the ruined sector before joining the Human Alliance directly. With her background from the prestigious Yada Military Academy and her exceptional abilities, she quickly rose through the ranks in the Human Alliance fleet and is now the commanding captain of a Human Alliance subfleet. Lu Quan and David were also military academy graduates, but they chose different paths. After graduation, they didn't join the Yada military, but instead formed a small trading fleet, running business between the stars with a few ships. However, fate dealt them a harsh blow. A few months ago, during a routine trading trip, Lu Quan and David received devastating news. Their family, secretly supporting the human resistance, had been captured by the Yada Empire's legal fleet. In the ensuing conflict, their fathers and some brothers were killed. The remaining family members were arrested and sentenced to death by the Empire's legal department. Only Lu Quan and David survived. In their grief, the two immediately fled, evading the pursuit of the Yada legal fleet. It was then that Li Lingwei contacted them and invited them to join the Human Alliance. Driven by their hatred and desire for revenge, they resolutely joined. Lu Quan, a graduate of the Army Department, and David, from the Armored Corps, quickly rose through the ranks in the Human Alliance due to their expertise. They were assigned to the 7th Subfleet under Li Lingwei's command, taking on important roles as Fleet Ground Forces commanders. Just a day after the 7th Fleet of the Human Alliance had seized control of Hohmann Star, Major General Li Lingwei received an urgent communication order. The voice of President Kinling came through the communicator, hurried and intense. Major General Li, you are ordered to stay put and await the support transport fleet. Once they arrive, coordinate with them to evacuate as many human compatriots from Hohmann Star as possible. Li Lingwei was taken aback by the order, her brows furrowing in confusion. Hastily she asked, what? We've already secured the entire planet. Why do we need to evacuate? A heavy sigh came from the other end of the line. According to reliable intelligence, the Turan fleet is on its way. The Turan fleet? Li Lingwei exclaimed, her grip tightening on the communicator involuntarily. Yes, the voice on the other end continued. The reason the Yada Empire has withdrawn all defensive forces from these 3 provincial star sectors is because the Turan Empire is about to impose punishment on the Yada Empire once again, just like they did 300 years ago. And this time, the punishment will be unprecedentedly severe. The Yada Empire stands to lose over 100 planets and more than 1 trillion lives. Li Lingwei fell silent, a dry sensation welling up in her throat. She struggled to speak. So, The Yada Empire withdrew all defensive forces from these star systems to at least preserve their military strength? Exactly. The voice on the other end was filled with bitterness. So, we can only try our best to evacuate our human compatriots still in these star sectors. Those who have their own ships can leave on their own, but many of our compatriots struggling for survival on the lower levels of the planets need our help. Before the Turan Empire arrives, we need to save as many as we can. Even if we can save just one more person. Listening to this, a wave of helplessness surged within Li Lingwei. How many humans were on Homan Star? 9 billion? 10 billion? Most of them were struggling to survive on the planet's lower levels, while those who owned spacecraft were mainly affiliated with comprador companies and had already fled before the Human Alliance fleet arrived. Taking a deep breath, she immediately contacted Lu Quan, who was currently on Homan Star. At that moment, Lu Quan was leading his troops in executing surrendered Yada gang members, the constant sound of gunfire keeping his nerves on edge. What? Evacuate? Lu Quan was stunned upon hearing Li Lingwei's order, his gaze falling on a group of helpless human compatriots they had just rescued. His grip on the communicator tightened. After a moment, he lowered his eyes and asked in a dry voice, "Is there no other way? We can only save as many as we can." Li Lingwei's voice came through the communicator. "We can't possibly contend with the Turan Empire's fleet. If the land survives and the people perish, both are lost. If the land is lost but the people survive, both are preserved. The fleet is descending now. Save as many as you can." After the communication ended, Lu Quan stood on the war-torn city streets, looking up at the sky. The Human Alliance fleet was breaking through the atmosphere, gradually descending. Soon, 10 transport ships from the Human Alliance arrived. These kilometer-long ships had discarded almost 90% of their internal reserves, but even so, each could only carry over 50,000 people. Combined, the 10 ships could transport just over 500,000 people at a time. Including the carrying capacity of the Human Alliance fleet, they could evacuate a maximum of 600,000 people in one go. Faced with at least 9 billion humans on Homan Star, this number seemed insignificant. Li Lingwei had to seek alternative solutions, scouring Homan Star for every available flying vehicle, including those abandoned by the Yada Empire forces. Every flying machine could potentially mean the hope of saving more lives. The technical limitations of the space transport vehicles had become a significant obstacle in the evacuation effort. While these vehicles could reach low Earth orbit, they weren't equipped for long-distance space travel. Faced with this predicament, Li Lingwei proposed a bold plan: to use the fleet's warp engines to create a massive warp bubble that would envelop all the vehicles, enabling them to jump together. However, the plan was fraught with risks. Standing on the bridge of the command ship, Li Lingwei furrowed her brow and explained to the surrounding officers, if any ship's warp field calculation system malfunctions, the consequences could be catastrophic. Her voice carried a hint of tension. An imbalance in the warp field could cause the entire fleet's mass to become infinitely large, potentially tearing us apart and annihilating us. Despite the risks, Li Lingwei ordered the evacuation to proceed in order to save as many compatriots as possible. Just then, a piercing alarm shattered the tense atmosphere on the bridge. "Commander," an operator reported loudly, "we've detected a large-scale warp signal. A sizable fleet is about to enter this star system." Li Lingwei spun around abruptly. "Can we identify them?" "Negative, ma'am," the operator responded quickly. "The warp signal has disappeared, and we can't detect the opposing fleet. But we can confirm they're in this star system." This news hit Li Lingwei like a bucket of cold water. Her fists clenched, knuckles turning white. With such advanced technology, this mysterious fleet could not possibly belong to the Yada Empire. The answer was clear: the Turan Empire's fleet had arrived. Despair washed over Li Lingwei. The evacuation had just begun, and the Turan Empire was already at their doorstep. Could they not save even a single fellow human? At that moment, a dazzling blue light screen suddenly appeared in space. As the light faded, an enormous fleet materialized, numbering in the thousands. These jet-black warships were arranged in perfect formation, exuding an overwhelming presence that seemed to swallow the starry sky. At the forefront of this fleet was a massive flagship, the Emperor of Truth battleship. On its bridge, one figure stood out. It was Tang Huang, clad in pitch-black Heavenly Emperor-class powered armor, with a red plume atop his helmet and a crimson cape draped over his shoulders. He stood before a series of flickering virtual screens, a softly glowing red solar halo hovering behind him. Tang Huang gazed intently at the screens, displaying the internal conditions of the star system, his brow slightly furrowed. "Strange," he muttered to himself. "Why haven't we detected the Yada Empire's fleet? This doesn't add up." Tang Huang led his massive fleet on an expedition, but during the long journey through space, he did not encounter a single Yada Empire warship, leaving him with a sense of disappointment. Just then, a technical android on the bridge reported. Supreme Commander, we've detected a fleet and a large number of flying objects gathering around the planet ahead. The opposing fleet consists of 31 starships. Upon hearing this, Tang Huang's eyes lit up, and he eagerly asked, "Is it the Yada Empire's fleet?" The technical android quickly analyzed the data and responded. Based on the data comparison, most of the warships in the opposing fleet match the current Yada Empire's ships, but there are some differences. We've detected that the opposing fleet is changing formation to protect the flying objects around the planet. Tang Huang frowned slightly, thought for a moment, and then ordered, "Do not engage yet, continue to observe." Meanwhile, in the orbit of the home-in planet, the Human Alliance fleet, under the command of Li Lingwei, was shielding a large number of small human refugee vessels that had just taken off. Various monitoring devices were operating at full capacity, scanning the surrounding space, but no sign of any interstellar fleet was detected. This discovery made Li Lingwei's heart tighten. If there was indeed an interstellar fleet lurking nearby, and they were unaware of it, it could only mean that the technological gap between the two sides was insurmountable. Suddenly, a shout broke the tense atmosphere. The enemy has revealed themselves. 5 million kilometers away, in the direction of the star. Li Lingwei quickly brought up the visual. And there in the direction of the star, thousands of black dots densely filled the space. It was an enormous interstellar fleet. Her heart sank. The disparity in numbers and possible technological levels meant that if a battle ensued, the Human Alliance fleet would undoubtedly be defeated. Despite this, Li Lingwei and all the Human Alliance soldiers were determined to protect their compatriots behind them and buy time for the transport fleet to retreat. They resolutely reaffirmed the oath they took upon enlisting. "I will uphold my duty, placing the collective interests of humanity above my own safety. I will become a part of the dark cosmos, always protecting my fellow humans. With my hands and knowledge, I will eliminate all enemies of humanity. I will dedicate my loyalty and life to the revival of the human race. I will fight for humanity's resurgence." Without hesitation, Li Lingwei shouted, "Comrades, the enemy is here. Prepare for battle. Long live humanity! Long live humanity!" The roar of over 100,000 Human Alliance soldiers echoed through the communication channels. 10 transport ships filled with refugees began to retreat, while 21 Human Alliance warships advanced towards the massive interstellar fleet. Just as all the Human Alliance soldiers were ready to sacrifice themselves, a communication signal suddenly appeared from the opposing fleet. Before Li Lingwei could respond, a tall, three-dimensional projection appeared before her. It was a humanoid figure, about 2.6 meters tall, fully encased in power armor. The armor was designed with an air of grandeur and authority, with a glowing red halo behind the helmet, a plume on top, and a cloak draped over beast-shaped pauldrons, moving as if stirred by an invisible wind, exuding an intense sense of pressure. Before Li Lingwei could speak, a mechanical voice full of surprise came from behind the faceplate. "Lingwei? What are you doing here?" This unexpected development left Li Lingwei stunned. A doling person actually knew her? She stared at the projection in confusion, while Tang Huang on the other side also seemed surprised, evidently not expecting to encounter Li Lingwei here. Sensing Li Lingwei's confusion, Tang Huang quickly reacted. The faceplate of his power helmet automatically opened, revealing his true face. "Lingwei, it's me, Tang Huang," he said. Li Lingwei's eyes widened in shock, her disbelief evident. Tang Huang," she stammered. "Yes, it's me," Tang Huang confirmed, his tone carrying a hint of complex emotion. Upon hearing that familiar voice and seeing the face she had longed for day and night, Li Lingwei's eyes immediately welled up with tears. She forced herself to swallow the lump in her throat, took a few deep breaths, and when she looked up again, there was a sharpness in her gaze. "Are you really Tang Huang?" she questioned, her voice trembling slightly. Tang Huang chuckled softly at her words, never expecting that one day he would have to prove his identity. He understood Li Lingwei's doubts. After all, under these circumstances, anyone would be suspicious. "Lingwei, it's really me," Tang Huang said solemnly. "Since we parted ways in the ruined sector, a lot has happened. My appearance now is due to complex reasons that are hard to explain in a short time. All you need to know is that the interstellar fleet before you is under my command." Li Lingwei ultimately chose to trust Tang Huang and immediately ordered her fleet to halt and return to the planet's orbit. However, the captains and soldiers of the Human Federation's warships, who were prepared to die, were left confused and bewildered. "What's going on? What happened?" came a questioning voice over the communication channel. "Commander, why are we retreating? Are you afraid of those despised duelings? Although we are outnumbered, if we retreat, the billions of our compatriots on the planet will not survive. We must at least buy time for the transport fleet to evacuate, even if it's just an extra second to save one more person." This challenge came from the most senior human captain, James. He was advanced in age and had always harbored some reservations about his young superior, Li Lingwei. But personal feelings aside, James's dedication to the revival of humanity was no less than anyone else's. Captain James, the fleet opposite is not the enemy. Li Lingwei responded succinctly, cutting off James's next words. Not the enemy? Then what are they? James asked incredulously. The commander of that fleet is also human, and a familiar one to me. Li Lingwei's answer left James utterly stunned. The commander of that massive fleet is also human? James was bewildered. How is that possible? Among the human resistance forces, the largest is our human federation. I've never heard of any other human force possessing a fleet far superior to ours. Though it was hard to believe, the soldiers of the Human Alliance fleet followed Lingwei Li's orders and ceased their resistance. The massive fleet of the Mech Celestial Court slowly approached the planet and finally docked in low Earth orbit. The soldiers of the Human Alliance fleet watched this enormous fleet through the portholes with rapt attention. Despite their shock, a wave of uncontrollable excitement surged within them. According to Major General Li, the commander of this fleet was not only her friend, but also a human. This fact alone thrilled the soldiers immensely. As time passed, the Mech Celestial Court fleet did not launch an attack, which even silenced Captain James, who had always been skeptical of Lingwei Li. Being a person who could distinguish between personal and professional matters, he temporarily set aside his personal feelings. On the vast plains of Homin Star, Tang Huang and his tactical humanoid girls Ruby, Valia, Rilia, and others waited quietly. He had always favored such naturally beautiful environments, especially when gathering with friends. Suddenly, a whistling sound came from the sky, and a landing craft rapidly descended, causing the grass on the plains to sway like waves. As soon as the hatch opened, a striking figure in a military uniform dashed out and ran straight toward Tang Huang. It's really you? I've missed you. Lingwei Li's brief words were filled with longing. Tang Huang felt a mix of emotions, recalling how his former self had been too shy to respond to Lingwei Li's feelings. Now he was a different person, but Ruby beside him was glaring at Lingwei Li in his arms with eyes that seemed to shoot fire. Tang Huang gently patted Lingwei Li's back, making her realize that others were watching. At this moment, an excited voice broke the silence. Holy crap! Holy crap! Tang Huang, it's really you! Awesome! That fleet in planetary orbit is really yours. Holy crap! Holy crap! As Lu Quan and the others disembarked from the landing craft, they began to exclaim incoherently. It wasn't until David reminded him that Lu Quan remembered the main reason for their visit, but he still seemed a bit embarrassed. Seeing this, Tang Huang took the initiative to ask, "What's the matter? Just say it." Lingwei Li, somewhat uneasy, explained, "Well, we want to ask for your help in evacuating the human compatriots from this planet." Evacuate? What's the reason? Tang Huang asked further. Lu Quan sighed and explained the situation. The Turan Empire was about to impose even harsher punishments on the Yada Empire than it had 300 years ago, affecting over 100 planets and more than 1 trillion Yada Empire citizens, many of whom were human compatriots. The Human Alliance had dispatched a fleet to rescue them, but their forces were limited and unable to save everyone. Captain James and others bowed deeply to Tang Huang, earnestly saying, "Lord Tang Huang, the Human Alliance won't let you help us for nothing. We will provide you with sufficient supplies and energy." Tang Huang nodded slightly and, after a moment of thought, said, "This matter is not a big deal for me, and it doesn't need to be so complicated." Tang Huang casually remarked, "All I need to do is inform the Turan Empire, and I can save billions of fellow humans. In fact, even if they don't take the initiative, I'll reach out to them and request that they redirect their punishment to avoid human casualties." He briefly explained his current identitia, representative nurtured by the awakened ancient civilization's intelligent machine Celestial Court. Tang Huang continued, "As long as I, acting as the representative, indicate to the Turan Empire that the intelligent machine Celestial Court has taken an interest in humans and wants to make them a subordinate race, the Turan Empire would have no choice but to comply to maintain their relationship with the ancient civilization. So, this is not a big deal." Captain James and his crew were stunned, their eyes filled with disbelief. To them, the Yada Empire was already an unshakable force, let alone the Turan Empire, which even the Yada Empire feared immensely, almost like gods. Yet Tang Huang spoke of the matter so lightly that Captain James and his crew found it utterly incredible. Tang Huang understood their reaction. It was normal for humans to struggle with concepts beyond their worldview. He didn't elaborate much, merely noting his current status and importance to the Turan Empire. Despite their doubts, in this dire situation, Captain James and his crew had no choice but to believe Tang Huang. After all, he was their only hope. Meanwhile, the punishment fleet of the Turan Empire had been traveling for over 2 months, passing through several stargates and completing more than 100 space jumps, finally arriving in the Yada Empire's territory. Leading this mission was Lieutenant General Byrne, who was in exceptionally high spirits. Lieutenant General Byrne had not only retrieved Luo Xiaoling and received commendation from the 8th Prince, but the intelligence he reported about the ancient civilization was also highly valued by the Empire's Central Command. What thrilled him even more was that the Grand Princess herself had accompanied the fleet to the Yada Empire. After executing the punishment on the Yada Empire, she would join him in heading to the ruined sector to personally meet the intelligent machine Celestial Court, establishing diplomatic relations. The next destination for the Turan punishment fleet is the Homin system. As one of the outermost star systems in the Yada Empire's frontier province, the Homin system is home to a significant human population. The Turan Empire's punishment fleet has just crossed the 6th frontier stargate, needing only one more space jump to reach its destination and begin punishing the planets of the Yada Empire. Unlike the punitive action 300 years ago, this time there will be no restraint. Vice Admiral Byrne is eager and has ordered the fleet to prepare for large-scale orbital bombardment, even at the risk of planetary annihilation. Reflecting on the previous war with the Perseus civilization, the Turan Empire's fleet had to act cautiously, strictly following orders to maintain tactical advantages. Now, however, nothing can stop them from acting with impunity. Synchronize all warships' space jump coordinates to the Homin system, ordered Vice Admiral Byrne. Initiate the jump. With a flash of blue light, the Turan Empire's fleet disappeared into the cosmos, enveloped in a blue glow. Meanwhile, on Homin, Tang Huang suddenly sensed something, looking up at the sky. Supreme, we've detected spatial jump node fluctuations, reported the Space Orbital Fleet. Based on the data comparison of the spatial jump fluctuations, it matches the Turan Empire's ships. They have entered the Homin system. Tang Huang nodded slightly and decisively ordered, send a communication to the Turan Empire's fleet, commanding them to cease their punitive actions against the Yada Empire. Inform them that the Mech Heavenly Court has decided to protect humanity, and they are not to choose human-populated planets as punishment sites. They must select another target. This command left those present, including Captain James, in shock. They stared at Tang Huang in astonishment while quickly ordering their own space warships to prepare for battle. They knew the Turan people's nature well. Communicating with the Turan fleet in such a manner would undoubtedly further provoke them. At this moment, the Turan Empire's punishment fleet emerged from their space jump near the Homin system star, still 170 million kilometers from Homin. The fleet was not large, comprising fewer than 200 warships. From their perspective, after the previous lesson, the Yada Empire would not dare to resist again, making a large fleet unnecessary. General, we have detected a fleet stationed in the outer space orbit of Homin, reported a bridge officer. There are about 1,000 warships, but they seem to have some long-range optical interference capability, making it impossible to identify their exact affiliation from this distance. We speculate it to be the Yada Empire's fleet. Vice Admiral Byrne felt a slight surprise. The Yada Empire still dared to station their fleet near the planet? Do they not fear being destroyed along with it? Or do they still harbor delusions of resisting, like 300 years ago? Ridiculous, Byrne sneered. A mere fleet of lizard crawlers is not worth mentioning. If they know what's good for them, they might save their lives. But if they dare to obstruct us, we will destroy them along with everything else. Despite the large number of enemy ships, Vice Admiral Byrne remained confident, assured by their overwhelming technological superiority. Just as Vice Admiral Byrne finished issuing his orders, a communications officer suddenly reported, General, we have received a communication from the fleet outside Homin. They are commanding us to temporarily halt our punitive actions against the Yada Empire and forbidding us from targeting human-populated planets. Byrne was momentarily stunned, then laughed angrily. Commanding us? Who do they think they are? The communications officer gulped and stammered. General, they claim to be the fleet of the Mech Heavenly Court. Ridiculous. No matter, Admiral Byrne's words were abruptly cut off, his eyes widening in shock. He turned to the communications officer, his voice trembling slightly with surprise. Wait, are you sure you didn't misread that? Did they say who they are? The communications officer's forehead was beaded with sweat, his voice tinged with nervousness. Sir, they indeed identified themselves as the Mech Heaven Fleet. There's no mistake. What? Admiral Byrne was momentarily speechless, his mind racing. How could the Mech Heaven Fleet appear here? And more puzzlingly, why were they prohibiting any punitive actions against the densely populated planets of the Yada Empire? What was going on? Sweat trickled down Admiral Byrne's face. He couldn't confirm if the fleet was truly from Mech Heaven, the distance was too great, and there were no effective means of verification. But anything involving Mech Heaven was not to be taken lightly. After a moment of deep contemplation, Admiral Byrne made his decision. Hold the action. The fleet is to stop advancing. Dispatch a warship to verify. His voice carried a hint of threat. If it really is the Mech Heaven Fleet, so be it. If not, those who dare to deceive us will pay dearly. The Turan fleet actually stopped advancing. This news struck Captain James and the other allied fleet captains like a heavy blow. Despite their decision to trust Tang Huang, the reality still exceeded their expectations. They had originally thought Tang Huang would negotiate formally with the Turan Empire through official mech heaven channels, a process that could take quite some time. During this period, the Turan Empire's fleet might continue with their punitive actions, causing some casualties. While not ideal, this seemed a more acceptable outcome compared to the annihilation of the entire Star Province's human population, aligning more closely with their logical expectations. However, reality far surpassed their predictions. With just a single statement, Tang Huang had stopped the Turan Empire's fleet. This effortless display of power completely overturned the allied fleet captains' imaginations. Li Lingwei looked at Tang Huang, her eyes filled with complex emotions. Once upon a time, Tang Huang was the resolute boy in the military academy who needed her protection. But now, standing before her, was a figure exuding supreme authority in every word and action. This stark contrast left Li Lingwei struggling to adapt. A small ship from the Turan Empire cautiously approached Homin Star from the distant space. The atmosphere on the bridge was almost palpable with tension. The operators held their breath, eyes glued to the screens, fearing they might miss even the slightest anomaly. As the distance closed, the captain's heart raced. He was a confidant of Lieutenant General Byrne and had witnessed the warships of the Intelligent Machine Court at the 77th Ruin System. When the ship entered the 20 million-kilometer range, he abruptly stood up, his pupils contracting. "My God! It's really the fleet of the Intelligent Machine Court," the captain exclaimed, immediately activating the communicator. "General, it's confirmed. The Intelligent Machine Court fleet is here." 17 million kilometers away, in the main fleet command room, Lieutenant General Byrne's heart sank upon hearing the news. Damn, it's true. Why is the Intelligent Machine Court fleet here? Despite his confusion, he quickly contacted the Grand Princess. Inside the flagship of the Turan fleet, in a room that was simple yet imposing, Grand Princess Frida Turan was immersed in virtual reality training. She wore a tight combat training suit, her long black hair tied up high, and the two long horns on her forehead glowed faintly pink under the ceiling light. Even alone, she maintained an imposing stance. In the virtual training ground, Frida had just finished a close combat session, and her golden eyes were fixed on Luo Xiaoling in the distance. "Frida, have you seen anyone from the Intelligent Machine Court yet?" Luo Xiaoling asked, arms crossed. "Not yet, but it should be soon," Frida replied, walking closer, attempting to touch Luo Xiaoling's chin, only to be dodged. "You know our identities. It's impossible between us, Your Highness," Luo Xiaoling said, looking directly into Frida's eyes. "My heart already belongs to someone else." Frida's brows furrowed, her mouth showing displeasure. "Do you really like him that much?" She was referring to her eighth brother, the eighth prince of the Turan Empire. "You wouldn't understand." Luo Xiaoling turned her head away, but her thoughts were not on the eighth prince. Frida's golden eyes narrowed, her disdain for her eighth brother growing. Not only had he taken the woman she loved, but he also coveted the throne. Though she was the grand princess and heir apparent, the succession was not guaranteed. The age-old drama of a power struggle continued even in interstellar civilization. "No more talk. I must leave," Luo Xiaoling said, her figure disappearing from the training ground. "Damn you, old eighth," Frida muttered through gritted teeth, a shadow crossing her eyes. Frida stood in the center of the room, her brows furrowed in determination, muttering curses under her breath. Just then, the voice of General Byrne suddenly echoed in her ear. "Your Highness, we've finally connected. There's an emergency." Frida took a deep breath to calm herself and asked, "What is it?" "It's the Mech Celestial Court," the general reported swiftly. "Their fleet is now stationed in the outer space orbit of Homin Star. They demand that we halt our punitive actions against the Yada Empire and forbid us from choosing any human-populated planets as punishment sites." "Why?" Frida's brows knitted even tighter. "That? I am not sure," the general admitted, somewhat embarrassed. "But we can confirm that it is indeed the fleet of the Mech Celestial Court." "Very well," Frida said calmly. "I shall meet them in person. I want to see what this so-called ancient civilization empire, the Mech Celestial Court, really looks like." With that, Frida strode towards the raised platform at the edge of the room. As she moved, multiple mechanical arms extended from the walls, meticulously attaching pieces of power armor to her tall and perfect frame. Meanwhile, far away on Homin Star, Tang Huang received a detailed dossier via subspace communication, Frida's complete personal information. This dossier, provided by the hand of Luo Xiaoling from the Turan Empire, was astonishingly thorough, even noting Frida's preference for pink lingerie. Tang Huang perused the overly detailed information, pondering. Is this Grand Princess interested in Luo Xiaoling? Is she a lesbian? He recalled the memories he had obtained of Luo Xiaoling, but found no clues pointing to this. The dossier also included a note from Luo Xioling. Master, Frida, as the Grand Princess of Turin and the heir to the empire, is a very dominant and proud woman. But if you wish to win her over, Luo Nu will assist you. After all, such a strong-willed woman. Tang Huang cut off the message midway, thinking to himself, what do you take me for? Am I that kind of person? Yet, he began to reflect on his recent behavior. Ever since Shi Wei succeeded, have I been a bit too unrestrained lately? Indeed, if someone has been repressed for a long time, once they let go, it will be very thorough. That's just how it is. As Tang Huang was lost in thought, the fleet's communication from the space orbit suddenly interrupted his reverie. A screen displayed an urgent message. Supreme Leader, the Turin fleet has sent a delegation. Frowning with a hint of impatience, Tang Huang responded, another delegation? Tell them to keep it simple. Just get to the point. There's no need for any formalities. The communicator quickly confirmed. Understood? Homan Star remained that picturesque grassland. The setting sun dyed the entire prairie red. Suddenly, a landing craft from the Turin Empire pierced through the atmosphere, slowly descending onto the grassland. The hatch opened gradually, and Freed, clad in silver-white power armor, was the first to step down the ramp. Following her were Lieutenant General Byrne and other captains and high-ranking officials of the Turin fleet. There was no grand welcoming ceremony, no band playing, and no lined-up soldiers. Only the glow of the setting sun ahead and the gentle breeze over the grassland welcomed them. However, Freed was instantly stunned by what she saw. Not far away stood a tall figure in magnificent power armor, silhouetted against the setting sun like a towering mountain. His presence seemed to eclipse the sun's rays, with the red plume on his helmet and the cloak behind him gently swaying in the breeze. Most striking was the glowing red halo at the back of his helmet, resonating with the blood-red sunset, as if a sun was truly burning behind him. This sight deeply shocked Freed and her companions, stirring an involuntary urge to kneel. Freed took a deep breath, suddenly feeling immense pressure. She instinctively used her psionic power to calm her inner turmoil, only to find the surroundings had become unfamiliar. The grassland vanished, replaced by a constantly twisting, chaotic space. The tall figure in elaborate power armor transformed into a stera pitch-black star. In this chaotic, twisted, void-like space, the black star burned fiercely without emitting any light or heat. Freed could only sense the terrifying black, psionic flames surging and burning on the star. Compared to this burning black star, her own weak, psionic power was like an ant gazing at the Milky Way, the disparity so vast it was despairing. Freed immediately retracted her psionic power. Her once proud head now slightly bowed, her eyes widened, clearly shaken to the core. At that moment, the figure silhouetted against the blood-red sunset chuckled softly. Tang Huang's reluctance to allow any grand display was naturally because he intended to give the other side a clear warning himself. Although Lieutenant General Byrne and the others lacked psionic power and couldn't see the black star like Freed, they too sensed an unusual change. The surrounding air seemed to cool instantly, with heat continuously dissipating, yet with no discernible destination, as if vanishing into the cosmos. This eerie phenomenon filled them with fear. On the grassland, a thin layer of frost quickly formed on the surface of the grass, turning the once green prairie into a field of gray and white. Tang Huang spoke, his voice deep and authoritative. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Tang Huang, a human and the agent of the Mechanoid Celestial Court. He didn't give Freed and the others time to digest these words before continuing. You can convey any messages to the Mechanoid Celestial Court through me, for you are not yet qualified to communicate with them directly. Tang Huang's tone carried undeniable authority. In short, the reason you were summoned here is to inform you that the Mechanoid Celestial Court has decided to take humanity as a subordinate race. If the Turin Empire is sincere, just comply. He didn't elaborate further, simply reiterating, you are not yet qualified to communicate directly with the Mechanoid Celestial Court. Then he left them in silence, to ponder the implications on their own. As soon as Don Juan finished speaking, the space around him suddenly twisted and deformed. To everyone's astonishment, his figure disappeared without a trace in an instant. The oppressive atmosphere that had been hanging over the area vanished abruptly, leaving Frida, Lieutenant General Byrne, and the others standing in a daze, their expressions bewildered. At that moment, Lieutenant General Byrne's communicator suddenly buzzed with an urgent report from the space fleet. General, the Mech Heaven fleet stationed in the outer orbit of Homan Star has just vanished into thin air. What? Lieutenant General Byrne snapped back to reality, incredulously asking, vanished? Are you sure? Absolutely, General. The voice on the other end confirmed firmly. None of our spatial monitoring equipment can detect them. General, what exactly happened on the planet? Lieutenant General Byrne was at a loss for words, equally baffled by the unfolding events. Just then, Frida wobbled as she stood up, her voice weak but resolute. It's spatial teleportation. She took a deep breath before continuing. That man, Don Juan, used some high-dimensional medium to teleport off the planet. I can sense it with my psychic abilities. Spatial teleportation technology? Lieutenant General Byrne and the surrounding Turing captains were all shocked, their faces turning pale. Spatial teleportation technology is fundamentally different from natural space node transition technology. Simply put, natural space node transition is like driving on a highway to instantly reach a target star system. This highway naturally exists in the universe, and humans merely possess the vehicles to travel on it. However, spatial teleportation technology, to Frida and the others, was akin to witnessing someone lift and run with the entire highway. For the Turan Empire, this technology was still in the conceptual stage. Even more terrifying was the fact that Don Juan claimed to be merely a human agent cultivated by Mech Heaven. If an agent could master such advanced technology, how powerful must Mech Heaven itself be? Everyone was overwhelmed with an indescribable sense of fear. In reality, Don Juan had indeed left through subspace teleportation. However, he was currently the only individual within Mech Heaven who possessed this ability. He couldn't teleport the entire fleet with him, but instead teleported to his flagship and then commanded the whole fleet to activate their warp space cloaking mode and depart. For the Turan fleet, the difference was negligible, as they were unable to monitor Mech Heaven's departure process either way. Mech Heaven's technology had once again achieved a breakthrough. Previously detectable signs of the fleet entering warp space were now completely hidden. Simultaneously, the Human Federation's fleet had also been taken away by Mech Heaven. Don Juan had important matters to discuss with the highest echelons of the Human Federation, specifically the plan to integrate humanity into the Mechanist cult. However, the Turan Empire had also provided Don Juan with an unexpected discovery. Princess Frida possessed psychic abilities, albeit weak ones. This information had not even been provided by Luo Xiaoling, and perhaps she herself was unaware. Don Juan couldn't help but ponder. It seems the Turan Empire has many secrets yet to be uncovered. After leaving the Homan star system, Tang Huang immediately contacted Li Lingwei. At that moment, Li Lingwei was on the bridge of her flagship, the Humanity Renaissance, intently watching the holographic display in front of her. The entire 7th Fleet of the Human Federation was enveloped in a massive curvature bubble projected by the Mecha Celestial Fleet, appearing like a giant transparent bubble in the starry sky. The advanced onboard computers of the Mecha Celestial easily accommodated them without affecting the stability of the curvature space. Tang Huang's holographic image appeared before Li Lingwei, and he got straight to the point. Generally, I have a proposal. How about letting humanity come under the protection of the Mecha Celestial Church? At the very least, it would deter the Yada Empire and the Turan Empire from acting recklessly. Li Lingwei furrowed her brow, thought for a moment, and then nodded. It's indeed a proposal worth considering. However, as a major general, I don't have the authority to make such a significant decision. Let me contact President Kinlan. She quickly connected with the Human Federation President Kinlan through the Star Domain Network. At that moment, Kinlan was in the outer space orbit of a life-bearing planet in the Pfefalen sector, overseeing a large-scale evacuation operation of the Human Federation fleet. On the bridge of the Human Federation flagship, President Kinlan anxiously watched the lush green planet ahead, asking the ground army commander through the communicator, "How many people have been evacuated?" "Mr. President, we have evacuated about 7 million compatriots so far," the commander replied, his voice filled with exhaustion. Kinlan's brow tightened. "Only 7 million? That's too slow. We must evacuate more people before the Turan Empire's punishment fleet arrives." "Mr. President, this is already our limit," the commander explained helplessly. "Our fleet is already limited and dispersed across various human-populated star systems in 3 different sectors. We simply can't go any faster." At that moment, Li Lingwei's communication request came through. Kinlan connected the call, and Li Lingwei briefly explained the situation before stepping aside. A tall figure, clad in luxurious black powered armor, appeared in the holographic projection. Kinlan had to look up at the towering figure, who stood at least 2 meters and 60 centimeters tall, feeling a tinge of unease. "And you are?" "Don't worry, President Kinlan," Tang Huang reassured with a smile. "I have good news. The Turan Empire has changed its target. This time, they will choose a planet populated solely by Yada people. The crisis facing billions of human compatriots in the 3 frontier star provinces has been averted." This sudden news struck President Kinlan like a bolt of lightning. He jerked his head up, eyes wide with disbelief, staring at the holographic projection of Tang Huang before him. Tang Huang, expressionless, continued, "I've informed you of this matter. Whether you believe it or not is your own concern. Moreover, there's something else I need to remind you." He paused, his gaze fixed on Kinlan. "Currently, in the Yada Frontier Star Province, the Pfaffelin Star Province, and the Grota Star Province, There are no military forces from the Yada Empire or the Turan Empire. These three-star provinces, with hundreds of planets and billions of humans, are in a state of confusion. President Kinlan, what do you think you should do? Kinlan instantly grasped the implication of Tang Huang's words, and a wave of elation threatened to overwhelm him. Three-star provinces, spanning over 600 light years, with no regular military defense. The Human Federation could directly annex these star provinces. His breathing quickened. However, Tang Huang's voice interrupted Kinlan's euphoria with a cold dose of reality. But, President Kinlan, don't think this will be easy. I can manage major powers like the Yada Empire and the Turan Empire, but I have no interest in dealing with countless smaller factions. Whether you can truly bring these three provinces under human control depends on the capability of the Human Federation. Kinlan finally snapped out of the overwhelming flood of information. He took a deep breath to steady himself before looking up at Tang Huang. I have two questions. Who are you, and what do you want? Tang Huang smiled slightly. I forgot to introduce myself. I am Tang Huang, a human like you, and the full representative of the ancient civilization Empire Mech Heavenly Court from the Ruined Star region. As a fellow human, I naturally want humanity to thrive. So, I am here to invite the human race to join the Mech Heavenly Court's faction, the Church of the Machine. Church of the Machine? President Kinlan muttered, mulling over this unfamiliar term. Tang Huang continued to explain, yes, the Mech Heavenly Court, once the ruler of the Milky Way billions of years ago, is no longer at its peak, but retains its foundation. The Mech Heavenly Court is committed to rebuilding the just order of the galaxy, but they can't achieve this alone right now. Hence, the establishment of the Church of the Machine. By joining the Church of the Machine, you declare your allegiance to the Mech Heavenly Court and will receive their support. Humans will still retain their sovereignty and freedom to develop, as long as they allow the Church of the Machine to preach among them. The Church of the Machine is not a superstitious religion. It venerates machinery, science, and technology. Tang Huang's gaze bore into the complex expression on President Kinlan's face as he posed the crucial question. So, President Kinlan, what do you say? President Kinlan looked at Tang Huang with a complex expression, taking a deep breath before speaking. This is a matter that concerns the fate of humanity. I cannot make this decision alone. Allow me to convene a meeting with the council members to discuss it. Tang Huang nodded slightly, a hint of approval flashing in his eyes. His earlier words had contained a hidden trap. If Kinlan had shown greed and tried to seize power by making the decision alone, Tang Huang would have crushed his psychic energy without hesitation through the higher dimensional space. Tang Huang accepted the double standards in human nature. He could be a dictator, but he would never allow others to monopolize power. President Kinlan quickly used the Star Network to contact the Human Federation's high-ranking officials scattered across different star systems. Virtual projections gradually appeared on the bridge, with familiar faces coming into view. Anxious voices filled the air. Mr. President, what happened? Is it an attack from the Turan Empire or a failed operation? Kinlan succinctly recounted Tang Huang's proposal. The room erupted into chaos, most people finding it hard to believe such a stroke of luck. Li Lingwei and Lu Quan, as first-hand witnesses, stepped forward to confirm the existence of the intelligent machine heaven. After intense discussions, the majority overruled the minority, and the Human Federation decided to accept the assistance of the intelligent machine heaven. They also discussed their future direction, renaming themselves the Alliance of Humanity's Destiny and joining the Church of the Machine God as a sovereign entity. This decision took into account the vast territory they were about to acquire and the various potential factions that might emerge. The renaming of the Human Federation was not only a preparation for absorbing new human forces, but also a strategic move to counter the Yada warlords. In this game that would determine humanity's future, every move was crucial. The news of the Human Federation joining the Mechanist cult struck Tang Huang like a bolt of lightning. A system notification sounded, heralding the dawn of a new era. Ding! New civilization member added to the Mechanist cult. Tang Huang quickly scanned the information panel that popped up. Faction name: Human Destiny Community Alliance. Civilization species: Human. Colonized planet: 0. Total population: approximately 90 million. Military strength: 321 official interstellar warships. Fleet speed: 5 times the speed of light. Technology rating: not yet meeting rating criteria. Loyalty: 60,100. The loyalty rating was indeed much lower than that of the Gretel's militaristic state, but Tang Huang was unfazed. Through the cold data, he saw limitless future possibilities. As the Human Federation grew stronger, the Mechanist cult would inevitably integrate deeply with it, and loyalty would cease to be an issue. Without a moment's hesitation, Tang Huang used subspace communication to contact the Gretel's militaristic state in the ruined sector. He ordered the dispatch of a specialized missionary team to the Human Federation. These fervent believers would be the vanguard in spreading the teachings of the Mechanist cult. Simultaneously, a massive fleet would accompany them, readying for the impending conquest. Although the Gretel's fleet was not as technologically advanced as that of the Yada Empire, it had undergone rapid upgrades that made it capable of handling the scattered forces within three-star provinces. The self-proclaimed Yada gangs and warlords, lacking official warship support, would be like lambs to the slaughter. As for Tang Huang himself, after a night of passion with Li Lingwei, he did not pause. He led the main fleet deeper into the heart of the Yada Empire. The objective of this expedition was Cleardo C's spiritual resources for the Mechanist heaven. As for the pretext, Tang Huang had already formulated one. They would act under the guise of punishing the Yada Empire, much like the Turan Empire. If the Turan Empire's fleet aimed to exterminate pure-blooded Yatan's planets, then the Mechanist Heaven's fleet aimed to destroy pure-blooded Yatan's fleets. This tacit division of labor would undoubtedly spell disaster for the Yada Empire. Watching the starry expanse streak past the porthole, a cold smile crept across Tang Huang's lips. The countdown to the Yada Empire's demise had begun. The hammer of the blacksmith province in the Yada Empire plays a crucial role as the core industrial base for the production of the interstellar fleet and military equipment. Each star system in this province boasts a complete military production line, ranging from individual weapons to massive warships. Among them, the Glowfire system, located at the provincial edge, serves as a vital spatial node connecting other star regions. In the past, the Glowfire system was always bustling with activity. Company fleets from various places flocked in, vying for military contracts. The dense traffic of spacecraft almost obscured the stars. However, at this moment, the once busy space appears unusually empty. Suddenly, a blue shimmer emerged at the warp node, accompanied by a spatial distortion, revealing a massive interstellar fleet. This fleet, led by Vice Admiral Byrne and commanded by Grand Princess Frida, hailed from the Turan Empire. "What system is this?" Princess Frida asked, looking towards Vice Admiral Byrne. Vice Admiral Byrne pondered briefly and replied, "Your Highness, this is the Giankify system." Frida glanced at the star map and questioned, "Giankifys?" "The star map clearly says Glowfire." Byrne was momentarily taken aback, quickly checking the star map. After confirming, he frowned and recalled, "Glow. I remember now. During the punitive expedition against the Yada Empire 300 years ago, there was a general named Glow in their resistance fleet. This system was his homeland and was named after him posthumously. This is clearly a provocation." Frida, seemingly indifferent, remarked, "In that case, let's deliver the punishment here." "As you command." Vice Admiral Byrne immediately ordered the fleet to advance towards the system's center. However, as the distance closed, Vice Admiral Byrne grew increasingly uneasy. This crucial industrial system was completely undefended, with not a single space fleet in sight, which was highly unusual. He promptly ordered a halt and initiated more detailed long-range scans of the system. In reality, the defense fleet of the Glowfire system had landed on 3 industrial planets within the system. These production lines, originally meant for manufacturing ground units, had been repurposed under Dimenphilos's orders for upgrading warship weapons and internal structures with subspace machinery. The entire defense fleet was dispersed across the 3 planets, undergoing extensive subspace modifications and upgrades. The Turan fleet stationed itself approximately 600 million kilometers from the nearest industrial planet, conducting comprehensive long-range surveillance, awaiting further observation results. 600 million kilometers away, in the outer space orbit of an industrial planet, a fragmented asteroid belt encircles the entire celestial body like a dazzling necklace. Amidst this dense field of debris, a 4-kilometer-wide asteroid suddenly shudders. Gradually, a massive, grotesquely fleshy eye emerges on its surface. The murky eyeball twitches and blinks twice, focusing on the Turan fleet 600 million kilometers away. Meanwhile, in the capital city of the Yada Empire, within the royal palace of Glory City, Dimenphilos is in the midst of a discussion with Saint Relitus 18. Suddenly, an astral communication interrupts their conversation. Dimenphilos furrows his brow, repeating in disbelief, "The Turan fleet has been spotted in the Glowfire system." This news completely disrupts Dimenphilos' plans. As a demon under the cunning Lord Cinch, he is renowned for his meticulous scheming. Based on his understanding of the Turan Empire's modus operandi, they should have chosen a nearby star system for retribution. He had deliberately designated 3 star provinces for the Turan Empire as punitive zones, never expecting them to target the Glowfire system instead. Dimenphilos abruptly stands up, startling Saint Relitus 18. Internally, he ponders, "There must be some change I am unaware of." Having just arrived in the physical star systems, his plan faces a sudden twist even before full implementation, causing him great anxiety. The Glowfire system harbors secrets that must not be discovered by the Turan Empire. If exposed, his entire strategy would be ruined. After careful consideration, Dimenphilos decides to take a desperate gamble by directly eliminating the Turan fleet. He swiftly issues a series of commands through the astral plane to the Grow Fire system. Activate the astral chaos concealment device, sever all external communications, and mobilize the already modified fleet to completely annihilate the Turan fleet, ensuring they vanish into the vastness of space. Although this is merely a temporary measure, successfully cutting off the Turan Empire's intelligence sources would buy him enough time to complete his plan. A glint of ruthlessness flashes in Dimenphilos' eyes as he resolves to protect his secret at all costs. Orders from the warp arrived at the 3 industrial planets of the Grow Fire system. These planets were covered with massive forge factories, and neatly arranged formations of warships were docked, undergoing warp-related modifications. With the arrival of the orders, a batch of modified warships began to move. Hatches opened, and a large number of Yata soldiers filed in, quickly taking their positions. Engines roared to life as the warships slowly lifted off, breaking through the atmosphere and forming a massive fleet in the outer space orbit, heading towards the Turan fleet 600 million kilometers away. The Turan fleet's monitoring systems immediately detected the newly emerged Yata fleet. Yata fleet has lifted off, approximately 200 warships, traveling towards us at sublight speed. Estimated contact in 30 minutes, a voice reported in the command center. Upon hearing this, Vice Admiral Byrne smirked. No need to reply to any messages they send. Once they get close, destroy them all. Despite an instinctive feeling that something was off about this star system, Byrne and the other Turan officers paid no mind to the Yata fleet. After all, the technological gap between the two was vast, and with the number of enemy ships matching their own, there was no real threat. Time passed, and the Turan fleet scanners found nothing unusual. Vice Admiral Byrne frowned, pondering. Was his intuition wrong? Is this really just an unremarkable Yata star system? With these doubts, he ordered the fleet to continue advancing, deciding to eliminate the overconfident Yata fleet first. The enemy fleet is now approximately 120 million kilometers away, the adjutant reported, interrupting Byrne's thoughts. The vice admiral waved his hand. Launch the curvature engine missiles and destroy them all. Yes, sir. Immediately, over 200 warships of the Turan Empire initiated their missile launch protocols. In space, over 200 missiles soared, entering curvature mode. In the ripples of space distortion, these missiles began their journey across 120 million kilometers, targeting the Yata fleet. Each missile was aimed at a specific Yata warship. With the Turan Empire's calculations being incredibly precise, they believed this single strike would completely annihilate the Yata fleet. These missiles were equipped with the most advanced miniature curvature engine technology, capable of traveling at 5 times the speed of light. At such staggering speeds, the Yata Empire had no means to detect or intercept them. They wouldn't even realize they were targeted before facing their doom. 80 seconds later, the curvature engine missiles traveling at 5 times the speed of light covered 96 million kilometers. Simultaneously, the advancing Yata fleet had moved 24 million kilometers forward. The two forces met in space, with over 200 missiles precisely locking onto their respective targets and dispersing. In an instant, space was lit by over 200 dazzling explosions. However, the Turan Empire's fleet had already shifted its focus away from these doomed Yata warships. To them, this was a trivial task, not worth further attention. Approximately 320 seconds later, the Turan fleet received the explosion visuals from 96 million kilometers away. Vice Admiral Byrne was unfazed, convinced that the enemy was completely obliterated. Suddenly, a panic shout erupted on the bridge. Admiral, they haven't been destroyed. What? Vice Admiral Byrne was stunned, immediately followed by another exclamation from his subordinates. 200,000 kilometers. They appeared 200,000 kilometers from our fleet. How is this possible? Vice Admiral Byrne was shocked beyond belief. He knew the Yata fleet well, and he couldn't fathom how they survived the previous round of attacks. Vice Admiral Byrne gritted his teeth, his brow furrowed. He couldn't comprehend how the enemy ship had managed to approach within 200,000 kilometers undetected. This was completely at odds with their previous ability to detect enemy departures from planets. Byrne's mind raced, trying to unravel this mystery, but the more he thought about it, the more the universe seemed to become an enigma. With no other choice, Vice Admiral Byrne ordered the fleet to prepare for close-quarters combat. In the vastness of space, 200,000 kilometers, nearly half a light second, was practically point-blank range. The battle was imminent. A Yata warship, resembling a torpedo attack vessel, launched the first strike, targeting a Turan warship 200,000 kilometers away. The ship's 6 massive torpedo tubes lit up with blinding electromagnetic light, and 6 large space torpedoes shot out like arrows, hurtling towards their target at an astounding 5 of the speed of light. The targeted Turan warship immediately detected the threat. The onboard computer swiftly calculated the torpedo trajectories while commanding evasive maneuvers. Simultaneously, friendly warships within a few thousand kilometers opened fire, attempting to intercept the incoming torpedoes. To the Turan warship crew's astonishment, the 6 torpedoes seemed to have a mind of their own. They weaved through the dense barrage of fire, not only evading attacks from all directions, but also suddenly changing their target. In an instant, the torpedoes locked onto another unsuspecting Turan warship. This unfortunate vessel received no warning of being targeted and had only seconds to react. Fortunately, the ship's AI system responded swiftly, and with timely support from nearby allies, 5 of the torpedoes were destroyed mid-flight. However, the final torpedo broke through the heavy fire, slamming into the Turan warship. The entire vessel shuddered violently, the hull emitting a teeth-grinding metallic screech that echoed through every compartment. On the bridge, the captain barely maintained his balance and shouted, "Report damage status." Soon, the 3rd officer from the middeck reported, "Middeck hit and completely penetrated. The torpedo warhead is visible in the corridor. We have 27 casualties, but the torpedo hasn't exploded, causing no further damage. The auto-repair system is operational, and overall performance remains unaffected." The captain was momentarily stunned, thinking their luck must have been extraordinary to encounter a dud torpedo. However, just as he breathed a sigh of relief, the 3rd officer's voice turned frantic. "Red alert! Our ship has been boarded by the enemy." "What?" the captain exclaimed in disbelief. "How is that possible? How did they get here?" The 3rd officer's response sent chills down everyone's spine. "The torpedoes. They swarmed out of the torpedoes." The mid-level deck corridors of the Turan battleship were in utter disarray. The 5x5-meter space was littered with molten wreckage and debris, telling the tale of a recent fierce battle. Strangely, a massive torpedo jutted out from a shattered wall, its upper half piercing through the ceiling, extending into the upper corridor. Suddenly, the torpedo's head burst open, and a horde of terrifying figures swarmed out. Dozens of elite Yata soldiers, clad in blood-red, spiked power armor, wielding an array of melee weapons, charged into the passageway, laughing maniacally. Ion blades and high-frequency, vibrating molecular axes glimmered menacingly in their hands. The 3rd officer of the ship stood aghast, muttering in disbelief, "My God, they're Yata?" Although some soldiers were not wearing helmets, revealing unmistakable Yata features, their appearance was vastly different from what he remembered. His gaze was drawn to a particularly horrifying Yata soldier. This soldier's blood-red horn power helmet was shattered, exposing a face grotesquely fused with the helmet, a twisted blend of flesh and alloy. As he roared, the broken mask moved like a second mouth, forming a maw full of sharp teeth. Cold sweat trickled down the 3rd officer's forehead as he realized the situation was far worse than he had imagined. Only seconds later, the ship's rapid response team arrived at the scene. However, all they found were the remains of automatic repair drones and the headless corpse of the 3rd officer. A twisted Yata soldier was holding his severed head, with a blood-red, vibrating molecular axe still dripping with blood in his hand. The Yata soldier's crimson eyes shifted to the Turan soldiers at the end of the corridor. They let out a deafening roar. "Ha ha! Blood for the blood god! Skulls for the skull throne! Kill, kill, kill!" and charged at the Turan rapid response team like beasts. The Turan power-armored soldiers quickly raised their energy rifles to return fire. Though these weapons could instantly melt ordinary steel, they were far less effective against the Yata soldiers. Even when struck by over a dozen energy beams, a Yata soldier covered in spikes and with a distorted face kept charging, emitting a smell of burnt flesh. "What? How is this possible?" the Turan soldiers exclaimed in shock. In the blink of an eye, the Yata soldiers closed the distance of several dozen meters, engaging the Turan soldiers in brutal close combat. A bloody melee ensued. Despite the Turan Empire's single-soldier equipment theoretically surpassing that of the Yata Empire, it was clearly not designed for such savage hand-to-hand combat. The Turan soldiers could only rely on their relatively short disintegration knives, as their diverse ranged weapons were now useless. However, thanks to their excellent cognitive abilities, superior physical fitness, and advanced power armor, the Turan soldiers still demonstrated formidable close-quarters combat skills. An experienced Turan soldier quickly grabbed the head of an incoming Yata soldier and slammed it against the alloy wall. His power-armored right fist then struck like lightning, instantly shattering the enemy's skull. This unexpected outcome left the Turan soldier momentarily stunned, but there was no room for distraction on the battlefield. He immediately raised his right arm, using a dissipative force field to barely deflect another Yata soldier's swinging, vibrating molecular axe, producing a piercing clang of metal on metal. After blocking the attack, he let go of Yata's mutilated body that had been pinned to the wall with his left hand. With a swift motion, he drew the disintegration combat knife from his waist. Twisting his body, The blade sliced through the air and swiftly decapitated the ambushing Yata soldier. A loud bang accompanied by a spray of blood followed as the power armor on the back of the Turan soldier was split open. As he staggered, the Turan soldier instinctively tightened his grip on the disintegration knife with his left hand and thrust it backward without hesitation. However, the blade halted midair. In shock, he turned to see a comrade's arm shield had blocked his attack. To his greater astonishment, the comrade's disintegration knife was still dripping with blood clearly. It was he who had attacked him moments ago. You! The Turan soldier's eyes widened in disbelief beneath his power helmet. Before he could finish his sentence, a tearing sound followed by a sickening squelch was heard as the blade pierced through flesh. He shuddered and looked down at his chest, impaled and speechless with shock. Behind him, a Yata soldier with a twisted, grotesque face and a helmet seemingly fused with his flesh grinned menacingly. During the battle, some Turan soldiers' minds were corrupted, and their bodies began to show slight deformities. The remaining Turan soldiers were horrified to find their numbers rapidly dwindling, and some comrades suddenly turning their blades against them. The chaotic slaughter lasted less than 10 seconds, leaving only a few blood-drenched Turan soldiers standing in the passage. However, the actions of these survivors were even more horrifying. They trembled as they picked up the bodies of their fallen comrades, lifting them and letting the blood rain down on themselves. The power armor, which should not have been stained with blood, was instantly dyed a deep red. Grinning ferociously, they joined the ranks of the Yata soldiers. Reinforcements from other Turan troops arrived, only to be caught off guard and quickly overwhelmed. This horrifying scene was not an isolated incident. The same chaos was unfolding on other ships. The battle in space continued, and the Turan fleet showed signs of collapse, even the flagship being breached by the enemy. Lieutenant General Byrne frowned as he listened to the chaotic sounds on the communication channel, his brows furrowed tightly. At that moment, Frida, who had been sitting with her eyes closed in the captain's seat, suddenly opened her eyes, her golden pupils blazing. A look of urgency crossed her face as she turned to Lieutenant General Byrne and said urgently, "Isolate and jettison the breached sections of the ship immediately. Retreat now." Boom! A thunderous explosion reverberated through the corridors of the battleship, sending debris and wreckage flying in all directions. At both ends of the corridor, Turan soldiers in full power armor formed dense formations, their twin, slender horns glinting under the lights. The front row held high-intensity alloy shields enhanced with nullification fields, creating two impenetrable walls that sealed off both sides of the passage. These shields not only effectively neutralized the enemy's melee weapons with molecular vibration blades, but also withstood disintegration field attacks. Initially, the Turan soldiers weren't equipped with the corresponding weapons, but the Empire had a contingency plan. Specialized equipment stored in the warehouses was urgently deployed. The soldiers' energy firearms were replaced with electromagnetic projectile weapons, fully preparing them for the imminent battle. Fragments continuously pounded against the corridor walls and the shield walls, producing a dense clanging sound. From the damaged walls, the massive head of a space torpedo slowly emerged. All the Turan soldiers held their breath, ready and waiting for the Yata soldiers in blood-red power armor to appear. However, the expected enemy did not show up. Instead, a dense buzzing noise filled the air, grating against the silence. What's that sound? Bees? Or a swarm of biodrones? The Turan soldiers speculated, their alertness heightened to the extreme. Suddenly, the head of the space torpedo opened, and a foul-smelling green mist rapidly spread out. At the same time, the buzzing grew louder. Upon closer inspection, the mist turned out to be a swarm of tiny, foul-smelling insects resembling greenhead flies. Damn it! Flamethrowers! Now a Turan sergeant shouted, but it was too late. The green, foul-smelling clouds spread through the corridor at an alarming speed, engulfing everyone in an instant. Ah! My hand! No! This stuff is too corrosive. The power armor is breached. Cough, cough. My body. It feels terrible. Cough. I think I'm getting sick. Cough, cough. How could we? Cough, cough, cough. The once tightly organized Turan soldiers quickly fell into chaos. Their prideful full-coverage power armor was rendered useless against this force from the warp, corroding into tatters in moments. At that moment, a chilling voice emanated from the space torpedo. Hee hee hee. Then, a Yata soldier in green power armor emerged. His body was grotesquely bloated, with his alloy abdomen bulging as if he were pregnant. "Join our family," the deformed figure invited. "Feel the blessing of the Father. We shall be eternal." Hee hee hee. Before he finished speaking, his bloated power armor's alloy abdomen split open. The monster walked forward, using its hands to stuff its spilling entrails back into the gaping wound. Its faceplate, fused with its helmet, revealed a maw full of fangs, spewing a cloud of rotting flies. As the Turan soldiers' formation disintegrated, the space torpedo embedded in the deck came to life. It rapidly transformed into a massive, grotesque, fish-like monster, a fusion of steel alloy and flesh. This living torpedo opened its gaping maw, continuously spewing out Yata soldiers, their bodies bloated, power armor grotesquely swollen, and covered in festering tumors into the battleship's interior. The horrifying creature then sprouted for limbs, each covered in repulsive tumors. It surged forward, filling the entire corridor and crushing everything in its path, leaving no Turan soldier unscathed. In another corridor, a Turan soldier who had already been infected lay on the ground. His body was grotesquely swollen, his once high-strength alloy power armor now bloated and tumor-ridden like biological tissue. He struggled to lift his corroded, dilapidated helmet, revealing a pus-filled yellow eye, staring intently in the direction the living torpedo monster was heading. That direction? It's heading towards the main engine, he thought with difficulty. No, they want to control the ship. At that moment, the entire ship shook violently. The dying Turan soldier felt the world around him tilting to one side. The fate of the battleship seemed irrevocably altered. The warship module is detaching. Turan Sergeant managed to utter his final words before succumbing to a violent fit of coughing, his eyes slowly closing. The airlocks on both sides of the warship's corridor slammed shut, severing the connection to the invaded module. In the silent expanse of space, the compromised module was cast away from the main ship like a piece of discarded metal. Inside the module, the surviving Turan soldiers and the bloated, corrupted Yata fighters were hurled into the cold vacuum of space. In an instant, the air was sucked out, and all screams were abruptly silenced, as if a mute button had been pressed. With the infected segment jettisoned, the Turan flagship, shielded by other warships, immediately activated its overcharged warp drive. The engine's blue light flickered, and the flagship accelerated to 10 times the speed of light, fleeing the star system. Though unable to execute a space jump, this speed was sufficient to escape the immediate danger. Once a fleet of over 200 warships, the Turan armada had been reduced to this lone, battered flagship. The rest had been overrun by those eerie, seemingly sentient space torpedoes, merging with them and losing the ability to escape. After the escape, Frida's golden irises trembled violently. How did the Yata people become like that? She murmured. As a psychic, she had some knowledge of the Turan Empire's long-term research, but the current situation was beyond her comprehension. The names of the 4 gods of the warped Sench, Korn, Nurgle, and Slange flashed through her mind. She recalled the aftermath of the Joint Fleets battle with the Mechanicum at the 7th Frontier Stargate system. Nearly 200,000 warships and at least 1 billion soldiers had been drawn into the warp with Pharos, among them a significant number of Yata soldiers. Pharos had been possessed by a demon under Tsench's command, transforming into Demon Pharos. The vast number of soldiers in the Joint Fleet had also been corrupted by the warp, each turning to different chaos gods and forming various warbands. The Yata Lizardmen's faith was the most fragmented, with followers of all 4 gods, though they primarily formed the bloodthirsty warband devoted to Khorne. The Ifri Birdmen mostly worshipped Sench, becoming the secretive Raven cult. The Mantids leaned towards Slaanesh, forming the Pleasure Hall cult that feasted on their own kind. The Jin people largely worshipped Nurgle, creating the Plague Warband. More unsettling was the fact that many of these warp-tainted individuals had secretly returned to their respective civilizations. Demon Pharos wielded control over both the Khorne-worshipping Yata Blood Tower Warband and the Tsench-worshipping Ifri Raven cult. By all logic, the Khorne-devoted Blood Tower Warband should not ally with a demon of Tsench. Yet, this was the cunning of demon Pharos. No one, save for himself, knew he was actually a demon under Tsench's command. Vice Admiral Bowen and Fleet finally managed to escape from the Grove Firestar system. Despite the Chaos Fleet's unpredictable nature, it had a clear weakness: its conventional speed was slow. While they could perform short-range warp jumps, they couldn't match the warp drive capable of traveling at 10 times the speed of light. So, when the Turan Fleet's flagship initiated an overloaded warp drive and sped away, the Chaos Fleet couldn't precisely track them unless they stopped and exposed their coordinates. Commanding the Chaos Fleet in the Grove Firestar system was Brand, the nephew of Pharos, a commander corrupted by the chaos of the warp and a devout follower of the blood god Khorne. Most of his Yata soldiers also worshipped Khorne. Additionally, there was another chaos commander named Custer, also a Yata, but a follower of Nurgle. The previous assault was launched based on warp communications from Demon Pharos. At this moment, Brand had returned to an industrial planet, seething with rage. His form had diverged significantly from that of a typical Yata. His power armor fused with his flesh. Horns protruded from his helmet. His faceplate had turned into a maw filled with jagged teeth, and his legs had mutated into backward-bending hooves. He roared at Custer, "Damn it! One of them got away! You fool!" Custer, whose bloated body was covered in oozing tumors and encased in power armor, wore a helmet riddled with gaping holes. He calmly responded, "Instead of blaming me, think about how to report this to the War Master. And watch your words, Brand. We are merely collaborators. I serve the great father of all." Brand's fury was uncontainable. His blood-red form, with power armor rippling like muscles, and his brass-colored eyes glaring, turned sharply to the Chaos Warriors behind him. "You worthless scum! Only those who prove their valor anew can continue to serve our God." As soon as he finished speaking, the warriors began to fight each other frenziedly, their roars and the clash of weapons filling the air. Just as Brand sat on his throne, overlooking the chaotic battlefield, a communication interrupted his thoughts. He sprang to his feet, his rage flaring once more. "Someone else has arrived. This system, someone else has come. This time, no matter who they are, they will face my wrath. Heads! I must personally take some heads," he bellowed, as the Chaos Warriors continued their frenzied fighting. Meanwhile, at a warp jump point in the Grove Fire Star system, a massive black interstellar fleet emerged from a swirling blue portal. This was the main fleet of the Intelligent Heaven, led by Tang Huang. Unlike the Turan fleet, the moment the Intelligent Heaven fleet appeared, the Psychic Girl units aboard all sensed the unusually active warp reactions in the system. Ruby immediately reported to Tang Huang, "Supreme Leader, the warp reactions in this system are excessively active. We suspect the entire system might be corrupted by the warp." Hearing this, Tang Huang couldn't help but feel a bit troubled. Although the warp corruption couldn't affect him and his fleet, it was still a nuisance. Ruby continued, "Supreme Leader, a fleet is approaching us from 200 million kilometers away. The warp reactions from that fleet are extremely strong." The alarm blared suddenly, throwing the fleet command center into a state of tension. Detecting high-energy subspace reaction, the communications officer reported urgently. "The enemy fleet has disappeared, likely jumping into higher dimensional subspace." Upon hearing this, Tang Huang immediately closed his eyes, focusing his psychic power to probe the higher dimensional subspace. In his perception, amidst the twisted and chaotic subspace, the Chaos Fleet commanded by Brand was navigating. A star burning with dark flames hung high above, overseeing everything. Tang Huang snapped his eyes open and decisively provided a set of coordinates. He was about to give the order to open fire when he suddenly reconsidered and instead commanded, "All ground forces, board the boarding torpedoes and launch at the coordinates I've given." The enemy fleet possessed short-range subspace jump capabilities, something Tang Huang's fleet currently lacked. The enemy presenting themselves was a welcome opportunity for Tang Huang. With the violent distortion of space, the Chaos Fleet exited subspace, appearing just 100,000 kilometers off the flank of the mechanized Celestial Fleet. Brand stood on the bridge of his flagship, roaring fearlessly at the massive enemy fleet before him. "Fire the boarding torpedoes, board their ships, and kill them all." Before he could finish, Brand's flagship shuddered violently, echoing with the sounds of massive impacts. "What's happening?" Brand, in a fit of rage, decapitated the helmsman with a single blow of his axe. "Sir, our ship has been boarded by enemy torpedoes," the adjutant reported in terror. Brand was stunned. The familiar scene was usually one of them invading enemy ships, but now it was happening to them. The feeling of being outmaneuvered ignited his fury, and he bared his fanged mouth in a bloodthirsty grin. "They dare to board us? They're courting death. Destroy them all." Inside the Chaos Fleet, the alloy walls of the ships had been corrupted into flesh, their atomic structures altered. In these corridors of corrupted flesh, the frenzied Khorne Chaos Warriors gripped their weapons, ready for battle. Suddenly, the corrupted flesh walls were blasted apart. The Khorne Chaos Warriors roared in excitement, prepared to engage in the imminent slaughter. Blood sacrifice to the Blood God. Skulls 4, the Chaos Warriors of the Blood Tower Warband, hadn't finished their chant when a louder, more deafening battle cry erupted from behind the shattered wall of flesh. "Blood sacrifice to Ling Xiao. Skulls for the Supreme." Accompanying this familiar yet strange shout, a group of nearly 3-meter elite tactical humanoid girls broke through the fractured wall. Clad in power armor and wielding chains words, they charged forward with intimidating ferocity. The Chaos Warriors were stunned, utterly bewildered by the scene before them. One warrior, his body rippling with muscles and covered in blood-red armor, roared, "Blasphemy! This is blasphemy against our God." Before he could finish, an elite tactical humanoid had already lunged at him, chains word raised high. Boom! With an ear-splitting roar, the high polymer chains word, embedded with a rending force field, sliced the Chaos Warrior in half in an instant. Blood splattered, flesh flew. Amidst the manic laughter, the elite tactical humanoid girl's delicate face lit up with a crimson electronic glow in her eyes. Her once beautiful red lips and dainty chin split apart like petals, revealing a mechanical maw that let out a piercing laugh. Ha ha ha! For the mechanical Deluo Trinity. For the supreme Hautian sage of the Mech Heaven Court. Kill, kill, kill! With battle cries, the elite tactical humanoids charged into the Chaos Warriors' ranks at lightning speed, leaving only the red glow of their eyes and the golden red afterimages behind them. The Chaos Warriors were utterly bewildered. These frenzied robots were even more fanatical than the warriors devoted to Khorne. Someone shouted in terror, "What the hell? Are you the worshippers of Khorne? Or are we? We just follow chaos. But you are the real demons of the warp." This assault force was the most elite provided by the Mechanicum of the Gitra civilization. Their loyalty and faith in Tang Huang were unparalleled among all tactical humanoids, and their combat prowess was unmatched. In their belief, the mechanical Deluo Trinity and the supreme Hautian sage of the Mech Heaven Court all pointed to Tang Huang. In the heat of battle, one elite tactical humanoid at the forefront slaughtered her enemies mercilessly. The light behind her head flickered, raising a shield to block all attacks. Her chain sword roared continuously, effortlessly decapitating one chaos warrior after another. With her left hand, she smashed an enemy's skull and then grabbed another by the throat. Her delicate lower face suddenly split into 5 petals, revealing a hidden thermal cannon. Boom! High-energy thermal plasma erupted, vaporizing the upper body of the captured Chaos Warrior instantly. She turned her head, and the thermal plasma engulfed the entire corridor like a tsunami, evaporating the dense horde of Chaos Warriors in an instant. From a distance, the Chaos Warriors watched in horror. Damn it, they are the true demons of the warp. We can't fight them. Yet when these elite tactical humanoids closed their lower faces, they reverted to their porcelain doll-like, beautiful and charming forms, as if the previous berserk rage had never happened. Despite standing nearly 3 meters tall in power armor with reverse-jointed knees, the figure's long, perfect legs still drew the attention of many. This monster girl-like style clearly had its unique allure. However, in the eyes of the Chaos Warriors transformed from the Yada people, these figures were undoubtedly terrifying demons of the warp. The battle erupted in an instant, with elite tactical humanoids sweeping through like harvesters. Their movements were lightning fast, each strike precise and deadly. The Chaos Warriors began to waver in the face of such adversaries. Fear surged through their hearts as some started to doubt. Are these truly enemies we can handle? As the battle dragged on, the faith of some Chaos Warriors in Khorne was gradually eroded by the relentless slaughter. Losing faith meant losing Khorne's blessings, and fear took its place. Eventually, over a dozen Chaos Warriors could no longer bear it, discarding their weapons and fleeing. At that moment, a thunderous roar echoed through the ship. Cowards! Brand, with hooves stamping, appeared at the end of the corridor, wielding a battle axe. Enraged, it began mercilessly slaughtering the fleeing comrades. The elite Chaos Warriors following behind joined in the purge of the traitors. The battlefield descended into chaos. On one side, the elite tactical humanoids launched a frenzied assault on their enemies, while on the other, Brand led the Chaos Warriors in a ruthless purge of the cowards. Seeing this, Brand's resolve began to waver. It couldn't help but wonder, haven't these enemies been blessed by Khorne? Why are they more brutal in combat than my own soldiers? As Brand fell into confusion, a scene that shattered its worldview unfolded. Out of nowhere, a blood-red light flashed, and the elite tactical humanoids, who were slaughtering the Chaos Warriors, suddenly became even more rapid. It was as if they were empowered by some mysterious force. Brand's brass-like eyes widened in shock as it felt its own strength draining away. Panic gripped its heart, and its voice trembled involuntarily. "No, my God, do not abandon me. I can fight better than them. God, do not abandon me." Brand roared to the heavens, but it changed nothing. The blessings Khorne had granted it were disappearing, and shockingly, these powers were now enhancing the elite tactical humanoids. However, the minds of the elite tactical humanoids remained unaffected, staying clear-headed. Their speed and strength were dramatically enhanced, their combat effectiveness growing exponentially. Brand watched all this unfold, filled with despair and confusion. Tang Huan stood on the bridge of the Emperor of Truth when he suddenly heard a system notification. He had received the blessing of Khorne for free. This news left him stunned, a flicker of surprise in his eyes. The system notification detailed the blessing's effects. All elite tactical humanoid units under his command could now resist 70 of ranged attack damage, while their melee speed and strength were significantly enhanced. Tang Huan's thoughts quickly flashed back to when he first arrived in the ruined sector. At that time, his first draw from the system's lottery panel had granted him a sliver of Khorne's blessing, allowing his entire army to resist 20 of ranged attack damage. Now this new blessing was even more powerful. Tang Huan's mind raced, and a critical question emerged. Could these two effects stack? If so, his elite tactical humanoid units could potentially resist up to 90 of ranged attack damage. The thought made Tang Huan gasp. He recalled the origins of his elite tactical humanoid units. These were the finest warriors selected and transformed by the Adeptus Mechanicus from the entire Go-tier civilization. With such a powerful buff, this unit would be nearly invincible in ground combat. As Tang Huan pondered, the battle had already taken a dramatic turn. Empowered by Korn's blessing, the elite tactical humanoid units boarded the Chaos warships using boarding torpedoes. They swept through the fleet like a storm, efficiently eliminating all Chaos cultists and warriors. In a short time, over 200 Chaos warships, 10,000 kilometers away from the mechanized celestial fleet, floated lifelessly in space. A holographic projection suddenly appeared before Tang Huan. An elite tactical humanoid, half of her face covered in blood, saluted him. She respectfully reported, "Supreme One, the enemy has been purged, and we have successfully completed the mission." As she spoke, she thrust her chain's word down, decisively finishing off a not-quit-dead Chaos warrior. She wiped the blood from her face with a hint of grace and repeated, "Enemy purged, mission accomplished." Tang Huan nodded slightly. "Very good," he replied succinctly. "Ruby is on her way and will arrive soon. The most crucial parts of those Chaos warships are their engines. Ensure the engines are intact first." The scene shifted to the engine room of the now-defunct flagship of the Chaos fleet. There were three critical engines. The first was a conventional acceleration engine, the second was a faster than light warp engine, and the third was also a warp engine, but specifically responsible for warp space jump nodes. When the elite tactical humanoid units arrived, they heard a howling sound from the third engine. This engine had transformed into a grotesque fusion of metal and flesh, resembling a living entity. It emitted corrupting whispers and occasional furious roars. Ruby had now arrived. She closed her eyes, sensing the warp fluctuations emanating from the engine, muttering to herself. Then she opened her eyes, her pink irises gleaming with cunning. "I think," she said, "I know how to quickly enable conventional warships to navigate the warp." In the Gross Firestar system, the mechanized celestial fleet successfully captured over 200 combat-ready Chaos warships. This expedition was initially aimed at finding the spirit source, but Tang Huan gained unexpected rewards. Not only did the Human Alliance join the Adeptus Mechanicus, but he also captured a Chaos fleet. Ironically, his original goal, the spirit source, remained elusive. Tang Huan captured over 200 Chaos fleet ships, securing valuable warp research samples. Within the Glow's fire system, there were 3 industrial planets where the Yada warships were undergoing modifications, rendering them worthless as prisoners. Tang Huan decided against a ground assault and ordered planetary extermination instead. On the bridge of the flagship Emperor of Truth, Tang Huan issued the ruthless command. The massive fleet then divided into 3 battle groups, advancing towards the system's industrial planets. Each planet's orbit was filled with the Yada Empire's defense stations, now twisted into grotesque, fleshy forms by warp forces, with giant eyes glaring into the void. On the farthest industrial planet, Custer was engrossed in his experiments. In a room filled with various biomechanical instruments of the Yada Empire, he stirred a cauldron of putrid green soup. This was his latest attempt to please Father Nurgle by creating a new plague. Custer hoped to earn more blessings through this endeavor, dreaming of one day ascending to a great unclean one, a demon prince of Nurgle. Custer was completely unaware that Brand was dead and the fleet had been captured. As he immersed himself in plague-making, a warp-drive missile from space broke through the planet's defenses at 10 times the speed of light, arriving in an instant. Space warped, the warp bubble dissipated, and the missile with its special warhead landed precisely on the planet's surface. At this moment, the surface of the industrial planet looked like it was suffering from a severe case of psoriasis, covered with massive factories modifying warships. Countless warships were docked on the planet's surface and were being modified, while others waited in line. The automated machinery and Yada engineers responsible for the modifications bore various degrees of warp corruption, their twisted forms moving through the busy factories. A Yada engineer lifted his slightly deformed face and suddenly noticed something unusual in the sky. As he looked up, a blinding streak of fire descended vertically from the horizon, leaving a trail of light in its wake due to its incredible speed. Boom! The entire continental plate seemed to tremble as a massive shockwave spread outwards. But before the sound wave could fully propagate, an even faster wave of light swept across. From the point of impact, dazzling light spread like a tidal wave over the entire planet's surface. From the top of a warship awaiting modification, a Yada engineer watched as a line of fire suddenly rose on the horizon. This line rapidly expanded, transforming into a wall of fire over 10 kilometers high, advancing in all directions at an astounding speed. The firewall instantly consumed everything in its path. The engineer and the warship beneath him vaporized in the intense heat before he could even scream. The entire planet was engulfed in this horrific sea of flames, turning it into a burning star, with the fire even reaching the troposphere. Under this overwhelming inferno, the planet's atmosphere was quickly incinerated. The other two planets in the Grow Fire star system met the same fate. The once thriving industrial planets turned into three barren rocks, cloaked in toxic gases from the burning, with all life obliterated. Tang Huang stood on the bridge of the Emperor of Truth, watching the three lifeless rocky planets in the distance with satisfaction. He murmured to himself, "Now that's what I call efficiency." At that moment, the system's battle report prompt sounded. "You have destroyed a warp-corrupted Yada frigate, gaining 150 spirit sources." Tang Huang immediately noticed something unusual. Typically, a standard Yada frigate was worth only a few dozen spirit sources. But now, with just the prefix War Corrupted, the value of a frigate had increased 2 to 3 times. He listened expectantly to the system's prompts. "You have destroyed a warp-corrupted modified Yada frigate, gaining 200 spirit sources. You have destroyed a warp-corrupted modified Yada destroyer, gaining 400 spirit sources. By destroying all warships on the planet, you have gained a total of 1,364,300 spirit sources. By destroying all industrial equipment on 3 industrial planets, you have gained an additional 6 million spirit sources." Tang Huang quickly calculated the gains. There were over 3,400 Yada warships undergoing modification on these 3 industrial planets, roughly the size of a standard Yada fleet. The value of these warships had increased significantly once corrupted by warp. He recalled that during the Battle of the Lingxiao Stargate, destroying a fleet of 3,400 Yada warships had only earned him just over 600,000 spirit sources. Moreover, he had just realized that destroying all industrial equipment on an industrial planet could also yield considerable spirit sources. Each industrial planet in the Grow Fire star system was worth 2 million spirit sources. Suddenly, a question popped into Tang Huang's mind. If that's the case, why didn't I receive extra spirit source rewards for destroying the entire home star system of the Makan civilization? After a brief moment of thought, he found the answer. The Makan civilization's home star system was destroyed by a gamma ray burst and special particles triggering a supernova, not by his direct actions. This subtle difference explained the disparity in spirit source rewards. Tang Wan pondered the gains from this operation, his brow furrowed. The rule that only direct destruction of targets could yield spiritual energy made him more cautious. He quickly calculated in his mind. This operation had garnered a total of 7,364,300 points of spiritual energy, including the bounty from the boarding battles. Though the amount was substantial, the greatest prize was the capture of over 200 chaotic battleships. Tang Wan's gaze swept over the newly acquired ships in the fleet, and he already had a plan in mind. He immediately ordered a portion of the fleet to escort these chaotic battleships back to the intelligent machine Celestial Court base for in-depth research. Ruby had already assessed these ships and conservatively estimated that they could unlock several key technologies, the most intriguing of which were the subspace warp engine and subspace communication jamming technology. The former was crucial for the Celestial Court fleet to achieve interstellar travel, while the latter could block communications across an entire star system. A glint of determination flashed in Tang Wan's eyes. Combined with the Celestial Court's existing spatial warp node blockade technology, they could turn any star system into their exclusive hunting ground. After arranging the escort for the captured ships, Tang Wan turned to face the main display screen on the bridge. His gaze was firm, and a confident smile curled at the corner of his lips. Next target, 100 million spiritual energy. With that, he ordered the fleet to continue its advance towards the next star system. While destroying the 3 industrial planets of the Grow Fire system, Tang Wan's attention was entirely focused on the damage to the battleships and industrial equipment, as well as the spiritual energy collected. The lives of the billions of Yada inhabitants meant nothing to him, and the system gave no notifications regarding them. Meanwhile, in the St. Raylitis star system of the Yada Empire, within the palace at the pinnacle of Glory City on the Empire's capital planet, Yada St. Raylitis, Dimenphilos was meticulously planning his next move. As his actions progressed, increasing corruption was spreading from the core territories of the Yada Empire outward. Dimenphilos' eyes glowed with fervent light as he muttered to himself, "Once I secure this foundation, I can begin constructing the Eye of Subspace. By then, the entire Yada Empire will become a conduit between subspace and the real universe." He threw his head back and laughed, his ambitions soaring. "Next, the entire Orion Arm, the Perseus Arm, and ultimately the whole Milky Way will bow at my feet." Despite the lack of news from the Grow Fire system, Dimenphilos was unconcerned. To him, his plan was infallible. Across the expansive territory of the Yada Empire, there are approximately over 600 colonized planets. The empire's population is diverse, with around 4 trillion pure Yada people and an additional 8 trillion from various other civilizations, totaling a staggering 12 trillion inhabitants. However, the empire recently made a shocking decision to voluntarily abandon 3 peripheral star provinces. Though these star provinces are sparsely populated, they are still significant. These regions include 106 colonized planets and a population of 1.1 trillion. Among them, only 100 billion are Yada people, 900 billion are humans, and the remaining 100 billion belong to other civilizations. This decision has acted like a bombshell, plunging the entire area into chaos. The once dominant Yada Corporation, upon learning of the Empire's abandonment, swiftly declared independence. They transformed into formidable space warlords, controlling entire planets and even star systems. Simultaneously, billions of humans began establishing their own nations. The two forces are now locked in a tense standoff. In this turbulent star region, countless small factions have emerged like mushrooms after a rain, engaging in relentless conflict, creating a chaotic situation. Amid this turmoil, an organization called the Human Destiny Coalition has risen to prominence. With an existing space fleet and rallying under the banner of humanity, they rapidly absorbed various human forces. In just 10 days, they have taken control of several planets and begun consolidating their rule. Meanwhile, the mechanized God Cult's Protection Army, dispatched by Tang Huang, also started following the coalition's lead, spreading their faith across the star systems. These two forces advanced like twin chariots, rapidly expanding their influence in the newly opened territories. Tang Huang's actions were equally swift and decisive. After destroying 3 industrial planets in the Crossfire system, he set his sights on the Steel Hammer Star province. While parts of this province have suffered from warp corruption, many Yada mining systems remain unaffected, sparsely populated but rich in industrial equipment. To deal a significant blow to the Yada Empire and increase his own spiritual energy reserves, Tang Huang adopted a strategy of dispersing his fleet to systematically annihilate the surrounding Yada Empire mining systems. This annihilation was limited to the planetary surface, carefully preserving the mineral resources within the crust. Within 10 days, Tang Huang's fleet sliced through the defenses of 17 Yada Empire mining planets like a sharp knife. Although the spiritual energy harvested from these planets was not as abundant as that from the 3 industrial planets in the Crossfire system, it still amounted to over 17 million units. Combined with previous gains, Tang Huang's total spiritual energy reserves reached 24.57 million, leaving him still 75 million short of his goal of 100 million. These destroyed planets were crucial mineral sources for the Yada Empire's Steel Hammer Star province. However, it wasn't until now that Diamond Phalos, situated in the core star region's capital, became aware of the gravity of the situation. Ironically, this intelligence did not come from his own discovery, but was reported by the Empire's intelligence department. Diamond Phalos' over-reliance on warp communication had led him to neglect the importance of conventional communication technology. When Tang Huang destroyed the Crossfire system, Brand and Cuss were killed before they could report to him. The subsequent 17 mining planets, unaffected by warp corruption, could not use warp communication, leaving Diamond Phalos in the dark about the situation. Ironically, even Saint Relitus 18 learned of the news before Diamond Phalos. In the Imperial Council, Saint Relitus 18 stared at Diamond Phalos, and the clouds of doubt in his mind began to clear. Everything started to become clear. Saint Leletes 18 had long suspected that Diamond Phalos possessed a communication technology different from the stellar network, one without any delay. At this moment, his suspicions solidified into certainty. Narrowing his eyes, his thoughts raced. This was both Diamond Phalos' advantage and his Achilles' heel. Diamond Phalos overly relied on his secret communication methods, neglecting other channels of information. Saint Leletes 18 realized that if Diamond Phalos' communication system were disrupted, he would be plunged into an information vacuum. This idea swirled in Saint Leletes 18's mind, gradually forming a plan. If he could exploit this weakness, he might be able to defeat Diamond Phalos in future confrontations and reclaim the reins of power. In stark contrast to Saint Leletes 18's calm analysis was Diamond Phalos' seething rage. He slammed his fist onto the control panel and roared. What happened? How could 17 mining planets in the hammer of the Smith Star province be destroyed? What went wrong in the Groll fire system? Diamond Phalos' mind raced, trying to contact Brand and Cuss, but there was only silence. The harsh reality revealed itself. Brand and Cuss were dead, and the operation in the Groll fire system had failed utterly. Meanwhile, chaos reigned in the Yada Empire's council chamber. Senators debated fervently, but all they knew was that 17 mining planets had been destroyed. No one could identify the culprit. However, driven by preconceived notions, Everyone believed it must have been the work of the Turan Empire. Dimenphilos was no exception to this line of thinking. He muttered through gritted teeth, those two incompetents couldn't handle even this small task. Those who worship the melee maniac and the fat slob are indeed useless. Good riddance. Soon, Dimenphilos forced himself to calm down. He took a deep breath, realizing there was still a chance to salvage the situation. He regretted sending the other members of the Raven cult back to the Ifris Interstellar Federation. If they were still around, he would at least have some capable assistants serving Cinch. But now, he had to rely solely on his own schemes. Turning to face the holographic star map, Dimenphilos meticulously analyzed the locations of the 17 destroyed mining planets. His gaze roved over the map and finally settled on a point, the Yadaheimer system. This star system was a crucial shipbuilding base for the Yada Empire, and based on the relative coordinates of the other destroyed planets, it was likely the enemy's next target. Having identified this, Dimenphilos immediately began his deployment. His fingers flew over the control panel, mobilizing the fleet through warp space communication. Determination gleamed in his eyes as he murmured, "This time, failure is not an option." The Yadahamo star system is a single star system centered around a young, stable yellow dwarf. 7 planets orbit this star, one of which is a perfect life-supporting planet with a beautiful environment and prosperous, happy residents. This life-bearing planet is exclusively inhabited by pure-blooded Yada people, as the Yada Empire strictly prohibits immigration or intermarriage with other races to maintain genetic purity. The other 6 planets have been transformed into industrial worlds tasked with building the interstellar fleet. The entire star system boasts a population of several tens of billions, living in abundance. On these industrial planets, a few highly skilled Yada engineers work alongside numerous automated machines. The Hamo star system is one of the most affluent and happiest systems within the Yada Empire. Suspended at a Lagrange point between the life-bearing planet, Hamo, and the star, approximately 10 million kilometers from Hamo and 140 million kilometers from the star, is a massive ring with a diameter of about 1,000 kilometers, the Yada-Hamo Stargate. Although this self-constructed Stargate is not as advanced as the ancient frontier Stargates, it still performs basic spatial jump functions. Surrounding the Stargate are 4 layers of space station defense matrices, each with several spaceports allowing passage. The entire defensive system of the star system is built around this Stargate. On the surface, everything in the Yada-Hamo star system appears normal, and even on Hamo, nothing seems out of the ordinary. However, corruption has already taken root deep within the system. Suddenly, the entire defense fleet of the star system received orders from higher authorities and began to mobilize. The Hamo defense fleet, closest to the Stargate, remained in position to continue its protective duties. The fleet of the first Hamo industrial planet, around 100 million kilometers from the Stargate, was the first to act, with countless Yada soldiers boarding newly upgraded warships. On the bridge of one Yada warship, 2 technicians were conversing as they started up the vessel. "What's going on?" one technician asked. "Rumor has it there's an external invasion," the other replied. "What?" "This is one of the core regions of the Empire. What civilization could be powerful enough to invade here directly?" Before their conversation could continue, the ship's AI announced in a grating, metallic voice, "Engines ready." "Huh? That quick?" one technician exclaimed in surprise. Did they change the AI's voice system? Why does it sound so awful? He was still puzzled because in the past, the warship's engines took much longer to get ready, and he had only just initiated the system. "Hey, higher up said the battleship's been upgraded, and the improvements are really noticeable. Let me check the performance updates." "Wow! The battleship's maneuverability and firepower have more than tripled. Has the Empire's technology finally made some progress?" 2 Yada technicians were excitedly chatting, their eyes glued to the flickering data on the console. Behind them, the AI quietly came online, and the entire Yada battleship began to awaken. With a low rumble from the engines, the ship slowly lifted off, joining other vessels in breaking free from the planet's gravity and heading into the dark expanse of space. The defense operations in the Yada-Hamer system were swift and orderly. Within just an hour, 10 defense fleets, totaling about 34,000 Yada battleships, quickly took their positions, forming an impenetrable defense line in conjunction with the 4 Space Gate defense station matrix system. Commanding this defense operation was the governor of the Yada-Hamer system, who was also an admiral in the Imperial Navy and held the title of Marquis in the Empire, Hobart Realitas Oberheimer. The Oberheimer family, possessing partial Yada royal blood, had the privilege of including the royal surname Realitas in their name. Although the Empire had long since abolished noble fiefs, the Oberheimer family had retained control of the governorship of the Yada-Hamer system for generations. However, Oberheimer had a hidden identity, was a devotee of the chaos god Cinch. At this moment, Demon Foros contacted Oberheimer through the warp, instructing him to defend the Yada-Hamer system. Standing on the bridge of his flagship, the purity of blood, Oberheimer confidently assured Demon Foros, "Rest assured, any fleet daring to attack my system will be annihilated before our impregnable defense system." He thumped his chest, his tone brimming with absolute confidence. Demon Foros had complete faith in Oberheimer's promise. After all, the defense level of the Yataheimer system was more than sufficient to handle the expectedly small Turan fleet. Just as Oberheimer ended his warp communication with Demon Foros, a ripple appeared inside the massive 1,000-kilometer-wide ring-shaped space gate. A fleet was about to jump through. Oberheimer immediately became alert, his eyes sharp, ready to issue commands at any moment. His voice resonated across the bridge, firm and powerful. "All fleets, space defense matrix, all weapons ready." Just as everyone was on high alert, the monitoring system indicated a brief spatial fluctuation at the Stargate, which then returned to normal. Simultaneously, all observation systems captured the emergence of an object from the Stargate, entering space. The object wasn't large, about 50 meters in length, resembling a missile, but equipped with spatial jump capabilities. Oppenheimer was momentarily stunned, his mind racing with surprise. Such a small object capable of spatial jumps, how advanced must its miniaturized engine technology be? Even so, how much of a warhead could a mere 50-meter-long self-jumping missile contain? Its destructive power must be limited. Despite his initial disdain, Oppenheimer remained vigilant. The moment the torpedo-like object appeared, the Stargate defense system immediately initiated interception. High-power laser interception turrets on the space station unleashed their fury, with tens of thousands of laser beams sweeping through space, targeting the object. However, in the next instant, the missile suddenly moved laterally about 100,000 kilometers, effortlessly evading the laser attack. This astonishing maneuverability left Oppenheimer in shock. A lateral shift of 100,000 kilometers in an instant, then a sudden stop? Is this thing unaffected by acceleration and inertia? As he pondered, an even more unsettling situation unfolded. The object's trace suddenly vanished from all observation systems and radar screens. "Governor, we've lost track of it. That thing seems to have disappeared into thin air," an operator reported anxiously. Oppenheimer immediately activated the flagship's upgraded subspace detection device, attempting to locate the object in subspace. However, there was no result. It seemed the object hadn't entered subspace either. His pupils constricting, Oppenheimer quickly issued orders to all fleets. "All fleets, maintain constant checks. Report any damage immediately." This mysterious missile that emerged from the Stargate was a reconnaissance device launched by the Mech-Heaven fleet, designed to weaken the defenses behind the Stargate. It wasn't carrying an ordinary warhead, but a Chaos Nurgle contamination bomb. As the fifth Chaos god of subspace, Tang Huang didn't hesitate to utilize such power. After dodging the first wave of attacks, the missile immediately activated its warp engine. The 50-meter warp bubble quickly enveloped the missile, propelling it into a warp mode at 10 times the speed of light. The Mech-Heaven's warp space stealth technology was so advanced that it remained undetectable even in warp mode. In the blink of an eye, the missile crossed the 200,000-kilometer distance between the Stargate and the first defense matrix. Then, it exited warp mode, detached its propulsion unit, leaving only a warhead silently floating in space. The warhead exploded without a sound, releasing invisible waves that began to spread through space. Inside a space defense station of the Stargate Matrix defense system, several Yata soldiers were tensely monitoring the surrounding space. Sweat beaded on their foreheads as they grew increasingly perplexed. "How could that thing just disappear? We can't detect its presence at all," one Yata soldier muttered to himself, staring at the flickering screen. He turned to his nearby companion and asked, "Brother, did you detect any anomalies in the warp space values?" However, he soon noticed that his companion seemed off. "What's wrong?" he asked. The moment the words left his mouth, his companion's face turned pale, and he began to cough violently. "Cough, cough, cough. I think I'm sick, but I cough. Just had a checkup 2 days ago. Cough. Didn't notice anything. Cough, cough, cough." His companion struggled to say, each word punctuated by painful coughs. Suddenly, a large amount of blood sprayed from his companion's mouth, splattering onto the ground. The other Yata soldiers recoiled in horror, afraid of being infected. The first Yata soldier instinctively took a few steps back, his left hand reaching out to the nearby backup control panel for support. However, instead of the expected cold metal, he felt something soft, squishy, and slimy. He froze, slowly lifting his hand to find it covered in disgusting pus. In shock, he turned to look at the control panel, and what he saw made his eyes widen in disbelief. The metal control panel had vanished, replaced by a tumor-like mass of the same size. Even more horrifying, the surface of the tumor was covered in countless eyes, arranged like buttons, all staring intently at him. Before he could react, several tumor-ridden Pus-leaking tentacles shot out from the mass, wrapping around him. Amid his agonized screams, his body was torn apart in an instant, blood and entrails splattering everywhere. The terrifying transformation didn't stop there. The blood-soaked ground began to twist and change, the metallic surface morphing into a grotesque wall of flesh. All over the space station, eyes began to emerge, blinking and spraying pus into the void of space. This nightmarish change wasn't confined to a single space station. The defensive fleet in space was also affected, with each ship undergoing the same horrific transformation. Inside one of the warships, the once solid alloy corridor walls twisted and turned into writhing flesh. What the hell is that? Stay back! The Yata soldiers screamed in terror, raising their weapons and firing wildly at the grotesque, tumor-like creature that had once been their comrade. The entire first line of defense at the Stargate fell into chaos. At that moment, the Stargate rippled once more. 3 missiles, each carrying a Chaos Nurgle contamination warhead, appeared out of thin air, passing through the Stargate and heading towards the remaining 3 lines of defense. A Yata warship fired up its engines, making a sharp turn to avoid a space station that had veered off course. In the vastness of space, the 2 vessels nearly collided. In that critical moment, the space station suddenly extended a fleshy tentacle covered in countless, grotesquely swiveling eyes. All the eyes simultaneously locked onto the nearby warship, and the tentacle wrapped around the ship's hull, twisting violently. The warship shuddered intensely in the silent void, its metal exterior warping and bending. Before the Yata soldiers inside could react, the fleshy appendage had already breached the interior. Wherever it reached, the warship's steel alloy structure transformed on a protonic level, turning into carbon-based flesh. The tentacle even invaded the bridge, with thread-like filaments penetrating the computer components, corrupting the artificial intelligence system. In an instant, the fleshy space station and the warship fused into one entity. The warship surface was covered in sticky tendrils, resembling massive tumors. The mutated vessel then turned its weapons on the surrounding Yata warships, launching a fierce attack. Pulse turrets fired laser beams, and railguns shot tumor-like projectiles. A defenseless Yata warship was hit instantly. Its armor layer melted, and large fragments drifted into space. The corruption quickly spread to this new victim. The surviving Yata warships began to retaliate, and a fierce battle erupted in space. The conflict would continue until one side was destroyed or another Yata warship was entirely corrupted. The entire space defense system fell into chaos. For defensive matrices and 10 Yata fleets, totaling over 34,000 warships, were in disarray over millions of kilometers. Even before the arrival of the mechanized celestial fleet, the area around the Stargate had become a burning battlefield. Governor Oppenheimer of the Star System watched all this unfold from the bridge of his flagship, his eyes wide open. Outwardly, he appeared to be an ordinary Yata, but secretly he served the Chaos God Sench. As a Sench follower, he immediately recognized the rampant corruption of Nurgle spreading through the fleet. Throughout the entire Heimer star system, only Oppenheimer's main fleet had undergone warp technology modifications. The rest were standard Yata warships, unable to resist the warp's corruption. This disparity became immediately apparent, as Oppenheimer's fleet remained unaffected but became the primary target of the corrupted, tumor-like warships. The corruption spread like a zombie virus. Infected warships attacked normal ones, converting them into similar abominations, and then continued to infect others. The number of normal Yata warships dwindled rapidly, while the corrupted tumor ships multiplied. In the depths of space, warships exploded one after another. The internal air ignited instantly, leaving only dazzling but fleeting bursts of light. What terrified the personnel on the surviving Yata warships even more was the warships that had been destroyed and turned into wreckage could still be infected and transformed by those grotesque tumor ships. Even with their hulls damaged, armor shattered, and internal structures exposed to the cold vacuum of space, nothing could stop these eerie tumor ships from assimilating them. In space, the corpses of warships began to revive one by one, their once cold metal surfaces now covered in decaying flesh and blood. These resurrected wrecks, despite losing all their weapons and equipment, crazily rammed into the surviving Yata warships. What are these things? Fear spread like wildfire among the surviving Yata warships. Run! Someone screamed hysterically. In the main fleet of Oppenheimer, aboard a typical destroyer measuring 800 meters in length, the untainted Yata soldiers operated the control panels frantically under the captain's orders, preparing to overload the engines and escape at any moment. However, to their horror, they discovered that the intelligent AI, which was supposed to follow the captain's commands, refused to comply. Suddenly, a sinister and twisted roar emanated from the ship's computer. Roar! Immediately following this, the ship's engines seemed to come alive, autonomously starting and propelling the entire warship towards the corrupted tumor ships. Damn it! What's happening? The Yata soldiers aboard panicked. Has our ship turned into one of those cursed monsters too? In reality, this warship was not corrupted by Nurgle, but inherently contained a demon from the warp. All 3,400 warships in Oppenheimer's main fleet had been modified with warp technology. Their primary engines housed demons from higher dimensional space, enabling short-distance warp jumps on the battlefield. Moreover, their intelligent AIs had long been transformed into computer systems dominated by electronic demons. At that moment, all 3,400 warships in Oppenheimer's main fleet simultaneously activated their warp engines. After a brief surge forward, the surrounding space suddenly twisted, and all the warships instantly jumped into higher dimensional space, vanishing from sight. When they reappeared, they had escaped the encirclement of the tumor ships, emerging on one side of the battlefield. These warships began to clear out the corrupted tumor fleet, but their appearances had completely changed, becoming similar to the corrupted tumor fleet, albeit without the eye-covered tumors. Inside the reappearing Oppenheimer fleet, there were almost no living beings left. All were under Oppenheimer's command, starting to purge the corrupted tumor ships spread throughout space. Witnessing all of this, the surviving Yata warships from other fleets had long lost the will to fight. They finally broke down completely, fleeing in all directions. One Yata warship, its armor severely damaged but still functional, forcefully overloaded its warp engines in an attempt to escape this nightmare. However, at the moment of entering warp, the overload caused a fatal error. The onboard computer, overwhelmed, failed to calculate the warp space values accurately. In an instant, the warp values of the ship's front and rear sections lost balance. The entire warship's mass approached infinity under the forces of warp space, pulling in opposite directions. In the blink of an eye, the massive warship was converted into pure energy, annihilating itself in a colossal explosion that inadvertently destroyed dozens of surrounding tumor ships. Some fail, while others succeed. Another surviving Yata battleship struggled in space, enduring the intense fire from the surrounding fleshy warships. They hurriedly preheated the computer to calculate the curvature space. Once the computational power reached the required value, they decisively overloaded the curvature engine, successfully entering curvature mode and fleeing towards the Stargate. However, disaster struck again. The Yata soldiers on the battleship were horrified to discover that the curvature engine had suffered minor damage at some point. Although this damage did not affect the use of curvature mode, it critically caused them to lose control of the emergency stop function. Under normal circumstances, this damage could be repaired in 1 or 2 minutes. But at their current speed of 5 times the speed of light, they didn't even have a tenth of a second to react. In the blink of an eye, the entire battleship enveloped in the curvature bubble collided with the Stargate. The collision between the curvature bubble space and the Stargate's warp space instantly released a tremendous amount of energy. This energy directly consumed the Stargate, which had a diameter of 1,000 kilometers. When the blinding light dissipated, only sparse debris floated in the space where the Stargate once stood. This scene vividly demonstrated why all warships passing through Stargates were strictly forbidden to activate their curvature engines. Ancient frontier Stargates had measures to prevent such incidents, but the Stargate in the Yata-Heimer system, built by the Yata Empire, was technologically inferior and lacked such protection mechanisms. Worse still, even the natural space warp node at the Stargate temporarily disappeared. The destruction of the Stargate caused its connections to other space warp nodes to collapse, simultaneously opening all natural space warp nodes in the entire star system. Move quickly. The surviving Yata battleship, learning from its comrades' tragic fate, immediately fled in another direction within the star system. It managed to break through the encirclement, traveling tens of millions of kilometers in a short time and approaching another space warp node. However, just as the battered battleship exited curvature mode and prepared to connect to the warp node, a high-energy arc appeared out of nowhere, twisting and surging through space, piercing the battleship in an instant. The ship trembled violently as numerous high-energy arcs penetrated its armor, ravaging its interior and destroying its structure. In the next second, the entire battleship exploded into a brilliant fireball in the silent void. Near a space warp node close to the star, a massive, jet-black battleship, 15 kilometers long, hovered in the cold expanse. This was Tang Huang's combat flagship, the Truth Emperor, a medium attack battleship. Its dual-mounted Thunderhammer I energy arc cannons at the bow flickered with a menacing electrical glow in the darkness. Suddenly, a vast expanse of warp light erupted behind this colossal vessel. Space twisted and photons scattered in all directions. In the cover of this dazzling light, a grand and imposing fleet of black warships materialized in space. The mechanized celestial court fleet had finally entered the star system. Meanwhile, in the battlefield 10 million kilometers from Heimer's inhabited planet and 140 million kilometers from the star system center, Oppenheimer was commanding his main fleet, already in subspace mode, to annihilate the corrupt fleshy warships. The battle proceeded exceptionally smoothly, with Oppenheimer's main fleet of only 3,400 warships completely overwhelming the more than 30,000 corrupt fleshy warships. At this point, almost no intact Yada warships remained on the battlefield. Just then, a Yada soldier, no longer considered a normal intelligent being, reported to Oppenheimer, "Governor, high-energy space warp reactions detected. The enemy fleet has finally arrived." This soldier's body was marked by subspace erosion, his face grotesquely morphing from reptilian to avian features, with scales and colorful feathers eerily coexisting. "Is it the Turan fleet?" Oppenheimer whipped his head around, his beak-like mouth, corrupted by the warp, opening and closing with rage as he stared at the screen displaying the space scene. Or is it the fleet of those plague, God-worshipping, compassionate rebirth warband? In his mind, only the rare species that had become the compassionate rebirth warband after entering the warp would worship Nurgle. However, the Yada soldier beside him looked puzzled. "No, we have never seen this fleet before." "What?" Oppenheimer was stunned. A fleet they had never encountered before? Indeed, they knew nothing about the fleets of the mechanoid celestial court. Oppenheimer immediately used warp communication to contact Dimenphilos, who was still in the Imperial Core capital star, quickly explaining the situation. When Dimenphilos received the news, he was so enraged that his blood boiled. "That's the fleet of the mechanoid celestial court, not the Turan Empire, damn it. Now it all makes sense. I understand everything now." His thoughts suddenly became clear. No wonder things turn out this way. It was all the machinations of the mechanoid celestial court. Without them, his plan would never have failed. Everything should have gone according to his design. But because of this variable, the current situation had arisen. Dimenphilos stood up furiously and ordered Oppenheimer through warp communication, "Delay them immediately. I will personally lead the fleet to support you. We must annihilate the fleet of the mechanoid celestial court in the Yadahammer system." The anger within him burned even hotter. Damn the mechanoid celestial court, a bunch of lower intelligence beings of the material universe. Dimenphilos snarled through gritted teeth. "I, Dimenphilos, am a great entity from the higher dimensional warp. Soon, I will show you the consequences of daring to thwart my grand plan." Dimenphilos began to muster his fleet. After the battle at the 7th Stargate Frontier System, where the combined fleet of the 4 great civilizations fought, 242,200 warships had survived and were pulled into the higher dimensional warp. In the warp, over 40,000 warships were destroyed, leaving nearly 200,000 warships fully corrupted by the warp, transforming into a chaos fleet that Dimenphilos led back to the material universe. Now, the chaos fleets of the other 3 civilizations had each returned to their respective territories. Dimenphilos's original chaos fleet still had almost 100,000 ships in the Yada Empire. Now he was going all out. He must eliminate the fleet of the mechanoid celestial court in the Yadahammer system. Tang Wan eavesdropped on a conversation between Oppenheimer and Dimenphilos in the warp, which sparked his curiosity. He realized that he had finally touched the root of the corruption within the Yada Empire. Through his perception in the warp, Tang Wan sensed that the entity conversing with Oppenheimer was no ordinary being. It was a demon from a higher dimensional space, occupying the body of a sentient creature from the real universe. Although he couldn't determine the exact identity, the information was enough for Tang Wan to start planning. As Tang Wan pondered his next move, Ruby's voice broke his concentration. Her eyes sparkled with excitement as she gazed at the chaotic space battlefield in the distance, exclaiming, "Whoa, is this the power of warp chaos corruption? This is incredible." Tang Wan glanced at Ruby and spoke sternly, "Stop daydreaming and send out the order to clear those tumor battleships first." He explained that these tumor battleships were chaotic and lacked unified command. If they weren't eliminated first and any slipped through to human territory, the consequences would be dire. Immediately, the entire fleet began launching warp engine missiles from a distance. Missile silos on nearly 1,000 ships opened simultaneously, launching missiles that entered warp bubble states and sped towards the battlefield 90 million kilometers away in a manner that couldn't be observed by conventional means. Meanwhile, the fleet continued to advance towards the battlefield while launching missiles. Oppenheimer, who was commanding his fleet to clear the tumor battleships, suddenly noticed a series of significant explosions within the tumor battleship cluster. He realized that the Mech Heaven warships were using some form of unobservable attack. Oppenheimer snorted, not paying much attention to these attacks. He speculated that it was merely warp engine missiles. Although he couldn't directly observe these attacks, Oppenheimer was confident. His Chaos fleet had a unique advantage: they could perform warp jumps at any time during battle, essentially allowing them to teleport in space combat. Even if they couldn't observe the mech heaven's missiles, they could calculate the relative distance and attack speed to warp into the warp at crucial moments, completely evading the attacks. Oppenheimer was not only confident in his tactics, but also believed that their numerical advantage would crush the enemy. Although Diamond Farrow's order was to delay the mech heaven fleet until reinforcements arrived, Oppenheimer was ambitious, convinced that he could completely annihilate the mech heaven fleet here and now. At the start of the battle, both sides were focused on clearing the tumor battleships. The central area of the space battlefield was filled with a large, chaotic mass of corrupted tumor battleships, flanked by the mech heaven fleet and Oppenheimer's fleet. Initially, the two sides did not engage directly, separated by the tumor battleship cluster. However, Oppenheimer soon initiated his ambush plan. A fleet of about 500 Chaos battleships separated from the main force and initiated a warp jump. With the space warping around them, this fleet disappeared from its original location, aiming directly at the rear of the mech heaven fleet. Oppenheimer's mouth, twisted into a beak-like shape by warp corruption, twisted into a sinister smile. Heh, let's see how you like my surprise, he muttered, his lizard-like face brimming with confidence and anticipation, as if he had already foreseen the impending victory. 90 million kilometers away, about 200,000 kilometers behind a fleet of nearly 1,000 AI heaven warships, space suddenly twisted. A fleet appeared silently in the void. However, just as they materialized and before they could launch an attack, a dense stream of particles enveloped the entire area, as if it had been anticipated. The power of the particle stream was astonishing. In an instant, over 200 out of approximately 500 Chaos warships were destroyed. The explosions of numerous warships lit up the fleet cluster like a deadly and spectacular fireworks display. Immediately following, a barrage of curvature engine missiles swept in like a storm. In no time, Oppenheimer's meticulously planned ambush was utterly thwarted. Learning of the devastating outcome through subspace, Oppenheimer's eyes widened in shock, his decayed, bird-like beak opening and closing involuntarily. Could it be a coincidence? He muttered to himself. This was a subspace jump. How could they possibly know where my fleet would appear? Oppenheimer shook his head in disbelief, as if denying the brutal reality before him. Meanwhile, Tang Huang, aboard his flagship, was laughing heartily. His eyes gleamed with greed, knowing that the warships he had just destroyed were worth a fortune. This single wave of attack had netted him 250,000 spirit sources. Each Chaos warship was worth about 500 spirit sources, far more valuable than the ordinary Yada warships, which were worth only tens to less than 100 spirit sources. As for the tumor warships, though not as valuable as Oppenheimer's Chaos warships, they were still far more valuable than the ordinary warships of the Yada Empire. Destroying a single tumor warship could earn him an average of about 200 spirit sources. This realization sparked a bold idea in Tang Huang's mind. By artificially increasing subspace corruption, he could make those low-tech, barely valuable warships worth much more. Then he could personally destroy them to earn a significant amount of spirit sources. This was undoubtedly a quick way to make money. Tang Huang knew that, from any perspective, this approach was far from honorable. Moreover, his method seemed increasingly similar to those of the traditional subspace evil gods. But Tang Huang didn't care about these things. He thought wryly to himself that he was already the fifth evil god of subspace, so why should he care? In fact, Tang Huang considered himself quite restrained. He hadn't recklessly spread his transformative power to convert all carbon-based life into mechanical beings, which he thought showed considerable restraint. Every man for himself, Tang Huang murmured to himself. His sole goal now was spirit sources, and more damn spirit sources. Oppenheimer, undeterred by his previous failure, decided to try again. This time, he dispatched 500 warships, but with a different strategy. The fleet was divided into 5 parts, each navigating through subspace. His plan was to have the surprise attack fleet emerge simultaneously from 5 directions above, below, left, right, and behind the mech heaven fleet, launch a quick barrage, and then retreat immediately. Confident in his new approach, Oppenheimer believed this dispersed attack would surely catch his enemy off guard. The 500 warships swiftly entered subspace, vanishing from the real universe. However, Tang Huang of the mech heaven fleet once again detected the distinctive subspace fluctuations. He sighed, wondering why the enemy was so persistent. For Tang Huang, the subspace disturbances were as conspicuous as a fire igniting in the dark. He could sense them clearly even with his eyes closed. Tang Huang easily pinpointed the relative positions of the enemy fleet within subspace and quickly calculated their corresponding real space coordinates. He immediately issued orders providing his fleet with 5 precise coordinates. The vertical launch missile silos of the mech heaven fleet opened, releasing exactly 500 curvature engine missiles into space. The missiles entered curvature mode, dispersing toward the 5 designated coordinates. As Oppenheimer's attacking fleet emerged from subspace back into real space, they were met with a dazzling light. Everything had been calculated to perfection. The curvature engine missiles struck their targets at that precise moment, leaving the enemy no time to react. 500 explosions lit up space around the Mech-Heaven fleet in 5 directions, creating a spectacle both awe-inspiring and terrifying. Oppenheimer was stunned, his body frozen. At that moment, he had to accept that the enemy indeed possessed the ability to detect subspace. But how could this be? The enemy fleet had shown no subspace navigation capabilities, so how could they have such powerful subspace detection? Shock and confusion overwhelmed Oppenheimer. He couldn't fathom the situation before him. This blow completely shattered his previous confidence, and he began to doubt whether he could complete the stalling mission assigned by Dimenphilos. Given the current state of affairs, he might not even be able to delay the enemy. Once the fleshy tumor warships on the battlefield were eradicated, he feared he would be next. While Oppenheimer hesitated, contemplating whether to retreat to save himself, Tang Huang launched his counterattack. More than 2,400 curvature engine missiles, encased in curvature bubbles, traverse space at 10 times the speed of light from millions of kilometers away. They bypassed the battlefield swarming with fleshy tumor warships, heading straight for Oppenheimer's main fleet. Everything happened too quickly for Oppenheimer's fleet to detect. Despite their subspace upgrade, their technology was still limited to the basics of the Yada Empire. One of Oppenheimer's Chaos warships had just completed a local subspace jump, reappearing tens of kilometers away, successfully evading fire from the corrupted fleshy tumor warships. However, at that moment, the space beside it twisted, and a missile warhead appeared out of nowhere, having shed its propulsion unit. The missile's warhead split into over a dozen fragments, each maneuvering unpredictably in space. The Chaos warship had no time to react. It was too close. In an instant, the warheads penetrated the Chaos warship's armor, burrowing deep into its hull. Silent explosions swelled on the hull of the Chaos battleship, flashing with light as the entire vessel was obliterated in space. This sudden attack came from the curvature engine missiles of the mechanical heaven, armed with simple yet deadly hydrogen warheads. Tang Huang had calculated meticulously that just a dozen of these missiles could take down an enemy ship, making them both economical and efficient. The missile design was ingenious. The curvature engine propulsion unit was reusable, with only the warhead being expended in combat. This made these powerful weapons astonishingly cost-effective for mechanical heaven. Tang Huang's counterstrike was swift and fierce, catching Oppenheimer's fleet off guard. In the blink of an eye, over 2,100 warships were reduced to cosmic dust. Although nearly 300 missiles missed their targets, the attack's devastation remained undiminished. The few Chaos ships that escaped, including Oppenheimer's flagship, managed to enter subspace just in time to evade destruction. For Oppenheimer, this was a catastrophe. His earlier surprise attack had already cost him 1,000 warships, and now he had lost over 2,000 more. His once proud fleet was now reduced to a mere 300 ships, including his flagship. Fear washed over Oppenheimer like a tidal wave. These warships were his last resort. If he lost them all, he would be left with no options. In this critical moment, his gaze instinctively turned to the green, life-bearing planet, Heimer, 10 million kilometers away. "I'm sorry," Oppenheimer murmured to himself. "If I die, what use is this planet?" Driven by the instinct to survive, he made a decision. Activate the warp drive, he ordered decisively, and his flagship was the first to jump into subspace. As for Dimenphilos' orders, Oppenheimer could no longer afford to care. He worshipped Cinch, not Korn. Fleeing would not bring punishment. The remaining fleet quickly followed the flagship, diving into subspace. They intended to hide and never emerge. Although the demon engines provided by Dimenphilos could not perform long-range navigation in subspace and could not leave the star system, they could at least temporarily avoid danger. In this critical moment, an unexpected thought sprouted in Oppenheimer's mind. If mechanical heaven could defeat Dimenphilos, could he stay hidden until the war ended, then emerge to claim the inheritance left in the Yada Empire's core? This idea invigorated Oppenheimer, who had just suffered a severe blow. He immediately decided to keep this secret from Dimenphilos, pretending he had perished in battle. After all, he was a follower of Cinch. If he didn't deceive others, wouldn't he be letting down Cinch's expectations? As for who he deceived, Oppenheimer couldn't care less. Oppenheimer led the remnants of his fleet into subspace, too afraid to show themselves again. Donwan noticed this and raised an eyebrow slightly, thinking, "Really? Hiding in subspace and not planning to come out? You're walking right into a trap?" With a cold sneer, Donwan closed his eyes and projected his mind into the higher dimensional subspace. Before him was a chaotic, twisted expanse of disorder, illuminated by a massive star burning with black flames. Directly beneath this star, about 300 starships floated like ants in the void Oppenheimer's remaining fleet. His gaze focused on the flagship, the purity of blood. Oppenheimer sat in the captain's seat, his face contorted in pain. Colorful feathers started sprouting from his bald, scaly head, and his body was gradually mutating. Given time, he might become a birdman covered with vibrant feathers, wings, and a treacherous beak. But Oppenheimer cared little about his changing appearance. His ambitions were far greater. He planned to stay hidden in subspace, watching the outcome of the war in the Yadaheimer system. If Dimenphilos won, he would play dead. If the Machina Heaven triumphed, he would head straight for the Empire's core sectors to claim Dimenphilos' legacy. As Oppenheimer immersed himself in his plans, he suddenly noticed an eerie silence around him. Looking up, he saw that everyone on the bridge had vanished. More terrifyingly, the ceiling above and all the decks and armor layers of the ship had disappeared, replaced by a massive wall of roiling black flames. Oppenheimer's eyes widened, and his beak gaped open in horror as he realized this was no ordinary subspace demon. Before he could react, the black flames descended and engulfed him entirely. In a brief, excruciating moment, Oppenheimer experienced indescribable pain as his body, mind, and consciousness were torn apart, reduced to pure energy. In the real universe, on the bridge of the Machina Heaven flagship, the Emperor of Truth, Donwan opened his eyes, feeling the enhanced psionic power within him. A slight smile played on his lips. Of all places to hide, you chose subspace. You brought this on yourself. Then, Donwan began clearing out the remaining corrupted tumor ships in space. Though they were weak in combat, their contamination with subspace provided a significant amount of psionic energy. The battle report showed that Donwan had amassed a total of 7.82 million units of psionic energy. Listening to the system's prompt, Tang Huang silently calculated his earnings. He had already amassed 32.39 million Ling Yuan on this trip, but he was still far from his goal of 1 billion. His eyes sparkled with anticipation as he pondered how much additional profit the incoming Chaos support fleet could bring him. Without any hesitation, Tang Huang immediately began setting up an ambush. His fingers flew across the control panel, adjusting the fleet's formation to prepare for the upcoming surprise. But before that, he had one crucial task to handle. Launch infrasound hydrogen bombs at Hamer Planet. Cover the entire surface, Tang Huang commanded coldly. The fleet then launched hundreds of bombs into the life-sustaining planet, perfectly covering the entire surface. The infrasound waves would only propagate within the planet's atmosphere, not leaking into space. This move was intended to completely eliminate the Yada people on the planet, preventing any potential subspace corruption interference in the ensuing battle. With the potential threat neutralized, Tang Huang began directing his fleet to set up a flexible ambush circle. Considering the unpredictability of subspace transitions, this ambush had to be adjustable at any moment. He closely monitored the detectors, waiting for the Chaos support fleet to approach from subspace, ready to modify his deployment as needed. Tang Huang remained highly vigilant of the impending subspace demons. He anticipated that the enemy might come out in full force, bringing a Chaos fleet far more formidable than the ones he had previously encountered, even stronger than Oppenheimer's fleet. This warranted his utmost attention. He weighed the possibility of striking directly within subspace but quickly dismissed the idea. A true subspace demon would undoubtedly sense his actions and might retreat immediately, resulting in failure in alerting the enemy. Considering this, Tang Huang decided to confront them in real space. After careful consideration, Tang Huang recognized that his opponent, being a genuine subspace demon, could be an exceptionally formidable foe. He decisively chose to deploy a Luke Hen star system instantaneous gamma pulse device in this star system, ensuring thorough preparation for the imminent tough battle. Donwan completed the setup of the instantaneous gamma pulse device in the Lu Cun star system, casting an ominous glow near the star. He decisively ordered his fleet to commence the operation, targeting 6 industrial planets within the Yadaheimer system. The fleet swept through like a swarm of locusts, leaving deep scars on the planet's surfaces with their high-energy weapons. Massive factories crumbled, shipyard frameworks twisted and deformed, and the system's spaceports were reduced to rubble. In just a few hours, the once thriving industrial hub became a desolate wasteland. Calculating the gains coldly, Donwan remarked, 6 pure industrial planets, another 12 million spirit sources secured. He wasn't concerned about the opposing Chaos fleet affecting his profits. Based on past experience, it would take at least 7 days for a star to be destroyed, while the gamma radio burst would instantly annihilate the Chaos fleet, providing him with additional spirit sources. Once the mission was complete, Donwan immediately ordered a retreat. The fleet swiftly jumped to a neighboring system to avoid the massive energy release that was about to be unleashed. The Yadaheimer system returned to silence, with only floating debris silently narrating the recent events. As time quietly passed, the space near the star began to warp violently. Ethereal portals appeared, and menacing chaos warships emerged one after another. These ships, a perfect blend of flesh and metal, gleamed unsettlingly under the star's light. Dimenphilos's chaos fleet poured out in full force, with over 98,000 warships occupying a million-kilometer expanse of space. However, the expected enemy was nowhere to be seen. Where is Oppenheimer? Where is he? Dimenphilos anxiously inquired aboard his flagship. My lord, we detect no friendly signals, and there are no signs of life on the planets, reported his subordinate, leaving Dimenphilos stunned. Could Oppenheimer have been so easily defeated? Unwilling to accept this, Dimenphilos dispatched scout ships to survey the entire system. But the results were disheartening. Damn it! Dimenphilos roared in fury. The Yataheimer system was crucial to him. The countless production lines and equipment on the 6 industrial planets were now all gone. This was a devastating blow, far beyond his expectations. As Dimenphilos seethed with rage, he suddenly sensed something unusual. The light from a star millions of kilometers away seemed to be growing visibly brighter at an alarming rate. Standing at the center of the bridge, Dimenphilos turned in confusion toward the screen displaying the star's status. At that moment, a terrified scream shattered the air beside him. My lord! Emergency alert! The star has suddenly erupted with a high-energy reaction. Speed of light. It will impact our entire fleet in 4 seconds. Dimenphilos's pupils contracted as he instantly realized the severity of the situation. We've been tricked, he roared, his voice filled with desperation. All fleets, initiate emergency warp immediately. The chaotic warships activated their demon engines, preparing to jump into higher dimensional space to evade the impending disaster. However, it was already too late. A terrifying gamma ray burst mixed with various particle rays surged forth like a cataclysmic flood. The blinding light engulfed the surrounding million kilometers of space, turning the core of the star system into a sea of light. The warships closest to the star bore the brunt of the onslaught. The horrifying flood of radiation obliterated the internal structure of all matter in its path. The grotesque flesh of the warships began to dissolve, and the bodies of the chaotic warriors inside ionized instantaneously, dispersing into active plasma in the void. As one of the last to be ionized, Dimenphilos witnessed the annihilation of his entire fleet. Consumed by extreme anger and despair, he spat out 2 words through gritted teeth. Damn it. Then, he threw his head back and let out a long, agonized howl, his mouth agape in anguish. In the all-penetrating light, his body ionized instantly, his flesh dissolving into a humanoid plasma form before completely dissipating. Meanwhile, within the Yataheimer star system, several backup instant gamma pulse generators, secretly placed by Tang Huang, activated their spatial jumps as part of a self-protection mechanism, leaving the star system. In the subspace, Tang Huang, who had been observing the situation, received a series of system notifications. The continuous chime of spirit source harvest alerts filled him with joy. The harvest tally showed he had gained nearly 70 million spirit sources. His goal of 100 million was within reach. However, amidst his delight, Tang Huang noticed a small anomaly. A subspace shadow appeared at the coordinates of the Yataheimer star system and returned to subspace. It was clearly that subspace demon, which seemed to have a contingency plan, allowing it to re-enter the real universe. Tang Huang initially considered eliminating it completely, but then changed his mind and stopped. Instead of destroying the demon, he silently placed a tracking mark on it and let it go. Tang Huang planned to let the demon grow in the real universe for some time, and once he had spent the 100 million spirit sources, he would come for it. Having the subspace demon develop in the real universe meant Tang Huang could continuously harvest spirit sources, reaping benefits regularly. It was like having an endless supply of crops to harvest. With the tracking mark in place, Tang Huang could use his psychic powers to eliminate the demon from a distance at any time. This was undoubtedly a precautionary measure for the future. The total spiritual energy harvested this time amounted to 111.59 million units. Tang Huang stared at the balance displayed on the system store page, a radiant smile spreading across his face. He was finally rich, truly wealthy. This enormous sum of spiritual energy would allow him to acquire all the technology at the 7th tier level in one go. Amidst his excitement, Tang Huang kept an eye on the movements of the demon in the subspace. Through his subspace senses, he discovered that the entity was heading towards the core star region of the Yata Empire. Nodding slightly, Tang Huang began plotting his next move to harvest this growing prey. With his harvest complete, Tang Huang prepared to return, but he had one important task to finish first. Closing his eyes, he carefully sensed the subspace mark he had previously left on Princess Frida of Turin. This mark enabled him to precisely locate Frida within the subspace and even teleport directly to her side. It was a contingency plan Tang Huang had meticulously set up. Soon, Tang Huang sensed the mark's location. Frida was currently with only one warship, continuously making spatial jumps, seemingly heading towards the border Stargate, possibly intending to return to the Turan Empire through there. After confirming that Frida was safe, Tang Huang temporarily shifted his focus to other matters. He was well aware that the Turan Empire would not let this go easily. Their army's advance was only a matter of time. However, this did not disrupt Tang Huang's plans. On the contrary, it might even help him control the development speed of the Yada Empire, preventing the crops from growing too quickly. After making this assessment, Tang Huang ordered his fleet to retreat and return to the Lingxiao system. While passing through 3 unclaimed star provinces abandoned by the Yada Empire, he noticed that the Human Federation had already occupied several planets within just a few days. Tang Huang immediately dispatched a team of elite combat humanoids from the mechanized god cult to continue advancing his plans. Upon returning to the Lingxiao system, Tang Huang found that the over 200 captured Chaos warships had been dismantled, with their components sent to research space stations in orbit around the dome star. Zivi personally arrived at the main space station, which was over 10 kilometers in diameter, standing on a space platform 100,000 kilometers from the dome star. Her purple eyes gazed at the docked Hercules-class transport ship. Hundreds of black wing guards, clad in powered armor, lined up on either side, holding power halberds, their magnetic boots firmly attached to the platform surface. As the transport ship's hatch opened, a massive container was slowly brought out. The strange sounds emanating from within the container were clearly perceived by the tactical humanoids. Even in the vacuum of space, it was the sound of subspace creatures trapped within the Chaos warship's demonic engine. Take it away and conduct the research in the orbital space station. Don't bring it to the dome star, Zivi ordered coldly. She knew that besides the tactical humanoids, there were also some native animals on the dome star. It was too risky to bring such dangerous research to the surface. On the dome star, a genetic modification experiment was underway, aiming to create Earth-like animal species. However, these newly created creatures lacked the ability to resist subspace pollution. Despite Sylvie's confidence in the abilities of the mech heaven, believing no mishaps would occur, she remained rational and unwilling to ignore any potential risks. Meanwhile, over 200 demon engines dismantled from the Chaos warship were transported to the main space station. Sylvie led a research team composed of various technical humanoids and psychic humanoid girls to conduct an in-depth study of these captured samples. For ordinary civilizations, the lack of subspace knowledge might slow down the research progress. But for the mech heaven, especially for the psychic girls, understanding subspace was as natural as knowing their own home. Coupled with powerful computational assistance, the research advanced swiftly. 10 days later, when Tang Huang returned to the Lingxiao star system with the main fleet, Sylvie's research was nearing completion. As soon as Tang Huang returned, he received a detailed report from Sylvie. Supreme, the research on the demon engines is nearly complete. We've preliminarily organized a simple and practical method to create subspace engines for the mech heaven, Sylvie reported through a holographic projection in front of Tang Huang. Tang Huang looked at Sylvie's projection with a teasing smile. You give me a surprise the moment I return. How should I reward you? No sooner had he spoken than Ruby, who had been following Tang Huang, exclaimed, Wow, Supreme, I've done a lot too over this long period, and you haven't given me any reward. Sylvie shot Ruby a cold glance, the meaning in her eyes unmistakable. But Ruby, undeterred, continued to express her long-awaited sentiments. Tang Huang regretted bringing up the topic and waved his hand. All right. He realized that Ruby, with her lively personality, was quite a handful. Though tactical humanoids usually had no desires, Ruby's behavior seemed to be setting a new trend. Even though Tang Huang's physical constitution was far superior to ordinary people, dealing with these extraordinary tactical humanoids was exhausting, even if his endurance was as strong as Wuqiu alloy. Instead of returning directly to Dome Star, Tang Huang left the fleet and headed to the main space station's research lab. There, he saw the subspace engine test machine that Sylvie had built, ready to personally understand the research's outcomes. The experimental subspace engine resembled a massive closed metallic lotus, crafted entirely from alloy. Standing about 10 meters tall, with a diameter of 13 meters, it was an imposing presence in the laboratory. Tang Huang stood before this colossal machine, scrutinizing it thoughtfully, sensing a subtle connection between the engine and higher-dimensional subspace. Sylvie stood nearby, her eyes glinting faintly as she introduced the engine to Tang Huang. Exalted One, we have devised the simplest and most efficient method for constructing a subspace engine. Please take a look. She then turned to the machine and sent a data command. The subspace engine began to operate, and the metallic pedals slowly opened. Tang Huang and the other psionic girls present felt an unusual ripple, as if a gateway to higher dimensional subspace had been opened. Sylvie continued her explanation. Exalted One, observe. We've crafted an inducement device at its core. This device emits waves that attract subspace entities. As soon as she finished speaking, a flash of light appeared inside the engine. A faint, shadowy figure emerged from the unseen portal, landing in the center of the lotus. In the next instant, the connection to higher dimensional subspace was severed, and the lotus structure rapidly closed, trapping the figure inside. Tang Huang nodded slightly, quickly grasping the concept. Summon a subspace entity and imprison it within the engine. Exactly, Exalted One, Sylvie confirmed, her expression impassive. She explained that normal communication with subspace required enormous energy, as well as maintaining a device to draw power from higher dimensions. However, this new method, by imprisoning an actual subspace entity, significantly reduced energy consumption. Once activated, the main core could maintain a connection to subspace without additional power. Other technological components on the engine still required conventional energy, but subspace energy was provided by the captive entity. Tang Huang's eyes lit up after hearing this. This method is quite efficient. However, he soon frowned. This seems familiar. Sylvie elaborated. Exalted One. This is essentially a demon engine used by the forces of chaos. But now, it belongs to us. Tang Huang suddenly understood. Ah, so I've fully aligned with the dark gods now. I have most of what the forces of chaos possess. When I encounter more civilizations, it'll be the quintessential villain. After pondering for a moment, Tang Huang felt uneasy. Despite his alignment with dark gods, he believed some surface-level actions were necessary. He approached the subspace engine, sensing the anger, agitation, and unease emanating from the imprisoned subspace entity. Tang Huang began to use his transformative power. The captive subspace entity was an unaffiliated demon, not under any dark god's command. Under the soothing influence of Tang Huang's transformative power, he felt the demon's emotions gradually calm, becoming serene and peaceful. Suddenly, the engine emitted a flash of light, projecting a three-dimensional hologram. The projection lingered in midair, seemingly consolidating its form. It soon scanned the appearance of Ruby, who was standing next to Tang Huang. The data coalesced into an image, forming a silver-haired, reedy girl who bore a striking resemblance to Ruby, though with some personal adjustments. Ruby looked on in bewilderment. Then she angrily exclaimed, "Hey, you're plagiarizing my image without my consent." A silver-haired, reedy, lowly projection suddenly appeared in the air. She immediately performed a standard bow towards Tang Huang. Her voice crisp as she said, "Greetings, esteemed Supreme One." Tang Huang observed the ethereal little figure and curiously asked, "Do you have a name?" The lowly projection's face showed a puzzled expression. She opened her mouth, revealing small fangs, as if she wanted to say something but ultimately shook her head. After pondering for a moment, Tang Huang had a sudden inspiration. "From now on, you'll be called Lien Luo. It fits perfectly since you appeared from a lotus flower." "Thank you for the name, Supreme One," Lien Luo exclaimed joyfully, floating lightly in the air and circling Tang Huang. Her silver hair traced elegant arcs in the air. Ruby stood to the side, her face filled with displeasure. Lien Luo's appearance was strikingly similar to hers, like a younger version, and her affectionate circling around Tang Huang made Ruby feel uncomfortable. However, Lien Luo was just a projection, leaving Ruby with nothing to complain about. At that moment, Ruby heard a short, disdainful laugh from Sylvie, standing nearby. "Umph." The sound was fleeting, but the contempt in it was unmistakable. Tang Huang began to explain Lien Luo's unique nature. Lien Luo is very useful. As mentioned before, every subspace being or demon's descent is accompanied by unconscious, intangible electronic demons that can affect real-world intelligent AI. Lien Luo is a fusion of subspace demons and electronic demons. He continued, "This means Lien Luo can not only control the subspace engine, but also function as a genuine warship intelligent AI. Currently, in the Turn Empire, for example, their warship AIs are just programs, without self-awareness. My warships, although equipped with powerful planetary matrix computer components as onboard computers, fundamentally lack true intelligent AI." Tang Huang explained further. "How could an AI without self-awareness be as powerful as a tech humanoid? Tech humanoids can integrate themselves into all the ship systems to control everything. Now, with the engine installed on the warships, my fleet can have dedicated, new, self-aware, intelligent AIs." He fell into thought, muttering to himself, "I need to come up with a new name." Tang Huang furrowed his brow, contemplating. There will definitely be more Lien Luos in the future. What should this new race be called? Soon, Tang Huang's eyes lit up, and he announced to Lien Luo, "From now on, you will be the soul of all mechanical equipment on the warships. You'll be called Mecha Souls. Thus, Lian Luo's appearance added a new race to Tang Huang's forces, the Mecha Souls. After incorporating the Jihun clan, Tang Huang discovered that although this new race currently only has Lian Luo, it actually embodies two completely different personalities. Lian Luo's primary personality is a gentle and cute lowly with a soft voice, while the other personality is a sharp-tongued and arrogant character, with Tang Huang being the only exception to her disdain. This discovery came to light during a heated argument between Ruby and Lian Luo. Lately, Ruby seemed particularly dissatisfied with Lian Luo, frequently clashing with her. During their quarrel, Lian Luo's second personality took over, hovering arrogantly in the air, her red eyes filled with contempt. "You little copycat!" Ruby roared. Lian Luo retorted with a cold smile. "It's an honor for a higher being from Galway space to use your image, you lowly creature. And you think you deserve to stay by the Supreme One's side? Pathetic loser." Ruby was infuriated, her forehead sparking with electric arcs. However, due to Lian Luo's lack of a physical body, Ruby couldn't lay a hand on her. Just as Ruby was about to attack the subspace engine housing Lian Luo's core, several psychic girls hurriedly intervened to stop her. Witnessing this scene, Tang Huang felt a splitting headache. Suddenly, Ruby had a bright idea. She swiftly flew to Tang Huang's side, wrapped her arm around his, and smugly flaunted to Lian Luo, "You little bodiless ghost. Can you do this to the Supreme One?" Lian Luo immediately panicked, on the verge of tears, and kept complaining to Tang Huang, pathetic loser, bullying me." Tang Huang could only rub his forehead in exasperation. "Oh my god, how childish can you two be?" He began to regret adding the Jihun clan, but the decision was already made. The template for the Jihun clan had been set, originating from a fusion of subspace demons and intangible electronic demons, responsible for the warship's subspace engine and serving as its intelligent AI. This meant that future members of the Jihun clan would likely have dual personalities, one gentle, one sharp-tongued. Unable to manage these two childish spirits, Tang Huang decided to leave Ruby and seek solitude with Shi Wei. In a private space, Shi Wei pressed against Tang Huang, a sickly satisfaction on her face. Afterward, Tang Huang sat by the bed, with Shi Wei resting contentedly behind him. He opened the system panel to check the store. On the left was the technology tree composed of 3 tech routes, and on the right was the store panel. The physical, mechanical, and intelligent psychic routes had both progressed, just one step away from the 6 divisions level. Tang Huang planned to use the spiritual resources he had previously acquired to complete all the levels even technologies. The system showed his current spiritual resource balance at 111.6 million. Tang Huang began his shopping spree. He first bought the giant gate star planetary canopy shield technology, 1.5 million spiritual resources, and the breaking army star neutron pulse weapon technology, 3.7 million spiritual resources, totaling 5.2 million spiritual resources. Both technologies would significantly enhance the combat capabilities of planetary battle stars. Although the Dome Star already had its own planetary shield, Tang Huang believed that one could never have too much defense. Now he possessed 2 types of large-scale shield technologies: the Psychic Field Shield and the Energy Field Shield. Within the Battlestar system, these defensive measures would undoubtedly become key in drawing enemy fire. The third type of shield technology is being intensively developed in the research labs on Kion Dome Star. This is the advanced version of the psionic shield, the subspace shield. This cutting-edge technology can transfer incoming attacks to subspace, offering far greater defense than its predecessors. Tang Huang's eyes sparkled with excitement as he envisioned the future defensive system of his warships. The outermost layer would be the formidable subspace shield, the middle layer the resilient energy field shield, and the innermost layer the agile psionic shield. These 3 layers of defense would render his fleet nearly invincible. With breakthroughs in subspace jump technology, the development of the subspace shield has also made rapid progress. The close relationship between these 2 technologies has brought unexpected synergies to the researchers. However, Tang Huang was also acutely aware that a multi-shield system would significantly increase the energy consumption of his warships. Without hesitation, he accessed the 7-year marketplace panel and quickly sorted items by price in descending order. His gaze immediately locked onto the most expensive item: the comprehensive antimatter stable power supply reactor technology. This compendium covered a range of stable antimatter technologies, including energy and weapons, making it one of the core technologies for ensuring the long-term stable operation of planetary war stars. Tang Huang furrowed his brow, quickly calculating in his mind. Although the price of 21,200,000 spirit sources was high, it was worth every unit. Without a second thought, he made the purchase, injecting new strength into his fleet. At this time, Tang Huang's fleet and factories still primarily relied on quark fusion technology. Compared to the less than 1 mass energy conversion rate of nuclear fusion, Quark fusion had already achieved an astonishing efficiency of 5.6. Moreover, the operational principles of the curvature engine were based on the phenomena of spatial flatness and undulation under quark aggregation. The mass energy conversion rate of antimatter annihilation, however, reached a staggering 100. Despite this, it did not mean that the curvature engine would be rendered obsolete. On the contrary, the quark aggregation principles within the curvature engine would remain unchanged. Only the external power supply method would be upgraded to antimatter technology. A smile crept onto Tang Huang's lips. He knew clearly that this technology would significantly accelerate the construction speed of planetary war stars. After completing this crucial transaction, Tang Huang still had 85,200,000 spirit sources left in his account. His eyes gleamed with greed as he continued to search the marketplace for the next valuable technology to enhance his power. Tang Huang continued browsing through the Level 7 mall, his eyes settling on a newly listed technology. The Grade A curvature engine device from the 6th Division caught his attention. This was a preliminary experimental model of the 6th Division's curvature engine, rated as Grade A for its exceptional stability. It boasted a maximum speed of 25 times the speed of light and could bridge spatial nodes up to 5 light-years apart, priced at 15 million spirit sources. Even more enticing, purchasing it would unlock discounts on related 6th Division technologies. Tang Huang's eyes lit up as he quickly weighed the pros and cons. Although he already possessed an experimental 6th Division curvature engine on his Octa-class cruiser, the new model's superior performance was undeniable. Without hesitation, he spent 15 million spirit sources to acquire it. Immediately after, Tang Huang invested another 20 million spirit sources to purchase 40,000 automatic mechanical cores. These cores, equipped with proton-level element conversion technology, could significantly boost the daily mineral output of the Mecha Celestial Empire to 53 billion tons. After completing his purchases in the system mall, Tang Huang promptly set about applying the new technologies. He ordered all quark fusion energy plants on Dome Star to be fully upgraded to antimatter-powered reactors. Simultaneously, the main fleet commenced a comprehensive upgrade and refit operation, with production lines running at full speed to manufacture the latest Grade A curvature engines, secondary energy field shield devices, and various antimatter-based weapons. Shiwei coordinated the deployment of existing warships, ensuring that all main battleships could complete their upgrades smoothly. The entire Lingxiao star system buzzed with activity, the warship upgrade process in full swing. Meanwhile, 700 light-years away in the ruined star region, the military-industrial mineral zone of the Greeter civilization received some special visitors. After over a month of continuous space jumps, a fleet of 200 space warships, led by Yuya and Andra, finally arrived. Accompanying them were 20,000 main battleships from the Greeter civilization, commanded by Watami. Standing on the bridge of Andra's warship, Yuya gazed at the endless starry sky before her, her brow furrowed. Although she had anticipated a long journey, the actual travel time still exceeded her expectations. She turned to the communication device to contact Watami of the Greeter's main fleet. Watami, what's the situation here? Report. Yes, ma'am, Watami responded succinctly. Vatami's voice came through, and a three-dimensional spatial coordinate map appeared before Yuya. This star sector was once a major mining hub for the Getter civilization, encompassing 6 star systems with 27 mining planets and numerous large-scale space mining bases. Take a look, Vatami pointed to a blinking spot on the map. The first place to encounter the green-skin menace was mining industrial planet number 7 in the Xinhua system. 40 years ago, our mining exploration team was searching for new veins underground when these green-skinned creatures suddenly swarmed out of surface cracks, their numbers utterly staggering. Vatami continued, initially, these green-skinned beings were at a primitive level of civilization, wielding crude bronze weapons. Our planetary defense forces easily eradicated them. Following this, the then sector governor, Utter Wallenlin, dispatched more troops for a months-long sweep of the planet's underground, achieving significant results. However, the story took a dramatic turn here. Vatami's tone grew solemn. Just days after Governor Wallenlin believed the green-skin threat had been eradicated, planet number 7 in Xinhua experienced an unprecedented invasion. This time, they wielded gunpowder weapons and wore rough but heavy steel armor. Despite their seemingly haphazard construction, the large-caliber firearms were formidable. The scene before Yuya shifted, showing the chaotic battlefield of that time. Vatami continued. Caught off guard, the garrison suffered heavy losses. Governor Wallenlin had to return urgently, deploying various heavy artillery, armored ground units, and aerial forces for a more aggressive purge. This operation was so intense that several bunker buster bombs were used, flattening millions of square kilometers of the planet's surface. Vatami paused before saying, to prevent further threats, Governor Wallenlin stationed troops on the planet for a full year. During this period, the green-skinned creatures disappeared, and the governor finally left, feeling assured. However, Vadamai's voice carried a note of incredulity. The green-skinned beings reappeared. This time, they not only had armored ground units, but also aircraft with aerodynamic designs. The resilience and rapid technological advancement of these green-skinned creatures are astonishing. In just 1 year, they have not only developed communication and blockade capabilities, but have also managed to create rudimentary, yet functional spacecraft. Although their equipment is still inferior to the Gatresian military on Shinhua 7, they are now a formidable force. The green-skinned creatures launched a sudden attack, piloting their seemingly primitive yet surprisingly capable spacecraft silently into low Earth orbit. They first seized control of all major communication bases and then used a barrage of missiles to destroy the small defense fleet docked at the spaceport. The Gatresian army was caught off guard, never expecting these creatures to master missile technology so quickly. Due to the Gatresian civilization's lack of faster-than-light communication technology, Shinhua 7 was completely cut off from the outside world. Without external support, the entire planet soon fell into the hands of the green-skinned creatures. It wasn't until a year later that Governor Wailinglin discovered the fall of Shinhua 7. Furious, Governor Wailinglin led over 100 warships to aid the planet, only to encounter an ambush of thousands of the enemy's rudimentary space warships in the Shinhua star system. Despite the Gatresian warships fighting valiantly and inflicting 10 times the casualties on the enemy, they were ultimately overwhelmed by sheer numbers. Governor Wailinglin barely escaped, but the fleet was annihilated. It was then that Governor Wailinglin realized the entire Shinhua star system had been occupied by the green-skinned creatures, who had even begun expanding into other star systems. Due to the lack of faster-than-light communication, the Gatresian civilization could only dispatch message ships with warp engines to call for reinforcements, a time-consuming process. By the time the main fleet arrived, the green-skinned threat had already spread uncontrollably throughout the sector. For the next 40 years, the Gatresian civilization was stretched thin, fighting a war on two fronts against the Makan United Kingdom and the green-skinned menace at the rear. Governor Wailinglin perished heroically during the 7th campaign due to a tactical error that led to his encirclement. After hearing the full account, Yuya sighed deeply and proposed an amphitheatral solution. When Watami inquired, Yuya asked if she knew the reason for the destruction of the Makan United civilization. It turned out that the entire Makan home star system's life was wiped out by a gamma ray burst, the sun was destroyed, and the entire system vanished into space. Watami immediately understood Yuya's implication, but hastily explained, "Your Excellency, this sector is crucial to the Gatresian civilization. Although we have now converted to the cult of the machine god, and our fleet industry can leverage advanced technology, countless ordinary citizens still rely on traditional industries to sustain their lives. Therefore, we still hope to reclaim this sector." Under the moonlit night, Yu Yi sighed deeply, his eyes reflecting his concern over the current situation. Slowly, he began, "These green-skinned creatures have become deeply entrenched in this sector, making them nearly impossible to completely eradicate. Our years of combat research reveal that they are essentially a hybrid of plants and animals. Even a single drifting plant spore can spawn a new batch." Yuya's tone grew more serious. "With such a rapid reproduction rate, even we, without resorting to large-scale galactic extermination methods, will find it inefficient and challenging to eliminate them through conventional fleet operations planet by planet. These creatures are likely not naturally occurring, but rather a biological weapon left behind by an ancient civilization." Vadamai fell into deep thought after hearing this. After a moment, he reluctantly nodded in agreement with Yu Ye's proposal. He realized that the green-skinned creatures had grown powerful enough to challenge the entire Getter civilization. They had missed the best opportunity for eradication, and now, without taking decisive measures, the consequences would be dire. "All right then, let's proceed," Yu Yi commanded decisively. "We will deploy gamma-ray burst devices in 5 star systems within this sector. Your fleet will follow us to the Chengyu system to avoid collateral damage." Vadamai was slightly taken aback. "Leave one system intact?" Yu Yi explained, "We need live samples for further research. The Chengyu system is their capital, and there might be hidden underground relics on Chengyu 7. Therefore, we cannot destroy the Chengyu system for now." "What should we do?" Vadamai asked. Yu Yi responded clearly, "Lead your fleet to surround the Chengyu system and maintain outer perimeter security. Ensure that none of the orcs escape on warships." Following Yu Ye's orders, the space fleet of the Intelligent Celestial Court began their deployment. With their advanced technology, they could successfully position instant gamma pulse generators within the star systems without being detected by the green-skinned creatures. This time, the placement of the devices was particularly critical. They needed to find locations that would cover the entire star system, but not direct the gamma rays towards the core region of the Getter civilization. This would prevent the gamma burst from affecting the Getter's heartland in the years to come. After deploying gamma pulse generators in the remaining 5 star systems, the fleet of the Mech-Heaven left behind space warp inhibitors set to activate later, and then jumped away. Over the years, the Greenskin fleet's faster-than-light travel capabilities saw only marginal improvement, reaching just over the speed of light. However, they absorbed numerous weapon technologies from the Gator civilization, even subtly surpassing the Gator's fleet in this regard. The Mech-Heaven fleet meticulously placed several gamma pulse generators in each star system, ensuring complete coverage of the star system should the Greenskins attempt to flee. The angles of these generators were carefully calculated to avoid the direction of the Gator's home star region. Once the deployment was complete, the Mech-Heaven fleet led the Gator's fleet to jump to the Xingyue star system. 20,000 Gator's warships were positioned beyond the heliosphere of the Xingyue star system, forming a defensive web to prevent any possible breakout by the Greenskin fleet. Following this, the Mech-Heaven fleet officially arrived in the Xingyue star system. Xingyue 7, a planet once rich in minerals, now lay in ruins. Its surface was riddled with enormous mining pits, a testament to the Greenskins' rampant exploitation. Orbiting this planet, approximately 300,000 kilometers away, was a moon about 2,000 kilometers in diameter. When Watami saw the images sent back by the Mech-Heaven, he frowned. Where did that moon come from? He murmured. Records show Xingyue 7 doesn't have any moons. This discovery made him wary, realizing that the Greenskins might be plotting something. The Mech-Heaven fleet cautiously concealed itself in space, 10 million kilometers away from Xingyue 7, blending into the dark background, and began detailed observations of the mysterious moon. Yuya quickly gathered more intelligence. The moon's interior had been hollowed out, and its surface featured a massive 10-kilometer-wide crater leading inside. Countless greenskin machinery was bustling on the moon's surface, with about 80 of it covered by some kind of steel alloy. They're building a war star, Yuya suddenly realized, as various data points confirmed this possibility. He even observed localized force fields flickering in one area of the Muna greenskin shield system under testing. Yuya furrowed his brow, acknowledging that these greenskins were far more capable than anticipated, having mastered the technology to construct a war star. We must take immediate action, he resolved. Meanwhile, in the Xingyue star system, the greenskin orc Gyukuli basked in his ruling glory. As the ruler of all orc tribes in this and surrounding star systems, his position was hard-won. The previous leader died in battle against the lizard race, and the leader before that was overthrown by Gyukuli within a year. Gyukuli led his tribe's orcs to conquer all other orc tribes, becoming the most powerful ruler in this star region. He felt immense pride in this achievement. Gyukuli, the burly orc warlord, has officially risen to the rank of a regional overlord. Towering at a staggering 10 meters tall, his imposing figure is a sight to behold. Every morning, Gyukuli lets out a thunderous roar. Wah! This rallying cry reverberates like a battle horn, instantly igniting the fervor of the entire orc city. Wah! Wah! The echoes of roaring voices seem to pierce the skies. For orcs, Wak is more than just a word. It embodies joy, excitement, battle, and all things glorious. Standing on a high vantage point, Gyukuli looks down at his people as they roar in unison, a surge of pride welling up within him. And when he thinks about the nearly completed battle moon, his excitement becomes even harder to contain. He can't wait to pilot this colossal machine and launch an earth-shattering Wak. How's the battle moon coming along, boys? Gyukuli asks in a booming voice, looking up at the massive moon under construction in the sky. A three-turtle orc war chief promptly responds, Boss, it's going well. Big Mech just sent word that it'll be done in a few months. What? Gyukuli lets out a satisfied roar, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. Once it's finished, boys, we'll go smash those lizard scum again. As Gyukuli revels in the visions of future battles, a sudden blinding light bursts from a crater on the surface of the battle moon. In an instant, the entire unfinished battle moon is engulfed by the light and vanishes into thin air. The explosion's brilliant light illuminates the surface of Xingyue 7, a planet 300,000 kilometers away. On the side facing the moon, countless chaotic orc cities witness the cataclysmic explosion, the blinding light searing the eyes of every observer. A curvature engine missile, traveling at 10 times the speed of light, encased in a curvature bubble, plunged straight into a massive 10-kilometer-wide crater on the surface of the battle moon under construction. The missile penetrated deep into the moon, where its segmented warhead released over a dozen powerful Rahu hydrogen bombs. In an instant, a blinding flash erupted from within the battle moon, engulfing the colossal structure in a moment. Under the force of this destructive energy, the battle moon disintegrated in space, sending countless massive fragments shooting out like a meteor shower in all directions. A large amount of debris hurtled towards the surface of planet Xingyue 7 at incredible speeds, unleashing yet another wave of fierce bombardment on the already pockmarked and mined planet. One enormous fragment crashed onto the surface like a meteorite, raising a massive cloud of dust. The shockwaves spread rapidly, carving out a huge crater over 10 kilometers in diameter. An orc city was obliterated in this cataclysmic impact. Damn it! Who destroyed my battle moon? Gyukali roared, standing amidst the ruins of the city. His towering 10-meter frame was shielded by an energy barrier, which had allowed him to survive the meteorite bombardment. At that moment, a frantic voice came through the crude communicator on Gyukali's body. Boss, boss. It's bad. Our big moon has been destroyed. Is your brain as smart as a fart? Who can't see that? Gyukali shouted. Any more news? Yes. Yes, his subordinate quickly responded. Boss, all the big tech tyrants and tech boys on the battle moon are dead. The psionic boys have sensed the enemy approaching. They're right outside the planet in space. The enemy? What kind of enemy? Is it those lizard shrimps? Gyukali demanded, his massive frame making even normal speech sound like a roar. We don't know, boss. Damn it. Notify all the boys. Prepare for battle. Gyukali ordered. No matter who the enemy is, it'll tear their heads off. With Gyukali's command, the green-skinned orc army rapidly assembled across the planet's surface like a tidal wave. Simultaneously, their space fleet began to mobilize. At the same time, the main fleet of the Mech Celestial Court and over 1,000 Goter's auxiliary warships approached planet Shinhua 7 from space. Yue turned to Andra beside her, made a gesture, and said, Andra, you handle the green-skinned fleet. I'll lead the ground forces for the landing. Got it, Andra replied, her face still wearing a gentle smile. Yue's Mech Celestial Court fleet was entirely composed of space warship girls, capable of autonomous action even without human crew. Moreover, there were over 1,000 Goter's auxiliary warships around them. However, considering the unpredictable nature of the green-skinned orcs and to prevent boarding attacks from the enemy space fleet, Yue still left sufficient defense forces inside each warship. Subsequently, Yue personally led the ground forces of tactical humanoid units and a large number of elite Goter soldiers to launch a direct assault from Shinhua 7's orbit. On the surface, countless orc boys were ready for battle, and various seemingly crude but massive orc anti-aircraft weapons were erected. Yue's target was the initial location where green-skinned orcs first appeared according to Goter's military records. Now a sprawling orc city stood there, though about half of it had been destroyed by the falling debris of the battle moon, leaving the anti-aircraft firepower sparse. Around 10,000 fully armed tactical humanoid units and 100,000 Goter's orbital assault troops descended from the planet's orbit for an internal assault. In space, inside a warship with a simple and brutal design resembling a floating cylinder, countless elite Goter's assault troops stood ready to begin their mission. This time, we will follow the great members of the Mecha Celestial Court into action. We must drive those damned greenskins out of our star sector. Inside the orbital station, a team of fully armed Greetris elite commandos rapidly boarded the orbital drop pods. Among them was a female Greetris named Wulinzier, who was taller and stronger than most male Greetris. In Greetris civilization, both men and women are equally brave and battle-hardened, with a significant number of female soldiers serving in the military. Wulinzier thought to herself that ever since the Mecha Celestial Court descended, her dream had shifted from dedicating herself to the ancient civilization to becoming one of the elite chosen by the Mecha God cult to undergo the supreme transformation into an immortal being. They see all our actions. We are brave, we fight, and we are fearless. For the Supreme Court, for the Mecha de Luo, 3 pure ones, the captain shouted. Commence operation. Ooh-ha! Wulinzier and her comrades yelled their battle cry in unison. Suddenly, the drop pod shook violently, descending rapidly. Numerous pods broke through the atmosphere like meteors, their surfaces igniting from the friction, looking like countless falling fireballs. Through the external viewing equipment, Wulinzier saw the sky filled with a massive net of ground-based anti-aircraft fire. She calmly prayed to the Mecha de Luo 3 pure ones, hoping the greenskins' anti-aircraft fire wouldn't hit her drop pod. It wasn't fear of death, but the desire not to sacrifice herself without achieving anything. Finally, the pod shook violently again as the retro thrusters kicked in. They were about to land. Suddenly, a loud explosion tore a hole in the drop pod. One of the team members was sucked out, and a fierce wind rushed in. Warning lights flashed, and the display showed. Distance to ground 500 meters, retro thruster failure. All team members must immediately activate jetpacks and perform a dispersed drop. Without hesitation, Wulinzier unfastened her safety harness, grabbed her weapon and gear, and leaped into the rushing wind. She expertly controlled her jetpack, adjusting her posture within the dense anti-aircraft fire. With her extensive experience and formidable skill, she landed firmly on her feet, successfully arriving on the battlefield of this planet. The battle had barely started, and the surface of Shungyue 7 was already reduced to rubble. Yulangxir and her comrades parachuted into the ruins of a city, and she looked up at the sky. The blue expanse was dotted with the twinkling lights of orc anti-aircraft fire, creating a dense web of explosions. Getter's orbital drop pods rained down like droplets from the atmosphere. Through the thin clouds, one could even faintly see the fleet stationed in orbit. At this moment, the space battle between the Greenskin fleet and the Getter's fleet had begun, with the sky flashing from explosions and fleeting energy beams. Suddenly, a frenzied roar echoed through the ruins. Wah-ag! Green-skinned orcs emerged from various parts of the city ruins, brandishing an array of weapons, converging like streams into a river, surging toward Yulangxir and her comrades. Organize a defense here and crush these damn greenskins. Despite being outnumbered, Yulangxir and her comrades showed no fear. They swiftly and efficiently found advantageous positions within the ruins, creating makeshift defensive posts. Two elite soldiers quickly set up a large-caliber, triple-barrel heavy machine gun, while others deployed individual grenade launchers, anti-armor heat guns, high-energy flamethrowers, and squad-integrated shield systems. The squad-integrated shield system was issued by the Mech Heaven to personnel of the Mechanic Church. Due to the vast number of regular Getter soldiers joining the Mechanic Church, Mech Heaven could only distribute these shield devices on a squad basis. When they began fighting as a unit, the squad-integrated shield would activate, providing them with protection. The two 20mm triple-barrel electromagnetic heavy machine guns roared to life. The high rate of fire produced little sound other than the electromagnetic hum of the rotating barrels and the rapid discharge of lightly explosive rounds. The combined firepower of the two heavy machine guns instantly shredded the advancing wave of greenskins. Over a dozen elite Getter's commandos found themselves surrounded as soon as they landed, with the greenskins seemingly endless. Crack! 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 Yulangxir barely poked her gun out from behind cover when a hail of bullets pelted the barrier she was using. The squad-integrated shield system was designed to block heavy fire like missiles and explosives, rather than lighter projectiles, to prevent the squad from being wiped out. Blocking all forms of fire would quickly deplete the shield's energy. Beneath her helmet, Yulangxir's five-part jaw opened and closed as she cursed. Damn it, this city has already been bombarded by meteors. How are there still so many greenskins? Boom! A loud explosion erupted as several orc-fired rockets were intercepted by the shield, detonating midair. The blast wave sent small stones clattering against Yulangxir's helmet. It's the greenskins' tank buster squad. Just as Yulangxir was about to react, a comrade manning the triple-barrel machine gun swung it around and unleashed a volley. A group of greenskins, standing on the ruins with crude rocket launchers, were mowed down amidst their war cries. Their final, haphazardly launched rockets veered wildly in the air before plunging into the mass of orcs on the ground. Boom! 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 A series of explosions followed, with shockwaves spreading out. By a stroke of luck, this chaotic turn of events cleared a path for Yulangxir and her team to break through. Let's go! Wulanzir seized the moment and leapt out from cover. Instantly, an array of unidentified objects, possibly bullets or high-velocity shrapnel, struck his force feedback armor, producing a cacophony of snapping and clanging sounds. The armor remained intact. Wulanzir swiftly raised his gun and precisely took down several green-skinned orcs who were still struggling on the ground. Meanwhile, his comrades in the makeshift fortifications quickly set up heavy weapons and began to push forward. They stormed through two ruined streets, unstoppable. The green-skinned orcs along the way were powerless to halt their advance and fell one after another. Suddenly, the faint sound of tracks could be heard from several hundred meters away. A crude mechanical vehicle slowly emerged from the corner of the ruined street ahead. This self-propelled gun had a chassis that looked like an old tractor, but mounted on it was a disproportionately large cannon. The cannon's caliber was astounding, estimated to be around 360 millimeters, with a barrel length exceeding 50 times the caliber. The rickety vehicle was crammed with over a dozen tiny green creatures Gretchen. They wielded various maintenance tools, busily banging and clanking as the vehicle moved. A figure who appeared to be the leader, a mech boy, was driving the colossal self-propelled gun. The long barrel, enormous caliber, and the shaky tracks, coupled with the constantly falling parts in Gretchen, made one question. Would this cannon survive long enough to fire, or would it explode the moment it did? Nevertheless, Wulanzir and his team couldn't take any chances. Before the wobbly self-propelled gun could turn its chassis, a Gorder's elite soldier armed with a man-portable meltagun fired first. A searing plasma beam streaked through the air, hitting the self-propelled gun in an instant. Boom! The entire vehicle erupted into a massive fireball, with the explosion's radius covering several hundred meters. The shockwave almost reached Woolenzier and his team. Only after the violent gusts subsided did they dare to peek out from behind their cover. The scene before them was staggering. The ruins and streets within several hundred meters had been leveled, leaving a massive crater in the ground. Most astonishingly, at the bottom of this crater was a seemingly bottomless passage, as if leading straight to the Earth's core. An eerie sound emanated from the depths of the passage, its dark abyss sending chills down their spines. Two elite members of the Gethra's squad immediately went to investigate the tunnel leading underground from the crater. Equipped with advanced microwave detectors, they carefully moved along the edge of the pit. The results were shocking. The tunnel seemed bottomless, extending at least 3,000 kilometers down to the planet's lower mantle. Alexei and his team quickly realized the significance of their discovery. Without hesitation, they called for reinforcements and swiftly set up a defensive perimeter. Defensive structures sprang up like mushrooms after rain, with bunkers, turrets, and energy shield generators all coming into place. After broadcasting the coordinates to nearby Allied forces, Gethra's units from the surrounding area surged towards Alexei's position. However, the massive explosion also attracted a horde of green-skinned orcs. In an instant, the area around the pit turned into a boiling battlefield. The Gethra's forces formed a solid defensive line, fending off the relentless waves of orcs. The first wave came with a barrage of intense firepower. Under the command of a three-metertal orc war chief, the orc artillery began bombarding the Gethra's defenses. The deafening roar of various large-caliber cannons filled the air, occasionally punctuated by the explosive sound of misfired artillery. The dense barrage lit up the sky above the city with deadly fireworks. Countless shells rained down on the Gethra's integrated shield field, and under the fierce bombardment, the shields were breached in multiple places. The defending troops suffered significant casualties, their cries of pain mingling with the sounds of explosions. At that moment, a sharp, whistling sound came from the sky. Over a dozen Gethra's fighter jets streaked past like lightning, swiftly targeting the orc artillery positions and launching their bombs. However, they were soon entangled by hundreds of sleek, red-painted orc monoplanes. In no time, the battle raged from space to the planet's atmosphere and down to the surface. Why? With an ear-splitting roar, a unit of three-metertal orcs clad in thick armor charged at the Gethra's defensive line. Their armor clanged under the heavy fire, but they pressed on through the hail of bullets. The Gethra's forces quickly adjusted their weapons, aiming anti-armor thermal weapons at the unstoppable beasts. Simultaneously, another wave of orcs in truck-like vehicles joined the charge. The battlefield was shrouded in smoke, with various missiles, thermal plasma, and shells weaving a deadly web in the air. Orc armored vehicles exploded into fireballs on their charge path, while Gethra's bipedal ground mechs, dropped from the sky, were frequently destroyed by the orc forces, turning into heaps of twisted metal. The area had become a giant meat grinder, with all combat centered around the 100 wide crater. Just when the battle was at its most intense, a distinctive roar erupted from the orc ranks. Why? The sound was so loud it seemed to tear the sky apart. A massive figure, like a small mountain, appeared at the edge of the battlefield. It was an orc clad in wasteland-style armor, bristling with fearsome weapons. To everyone's shock, he stood atop a 100-metertal, fortress-like giant mech. This giant was not alone. Accompanying him were dozens of orc mechs, ranging from 10 to several dozen meters tall, looking like they were cobbled together from various parts, but exuding formidable menace. Among them were smaller, yellow bipedal orc mechs with barrel-shaped bodies, one arm equipped with a giant chainsword and the other with an enormous assault cannon. Standing on top of the mountain-like giant mech, the orc warlord Guckley bellowed a thunderous roar. "You lizard shrimp, prepare to die!" The appearance of this armored force immediately drew the attention of countless firepower on the battlefield. The final showdown was imminent. A sudden, unknown energy shield unfolded over the colossal armored surface, intercepting all incoming fire aimed at it. This unexpected defense instantly turned the tide of the battle. "Damn it, it's the orcs' ancient Titan mech." A commander gritted his teeth and shouted. "We need to call for fleet fire support. Only high-powered orbital bombardment can take down such a shield-equipped behemoth." At that moment, a burst of maniacal laughter echoed from within the Titan mech. "Ha ha! Way at!" The warlord Guckley's steel-clad jaw opened wide, releasing a deafening laugh and roar. "Your fleet is busy fighting mine in space, but I'll claim all the victories. Now, turn to ashes." Just as Guckley was about to order his Titan to fire, a blinding beam of light suddenly descended from the sky, striking the massive machine directly. The beam was like a luminous tunnel, and within it a sparkling particle shot straight down, piercing the Titan's energy shield and delving deep into its structure. The particle rapidly dispersed inside the Titan, transforming into countless high-energy particles that began to wreak havoc on its internal systems. What? Guckley was stunned. Before he could react, a violent explosion flung him away. His 10-meter-tall body crashed heavily to the ground, kicking up clouds of dust. Flames soared, and debris rained down like a storm around him. What's happening? How did I fall? Guckley struggled, his steel-encased jaw almost dislodging his protruding teeth. He painfully lifted his head to look up at the sky, and the sight left him speechless. In the sky, numerous oval-headed, black and purple starships were breaking through the clouds, descending slowly. These massive, whale-like behemoths were surrounded by burning debris, like meteors, plummeting towards the ground. Those are? Their ships? Guckley's eyes widened in disbelief. And that debris? It's my fleet? The battle in space is over. My fleet lost? As Guckley was engulfed in shock, countless tactical humanoids in full-powered armor suddenly surged from all directions in the sky. Golden halos flickered behind them, and they descended upon the battlefield like a divine army. "You little shrimps, I haven't lost yet," roared Guckley, his massive frame standing out on the battlefield. His right hand's rocket launcher erupted with a blinding flash, sending over a dozen rockets screaming into the sky. They traced erratic paths through the air, targeting the tactical humanoid girls hovering above. One of the tactical humanoid girls, dressed in a black cloak, had eyes that glimmered with a strange light. In an instant, a series of crackling psychic lightning bolts appeared out of nowhere, forming a web that ensnared the incoming rockets. Explosions followed in rapid succession, painting a spectacular scene of fire and light in the air. At that moment, Gyukali let out another earth-shaking roar. The hundreds of psychic orc boys around him joined in with their own angry shouts. In the blink of an eye, over 100 green psychic lightning bolts shot towards the tactical humanoid girls in the sky like raindrops. However, this seemingly fierce assault was utterly ineffective. Before reaching the girls, an abruptly risen shield intercepted all the lightning, turning it into a sea of electrical arcs that eventually dissipated into nothingness. The psychic orc boys' attacks were effortlessly neutralized. Suddenly, intense green arcs erupted in their minds. Accompanied by a series of dull bang sounds, their heads exploded like overripe watermelons. This horrifying scene triggered a chain reaction, and the surrounding orcs met the same fate. In the blink of an eye, tens of thousands of headless corpses fell into pools of blood, creating a ghastly sight. Gyukali also felt a severe headache, and the glow of his shield flickered rapidly, as if it could extinguish at any moment. "Wagh!" he roared again, pointing furiously at the tactical humanoid girls in the sky. "Shrimps, come down here if you dare. Fight me unknown." In the sky, a girl named Yuya heard Gyukali's challenge. A slight smile played on her lips, and she raised an eyebrow with a confident air. "In this situation, who would take you on unknown?" she murmured, then waved her hand. Instantly, the weapons on the massive interstellar fleet above began to glow ominously. Several blinding high-energy lasers descended like divine punishment upon Gyukali. His prized WAGH force field shield flickered desperately under the relentless bombardment from the ship-mounted laser pulse turrets. "You cowardly shrimps! You don't even dare to fight me unknown!" Gyukali's towering 10-meter frame was forced to one knee, his hands struggling to prop up the faltering force field shield. "Wow, that shield is pretty strong, holding up against several Wuchu, 2 laser pulse turrets," Yuya remarked, a hint of surprise on her face before her confidence returned. "But no problem, if a few cannons aren't enough, we'll use dozens, hundreds. We have plenty of firepower." She issued another command, "Andila, bring more cannons. Let's see how long this guy can hold out." The fleet of ship girls that had entered the planet's atmosphere quickly responded. Several ship girls' warships adjusted their turrets, aligning over 120 Wuchu, 2 laser pulse turrets at Gyukali on the ground. Notably, they refrained from using the more powerful Wuchu 3 and Wuchu 4 models, as the difference in power between them was significant. The most powerful Wuchu 4 could melt and reduce the surface of an entire planet by thousands of kilometers, which would be disastrous given the presence of allies on this planet. All 120 Wuchu 2 laser pulse turrets fired simultaneously, sending a terrifying torrent of high-energy lasers crashing down like an apocalyptic disaster. Gyukali's energy force field could no longer hold and shattered with a thunderous crash. The descending laser torrent engulfed his entire body, reducing the once mighty orc leader to ashes. As Gyukali met his end, every surviving orc on Xingyue number 7 seemed to sense it. They let out cries of despair. "The boss is dead. The boss is dead." With their leader gone, the orc army quickly collapsed and scattered in all directions. The battle smoke had just cleared around the passage leading deep underground. The elite squad of Jertris, once a force of over 1,000, now had fewer than 100 weary but vigilant members guarding the area. Their eyes collectively turned skyward, witnessing a squad of tactical humanoids descending like angels. Leading the group was Yuya, who guided her team to a steady landing. The surviving members of Jertris immediately knelt, led by their interim commander, Wulanzir, who respectfully said, "Honorable angels." One of the tactical humanoids stepped forward and asked, "Who is the commander?" With his head bowed humbly, Wulanzir responded, "I am, Honorable Angel." Yuya nodded slightly, a tone of approval in her voice. "Very well. You fought bravely. I will report your valor accurately. And you have earned the right to the mechanized god's immortal transformation." These words acted like a powerful stimulant, filling Wulanzir and the remaining Jertris members with instant elation, their faces beaming with joy. Yuya continued, "Now, you may retreat. Leave the rest to us." With a gentle wave of her hand, the survivors immediately cleared a path. Yuya led her team to the edge of the passage that descended into the depths. Her long legs stepped to the brink, her right hand casually resting on her thigh as she peered downward. "It's quite deep," she mused, then signaled for a few psychic girls to step forward. The passage was not particularly spacious, with a diameter of only a few meters, situated at the bottom of a semicircular pit hundreds of meters wide. Initial scans suggested it might lead to a depth of about 1,500 kilometers beneath the surface, nearly reaching the lower mantle of Shengyue 7. The passage's size restricted the entry of large equipment, necessitating individual combat operations. Soon, a squad of 10 combat humanoids began their descent. They plummeted rapidly through the dark passage, their jetpacks constantly adjusting their posture. After a long descent, they finally saw a faint light below. When the squad reached their destination, the sight that greeted them was astonishing. Instead of a confined space, they found a vast underground world, with numerous passages extending into the unknown. This was likely the original site where the green-skinned orcs first appeared, a hidden subterranean realm awaiting their exploration. Upon the celestial cliffs above and beneath the ground, a strange subterranean world unfolds before our eyes. Countless bioluminescent creatures dot the space, providing a gentle light to this dark realm. The ground is covered with a green, carpet-like fungal layer, upon which various green organisms thrive, forming a self-sustaining ecosystem. Everywhere in this underground world, signs of life are evident, particularly the primitive constructions likely built when the green-skinned orcs first appeared. The most striking of these is a mountain-like landmark covered in green fungal mats. Through the breaks in the fungal cover, a glimpse of its interior reveals an architectural style distinct from that of the orcs, undoubtedly relics of an ancient civilization. As the tactical doll squad moved towards the fungal-covered ruin, the ground suddenly surged violently. Dozens of green-skinned Orcish youngsters burst forth, charging at the squad with fierce cries. One of the tactical dolls quickly raised her gun and unleashed a volley of explosive rounds, obliterating the attacking orcs in an instant. "Ignore them," the squad leader said calmly. "These green-skinned orcs reproduce rapidly and will soon reappear. Let's enter the ruins and call for backup." With that, she looked up at the sky and led the squad into the ruins for preliminary exploration. Soon, waves of tactical doll squads descended from above, landing on the ground through passages in the cliff. Meanwhile, the green fungal mats covering the underground world sprouted another batch of green-skinned Orcish youngsters. They immediately began fighting each other, evidently to determine the strongest leader. Just as a tall Orcish youngster defeated its opponent and raised its trophy with a roar, a crimson high-energy laser beam shot down from the sky, instantly turning the newly spawned orcs to ashes. With the area cleared, the tactical doll squads quickly advanced towards the ruins. As they approached the ruins, a series of deafening gunshots echoed from within. The main entrance had been breached by the vanguard, revealing a deep passageway. Electromagnetic flashes from gun muzzles flickered at the top of the passage, accompanied by the continuous sound of gunfire. A steady stream of green-skinned youngsters poured out, with the vanguard struggling to hold them back. The reinforcements immediately joined the fray. One tactical doll girl rushed to the front line and raised a high-energy flamethrower. With a loud whoosh, terrifyingly hot flames engulfed the entire passage, incinerating the advancing orcs to ashes. Thanks to the efficient actions of the tactical doll squads, the green-skinned orcs inside the ruins were quickly eradicated. They finally located their target, numerous gene research vessels, and the main control computer in the central area of the ruins. Psionic and technical doll girls began investigating the data within the main control computer. Despite the passage of countless years, the main control computer was still operational, though barely. Preliminary analysis of the data revealed that the ruins were indeed a genetic cultivation site. However, The green-skinned orcs were not created by the ancient civilization that built the ruins, but were instead discovered elsewhere in the galaxy and brought to Xinhua 7, where this underground genetic research base was established to study them. As for the name of this ancient civilization, the main control computer had no records of it. The tactical humanoid unit thoroughly searched the entire ruin, only to find it was an ordinary gene cultivation base with no remarkable technology. Nevertheless, they took the main control computer and all gene cultivation vessels to ensure no trace was left behind. The origin of the green-skinned creatures remains a mystery. With this question in mind, the tactical humanoid unit swiftly retreated from the underground, and upon reaching the surface, immediately boarded the interstellar warship. Meanwhile, Allied forces also fully evacuated from Xinhua 7. Yuya commanded, Andra, prepare the main cannon, target the underground passages of Xinhua 7. Cleanse that underground world completely. Not a single orc should escape. Andras Wutsu for laser pulse cannon locked onto the surface's small 10-meter wide pit. With the order to fire, a terrifying high-energy laser stream broke through the atmosphere and precisely shot into the underground depths. The laser ravaged the underground world, with temperatures soaring to millions of degrees, destroying everything in its path. Suddenly, a massive fissure appeared on the planet's surface, and the 500-kilometer thick crust shattered into space. The diameter of Xinhua 7 shrank noticeably. Cleanup complete, Yuya confirmed. Excellent, everyone evacuate this star system. Before leaving, the fleet deployed a delayed activation space warp blockade device and a Lucan star system instant gamma pulse generator capable of destroying the entire star system. This ensured that no greenskin fleet could escape after their arrival, though it was uncertain if any greenskin creatures had already spread into the galaxy before they came. After dealing with the orcs in the entire star area, Yuya led the fleet back to the Lingxiao star system. The genetic research data on the green-skinned creatures needed to be carefully studied back home. Although this threat was eliminated, the fact that the Getter's military nation had been intermittently at war with the green-skinned orcs for 40 years left concerns about whether this war was truly over. After Yuya and Andila resolved the green-skinned threat from the Gatelii Sea civilization, Tang Huang in the Lingxiao star system received a system notification. A screen flashed before his eyes, displaying the elimination of the green-skinned fleet and the construction of the battle moon, bringing him a substantial income of nearly 12 million spirit sources. Tang Huang quickly calculated that, combined with his previous balance, his total spirit sources now amounted to 53 million. Tang Huang then waited in the Lingxiao star system for Yuya and Andila to return. During this period, the main fleet of the Zhixie was constantly being upgraded and modified in interstellar space, with the hulls gleaming with the metallic luster of new armor. Meanwhile, large-scale construction of antimatter-powered reactors was in full swing on the Cheoning star, providing the immense energy needed for the upcoming Battlestar modification project. A month and a half later, Yuya and Andila finally returned to the Lingxiao star system with their fleet. They brought back the precious data Tang Huang had been eagerly awaiting. Genetic research data on the green-skinned orcs obtained from the Xinhua No. 7 star system, along with a batch of live research samples. In the research base of the space station outside Cheoning star, Tang Huang stood before a one-way transparent room, carefully observing the scene inside. The room was covered with a green fungal mat, resembling a miniature forest. Within this fungal mat, green-skinned orcs were continuously growing like plants. Tang Huang watched this peculiar ecosystem, contemplating its immense potential. According to the data Yuya deciphered from the underground ruins of Xinhua No. 7, Tang Huang learned about the astonishing characteristics of the green-skinned orcs. As long as there were organic and nutrient materials, this green fungal mat could proliferate on any planet, forming a unique ecosystem and nurturing green-skinned orcs. As their numbers increased, they would divide into tribes and fight each other, ultimately being ruled by the strongest orc. Even more surprising was that the green-skinned orcs' technological knowledge was embedded in their genes. When their population reached a certain scale, mech boys, the scientists and engineers among the orcs would naturally emerge. As the population grew larger, big mechs and war bosses would appear. This unique technological system theoretically could reach the upper limits of the universe's physical laws. Tang Huang also discovered that all orcs possessed a type of psychic energy called Yag. The stronger the orcs, or the greater their numbers, the stronger the Yag energy they generated. Sufficiently powerful Yag energy could even alter fundamental physical laws to some extent. However, without external stimuli, the orcs would continue their internal tribal wars. Once stimulated by an external force, they would unite under the leadership of the strongest orc, rapidly advancing from a primitive state to an interstellar civilization, until they surpassed or eliminated the source of the stimulus. Tang Huang input the genetic research data obtained from the ruins into the system. Soon, The system notified him that the analysis was complete, and he had acquired a new biotechnology called self-generating biomat. This technology, derived from the ancient civilization's research on green-skinned orcs, now belonged to Tang Huang, becoming a powerful new resource at his disposal. Tang Huang stared at the planet before him, holding a mysterious seed in his hand. Without hesitation, he threw the seed into the system's tech tree, eagerly anticipating its growth. Immediately, the system prompted, "Do you want to spend 10 million Ling Yuan to fully convert and enhance it into the intelligent machine heaven technology?" Hiss! Tang Huang drew a sharp breath, his brows furrowing. The price was indeed staggering. He quickly checked his balance, 53 million Ling Yuan. After a brief moment of hesitation, he gritted his teeth and decided, "Do it." As the Ling Yuan was injected, the system's tech tree began to automatically convert the technology. Tang Huang held his breath, hoping the result wouldn't disappoint him. Suddenly, two system notifications sounded in his ears. Self-replicating nano-intelligent machine seed technology unlocked, the system's cold voice announced. This seed can form a nanomechanical mat on the planet's surface and generate consumable combat humanoids. If deployed on a high-tech planet, it can absorb enemy technology and form corresponding nano-aggregate combat units. After the mission, the seed will return to intelligent machine heaven with all assimilated enemy technology. The second notification followed. Your technology level has increased, and the 6 divisions level in the system store has been unlocked. Tang Huang's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at the system interface. Self-replicating nano-intelligent machine seed? 6 divisions level unlocked? This far exceeded his expectations. His mind raced, realizing that this technology would become a powerful tool for plundering other civilizations' technologies. With it, the speed of upgrading the system's tech tree would increase significantly. Excitement surged through Tang Huang as he clenched his fist, feeling that this technology was even more significant than the unlocking of the 6 divisions level. At that moment, Tang Huang saw endless possibilities unfolding before him. His lips curled into a smile, and his eyes gleamed with ambition. This investment was worth it. Tang Huang didn't bother to carefully review the newly unlocked 6 divisions level content. Instead, he eagerly ordered the creation of an initial self-replicating nano-intelligent machine seed. The automated warship production line efficiently went into action and soon produced a seed. Tang Huang carefully picked up the gray seed, examining the intricate object that was smaller than his fingernail. Though it appeared as a single unit, he knew it was composed of countless nanomachines. To test this new technology, Tang Huang chose an experimental site spanning over 10,000 square meters. The site simulated the most common planetary surface environments and was equipped with small metal or veins, rock layers, and water to provide food for the gray seed. As soon as the seed was placed in the experimental site, Tang Huang watched intently. The solid seed suddenly dispersed like sand, spreading across the surface. Immediately, the simulated planetary surface began to diminish at a visible rate, while the gray nanomachines rapidly multiplied and started self-replicating. In no time, the surface materials of the experimental site were entirely consumed, transforming the area into a gray beach. The next moment, countless nanomachines rose from the gray beach and began to coalesce. Soon, hundreds of tactical humanoids appeared on the gray beach. These tactical humanoids resembled human females, with faces covered by black masks made of a glass-like material, marked with a gray whirlwind symbol. Each was equipped with basic armor and firearms. Tang Huang pondered for a moment before tossing some hard drives containing technological data into the nanoblanket. Moments later, the gray nanoblanket devoured the hard drives and produced corresponding weapons based on the data. Tang Huang mused, thinking of the numerous applications for this technology. It could be deployed on enemy planets to plunder technology or serve as an efficient manufacturing plant. With this, the Warstar transformation of Dome Star would be significantly accelerated. A smile crept across Tang Huang's face as he thought, "This really is a good thing." The 10 million spirit sources were well spent. He decided to give this technology an official name. Let's call it Gray Wind Nano-Intelligent Machines. Having settled on the name, Tang Huang opened the system marketplace panel. The left section displayed 3 technology trees: biological genetics, physical mechanics, and intelligent psychiol, showing growth. The combination of the 3 had unlocked the 6 divisions level. He quickly navigated to the 6 divisions level panel on the right side of the system marketplace. Unlike the 7th element level, which only sold scattered technologies, the 6 divisions level featured complete warship design blueprints while still offering a considerable amount of standalone technology. Tang Huang's attention was immediately drawn to the words Southern Dipper Masterlife, followed by various blueprints and technologies of the 6 divisions level. 1. Tianfu Siming Planetary Warstar Standard Retrofit Blueprints. 32 million spirit sources, original price, 50 million. Partial technology already owned, discounted price. 2. Tianxiang Silu Superstar Carrier Blueprints, 9 million spirit sources. 3. Tianliang Yinshou Nano Intelligent Machines Comprehensive Application, 1 million spirit sources original price, 20 million. Key technologies already owned, significant discount. 4. Tiantong Iswan Planetary Computing Power Enhancement Technology, 10 million spirit sources. 5. Tianshu Doer Stellar Death Ray Weapon Technology, 15 million spirit sources. 6. Tianji Shangxing Microscopic Proton Level Element Transformation Technology, 20 million spirit sources. These 6 technologies were leaders in their respective fields, with hefty price tags. Notably, 2 of them were discounted, especially the third nano-intelligent machine technology, which had an astonishing discount. As Tang Huang scrolled to the third item, his brow furrowed. He realized that the newly acquired Greywind intelligence mechanism couldn't be immediately applied to mass production. The issue was that the products formed by Greywind nanomachines lacked the stability required for factory standards. His gaze shifted to the Tianliang Longevity Nanomachine General Application Module on the purchase list. He understood that only by acquiring this 6th-tier technology could the Greywind intelligence mechanism be enhanced for factory production. However, what caught Tang Huang's attention the most were the first and last items on the list. The first was the Tianfu Siming Planetary Battlestar Blueprints, and the last was the Tianji Elemental Conversion at the microscopic proton level. Tang Huang already possessed the blueprints for modifying a planetary battlestar, a plan personally designed by Shiwei. The elemental conversion technology, on the other hand, was the core of his automatic mining machines. Tang Huang realized that by purchasing this technology, he could manufacture the automatic machine cores himself, eliminating the need for additional purchases. This discovery made Tang Huang frustrated. He recalled his recent decision to spend 20 million Ling Yuan on bulk purchasing automatic machine cores and couldn't help but curse himself for falling into the system's trap, wasting a significant amount of Ling Yuan. With no other choice, Tang Huang decided to spend 1 million Ling Yuan to purchase the Tianliang Longevity Nanomachine General Application Module and immediately updated his Greywind intelligence mechanism. After the update, the Greywind intelligence mechanism finally gained the functionality for factory production. Tang Huang checked his Ling Yuan balance and saw that he had 42 million left. He hesitated briefly, his gaze shifting between the first and 7th items. Ultimately, he decided to purchase the Tianfu Siming Planetary Battlestar Standard Modification Blueprints. This decision was based on several considerations. First, the intelligence mechanism's current production capacity was already quite sufficient and didn't require immediate expansion. Second, with the Greywind intelligence mechanism, the transformation of the Dome Star into a battlestar became urgent. More importantly, Tang Huang was curious about the differences between the system-produced battlestar modification blueprints and Shiwei's design. As for the shortage of Ling Yuan, Tang Huang wasn't too worried. He calculated privately that he could always harvest another batch from the Yada Empire if needed. He was confident that such a vast empire couldn't be drained by his harvesting efforts. With 32 million Ling Yuan deducted, Tang Huang finally obtained the long-desired blueprints. As he examined them closely, he couldn't help but exclaim, "Indeed, it's different." This money was well spent. The Tianfu Si Ming Planetary Battlestar, a colossal structure with a diameter of 14,000 kilometers, stands majestically in the starry expanse. This artificial planet boasts an astounding mass of 80 quintillion tons and is enveloped in an impregnable 1,000 kilometer thick layer of Wuchu 2 superalloy armor. The defense system of the Battlestar is near perfection, featuring 4 layers of shields. The Juman Planetary Energy Shield, the Subspace Device Psionic Planetary Shield, the Energy Field Planetary Shield, and the Planetary and Subspace Void Warp Shield. Together, these create an almost impenetrable barrier. The energy system is equally impressive, with 11,000 ultra-large integrated antimatter power reactors supplying a continuous stream of energy to the entire Battlestar. The propulsion system is astounding as well, including 12,000 6E ultra-large integrated warp engines, 21,000 anti-gravity propulsion engines, and 1,200 specialized subspace warp demon engines. These engines grant the Battlestar incredible mobility. It can warp up to 11 light-years, reach speeds up to 21 times the speed of light, and achieve 99 of light speed under conventional propulsion. At the core of the Battlestar are systems like the planetary-grade computer matrix array, large subspace communication devices, anti-acceleration mass energy conversion devices, and curvature space warp interference devices. These systems not only ensure the stable operation of the Battlestar, but also can disrupt enemy ships' communications and warp capabilities within a radius of 11 light-years. The weapon systems are formidable. 100-kilometer caliber planetary space-time energy cannons, kilometer-caliber anti-gravity projectile arrays, 100-kilometer caliber Wuchu million-degree death spears, along with tens of thousands of secondary cannons and missile silos. These weapons are capable of annihilating any hostile target. Tang Huang meticulously examined the design blueprints, filled with admiration. The 32 million spiritual sources spent were well worth it. Not only did he acquire detailed designs of the Battlestar, but also numerous advanced technologies, the most notable being the manufacturing method of the Wuchu 2 superalloy. This alloy, the core material of Tang Huang's Heavenly Emperor-class power armor, can withstand temperatures of millions of degrees and was previously considered impossible to replicate. Reflecting on the 20 million spiritual sources spent on purchasing 40,000 automatic mechanical cores, Tang Huang felt a pang of regret. If he had also bought the microscopic proton-level element conversion technology, the modification progress of the Battlestar would have been significantly accelerated. But with his spiritual sources nearly depleted, this idea had to be put on hold. With only 10 million spiritual sources left, Tang Huang continued browsing the 6E level system marketplace. Soon, an entry titled Tactical Humanoid Consciousness Data Recovery Technology caught his eye. This technology, leveraging subspace characteristics, could recover the consciousness data of tactical humanoids after they perish and resurrect them by creating new bodies. Even more exciting, this technology was not restricted to tactical humanoids alone. Without hesitation, Tang Huang purchased the technology, instantly zeroing out his remaining spiritual sources. Despite his now empty coffers, he had no regrets about the transaction. In his view, the value of this technology far exceeded its price, making it an exceptionally wise investment. In Tang Huang's eyes, all previous technologies could be discarded, except for this one. Its importance to him was beyond words. However, this realization suddenly jolted him. Was he becoming more like an evil god? It is well known that a major characteristic of demons under an evil god's command is their immortality. After their physical bodies die in the real universe, their consciousness returns to the subspace. Tang Huang realized that his tactical humanoids already possessed this trait. He couldn't help but marvel. His tactical humanoids had truly become subspace demons, and he himself had effectively become a subspace evil god. After completing these technological upgrades, Tang Huang had exhausted his spiritual resources. Although the War Star could not be directly constructed at the moment, he applied some of the War Star technology to upgrade the main fleet. The upgraded warships now had formidable combat capabilities. Take the Thunderstrike medium assault battleship, for example. Its specifications are astonishing. Length, 15 kilometers. Width, 2.1 kilometers. Height, 1.5 kilometers. Empty mass, 3.7 billion tons. Standard crew, 320,000. Armor systems include 20-meter class multi-layer Wuchio 2 alloy defensive armor and Greywind nano armor regeneration units. Shield systems encompass subspace device psionic shields, energy field shields, and subspace void warp shields. The power system is driven by 12 antimatter reactors. The faster Thamlight FTL jump system is equipped with 5 6-division standard FTL curvature engines. Conventional propulsion includes 10 anti-gravity thrust engines. Special propulsion systems feature a primary inertialess engine and a subspace warp demon engine. Maximum spatial node linkage distance is 5 light-years, with a curvature engine top speed of 30 times the speed of light and anti-gravity thrust engine acceleration reaching 1200 Earth standard G. Core systems include one of the planet-grade computer matrix array modules, subspace communication devices, and anti-acceleration mass energy conversion devices. Its weapon systems are even more intimidating. Main cannons, dual-mounted Thunderhammer, I model energy arc devastators, 100-meter class caliber spatial mass energy rippers. Type I secondary cannons, 12,000 mm caliber Thunder Spike 2 anti-gravity projectile cannons X2. Type II secondary cannons, Wuchio 4 high-energy lances X24. Additionally, there are 400 missile launch silos X4 and 500 small Wuchio 1 and 2 combined Closian defense interception arrays X4. This is the Thunderstrike assault battleship after the latest technological upgrades. Compared to the original system version of the Thunderstrike medium assault battleship, it has undergone a dramatic transformation. While Tang Huang was upgrading his main fleet in the Lingxiao system, the Turan Empire was also preparing for a major event. The new Turan Interstellar Society Civilization United Conference was about to convene. At that time, the Turan Empire would open the isolated star domain network of interstellar society, ensuring that all civilizations within the empire could participate in this grand event. The Interstellar Summit in Turin is about to convene, and various cosmic powers are maneuvering behind the scenes. The Ivli Interstellar Federation, the Jutong Capital Alliance, and the Jinran Galactic Empire, 3 civilizations on par with the Yada Empire, are conspiring to join forces against the Yada Empire at the summit. Thanks to the Turan Empire lifting the restrictions on the Star Domain Network, the top leaders of these 3 civilizations were able to meet face-to-face in a virtual conference room, despite the vast distances between them. The colossal form of the Jutong Capital Alliance's chief executive officer appeared first on the screen. his 6 arms slightly flexing, and the compound eyes on his triangular head gleaming with shrewdness. Shortly after, the holograms of the Ivli Federation President and the Jinran Galactic Emperor began to materialize. Before the summit begins, we need to reconfirm the details. The Jutong Xiao began bluntly. The Ivli President opened his beak, emitting a laugh devoid of humor. What more is there to discuss? Haven't we already settled everything? The Jinran Emperor, whose tiny 20-centimeter frame hovered in the air in stark contrast to the Jutong CEO, remained silent, seemingly waiting for the others to express their views. The Jutong CEO's mandibles parted in a menacing grin. There might have been some discrepancies in our previous discussions. Now that we are face-to-face, we should clarify the division of Yada Empire's spoils to avoid future conflicts. He stated directly, the Jutong Capital Alliance wants 40 of Yada Empire's territory and 50 of its technological data. Is that acceptable? The Jinran Emperor's expression darkened instantly. That's impossible. You want to take such a large share for yourself? What about us? Don't be hasty, Emperor, the Jutong So said in a conciliatory tone. We have plenty of time to negotiate. The three parties engaged in heated discussions in the virtual conference room. They reaffirmed the strength of their respective fleets, but couldn't reach an agreement on the post-war division of spoils. Each civilization wanted the largest share, and none were willing to compromise. Finally, the Ivli president proposed a middle ground. Since none of us can convince the others, how about this? Each of us takes 20 of the Yada Empire's territory as a base share. The remaining 40 will be up for grabs based on our respective capabilities. How does that sound? The Jinran Emperor nodded slightly. I agree. The Jutong CEO chuckled and shook his head. It seems that in this interstellar era, not everything can be resolved at the negotiation table. His tone carried a hint of resignation. This is the reality of our times. At least we can sit and talk. With other interstellar civilizations, whose ways of thinking are completely different, we might not even get a single word in. According to the latest intelligence, the Yada Empire is already in turmoil, the Jutong CEO continued. I believe that if we join forces, we can easily crush the Yada Empire. As he spoke, he summoned a virtual drink, and the other two leaders also conjured beverages representative of their civilizations. To our cooperation and spirit of contract, the Jutongso declared loudly. The three clinked their virtual glasses, and the shimmering liquid seemed to herald the impending interstellar storm. Giant Mantis Capital, Everglow Interstellar Federation, and Jinran Interstellar Empire secretly finalized a plan to carve up the Yada Empire on the eve of the Turin Interstellar Union Conference. In a dimly lit conference room, the representatives of the three factions sat around a massive star map, their eyes gleaming with ambition. Their fingers traced the borders of the Yada Empire, as if already claiming their territories. Meanwhile, a shocking piece of news shook the Turin Empire. Lieutenant General Byrne and Princess Frida returned in a disheveled state, their arrival striking a heavy blow to the pride of the Turin Empire. The Empire was in an uproar, with many struggling to believe that the Yada Empire dared to attack Turin's punitive fleet, especially with the Imperial Princess aboard. Standing before the royal family, Lieutenant General Byrne's voice was hoarse as he reported, Your Majesty, the Yada Empire's fleet of over 200 warships demonstrated terrifying combat capabilities. They have the power to annihilate a Turin fleet of equal size. His words echoed through the palace, causing a stir. The members of the royal family exchanged fearful glances, unable to comprehend how the Yada Empire had acquired such formidable military strength. What was even more disturbing were the deformed Yada soldiers seen in the battle footage. These monstrous beings left the Turin royals bewildered, with no one able to explain their origins. Though the Turin Empire had been secretly researching psionics, their findings were far from understanding concepts like warp demons and warp corruption. Amid the anger and shock, some harbored different emotions. Among the royal princes, especially those who had long coveted the throne, a flicker of disappointment crossed their eyes upon hearing that Princess Frida had survived. The most outstanding of them was the 8th prince, Augustus Turin, named after the ancient Roman emperor, known for his ambition. In the fortified city within the Turin imperial city on Earth in the Turin star system, Augustus listened to his subordinates' reports. A hint of regret crossed his handsome face as he sighed softly. What a pity. It would have been wonderful if Frida had died in the Yada Empire. Though his words were barely audible, they were filled with a yearning for power and dissatisfaction with the current state of affairs. However, Frida survived this time, so we need an explanation. How did the Yada Empire acquire such a powerful fleet? Augustus frowned deeply and waved his hand. Instantly, the entire palace was enveloped in a dark, cosmic scene. The virtual projection displayed 2 interstellar fleets engaged in fierce combat, with explosions and energy beams lighting up the scene. This was the battle between the Yada Chaos Fleet and the Turin fleet in the Graf Fire Galaxy. Walking slowly within this virtual space, Augustus occasionally adjusted the battle angles, carefully observing every detail. As he replayed the scene repeatedly, a thought began to take shape in his mind. If he could control the Yada Empire's fleet, his power would be significantly enhanced. Although he couldn't comprehend how the Yada Empire possessed a force comparable to, or even slightly stronger than, the Turan fleet, he speculated that it was likely related to the ruined sector. The Yada Empire must have acquired something crucial from there, and hadn't reported it to the Turan Empire. Regardless, the Yada Empire's actions were a blatant defiance of the Turan Empire. The wrath of the Turan Empire was imminent, and dispatching another punitive fleet was inevitable. The key question was, who would lead this mission? Vice Admiral Byrne was clearly no longer a suitable candidate. Just thinking about Byrne gave Augustus a headache. As a subordinate, Byrne's failure could implicate him. Moreover, why hadn't Byrne followed the plan to eliminate Frida secretly? This was another troubling issue. Augustus scratched his bald head with his pinky, deep in thought. Despite Byrne's failure, it presented an opportunity for him to take charge personally. He could use the pretext of avenging the defeat to take on this mission. Someone prepare the shuttle. I'm going to the council hall, Augustus ordered. Outside, the sound of something slicing through the air was heard, and a luxurious floating shuttle descended. He didn't depart immediately, but went to change his clothesis set of aristocratic attire with a strong feudal flavor from the old Earth era. Here, it's worth mentioning the geographic location of the newly built palace of the Turan Empire. The Earth War that happened 4,000 years ago had become a historical enigma, and Earth's geography had undergone massive changes. On the Asian continent, the once towering Himalayas and Mount Everest were almost leveled during the war. However, due to the terrain, the altitude remained higher than other areas. The Turan Empire's palace was situated here. Due to their long-standing focus on military technology, the Turanians lacked a unique cultural identity. After occupying Earth, they developed a keen interest in the rich human cultures left behind. These cultures profoundly influenced the later development of the Turan Empire. Given that Turanians physically resembled humans, they gradually developed a unique form of entertainment, dressing up in the ancient styles of old Earth. This phenomenon was quite ironic. While Turanians generally despise humans, they were keen on imitating ancient human attire. This also became one of Augustus's hobbies. Every year, he would dress in the traditional garb of ancient, powerful Asian nations from old Earth, changing his outfit annually. The new year is almost here. I've worn Ming Dynasty attire this year. Which dynasty is next year? Oh, it's the Qing Dynasty, Augustus muttered to himself. With the help of his bioengineered servants, he donned a blue prince's robe from the Qing Dynasty era of old Earth, ready to head to the council hall. Augustus, dressed in a robe embroidered with a five-clawed golden dragon, wore a warm hat crowned with ruby and adorned with three-eyed feathers. He stepped out of his sleeping quarters and approached the floating shuttle outside the palace. Several attendants in ancient attire immediately bowed and respectfully addressed him as Your Highness. Augustus chuckled. Don't call me Your Highness today. Call me Bai. I am the 8th Prince, the Honorable Prince of Hashol. Isenjoro Augustus Insi Turan. Laughing heartily, he boarded the shuttle, and the door closed behind him. The shuttle slowly ascended, leaving the 8th Prince's citadel and heading towards the main city of the Turan Imperial Palace. The Turan Imperial Palace spanned vast grounds, covering nearly half of Asia. Within the palace, various architectural styles stood side by side, from traditional Turan designs to ancient earth structures and modern, high-tech constructions, forming a unique architectural jungle. In the sky, numerous patrol airships moved back and forth. On the ground, the elite Turan army and massive land armor units stood guard. In Earth's orbit, a large interstellar fleet was permanently stationed, and the palace complex concealed numerous secret defense fortresses. As soon as Frida returned, she immediately went to find Luo Xioling. Luo Xioling, the fiancé of the 8th Prince Augustus, currently resided in a palace designated for the ladies within the imperial grounds. Xiaoling, I almost never saw you again this time, Frida said, reaching out to touch Luo Xioling's cheek, only for her gesture to be gently avoided. A trace of sadness flickered in Frida's golden eyes. At that moment, a man's light chuckle broke the silence. Frida looked up in surprise towards the source of the sound behind Luo Xioling, from a spot concealed by a three-dimensional virtual curtain. A hand clad in black armor pierced through the virtual curtain, scattering the swirling photons. A tall man in luxurious black-powered armor emerged before Frida, his towering presence casting a shadow over her. He wore no helmet, revealing a handsome face. Your Highness Princess, it's been a while, Tang Huang said, a slight smile playing on his lips. Frida stepped back in shock, her golden pupils contracting sharply. You? How are you here? Why am I here? Don Juan clasped his hands behind his back and slowly approached Frida, looking down at her with a slight, arrogant smile playing on his lips. Ah, there's no place in the galaxy I can't reach. A chill ran down Frida's spine. As Don Juan drew nearer, she could feel his overwhelming psychic presence, an invisible weight pressing down on her shoulders. Her legs trembled slightly, but she fought to stay upright, a testament to her inner strength and the fact that Don Juan had not fully unleashed his powers. Suddenly, a large hand lifted Frida's chin, forcing her to look up at him. His eyes lingered on her beautiful face, and his voice carried a hint of amusement. So even the Grand Princess shows such an expression before me. I came here on business, but I decided to personally check on the state of Earth. This location, it's the Himalayas, isn't it? Don Juan released her and turned to walk to the window. He gazed out at the blue sky and took a deep breath. The air is so fresh. Earth's air. With Don Juan's back turned, Frida gasped for breath, sweat dripping from her forehead, her chest heaving. She struggled to steady her breathing and looked up at Don Juan's silhouette, her voice trembling slightly. How did you get here? Without turning, Don Juan continued to stare at the sky and the sun that warmed the land. You already know the answer, don't you? A gentle breeze blew in, and he took another deep breath. The warm, moist air currents from the southern Indian Ocean, the cold fronts from Siberia in the north, the Himalayas, Mount Everest, these names are all too familiar. Time has passed, but sadly, the Earth I knew is gone. His words were filled with a sense of melancholy. He recalled his life on Earth before his journey, as if it were just yesterday, yet it had been thousands of years. Earth no longer belonged to humans, but had been occupied by an alien race, becoming their capital. Don Juan felt like a long-lost wanderer returning home to find everything changed and no familiar faces remaining. Frida was stunned by the implications of Don Juan's words. She realized he had used spatial teleportation to get here. The technological prowess of the Zhishitian court was terrifyingly advanced, allowing Don Juan to traverse space at will and appear in the heart of the Turan Empire's capital without triggering any spatial detection alarms. This realization was as shocking as discovering the Zhishitian court had a human agent skilled in spatial teleportation, if not more so. Taking several deep breaths, Frida forced herself to calm down. She fixed her gaze on Don Juan's back, her voice slightly dry. You didn't come here just to reminisce, did you? Correct. Don Juan's tone turned serious. Let's get to the point. The new Turan Interstellar Union Assembly is about to convene, isn't it? You know I'm human, and I also represent the Zhishitian court. You know what I want? Frida instantly grasped Don Juan's intent and exclaimed in shock. You want Origin Star? That's impossible. Origin Star is our Turan capital. We've been living there for 4,000 years. Don Juan let out a cold laugh. Let me remind you, it's not Origin Star, it's Earth. That's the original name of this planet. Humans originated from Earth, and from the earliest hominids. We've lived here for over 6 million years. He glanced at her sideways, his tone carrying a hint of menace. You're the heir to the Turan Empire, the next empress. You should consider the future of the entire Turan race. Do you think the Turan Empire can withstand the Zhishitian court fleet arriving through high-dimensional transitions? His words struck Frida like a hammer to her heart. Don Juan continued, his voice filled with unshakable confidence. Now, humanity is no longer in the vulnerable position it was 4,000 years ago. In this galaxy, my presence changes everything. Don Juan waved his hand, and the power armor device around his neck flowed like liquid. The nano-intelligent machinery swiftly covered his entire body. The helmet and faceplate formed, concealing his expression. On the faceplate, a pair of crimson electronic eyes flickered with a cold, ruthless light. I can give you a preview of the future that awaits you Dulan people. Don Juan's voice emanated through the faceplate, carrying a trace of mechanical indifference. Once the Heavenly Court fleet takes Earth, it will use it as a core to expand outward, exterminating the Dulan people on each planet one by one. He paused for a moment, his tone softening slightly. But if you are wise and hand over Earth soon, returning it to its rightful owner, I might consider leaving a trace of civilization for the Dulan people. You could still become the future queen of the Dulan. These words hit Frida like a hammer, striking her heart directly. Her golden pupils contracted violently, and her body trembled slightly. She realized that everything Don Juan said could very well become a reality. Don Juan continued, this is the final ultimatum. The Heavenly Court of Intelligent Machinery is preparing to establish the Heavenly Court Interstellar Society, and Earth will return to humanity. Quickly relay this message to the Dulan royalty and come to a decision. At the Dulan Interstellar Union meeting in 10 days, you will announce your decision. Whether the Dulan Empire will be completely destroyed or retain a glimmer of hope is up to you. As soon as he finished speaking, Don Juan's tall figure disappeared in a wave of spatial distortion. Frida finally collapsed, falling helplessly to the ground. The sudden blow was too much for her to bear, leaving her mind in chaos. In fact, Don Juan's actions against the Dulan Empire were not taken on a whim. Liberating Earth had always been one of his missions. He had just been waiting for the right moment. Now he had unlocked the 6th level system technology, and his fleet had completed the corresponding upgrades. However, these high-level technologies required a massive amount of spiritual energy, and merely plundering the Yada Empire was no longer enough. Therefore, Dongwon decided to target the Dulan Empire. His goal was not only to dismantle the Dulan Interstellar Society, but also to establish the Heavenly Court Interstellar Society, led by the intelligent machinery Heavenly Court, in the Orion arm of the Milky Way. A strict no-fly zone is enforced over the inner area of the Turin Imperial City, and even Prince Augustus is not exempt. His shuttle had to dock at the spaceport outside the city. He then switched to a ground-hovering vehicle to enter the solemn and imposing Imperial grounds. In the distance, a towering structure caught Augustus's eye, the Turin Council Hall. This colossal building, nearly 10 kilometers tall and resembling a giant hourglass, is one of the most crucial institutions at the heart of the Turin Empire. Millions of officials deliberate state affairs here, remotely deciding the fate of each Turin colony. The headquarters of all major departments, including the Ministry of Defense, the Ministry of Administration, the Treasury, the Department of Justice, and the Secret Special Intelligence Bureau, are housed within this building. Its comprehensive functions surpass even those of the Pentagon. Augustus's hovercar bypassed the congested traffic, taking a route reserved exclusively for the royal family. Unlike the bustling roads teeming with officials and bureaucrats, the wide main avenue of the palace had sparse traffic. The vehicle moved unimpeded toward the entrance of the council hall. From a distance, the Turin Imperial Guard stationed there identified Augustus's vehicle through a linked network. It's worth noting that the Turin Palace rarely uses unmanned machinery, a precaution stemming from an incident 1,200 years ago. At that time, a sudden outbreak of logic viruses infected many unmanned machines within the palace, leading to the deaths of 16 princes and princesses and nearly claiming the emperor's life. The cause of this disaster remains unknown, and the logic virus that infected all the palace's unmanned machines vanished abruptly. Since then, unmanned machinery and AI have been banned from the Turin Palace. The 032 ND Army group from the Origin Star, which was brought in to quell the uprising, was subsequently reorganized into the Royal Guard, responsible for all palace security. It's the 8th prince. Prepare for his arrival, came an order. The guards immediately lifted all security restrictions along the way. The hovercar stopped at the royal entrance of the council hall. Step, 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 step. The sound of synchronized footsteps echoed as fully armed Turin Imperial Guards lined up on either side. The leading officer stepped forward, opened the car door, and bowed respectfully. Welcome, Your Highness the 8th Prince. A satisfied voice responded from inside the car, and Augustus stepped out. He glanced around and asked, Is my royal sister here? Are you referring to Her Highness, the Grand Princess? The officer maintained his respectful posture. She, along with His Majesty, the other princes, and the imperial ministers, is in the Imperial Conference Hall at the top of the council hall, awaiting your arrival. Augustus was slightly taken aback, thinking to himself, a rebellion in the Yada Empire warrants such a grand assembly? Wouldn't it be enough for father to simply appoint a general to lead a larger fleet to quell it? Suddenly, a thought crossed Augustus's mind. This might not be as simple as he had imagined. Ordinary matters wouldn't warrant such a turnout. Clearly, something significant was happening. With this in mind, Augustus entered the council hall and took the elevator to the top floor. When he pushed open the doors to the Imperial Conference Hall, the scene before him confirmed his suspicions. The hall was packed with people, and the atmosphere was heavy and tense. In the grand hall of the Imperial Assembly, numerous seats lay empty, indicating the sudden nature of the event and the absence of many attendees. The surrounding projection walls displayed high-altitude views of the outside world, showing that this room was near the troposphere, towering above the clouds. As Augustus stepped into the hall, he immediately noticed the somber expressions on the faces of nearly all the imperial officials present. His heart sank, realizing that something significant must have occurred. Could it be an issue with the Relic Star region? But that area was thousands of light years away, which seemed unlikely. With deep confusion, Augustus approached his designated seat. The entire hall was semicircular, with rows of ordinary seats spreading outward. In the innermost circle, beneath the enormous twinitular deer emblem of the Turin Empire, was the emperor's seat, where his father was seated. To the left of the emperor's seat were the secondary seats for royal family members, and to the right were the seats for ministers and other high-ranking officials. Augustus first bowed to his father. The emperor nodded slightly. I was just about to summon you. Take your seat. Augustus then proceeded to the 8th secondary seat on the left of the emperor's seat. At that moment, he sensed a hint of displeasure from his father, and noticed his siblings casting various glances his way. Looking down, Augustus realized he was dressed in an outdated ancient Earth noble attire, which was against protocol. With no time to leave and change, he quickly activated his portable projector, transforming his attire into the formal uniform of a council member. "This will have to do," he muttered under his breath. After these adjustments, Augustus looked up towards Frida, who was seated in the first secondary seat. He expected to see her usual haughty and mocking expression, but instead, Frida was not looking at him at all. Her brow was furrowed, and she looked deeply concerned, as if pondering something of great importance. Augustus looked utterly bewildered, completely clueless about what major event had occurred. In fact, almost everyone present, except the Emperor and Princess Frida, was in the dark. They only knew that the Emperor had urgently called for an imperial meeting, but the meeting had not officially started, and most of the Empire's officials had yet to arrive. The conference room was filled with a heavy silence, occasionally interrupted by the flickering lights of holographic projections on various seats. Many officials who couldn't attend in person were participating remotely. Augustus noticed this and realized that this meeting was indeed extraordinary. Normally, imperial meetings never allowed remote attendance to prevent leaks of important information. Also, meetings would usually commence as long as 9/10 of the officials were present, without waiting for everyone. Yet now, despite most senators being present and only a few unimportant ones missing, the meeting had not started. Augustus was puzzled. Could the Turan Empire be facing a life-or-death crisis? But given the Empire's immense power, who could possibly threaten its existence? Finally, the last few senators joined the meeting via remote projection. The seats were densely packed with senators. The Emperor scanned the room and broke the silence. "Everyone is here. Let's get straight to the point. There is an issue concerning the survival of our empire that needs discussion." These words immediately caused a stir, with everyone shocked by the Emperor's mention of a survival issue. "Frida," the Emperor called softly. "Father." Frida took a deep breath and stood up. All eyes were on her, waiting to hear about this so-called life-or-death issue. "In the ruins sector, an ancient civilization has awakened, known as the Mecca Celestial Court," Frida said, pausing briefly. Most senators were unfamiliar with the Mecca Celestial Court, but the mention of ancient civilization made them ponder its significance. "The Mecca Celestial Court has subjugated the human race and sent us a notice demanding that we completely withdraw from the Origin Star and hand it over to them. They have given us a deadline to come to a decision before the upcoming Turin Interstellar Union Conference and to provide an answer at the conference." As soon as Frida finished speaking, the entire Imperial Assembly Hall erupted in an uproar. Senators whispered to each other, clearly unprepared for such an issue. At that moment, the Minister of Defense of Turin stood up from his seat on the right and asked, "Your Highness, do we know anything about the technology and military strength of the Mecca Celestial Court?" "No, we know almost nothing," Frida replied. "But it is certain that their technology and military power are extremely advanced, likely far surpassing our own." The Minister of Defense gasped. The concept of being far surpassed by the Turan Empire made him uneasy. However, someone immediately countered, "So what if they far surpass the Empire?" Augustus let out a cold laugh, his voice echoing through the council chamber. "Isn't the technology of the Perseus Interstellar Society far superior to ours? Yet we've kept them at bay, unable to touch us. As I see it, the Machine Celestial Court can't claim our home planet with just words. It's impossible." No sooner had he finished speaking than a wave of support surged through the hall. "The Eighth Prince is right," someone shouted in agreement. "The dueling empire didn't get to where it is today by being easily intimidated. We've survived on Yuanxing for 4,000 years, and will continue to survive here in the future," said another counselor, standing up and waving his fist passionately. "Why should the Machine Celestial Court think they can take our capital? If they want it, let them come and get it." "That's right." A chorus of voices erupted from the crowd. "Go to war with them. Do they think the dueling empire is so easy to bully?" As the faction supporting the Eighth Prince voiced their backing, the crowd grew increasingly fervent. However, the Emperor, along with the Defense Minister, the Finance Minister, and other top officials, looked troubled. They had gleaned from Frida's intelligence that the Machine Celestial Court's technological prowess was formidable. But clearly, most dueling people had grown arrogant. Upon hearing technologically advanced, far superior to dueling, they immediately thought of the Perseus Interstellar Society, who, despite their superiority, had been defeated. This mindset led them to believe that even if they couldn't win against the Machine Celestial Court, they wouldn't lose badly. In this atmosphere, the majority clamored for war with the Machine Celestial Court. Augustus stood up, requesting permission to fight from the Emperor. "Father, I request to lead the battles." The Emperor frowned deeply, falling into silence. Their understanding of the Machine Celestial Court was limited to vague notions of technological prowess and military strength. But the issue couldn't remain unresolved. A decision had to be made. With a long sigh, the Emperor announced, "Begin the voting." Behind the Emperor's seat, a large emblem of the dueling double-horned deer head lit up, displaying two options: Go to war with the machine celestial court or surrender Yuanqing. The results came quickly. Go to war with the machine celestial court. 87 support. Surrender Yuanqing. 3 support. Abstain 10. The vast majority of dueling people chose war, confident in their decision. Many even scanned their surroundings with hostile gazes, trying to identify the shameful 3. Frida lowered her head in resignation. She had anticipated this outcome. Augustus glanced at her smugly, his tone dripping with contempt. When did the Grand Princess become so cowardly? The Emperor looked around and finally spoke. Since the vote is decided, the majority rules over the minority. I hereby announce, we reject the machine celestial court's demands. The Empire will enter full war preparation mode. Frida stood in the center of the Imperial Assembly Hall, her hands clenched tightly, her voice firm yet tinged with urgency. Father, this is a mistake. We know so little about the mech celestial court, while they might know everything about us. This is not a fair war. We are bound to lose. The Emperor sat at the head of the assembly, his gaze piercing as he scanned the hall. With 87 of the senators already in favor of war, the air was thick with tension. Frida, this concerns the dignity of the Empire, the Emperor said, his voice low and authoritative. You have always been my pride, my eldest daughter, never once disappointing me. But in this matter, you are too timid, not fitting for a future monarch. The Emperor rose from his seat, every movement exuding unquestionable authority. War is inevitable. This is the decision of the entire upper echelon of the dueling empire. The empire does not belong to me alone, but to all its people. My duty is to heed the majority's voice and lead the empire further into this dark universe. The wars that need to be fought must be fought. There can be no room for mercy. With that, the emperor announced the end of the session and swiftly issued a series of orders. The Minister of Finance to coordinate logistics, the Minister of Defense to mobilize troops, the Ministry of Justice to maintain wartime order, and the Secret Intelligence Department to gather enemy information. All other departments were to cooperate seamlessly. Long live the dueling empire! As the emperor's words echoed, the hall erupted. All the senators stood in unison, their voices rising in agreement. The emperor turned and left, and the senators dissipated into data streams, each heading to their respective wartime duties. In an instant, the vast assembly hall was left with only Frida and a few other royal siblings. The 8th Prince, Augustus, smirked triumphantly as he strode over to Frida, looking down at her across the table. Sister, when did you become so indecisive and weak? Father's disappointment in you is evident. Don't worry, under my leadership, the future of the empire will be bright. With that, Augustus and the other royal siblings departed, leaving Frida alone in the empty hall. After leaving the assembly hall, Augustus headed straight to the palace of the royal consorts. He pushed the door open to find Luo Xioling standing by the window, the sunlight outlining her graceful figure. Linger, my future wife, Augustus said, spreading his arms for an embrace. However, Luo Xioling stepped back, avoiding his touch with a blank expression. Augustus sighed, lowering his arms. Linger, why be like this? We are not strangers. In 2.5 years, we will be married. You will be my empress. That will not change. Luo Xioling asked coldly. Is there something you need? Augustus sat down in a chair, making a confident gesture with his right hand. I came to bid you farewell. I will be leading the fleet as the vanguard in this war. Though it won't be easy, I am confident. A hint of doubt crossed Luo Xioling's face. You are leading the vanguard? Yes, Augustus said excitedly. Father is increasingly dissatisfied with Frida. If I perform well in the war and achieve great success, I will petition him to reconsider the crown prince. He will likely agree. Once we win the war, I can marry you as the crown prince and future emperor. Augustus grew more animated, lost in his vision of the future. Linger, think about it. You won't just be a consort. You'll be the empress of the empire. He laughed heartily, as if he could already see the bright future. Regardless of Luo Xioling's feelings, Augustus was already lost in his fantasies. In his mind, the war would end with him as the new crown prince, marrying Luo Xioling as the empire's crown prince. This beautiful vision played repeatedly before his eyes, leaving him utterly entranced. Augustus noticed that Luo Xioling's complexion had visibly improved, which brought a sense of relief to his heart. He stood up and said firmly, Linger, I have to go. I must give my all in this battle and cannot afford to be careless. With that, he turned and left the room. As soon as the door closed, the previously empty room underwent a strange transformation. The space twisted, and a tall figure appeared out of nowhere. Luo Xioling's eyes lit up upon seeing the newcomer, her icy demeanor melting away into a radiant smile. Master, she exclaimed, rushing eagerly into the person's arms. Tang Huang wrapped his arm around the beauty, looking down to ask, how are things? Luo Xioling looked up, her alluring eyes filled with charm, a stark contrast to her demeanor with Augustus earlier. She batted her eyelashes seductively and recounted all the details. After listening, Tang Huang let out a cold laugh. I knew the Turin people wouldn't give up easily. It seems we'll have to resort to force in the end. He gently stroked Luo Xioling's hair. You've done well. Luo Xiuling closed her eyes, her cheeks flushed, and a look of blissful contentment spread across her face, as if she were lost in supreme ecstasy. Meanwhile, Augustus, who had already boarded the shuttle, was admiring the holographic simulation of natural scenery inside the cabin. The lush green trees shimmered under the simulated sunlight, casting pleasant shadows over his head, making him feel incredibly at ease. Not long after, Tang Huang teleported back through higher dimensional space to the large orbital space station on the outskirts of the Lingxiao star system's Kion Dome star. Standing in the corridor, he gazed down at the planet below through the window. Kion Dome star had been completely transformed, its surface covered with gray mechanical factories. The gray wind mechanoids were continuously modifying the planet, turning it into a formidable battle star. Tang Huang calmly assessed the situation. Judging by the progress of the transformation, it seems the battle star won't be ready for the war with the Turin people. But even if it were, using a battle star against them would be overkill. His gaze lingered on the now somewhat grayish planet, and he fell into deep thought. The main fleet of the Jixia Heavenly Court has been completely overhauled, now upgraded to the formidable Lucy level of combat power. The fleet has expanded once again, adding 2 DY Z-class large integrated supply motherships, 32 Yao-class heavy transport ships, 30 Ri Yao-class battlecruisers, 115 He Shingdi Yu-class heavy firepower destroyers, and 300 Wuchang-class heavy frigates. Additionally, 3,000 space warship maidens have been upgraded, bringing their combat capabilities on par with the main fleet. Tang Huang's main fleet now cuts an imposing figure. 3 DUI Z-class large supply motherships stand tall. 2 Jinlei-class medium attack battleships are poised for action. 53 Tu Yao-class large integrated transport ships are ready. 40 Ri Yao-class battlecruisers are lined up. 3 Sun Feng-class high-speed attack cruisers are waiting in ambush. 1 Hui Yao-class heavy strike cruiser exudes power. 212 He Shing Di Yu-class heavy firepower destroyers are on alert, and 502 Wu Chang-class heavy frigates are arrayed in formation. Most striking of all are the 5,159 space warship maidens, whose agility and combat prowess are formidable. The total number of Jixia Heavenly Court's main warships has reached 5,975, approaching a staggering 6,000. Looking back, Tang Huang arrived in the ruined starfield just a year ago, but he now commands such a powerful fleet. Moreover, he controls the machine god cult, which includes the Goddard civilization and human civilization, ruling over tens of billions of people. However, not all humans submit to him. The Human Alliance is striving to unify humanity, and Tang Huang is observing, believing they should accomplish this mission on their own to forge a resilient civilization. The transformation of the Dome Star into a battle star is progressing smoothly. Good news has arrived. The true planetary-scale computer matrix array has been completed on the Dome Star. This breakthrough has significantly accelerated the transformation process. At the current pace, within just a year, this 14,000 kilometer diameter planet will metamorphose into a formidable planetary battle star, becoming Tang Huang's most powerful cosmic fortress. The technology of the Jixia Heavenly Court has advanced rapidly, mastering a series of cutting-edge technologies such as anti-gravity, antimatter, and tactical humanoid consciousness data recovery. The civilization level is on the verge of ascending to level 3. However, one final piece remains the microproton level element conversion technology. This technology is crucial for achieving level 3 civilization status, enabling the acquisition of minerals and energy across the galaxy at will. The price for this technology in the system marketplace is 20 million Ling Yuan, and Tang Huang plans to obtain this sum from the Turin Empire. With this goal in mind, Tang Huang began to assemble his fleet, locking onto Earth's coordinates in subspace. Meanwhile, at the end of Turin year 27091, the 4,000th Turin Interstellar Union Conference was held as scheduled. Despite the tense standoff between the Turin Empire and the Jixia Heavenly Court, the conference proceeded unaffected. All civilizations and races of the Turin Interstellar Society were in attendance. In addition to the major powers like the Yada Empire, the Everly Interstellar Federation, the Giant Manus Capital Union, and the Jinran Interstellar Empire, there were 124 smaller civilizations present. Although these smaller civilizations are not large, with some even sharing a single planet among multiple nations, their disputes are numerous. These conflicts will be adjudicated at the conference by the Secretary General of the Turin Empire. This year's Turin Interstellar Union Conference was unlike any before it. An unusual atmosphere permeated the virtual space, meticulously replicating the Turin Empire's council chamber. Beneath the emblem of a double-antlered deer head was a solemn podium, facing rows of neatly arranged seats for representatives of various civilizations. The front row was reserved for the Yada Empire, the Everin Interstellar Federation, the joint capital of the giant mantises, and the Jinran Interstellar Empire. The highest leaders of these four major civilizations were all present, participating remotely, except for the Tyrrhenians who were there in person. Saint Relitus 18, the new emperor of the Yada Empire, sat in his seat, cautiously eyeing the other three leaders who clearly harbored ill intentions. His mood, initially buoyed by the smooth progress of his power seizure plan, gradually darkened. Since Dimenphilos suffered a crushing defeat in the Yadaheum star system, losing nearly the entire fleet, his power had significantly waned. Seizing this rare opportunity, Saint Relitus 18 acted decisively, reclaiming most of the Yada Empire's power. However, this also meant immense external pressure now weighed heavily on his shoulders. The three interstellar leaders exchanged a meaningful glance. Just as the chief executive officer of the giant Mantis capital was about to rise and present a complaint against the Yada Empire to the conference secretary, the entire virtual space suddenly flickered with countless streams of data, showing signs of instability. The leaders of various civilizations looked around in confusion at the pulsating data characters. These characters quickly coalesced into a massive figure, suspended before everyone. The figure was clad in luxurious powered armor, with a radiant halo resembling a red sun encircling it. When this mysterious figure spoke, it uttered words in a language incomprehensible to the others. Turan Empire, what is your answer? Faced with such an unexpected turn of events, all the attendees felt a sense of foreboding, sensing that something monumental was about to unfold. The Secretary General of the Turan Interstellar Union Assembly looked up, his gaze fixed on the colossal figure hovering in the virtual space above. Having participated in the Turan Empire's meetings before, he immediately recognized the giant's purpose. Standing at the podium, he calmly looked up at the giant, his eyes showing no fear. The proud people of Turin never bowed to anyone. Very well, Tang Huang murmured, satisfied with the Secretary General's demeanor. He nodded slightly, then turned to overlook the numerous leaders of various civilizations seated below. Cherish this moment, for this is the last Turin Interstellar Union assembly you will attend. As soon as the words left his mouth, the giant figure dissolved into a flurry of data, disappearing as if it had never been there. The hall erupted into chaos. What did he say? What's happening? Why is this the last assembly? Many leaders and delegation members from smaller civilizations were confused, whispering among themselves. Emperor Saint Relitus 18 of Yada ignored the commotion. For now, navigating the challenges set by the other three interstellar civilizations was the priority. Otherwise, the Yada Empire would indeed miss the next assembly. The leaders of the other three interstellar civilizations were equally unfazed, as their plans continued to progress steadily. As for the Secretary General, he was even more dismissive. The last assembly? What a joke! In this part of the galaxy, no civilization could defeat the Turan Empire. Order, the Secretary General demanded, striking the data gavel, intending to mute the virtual space and restore silence. However, his expression suddenly changed. The data gavel stopped midair, and he seemed frozen in time. Everyone looked at him in confusion. Suddenly, a series of data glitches appeared on the Secretary General. He repeated the motion of picking up, raising, and lowering the gavel, as if caught in severe network lag. What's going on? What happened? The attendees were alarmed. A piercing shatter sounded, and the entire virtual space collapsed instantly. All data streams ceased operation, and the leaders and delegations lost connection with the meeting space in an instant. Far away in the Yada Palace, Saint Relitus 18 opened his eyes suddenly, filled with confusion. Similarly, the leaders and delegation members of other civilizations within the Turan Interstellar Society were baffled. They tried to reconnect to the star domain network, only to find all links to the source star, Earth, were rejected. The entire solar system seemed to be sealed off by an invisible barrier, rendering all means of communication ineffective. President Ivry, the supreme executive of the giant mantis, and the Emperor of the Jinn were particularly troubled, as the interruption of the Interstellar Assembly had directly disrupted their plans. Without the Turan Empire's approval, they dared not rashly wage war against the Yada Empire. At this moment, a single question loomed in everyone's mind. What exactly happened in the solar system? Meanwhile, within the solar system, the Turan Empire's Solar Guard fleet was on full alert. 7 well-equipped Turan army fleets were stationed at various strategic points: Mercury Gate, Earth, Mars, Jupiter's industrial hub, Saturn, Uranus, and Neptune. Each fleet boasted over 10,000 warships. Additionally, a support fleet was stationed in the Oort cloud. These 80,000 warships formed an impregnable defense line around the solar system. As the heart of the Turan Empire, the solar system was also the central hub of the entire star domain network servers. It was once believed that communication could never be impeded. However, this implausible scenario suddenly became a reality. The entire solar system was plunged into unprecedented panic as everyone realized, to their shock, that both outgoing signals from the solar system and incoming communications were being blocked by an invisible barrier. This barrier seemed to envelop the entire solar system, making it impenetrable to any form of faster-than-light communication. There was only one explanation for this situation: an imminent attack by the Mech Heaven. The Turan Empire had long anticipated that the Mech Heaven had both the capability and the intention to launch a direct assault on the solar system, but they hadn't expected it to come so soon. In this emergency, the Turan Emperor immediately ordered all fleets to return for defense. Most of the fleets were deployed around the Mercury-Venus Gate between Earth and the Sun. The defense of the Mercury-Venus Gate was entrusted to the 8th Prince, Augustus. This was a significant responsibility because, according to conventional galactic defense strategies, the gate would become the frontline battlefield of the entire system. Over the years, the Turan Empire had fortified the solar system to an impregnable level, especially the Mercury-Venus Gate, which would be difficult for even the powerful Perseus interstellar civilization to breach. In the vast space around the Mercury-Venus Gate, millions of kilometers were filled with countless automated defense platforms. Over 60,000 of Turan's most advanced warships stood ready, prepared to fire at any enemy that might emerge from the gate. Meanwhile, although the emperor was somewhat disappointed with Frida's previous remarks, he still entrusted her with the crucial task of defending the Earth and Mars lines. Augustus's flagship was a colossal supercarrier named Constantine the Great, stretching 20 kilometers in length and weighing over 300 billion tons. At this moment, on the bridge of Constantine the Great, Augustus received a communication from Lieutenant General Byrne. "Your Highness, the Mech Heaven's combat power is extraordinary. Please do not underestimate them," Lieutenant General Byrne said solemnly. Augustus's face showed displeasure. "Byrne, do you think I will lose?" "No, I don't mean that, Your Highness," Byrne hastily explained. "There's an old saying on Earth, better safe than sorry. The Mech Heaven's warships are very peculiar, and I have experience fighting them." All right, I get it," Augustus interrupted impatiently. "The Mercury-Venus Gate is the most thoroughly defended gate in the entire empire. I refuse to believe that the Mech Heaven fleet can break through it." His tone was filled with confidence. Just then, an urgent communication came through to the bridge of Constantine the Great. "Your Highness, the Mech Heaven fleet has appeared," the communications officer shouted in panic. "What? Where?" Augustus immediately intensified surveillance on the Mercury-Venus Gate, but found nothing. The gate's automated defense system also showed no response. "Behind our fleet, Your Highness, they are launching a direct attack on Earth." The communications officer's voice was filled with terror. Augustus was momentarily stunned, mumbling in disbelief. "How is this possible? How did they appear?" "The Yuanqing defense line is under attack." They suddenly appeared in space. "The Mars defense line is also under attack. Requesting support, requesting support." The urgent call coming through the communication channel made Augustus widen his eyes in disbelief, staring at the screen. The fleet of the intelligent machine Celestial Court had simultaneously appeared in the solar system, launching a surprise attack on both Yuanqing and Mars. His mind raced, trying to comprehend this seemingly impossible situation. The Mercury-Venus Gate was eerily silent, showing no signs of abnormality. Even more puzzling was the fact that their equipment had not detected any spatial warp fluctuations. This completely defied known scientific principles. "Your Highness, what should we do now? Please give us your orders." The anxious voice of his subordinate snapped Augustus back to reality. Although the defense of Yuanqing and Mars was under Frida's command, as a member of the royal family, he couldn't stand idly by. Gritting his teeth, Augustus quickly made a decision. "We cannot lose the Mercury-Venus Gate. The main fleet will stay put, but dispatch 2 task forces to support Yuanqing and Mars immediately." With the orders given, over 20,000 warships split off from the main fleet of more than 60,000 and quickly rushed to the battlefields of Yuanqing and Mars. In the outer space of Yuanqing, the Turan fleet's defense line, centered around the moon, had already been established. This satellite, transformed into a gigantic war machine, served as the final barrier for the capital of the Turan Empire. Numerous space defense platforms formed a dense defensive network around the moon, nearly covering the entire space. The Imperial Guard fleet of Yuanqing had already mobilized, and the space war was about to erupt. The space beyond Earth and the moon instantly turned into a sea of fire, with laser beams, railgun projectiles, and warp missiles interweaving into a deadly web. Under normal circumstances, such a formidable defense system would be sufficient to repel an assault by 200,000 warships of equivalent technological prowess. However, caught off guard by the intelligent machine Celestial Court's sudden strike, the Turan fleet was at a disadvantage. Without any warning, the moon's colossal war fortress, with a diameter exceeding 3,400 kilometers, suffered a devastating blow. Several high-yield microwave pulse hydrogen bombs instantly crippled this proud defense system. Immediately afterward, the intelligent machine Celestial Court's fleet used high-dimensional space warp to suddenly appear in the solar system, simultaneously attacking Earth and Mars. The Imperial Guard fleet of Yuanqing scrambled to respond. Despite the intelligent machine Celestial Court's fleet near Earth and the moon numbering less than 3,000 ships, their combat power far surpassed that of the Turan Empire's most advanced Imperial Guard fleet, resulting in a near-crushing defeat. A functioning defense space station was pouring firepower into space when suddenly a massive sublight-speed projectile struck, piercing the entire station in an instant. The immense kinetic energy triggered a violent explosion, scattering countless fragments into space. A purple-black warship, about a kilometer long and resembling a space whale, maneuvered deftly through the dense firepower net. Dozens of high-energy lasers targeted it, but most missed. The few that hit were blocked by multiple shields that sprang up on the ship's surface. Several Turan warships advanced, their weapon systems locked onto the space whale, continuously firing. "Damn it, the enemy is too fast. We can't get a lock," cursed the captain of the small fleet's command ship. "Cover the forward warships. Close in on them and engage. Give the railguns a chance." 3 Turan warships moved to engage the intelligent machine Celestial Court's warship, attempting to entangle it in close combat. But in the next moment, the warship from the Jixia Heavenly Court vanished into thin air amidst a ripple of spatial distortion. The command ship of the Turan Small Fleet Battle Group immediately went on high alert, scanning the battlefield in all directions in an attempt to locate the enemy vessel. "Damn it, where did she go? We can't see her anymore," the command ship's captain shouted anxiously, eyes glued to the holographic display. Just then, a frantic warning came through the communication channel from an allied warship. "Giga, evasive maneuvers downwards. The enemy has appeared on your parallel flank." "What?" The captain was stunned and was about to issue an evasive order, but it was too late. Through a short-range, high-dimensional space jump, the Jixia Heavenly Court's warship suddenly appeared just a few thousand kilometers off the command ship's side. Before the Turan fleet could react, a dozen anti-gravity rail cannons on the enemy ship's side unleashed a simultaneous barrage. Sublight projectiles, carrying cataclysmic kinetic energy, crossed a few thousand kilometers in an instant, slamming into the command ship's surface. The magnetic force field proved useless against such power, and the colossal ship, stretching several kilometers long, disintegrated in moments. A fleeting explosion lit up the space, debris scattering in all directions, turning the entire command ship into a field of wreckage. "Ah!" Boom! Inside the Jixia Heavenly Court's warship, a ship girl cheered exuberantly. This massive vessel, resembling a space whale, was her very being. After obliterating the command ship, she didn't pause. All her onboard weapons fired at full capacity, launching a rampant assault on the surrounding Turan warships. This kind of decapitation tactic was extremely effective on the battlefield. The Turan Empire's fleet organization was based on small fleet battle groups of 4 to 5 warships, commanded by a single flagship. Typically, they relied on faster-than-light communication and flexible tactics to unleash formidable combat power. However, facing the Jixia Heavenly Court's high-dimensional space jump decapitation strategy, the flagship of the small fleet battle group was destroyed right at the start of the battle. With the command center gone, the remaining warships fell into disarray, becoming easy prey. The warships of the Jixia Heavenly Court crushed the fleet of the Turan Empire with overwhelming technological superiority. Their advanced weapon systems easily broke through enemy defenses, and their precise decapitation tactics rendered Turan's once proud strategic advantages utterly ineffective. The tactical brilliance honed through long-term warfare with the Perseus Interstellar Society now seemed painfully inadequate. The Turan Empire had prided itself on its stellar network and faster-than-light communication system, which had been their key to victory. However, the Jixia Heavenly Court was evidently well prepared. Their assault not only destroyed the command systems of the Turan fleet, but also severed communication between the individual warships. Without unified command, even the most sophisticated tactics were rendered useless. In space, each warship of the Jixia Heavenly Court operated like an impregnable fortress, effortlessly taking on 4 enemies at once. The once vaunted fleet of the Turan Empire was steadily retreating in this one-sided battle. In the command center near the orbit of Yuanqing, Princess Faride stared intently at the floating 3D battlefield projection, her brows furrowed. The lights representing Turan warships were blinking out one by one at an alarming rate, and there were no reports of any victories from her side. Is this the true power of the Jixia Heavenly Court's fleet? Faride took a deep breath, trying to suppress her inner fear. She couldn't show any sign of weakness in front of her subordinates. The absolute power displayed by the Jixia heavenly court far exceeded everyone's expectations. What's the situation on Mars? Faride asked, her voice carrying a barely noticeable tremor. Your Highness, the Martian defense line is struggling. The Martian fleet has already lost over a quarter of its forces. If the situation continues to deteriorate, the defense line will soon be breached. Hearing this, Faride's frown deepened. The situation was worse than she had imagined. She had always advocated avoiding war with the Jixia heavenly court, but domestically, those who shared her view were in the minority. Most Tyrrhenians had been blinded by millennia of interstellar dominance, arrogance breeding foolishness, and foolishness leading to failure. At that moment, Faride suddenly noticed a series of lights representing their warships and defense platforms blinking out simultaneously on the 3D map. These destroyed ships formed a direct path to Yuanqing. What happened? Faride exclaimed. What weapon did the Jixia Heavenly Court use to cause such massive casualties? Your Highness, we just detected high-energy curvature space readings. All of our destroyed ships showed signs of mass energy conversion due to unstable curvature values. Faride instantly grasped the horrifying truth. Could it be that the Jixia Heavenly Court has weaponized the mass energy conversion phenomenon under superluminal curvature bubbles? Scientists had long known that if the curvature values within a superluminal curvature bubble were uneven, mass energy conversion could occur. If the curvature space values at the front and rear of a warship's curvature bubble differed too greatly, the entire ship's mass would be infinitely stretched, ultimately converting into pure energy and annihilating itself. This phenomenon had immense destructive power, but the Turan Empire had never managed to weaponize it. They had resorted to the most primitive method, having warships collide at superluminal speeds to artificially induce mass energy conversion. Now, however, the Jixia Heavenly Court had clearly mastered this technology and turned it into a mature weapon. The scales of war had decisively tipped at that moment. The Earth-Moon defense line was on the brink of collapse, and an unprecedented battle was about to erupt in the space between Yuanqing and the Moon. Thousands of Turan warships and countless space station wrecks drifted, forming a road of warship debris. This horrifying sight was the result of a recent devastating Strike 20 upgraded solar battlecruisers firing simultaneously. Their main weapons, curvature space energy cannons, unleashed an unimaginable level of destruction. In this sudden assault, thousands of Turan warships and numerous defense space stations were instantly reduced to fragments, slowly dispersing in the silent void of space. This strike not only obliterated the defensive line, but also opened a direct path to Earth, the origin planet. The Spearhead Formation, composed of these 20 solar battlecruisers, advanced relentlessly along the debris-strewn path, aiming straight for Earth. The surviving Turan warships were so stunned by the terrifying power of this spatial weapon that they were nearly paralyzed. As the enemy Spearhead fleet closed the distance to Earth to just over 100,000 kilometers, the remaining Turan warships finally snapped out of their stupor, hastily turning to intercept. However, it was too late. The main fleet of the Mech Heaven had already breached the lunar defenses and was steadily advancing toward Earth. In the command center, a staff officer angrily punched the alloy wall, causing the 3D space projection displayed on it to tremble. Damn it! If the lunar fortress were still operational, these bastards wouldn't have a chance of breaching the lunar defense, he snarled. Yet everyone present understood that against the spatial weapons just demonstrated by Mech Heaven, even the 400-kilometer-wide lunar battle fortress was nothing more than a massive target. Your Highness, what do we do now? Another battle officer, with a hint of panic, looked at Frida. Immediately, all eyes turned to her. With the enemy closing in on Earth's primary orbital defenses, everyone hoped the Crown Princess would have a plan. Frida closed her eyes and took a deep breath before opening them again, a bitterly ironic smile appearing on her face. She knew there was no good strategy to be had in this situation. Before the war, those self-assured individuals had confidently declared that the Turan Empire would surely defeat Mech Heaven. But now, as the enemy ignored all other star systems and struck directly at the solar system, and as they finally realized the enemy's strength far exceeded their expectations, these same people were looking to her, the one who had opposed the war from the start, for a solution. Frida remained silent, a mocking smile playing at the corners of her mouth as she glanced at the frantic staff officers in the command center. Without hesitation, she initiated a communication link with the Emperor of Turan. The Emperor's holographic image appeared instantly before her, his anxious voice breaking the silence. Frida, what is the situation? With a stoic expression, Frida responded, Father, the situation is dire. The Mech Heaven fleet has breached the lunar defenses. Their vanguard is rapidly advancing towards Origin Star, less than 100,000 kilometers away. Her tone carried a barely perceptible hint of sarcasm, as if she were recounting an absurd joke. 100,000 kilometers? The Emperor exclaimed, his face a mask of shock. This distance was close enough for the enemy to deploy devastating weapons directly onto Earth's surface, perilously short range in space warfare. Noticing Frida's unusual demeanor, the Emperor urgently questioned, Frida, why are you so calm? Find a way to stop them. The enemy is at our doorstep. How can you remain indifferent? Do you have some secret plan to turn the tide? His words were tinged with a glimmer of hope. Frida let out a cold laugh. Father, don't misunderstand. I have no plan. Even if I did, it would be futile against the might of the mech heaven. I've simply accepted reality. Her mind was filled with scorn for the arrogance of the Turan Empire. To her, the current crisis was entirely self-inflicted. Origin Star had been seized from humanity thousands of years ago. For the survival of their race, surrendering one planet was a small price to pay. Unfortunately, the Turan Empire's millennia of arrogance had ruined everything, insisting on waging war against the mech heaven. Looking her father in the eyes, Frida spoke solemnly. Father, I'm sorry. Everything I've done is for the survival of the Turan lineage. What do you mean? The Emperor didn't immediately grasp her meaning. The next moment, the holographic image abruptly vanished. In the palace, the Emperor lost contact with Frida. What's happening? Frida, he called out in vain, receiving no response. Just then, a communication from the Minister of Defense came through. Your Majesty, the reinforcement fleet from the Mercury Gold Gate has arrived. This news brought the Emperor a moment of relief. But the following report hit like a thunderbolt. Your Majesty, the reinforcements have retreated. What? Why would the reinforcements retreat? The Emperor roared. The reinforcements did not follow orders from the Origin Star Command. After arriving at the orbital command station, they took Princess Frida and left. The Emperor's mind went blank. Retreated? This meant his crown princess had fled with the reinforcement fleet? The two space fleets, totaling over 20,000 warships, which had been sent by Augustus to aid Origin Star, had always been under Frida's command. Now, Frida had transferred from the near-Earth orbital command station to the fleet and led the entire fleet away from Origin Star. The Emperor suddenly realized the meaning behind Frida's earlier words. A surge of rage filled his heart. This is betrayal. This is treason. At the critical moment of defending Origin Star, with the enemy at their gates, Frida had fled with the fleet. The Emperor was both shocked and furious, but the war continued. He roared, Are there any fleets still loyal to me in the outer space of Origin Star? His answer came in the form of a deafening explosion above the palace. A Turan warship, trailing smoke and flames, plummeted from the sky, crashing into a small mountain in the Himalayas near the palace. The massive impact felt like an earthquake, shaking even the deeply situated palace where the Emperor stood. The Mech Heaven fleet had closed in on the near-Earth orbit of Origin Star, engaging in fierce combat with the last loyal Imperial Guard fleet. Damn it! The Emperor roared, his voice echoing through the command center. Contact Augustus immediately. Have him bring all the defense fleets from the Mercury-Venus Gate for support. The Emperor's eyes were blazing with fury as he abruptly stood up, taking command himself. The retreat of reinforcements at such a critical moment had pushed him to the edge. The entire Turan fleet watched helplessly as they lost control of the space beyond Origin Star, leaving their situation perilous. Initiate planetary defenses immediately, the Emperor ordered, his voice filled with urgency. We must hold out until Augustus arrives with full support from the Mercury-Venus Gate. Before the battle, the Turan Empire had meticulously planned their defenses. A large number of fleets were stationed at the Mercury-Venus Gate, believing that the mechanoid celestial court would directly attack the solar system, with the gate being the only entry point. However, events had taken an unexpected turn. The mechanoid celestial court's fleet had found a way to bypass the gate, arriving near the moon through spatial jumps. Despite the dire situation, the Emperor's eyes glimmered with determination. We haven't lost yet, he declared, clenching his fist, his voice deep and resolute. Origin Star has been under our rule for 4,000 years. This planet has become an impregnable fortress. The Emperor strode towards the strategic map, pointing to the dense array of defensive installations. Look at these. The surface is covered with anti-aircraft weapons, and every critical unit is protected by magnetic force field shields. The mechanoid celestial court wants an intact planet, so they won't dare a full-scale bombardment. His gaze swept over each general present. They will undoubtedly send landing troops to attack. And this is our key to turning the tide. As long as we hold Origin Star, reinforcements from the entire Turan Empire will keep coming. Victory will be ours. Meanwhile, in the space battlefield near Origin Star, the last fleet defending the planet, the Origin Star Imperial Guard fleet, was engaged in a fierce struggle. They were tenaciously resisting the mechanoid celestial court's ferocious assault, but the situation was becoming increasingly desperate. The last Imperial Guard battleship, battered by intense fire, was on the verge of collapse. With a deafening explosion, the ship's wreckage, pulled by the planet's gravity, plummeted towards Origin Star, leaving a long trail of flames. Seizing the moment, the mechanoid celestial court's fleet advanced, quickly closing in on Origin Star. Don Juan's flagship, the Emperor of Truth, had also arrived at the battlefield. Standing at the center of the bridge, he fixed his gaze on the nearby blue planet, a victorious smile curling at his lips. "Prepare the landing troops," Don Juan ordered, his voice filled with determination. "All ships, ready for subspace transfer." Moments later, with a decisive wave of his hand, he issued the final command: initiate subspace transfer for the landing troops. Land on Earth. On the surface of Origin Star Earth, within the Asian plate, stood the Himalayas. Nestled among these towering peaks was the massive Turin Palace, shielded by multiple magnetic field barriers, rendering it an impregnable fortress. Inside and out, the palace's defense systems were fully activated, ready to counter any attack from the extraterrestrial mech celestial fleet. In the sky, the cold metallic gleam of various anti-aircraft weaponry glinted, their barrels locked onto the void above. On the ground, dense missile silos jutted out like menacing spikes, poised to launch. Everyone was on high alert, anticipating the potential descent of the mech celestial landing forces. However, despite the constant scanning by the anti-aircraft radar, no trace of orbital assault pods was detected. This unusual calm puzzled the technicians in the base, who exchanged bewildered glances and murmured, could the enemy have changed their strategy? In an underground defense bunker of the palace, a Turan soldier monitored the outside situation through observation instruments. He couldn't help but speculate to his companion. "Do you think the enemy knows we're ready for their landing and is hesitating to deploy their troops?" "Who knows?" Another soldier shrugged, a hint of relief in his voice. "I hope they don't come. The longer they delay, the better for us. Reinforcements will arrive sooner." Just then, an officer strode in, reprimanding them sternly. "Don't let your guard down. The enemy might be up to something. Stay vigilant." Though the soldiers acknowledged, they remained somewhat nonchalant. Suddenly, one of them noticed flickering lights in the sky, akin to fireflies. He exclaimed, "Do we have fireflies in the base?" "Fireflies?" The others were taken aback. "Weren't fireflies on Origin Star extinct hundreds of years ago?" "Then what are those?" The soldier pointed at the flashing lights, his voice tinged with unease. At that moment, a deafening explosion shattered the air, and the flickering lights twisted and distorted. It felt as if the air itself was being torn apart, followed by a barrage of gunfire. To the horror of the Turan soldiers, bullets rained down like a torrential downpour. Powerful explosive rounds easily shredded their powered armor, sending blood and flesh flying. Comrades fell around them, unable even to scream. Bang! 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 In the continuous sounds of spatial distortion, over a dozen tactical humanoids in powered suits, with golden halos shimmering behind them, materialized in the base. They moved with lightning speed, swiftly eliminating the surrounding Turan soldiers. The blue beams from their electromagnetic blaster rifles left only shattered corpses in their wake. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! The surviving Turan soldiers finally reacted, shouting desperately. But it was too late. The entire anti-aircraft base had plunged into chaos. The blaring alarms were sharp and piercing, yet they couldn't drown out the din of the battle. With more flashes of spatial jumps, an unending stream of tactical humanoid units was transported to various parts of the palace. They appeared like phantoms, launching lethal assaults on the unsuspecting Turan soldiers. "Damn it! How are they appearing out of nowhere?" A surviving Turan soldier yelled in terror, requesting support. Emergency support needed. However, their hastily organized defense crumbled easily against the tactical humanoids. It was like tofu meeting bullets, instantly shattered. One quick-reacting Turan soldier attempted to reach a nearby large-caliber anti-aircraft gun, hoping to use it for ground fire. But before he could get there, the gun exploded with a thunderous blast, engulfing him in flames. Soon after, the air distorted again, and a Xuanwu armored tank equipped with a heavy plasma cannon appeared out of thin air. This massive vehicle, suspended in midair by an anti-gravity system, immediately provided intense fire support, aiding the tactical humanoid units in clearing out the entire anti-aircraft base. The main city of Turin Palace descended into complete chaos. Large numbers of tactical humanoid ground troops were transmitted through subspace, bypassing the planet's anti-aircraft defenses and directly infiltrating the core areas. They surged in like a tidal wave, unstoppable. Meanwhile, deep beneath the palace, within the bowels of the Himalayas, an even fiercer battle was about to unfold. Most of the Himalayan mountain range has been hollowed out and transformed into a series of fortifications. Deep within these defenses lies Emperor Dulin. But now, even this stronghold is under attack by tactical humanoid units. In the vast underground corridors, fierce battles erupt. The sounds of gunfire and explosions are incessant, and the air is thick with smoke. The elite Dulan Imperial Guard, utilizing various defensive structures, are desperately resisting the ferocious assault of the tactical humanoid units. Protect the Emperor! Push them back! A Dulan Imperial Guard officer roars amidst the deafening chaos. Behind them stands the Emperor, with no room for retreat. Suddenly, a barrage of explosive rounds tears through the air, instantly shredding several members of the Imperial Guard. Their powered armor offers no protection, disintegrating like paper. Blood for the high heavens! Skulls for the Supreme! With maniacal shouts, a squad of tactical humanoid units teleports onto the battlefield through the warp. Their chants reveal them to be an elite team from the cult of the Machine God. These elite tactical humanoids, clad in shields and wielding high-caliber electromagnetic blasters and chainsaw swords, charge forward undeterred by the Imperial Guard's fire. Bullets and shells strike them, but their impact is diminished, causing little damage. Damn it! What are these monsters? A bewildered Imperial Guard soldier shouts. This elite team belongs to the Cybernetic Celestial Court, the most fanatical faction of the cult of the Machine God. They carry the power of Khorne, which reduces the effectiveness of ranged attacks by 90. Additionally, they are protected by triple-layered defenses, psychic shields, energy fields, and void shields. The chainsaw swords roar, and in the blink of an eye, these elites breach the Imperial Guard's firing line. Every heavy weapon emplacement is obliterated by the long-range fire of ordinary tactical humanoids from the rear. An Imperial Guard soldier is instantly bisected by a chainsaw sword, blood splattering everywhere. A brutal melee, pleasing to Khorne, ensues. Hold the line! Stop these maniacs! The Imperial Guard officer screams desperately. But the disparity in strength is vast. In the narrow, underground defensive tunnels, it is a one-sided slaughter. Ah! Screams echo throughout. Vroom! The roar of chainsaw swords is relentless. The screams, the sounds of flesh being torn apart, and the roaring chainsaw swords blend together, creating a horrifying symphony of death. Damn it! From deep within the bunker, the sounds of gunfire and chains-word roars were unmistakable, as if the footsteps of death were drawing ever closer. Emperor Turin paced anxiously back and forth under the heavy guard of his elite troops, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Augustus, where are your reinforcements? The Emperor opened the communicator again, his voice filled with anxiety and impatience. Father, the support is on its way at full speed. I've ordered the fleet to advance as fast as possible. Augustus's voice was equally tense and frantic. The situation had completely spiraled out of Augustus's control. The mechanical heaven fleet had not appeared at the Mercury Gate as expected, but had instead emerged near the moon, rendering the defensive fleet stationed around the Mercury Gate useless. What was even more unexpected was that the fleet sent to aid Origin Star had fallen under the command of Frida, who had led them away from the battlefield, abandoning Origin Star. This chain of events left Earth's defenses wide open, allowing the enemy to advance unimpeded. Now Augustus was leading the Mercury Gate fleet to provide support, but it was too late. The enemy had fully landed on Origin Star and was already nearing the underground palace bunker where the Emperor was hiding. Your Majesty, we must evacuate immediately, the Minister of Defense said urgently. He and other high-ranking imperial officials, the Minister of Finance, the Chief Engineer, the Minister of Foreign Affairs, and the Minister of Justice were all gathered around the Emperor, their faces painted with fear and helplessness. Some silently regretted not volunteering for the front lines, thinking they wouldn't be trapped like lambs waiting to be slaughtered in this underground fortress. Hold on a little longer, the Emperor, though drenched in sweat, stubbornly insisted. Augustus's reinforcement fleet will arrive soon, and ultimate victory will be ours. As he spoke, he activated the holographic projector, and the battle situation across the entire planet was displayed before them. Emperor Turin pointed to various regions in the projection, urgently explaining, "Look, only the palace and surrounding areas are occupied by the enemy. Over 60% of Origin Star remains unassailed. The closest to us is General Stanner on the Mongolian plains with the 187th Army Group. If they can reach us in time and launch an attack from the outside, we can turn the tide." The atmosphere in the bunker grew tense as the Emperor's words trailed off. Everyone exchanged nervous glances. What is it? Emperor Turin noticed the change and paused. Your Majesty, Stanner. The Minister of Justice stammered, unable to continue. The Minister of Defense took over, speaking gravely. Your Majesty, General Stanner did not advance towards the palace. We received his broadcast of a full-scale surrender. The 187th Army Group has capitulated. This news hit the bunker like a sledgehammer, plunging the atmosphere to freezing point. Only the relentless sounds of gunfire and explosions outside reminded everyone that danger was closing in. After a long silence, the Emperor finally spoke with difficulty. Defense Minister, Finance and Logistics Minister, Justice Minister, stay. Everyone else leave. With a flurry of hurried footsteps, The room quickly emptied, leaving only the Emperor and the three ministers. Emperor Turin, trembling, ripped off his communicator and hurled it to the ground, shouting, "Traitors! All of them! Traitors!" His furious roar echoed through the confined bunker, like the final lament of a dying empire. "I knew long ago that you generals of the Empire couldn't be trusted." The Emperor of the Turin Empire's roar echoed through the bunker. His face twisted with rage, fists clenched so tightly his knuckles turned white. "A bunch of corrupt, greedy fools. You've tarnished the honor of the Turin Empire. Not a shred of dignity among you." The Minister of Justice turned pale at the words, cold sweat dripping down his forehead. He stepped forward hastily, his voice trembling as he tried to defend himself. "Your Majesty, you can't say that. Our Justice Department's armed forces have always been loyal to you." "Useless!" The Emperor cut him off sharply, his eyes blazing with fury. He stood up abruptly, his grand imperial robes swaying with the movement. "My ancestors led their forces from outer space 4,000 years ago to conquer this planet. This was the first perfect, life-bearing planet conquered by the Turin Empire." His voice was filled with reverence for his ancestors and disdain for the current state of affairs. "Back then, our ancestors were full of martial virtue and honor. Look at you now. Just 4,000 years of dominance has turned you into a bunch of arrogant, corrupt, pleasure-seeking fools." The Emperor's roar reverberated through the bunker, causing the walls to tremble slightly. However, as his final shout echoed away, it was as if all his strength was suddenly drained. The Emperor slowly sank back into his chair, his shoulders slumping, his voice now weak and hoarse. "It's all over. Everyone has betrayed me." Outside the bunker, the sounds of gunfire and explosions abruptly ceased, an eerie silence enveloping the surroundings. This brief calm was shattered by the sound of hurried footsteps. A squad of battered Turin Imperial Guards burst into the bunker, their armor riddled with bullet holes and stained with blood. The leading officer, his face stricken with fear, shouted, "Get the Emperor out of here. They have—" Before he could finish, a massive explosion rocked the squad of Imperial Guards. Arcs! Screams filled the air as several soldiers were thrown against the walls by the blast, sliding down lifelessly. Chaos erupted within the bunker. Moments later, shadowy figures darted into the bunker, weapons raised, unleashing a barrage of gunfire. The intense firepower filled the space, catching many high-ranking officials off guard. Their expensive personal shields shattered instantly, followed by high-energy explosives tearing their bodies into blood-soaked fragments. In a room deep within the bunker, a team of elite Imperial Guards rushed in. They quickly surrounded the Emperor, lifting his arms to assist him, while shouting, "Your Majesty, we can't hold them off any longer. The enemy has breached the bunker." The Emperor, shielded by his soldiers, was initially stunned but quickly fell into a panic. "What? How did they get here so fast?" But survival instincts soon kicked in. Without another word, he followed the Imperial Guards towards the emergency escape tunnel. The Ministers of Defense, Finance, and Justice, seeing this, abandoned all pretense of dignity and hurriedly followed the Emperor. Their footsteps echoed through the narrow corridor, the shouts of pursuing enemies urging them to move faster. Surrounded by layers of guards, Emperor Juling hurried through the escape passage and arrived at a massive elevator. At the top of the elevator, a small spaceship with a metallic sheen awaited. "Your Majesty, get on board quickly," a soldier of the Imperial Guard shouted. In a flurry, the Emperor, along with the Minister of Defense, the Minister of Finance, and the Minister of Justice, boarded the spaceship. One by one, the gates in the elevator shaft opened, revealing the path to the surface. The spaceship ignited, blue flames erupting from its base, propelling it slowly upward. Inside the cabin, the Emperor and his companions breathed a sigh of relief. This spaceship was the most advanced product of the Juling Empire, capable of opening a warp tunnel at incredible speed to escape the star system. As long as they reached the surface, they could initiate a warp jump within the atmosphere. Although this would destroy the entire palace and even damage the planet's surface, the Emperor could no longer afford to care. Survival was the priority. Just as everyone hoped the spaceship would emerge from underground, a violent tremor struck. "What's happening?" Emperor Dueling shouted in terror. "Your Majesty, the spaceship is under attack," a soldier reported. "Ascend quickly." "No, initiate the warp jump now," the Emperor ordered anxiously. "We can't, Your Majesty. We must reach the surface to initiate the warp jump," the pilot explained. "Damn it. Then ascend faster," the Emperor roared. "We can't ascend, Your Majesty. The spaceship is being pulled by an unknown gravitational force." The pilot's voice was filled with panic. A tremendous pressure suddenly descended, pinning everyone to their seats. If not for their protective gear, they might have been crushed to death. The spaceship hovered several hundred meters below the surface, unable to ascend any further. Deep underground, a gravitational device from the mech heaven was targeting the spaceship, holding it firmly in place. Under the dual forces of the gravitational pull and the spaceship's own thrust, the hull emitted a disturbing metallic groan. Your Majesty, we can't ascend any further. The gravitational force is too strong. If we continue, the spaceship will break apart, the pilot said urgently. Emperor Juling's face turned ashen. After a moment of internal struggle, he finally ordered, descend. The pilot slowly reduced the engine power, and the spaceship began a gradual descent under the gravitational force. Dozens of tactical humanoids immediately surrounded the ship. A technician humanoid installed a jamming device on the engine, preventing any further takeoff. The gravitational device was deactivated, and the spaceship's hatch opened. Emperor Juling struggled to stand, facing the situation before him. A cold voice echoed, "Gentlemen, you are now all prisoners. When this war ends, you will face judgment." Accompanied by the sound of footsteps, a tactical android officer stepped into the spaceship. She cast a cold, disdainful glance at the Turan soldiers sprawled on the ground, a mocking smile curling at the corner of her lips. The Emperor of Turan's face was etched with despair. He knew it was all over. At this moment, the main city of the Turan Empire's royal palace had fallen into the hands of the mechanical heaven. The wide palace streets and squares were lined with disarmed Turan soldiers, forced to kneel and surrender. Overhead, Suzuki heavy fighters roared through the sky, while Xuanwu heavy anti-gravity tanks hovered in vigilance on the ground. Inside the palace, a large number of Turan officials had become prisoners. In the grand main hall of the palace, adorned with intricate carvings and a blend of old Earth styles, the once symbolic throne room had become the endpoint of the war. Seated on the throne at the highest point of the hall was not the Emperor of Turan, but Tang Huang. The Emperor of Turan and his high-ranking officials knelt below, disheveled and defeated. "Name your terms, anything you want, just spare my life." The Emperor of Turan looked up at the towering figure occupying his throne, his voice trembling with fear and desperation. Tang Huang rose, his power armor emitting a metallic grinding sound. He looked down at the Emperor of Turan with a mix of pity and sarcasm in his voice. "Ah, terms? Do you really think you're in a position to negotiate terms with me now? I once gave you a chance, but sadly, you did not cherish it." Hearing this, the Emperor of Turan was plunged into utter despair. Suddenly, he grew defiant. If he was doomed to die, he might as well die with dignity. "I still have fleets in the solar system. The Turan Empire still holds vast territories in space. Even if I die, my 8th prince will continue to fight you to the end. You can kill me, but you can never kill the pride in the hearts of the Turan people." He stared intently at Tang Huang. His words barely finished when a commotion erupted behind him. Someone was shoved into the hall and forced to kneel beside the emperor. The Emperor of Turan turned to see his 8th prince, Augustus, also reduced to a prisoner. "Father, I am sorry." Augustus, his face ashen, knelt beside the emperor. The Emperor of Turan stared in shock, his mouth agape, at Augustus kneeling next to him, momentarily speechless. He had been captured not long ago, trapped in the palace bunker with no way out. But Augustus, he was supposed to be commanding the entire fleet of the solar system in outer space. The solar system had over 80,000 warships. Frida had taken 20,000 and fled the solar system, while the 20,000 on Earth and Mars had been defeated by the mech celestials. But Augustus still commanded over 40,000 ships. How could the 4 fleet groups at the Mercury-Venus Gate defense line have been captured just like him? Facing his father's stunned gaze, Augustus was at a loss for words. When he led his fleet away from the Mercury-Venus line to support Earth, he was full of confidence. 4,000 against the mech celestials' 600. With the right tactics, victory seemed assured. However, near Venus, Augustus's fleet was intercepted by the mech celestials. He didn't even have time to see the enemy fleet clearly before being defeated. The mech celestials launched thousands of special weapons, traveling at sublight speed, destroying all 40,000 ships with sheer impact. Augustus attempted to activate the warp drive to escape, only to find the entire solar system was locked by spatial warp nodes. The curvature engine was also useless. Those special weapons could detect any curvature space reactions, and any ship attempting to flee would be immediately destroyed. His flagship, the Constantine the Great, was a colossal vessel over 20 kilometers long and weighing billions of tons, taking longer to reach superluminal speeds than ordinary warships. Thus, Augustus was easily captured, unable to resist. These special weapons were mechanical sentinels left by an ancient civilization, equipped with directional kinetic nullification fields. The Emperor of Turan was utterly despondent. The last hope of the solar system had been dashed. Even if he wanted to be defiant, he had no grounds to do so. "Kill me," the Emperor of Turan said, kneeling with his head bowed in despair. "Kill you? What a waste that would be." Don Juan looked down at the row of prisoners, sneering. There's a new experiment that needs subjects. Your turn physiology is similar enough to humans. You'll do perfectly. Guards! The last thing the Emperor of Turin and Augustus heard was this sentence before losing consciousness. Your Majesty, Your Majesty. In a daze, the Emperor of Turin heard someone calling. He opened his eyes, finding himself still in the palace bunker, surrounded by the highest-ranking officials of the empire, the Minister of Defense, the Minister of Finance, the Minister of Justice, and the Marshal of the Imperial Guard, all present. The Emperor of Turin looked around in confusion, struggling to comprehend the situation before him. Your Majesty, you're finally awake. The Marshal of the Imperial Guard quickly helped the Turin Emperor to his feet, his voice tinged with evident concern. The Emperor had suddenly fainted, causing a wave of panic among those present. The Turin Emperor pinched his thigh sharply, the pain unmistakable. Did I pass out? He murmured, a hint of confusion in his eyes. The vivid sensation made him question whether the recent defeat he experienced was merely a nightmare. Just then, the Minister of Defense burst in, his face alight with joy. Your Majesty, great news! The 8th Prince's fleet has arrived and is currently engaged in fierce combat with the Mech Heaven fleet in outer space. Even more uplifting, the landing forces have also arrived and successfully repelled the Mech Heaven troops. The situation is looking very promising. The sudden good news left the Turin Emperor momentarily at a loss, but he did not doubt its authenticity for a moment. To him, this development made perfect sense. After all, the Turin Empire had ruled the Turin Interstellar Society for millennia. How could they be easily defeated by the unknown Mech Heaven? In the following hours, the Turin Emperor received continuous reports of victories from the bunker. One triumph after another ensued, culminating in the Turin Empire's fleet decisively defeating the Mech Heaven fleet and expelling them from the solar system. This victory not only solidified the Empire's rule, but also brought them an unexpected bounty, the advanced technology left behind by Mech Heaven. Utilizing this technology, the military strength of the Turin Empire advanced rapidly. Riding the wave of their success, they went on to defeat the Perseus Interstellar Society, embarking on a grand campaign to conquer the entire galaxy. Emperor Caesar Alexander Turin, bolstered by these illustrious achievements, became the greatest emperor in the history of the Turin Empire. However, reality was far from this. On Earth, deep within the former Turin Imperial Palace bunker, a massive underground space had been transformed into a new experimental facility. In this space, rows upon rows of biosustenance tanks lined up like endless walls. The Turin Emperor, Augustus, and numerous senior officials of the Turin Empire were all submerged in these tanks. In addition, countless Turin citizens were similarly confined. Consciousness data has been fully collected and uploaded. The new virtual experimental field is now operational, a cold mechanical voice announced. Good, continue to collect consciousness experiment data and proceed with the tests, another voice responded. Several technical humanoids and psionic humanoids silently maintained the vast experimental field, continuing their work as if it were just another ordinary day. There are still tens of billions of Turin people left on Earth. The initial landing forces sent by Tang Huan from the Mechanical Celestial Court caused some casualties, but they did not engage in mass slaughter. Instead, they took all the survivors, ensured their survival, and subjected them to the brain in a vat experiment of the Mechanical Celestial Court. This experiment is crucial for the Mechanical Celestial Court. Although their mastery of systems technology has reached the 6th division level, it does not mean they fully understand all technologies at this level, nor does it mean that technologies below the 6th division level are not advanced. In fact, some specific technologies are extremely sophisticated, such as the Lianjin Star Non-Interference Thought Field device at the 7th division level. This technology can influence the biological thinking of an entire civilization, fundamentally altering their thought patterns. The underlying principles involve thought memes, which are currently beyond the Mechanical Celestial Court's full comprehension. The Mechanical Celestial Court handles such advanced technologies in the same way they deal with directional kinetic nullification field technology in mechanical guards by manufacturing and using them according to the given system methods without delving into their mysteries. Now, using the Turin people, the Mechanical Celestial Court can conduct in-depth research into biological intelligence and thought processes. To this end, the Mechanical Celestial Court has created a vast virtual world that houses tens of billions of Turin people. In this world, everything evolves according to the emotions and thoughts of the Turin people. Through this brain-in-a-vat virtual world, the Mechanical Celestial Court obtains invaluable first-hand research data. After resolving the Turin people on Earth, Tang Huan faces an even greater challenge: how to deal with the entire Turin Empire. This empire spans over 3,000 light years, with more than 700 colonized planets and a total population exceeding 1 trillion. Clearing each planet one by one would be an astronomical task. Moreover, exterminating all life on these numerous habitable planets seems excessively cruel. However, if not cleared, the industrial equipment and fleets on these planets, rich in spiritual sources, would be highly tempting to Tang Huan. After careful consideration, Tang Huan came up with a brilliant solution, using the Lianjin Star Non-Interference Thought Field device. This device can influence the thoughts of intelligent beings, causing them to lose their ambition. Once deployed, the entire civilization's scientific development, technological research, and industrial production would come to a halt, eventually leading to their demise under the cosmic filter. This solution ensures that the Turan people no longer pose a threat to the mechanical celestial court, while avoiding large-scale slaughter. Tang Huan opened the star map, carefully examining the light points representing the over 700 star systems of the Turan Empire. His pupils reflected the magnificent scenery of the cosmos. Soon, he selected 108 key star systems, evenly distributed across the Empire's territory. These 108 star systems represent the most advanced industrial, technological, and economic hubs of the Turan Empire. The plan of the Mechanical Celestial Court is to deploy one Lianjin Star Non-Interference Thought Field device in each of these 108 star systems, covering the entire 3,000 light-year expanse of the galaxy and fundamentally altering the fate of the Turan civilization. A grand plan, encompassing the billion-trillion population of the Turan Empire, gradually took shape in Tang Huang's mind. However, before he could deploy the canopy of Wu Wei thought, a brutal decision had to be made: the extermination of these 108 star systems. This action was not only to secure spiritual essence, but also to completely dismantle the foundation of the Turan Empire. Tang Huang calculated calmly, realizing that this decision reduced the scope of destruction from over 700 planets to just 108 star systems. His lips curled into a slight smile as he recognized that this significantly decreased the workload and would bring numerous subsequent benefits. Once the mission was determined, Tang Huang didn't hesitate to issue orders. Surprisingly, instead of dispatching a vast fleet, he chose to send 108 precision mechanical sentinels, akin to deploying guided missiles, to each target star system. Then, Tang Huang opened the system interface, and a long-awaited notification appeared. The task he received upon his initial transmigration was finally complete. Interstellar Empire Rise, Phase 1. Reclaim Earth mission completed. Congratulations! You have received the Interstellar Empire Rise Phase 1 task reward, the system's voice announced. You have gained 3 lottery draws. Your main faction, the Intelligent Mechanized Heaven Court, has received a permanent 1,000 research speed boost. Tang Huang's eyes sparkled with excitement. This reward far exceeded his expectations. Rather than merely elevating technology levels, this comprehensive research acceleration was undeniably more valuable. This is fantastic, he couldn't help but exclaim. With the lottery opportunities at hand, Tang Huang decided to test his luck immediately. He opened the long-unused lottery panel, and the familiar 5 options were still there: technology, military, economy, construction, miscellaneous. Start the draw, he commanded, and the lottery will spun rapidly before him. Moments later, the pointer came to a steady stop on the miscellaneous section. Congratulations, you have obtained a contract with the subspace evil god End of Reincarnation. Tang Huang was stunned, his brows furrowing. Yuan Shin, he muttered to himself. What the heck, besides Korn, Cinch, Nurgle, and Slanish, there's also Yuan Shin in the subspace. This unexpected discovery plunged Tang Huang into deep confusion. The contract with the chaos god of the warp, the outer god of the End of Reincarnation, suddenly appeared in Tang Huang's hands. He carefully read through the contract, his brow furrowing. The contract promised 2 benefits. First, the provision of 0-point energy based on technological level, and second, granting all the population the capability of a highly intelligent computer. However, the contract only lasted 50 years, after which a reckoning would ensue. Tang Huang fell into deep thought. The allure of 0-point energy as an infinite power source was undeniable, but the prospect of a reckoning for the entire civilization after 50 years made him hesitate. Suddenly, a bold idea flashed through his mind: why not compare the power of the End of Reincarnation with that of Nurgle, another chaos god of the warp? Without delay, Tang Huang began preparing for the experiment. He selected several mindless Turan people as test subjects and chose an uninhabited star system 1,000 light-years from Earth as the testing ground. Around a red dwarf star, he set up a Lu Cun star system instant gamma pulse device capable of destroying the entire star system. A complete Turan space station was transported to the experimental star system, surrounded by thousands of warships. Tang Huang monitored the entire process remotely from one of the ships, with automated machinery executing the specific operations. The experiment commenced. Nurgle's corruption spread rapidly, causing horrific mutations in the test subjects and the space station. At this moment, the automated machinery inserted the contract with the End of Reincarnation into the corrupted structure. In an instant, Tang Huang sensed two forces from higher dimensions descending. This wasn't merely a clash of consciousnesses, but more like a collision of the fundamental rules of the universe. Although the situation had escalated to a multiversal level, as a chaos god of the warp, Tang Huang was unafraid. He couldn't directly observe the outcome of the clash between the two forces, but soon, a system prompt revealed the answer. Ding! You have received an unsolicited blessing from the chaos god Nurgle. Proton regeneration. The system further explained that this technology would enhance existing nano-intelligent machinery, granting rapid regeneration abilities to all tactical humanoids, warships, space stations, and structures utilizing this technology. Holy crap, Nurgle One? Tang Huang murmured in astonishment, his eyes gleaming with incredulity. Tang Huang furrowed his brow as he pondered Yuan Shun's fate. Though Yuan Shun should not have fallen, Tang Huang's decision to give the contract to Nurgle had undoubtedly put Yuan Shun at a disadvantage in their struggle. As a representative of other cosmic laws, Yuan Shun could never truly perish, but his current situation was undoubtedly dire. This realization plunged Tang Huang into deep worry. He patted his forehead, thinking regretfully, why couldn't I control my curiosities? If the future of his universe faced a cataclysmic high-dimensional invasion, he would likely be held primarily responsible. Even worse, Yuan Shun might seek retribution against him. At that moment, the system notification sounded. Due to your actions, the vengeance of the end of reincarnation will descend at some future point. A small reminder. High-dimensional beings cannot directly interfere with the operations of this universe, so be cautious of advanced psionic civilizations within this universe. They may be swayed by outer gods. Understanding the nature of this vengeance, Tang Huang found himself surprisingly calm. Since high-dimensional entities couldn't directly intervene, they would have to find agents within this universe to deal with him. Countless countermeasures flashed through Tang Huang's mind. Purging heretics, planetary annihilation, neutron extermination, serene angels, doomsday judgment, love, and peace. To him, these were all sources of spiritual energy delivered right to his door. Thinking of spiritual energy, Tang Huang checked his system panel. The war on Earth had brought him 32 million units of spiritual energy, though not a large amount. A significant influx was imminent. His mechanical guards were on their way to destroy 108 key planets of the Turan Empire, which would net him at least 1 billion units of spiritual energy. The experiment was complete, and the results were in, yielding substantial gains. Tang Huang ordered the fleet to withdraw, but before leaving, he decided to clean up the battlefield. On his command, a 9.7-kilometer-long Daybreak battlecruiser opened fire. The power of its main weaponized curvature space mass energy cannon was immediately evident. The space around the experimental site violently distorted, pulling the mass of the space station to infinite density in an instant, converting it entirely into mass energy and detonating. The explosion's brilliance rose next to the star, resembling the birth of a new mini-star. With the cleanup complete, the Mech Heaven fleet began to warp away. Once all fleets had departed, the Gamma Burst Generator was activated. This star was about to undergo a supernova explosion, annihilating the entire star system. As he departed, Tang Huang remembered he still had two unused draws, and he couldn't help but feel a surge of anticipation for the opportunities ahead. After leading his fleet back to the solar system, Tang Huang eagerly proceeded with his remaining two draws. The pointer on the lottery panel first stopped at the military category, and the system promptly announced, "Congratulations! You have obtained a quasi-light spear planetary cannon." Tang Huang's eyes lit up instantly. The quasi-light spear planetary cannon has a range of 5 light years and a projectile speed of 120 times the speed of light. This weapon, originating from the quasi-light universe where the minimum speed is the speed of light, uses virtual mass particles to form virtual mass projectiles that can instantly annihilate any ordinary matter upon contact. Although this was not a technology, but merely a main cannon meant to be mounted on a battle star, Tang Huang was still thrilled. This colossal cannon, with a caliber of over 1,000 kilometers, was now stored in the system warehouse, ready to be installed on the dome battle star currently under construction. A 5 light-year range combined with a projectile speed of 120 times the speed of light meant his battle star would possess formidable Bayan visual range strike capability. Suppressing his excitement, Tang Huang proceeded with the final draw. This time, the pointer stopped at the construction category. The system announced again, "Congratulations! You have obtained a stellar ring supermassive particle collider." This gigantic structure, capable of encircling a yellow dwarf star similar to the Sun, left Tang Huang in awe. He couldn't help but marvel at the capacity of the system warehouse, even suspecting it might be linked to subspace. While this idea sounded far-fetched, it seemed quite plausible. Tang Huang decided to place the stellar ring supermassive particle collider in the solar system. Soon, a massive ring with a diameter of over 5 million kilometers appeared around the Sun. This was not just a particle collider. Its inner ring was a perfect utopian habitat with an artificial atmosphere, capable of housing countless people. Although housing was not Tang Huang's primary concern, acquiring such a colossal ring world for free still delighted him. Building such a ring world on his own would have taken thousands of years. However, Tang Huang did not linger on the ring world for long. His attention quickly shifted to more urgent matters, receiving the legacy left by the Turan Empire. As the suzerain of the Turan Interstellar Society, the Turan Empire had obtained numerous ancient artifacts from the relic star regions. These enigmatic ancient creations were mostly stored on the Empire's capital, origin star Earth. Now that Earth had been reclaimed by Tang Huang, these precious legacies naturally fell into his hands. Tang Huang sensed that the coming days would be exceptionally busy, as he needed to carefully study and utilize these potentially invaluable ancient relics. The Grand Duke of Varan from the Turan Empire is one among the numerous regional governors of this vast interstellar empire. In the era before the emergence of the interstellar network, like other galactic civilizations, the Turan Empire faced a monumental challenge: how to effectively govern expanding territories without faster than-light communication. The vastness of the universe far exceeds the limits of light-speed communication. To address this dilemma, the Turan Empire made a seemingly regressive, yet remarkably wise decision: to readopt a feudal system. The empire divided its vast space territories among distinguished generals and high-ranking officers, maintaining control through marriage alliances and other means. This decision led to the creation of the first batch of nobles in the Turan Empire's Age of the Stars. However, as the empire's territory expanded further, the feudal system alone became insufficient. Thus, the Turan Empire drew from the ancient tributary system, establishing a complex network of vassal states. Empires such as the Yada Empire, the Ivry Interstellar Federation, the Giant Mantis Capital Union, and the Jinran Interstellar Empire became part of this Grand Turan Interstellar Society. The Grand Duke of Varan was one of the nobles born in this context. The current Grand Duke is a significant figure, being the father of Princess Luo Xiuling of the Empire. Over time, this system exposed numerous issues. The power of local nobles grew unchecked, central imperial authority weakened, and vassal states showed increasing tendencies towards rebellion. Fortunately, the situation has markedly improved over the past century, primarily due to the advent of the interstellar network. This technological innovation has reunited the dispersed Turan Interstellar Society, restoring central imperial authority to its peak. However, just as the Turan Empire seemed poised for a new era of glory, the sudden rise of the mechanized celestial court interrupted this progress. Despite this, the prestige amassed by the central imperial authority has not entirely dissipated. At this moment, the Grand Duke of Varan is using the interstellar network to rally all influential nobles with interstellar fleets at an astonishing speed to form an unprecedented loyalist fleet. This fleet, a coalition of various Turan nobles, boasts over 260,000 warships of various types, making it a formidable force. They have chosen a star 7.8 light-years away from the solar system as their rendezvous point, Wolf 359 in the Leo constellation. This small and dim red dwarf star is unremarkable in the vast universe, but its location is ideal. Not too far from the solar system, yet not too close, making it a perfect gathering spot. At this very moment, loyalist fleets from over 100 different star systems are en route to this seemingly ordinary, yet profoundly significant star. Wolf 359, a red dwarf star that often goes unnoticed in the glittering expanse of the cosmos, is quietly becoming the starting point of an operation poised to reshape the interstellar landscape. The star Wolf 359 in the Leo constellation quietly hangs in the vastness of space. As an unremarkable type red dwarf, its light pales in comparison to the sun. However, the seemingly silent space around this insignificant star suddenly bursts into activity. Interstellar fleets from various planetary systems arrive through space jumps, gradually entering the gravitational range of Wolf 359. Using the star as cover, these fleets quickly assemble in the surrounding space. Communication between the fleets is frequent and tense, as if they are making final preparations for a significant operation. The most notable among them is the Royalist fleet, personally led by Grand Duke Varan. This massive fleet, hailing from the Duchy of Varan, boasts over 50,000 starships and is the first to arrive at Wolf 359. The flagship of Grand Duke Varan is named the Vitellorian, battlecruiser just over 7 kilometers in length. Although it is not the most eye-catching ship in the massive fleet, its status is irreplaceable. Despite the presence of larger warships exceeding 10 kilometers in length, the Vitellorian, as the flagship, holds symbolic significance far beyond its actual size. Inside the Vitellorian, Grand Duke Varan has a meticulously designed private room. The layout of this room remains consistent across all his flagships, providing the Duke with a sense of familiarity no matter where he is. At this moment, Grand Duke Varen is leisurely seated on a luxurious sofa, swirling a goblet filled with a wine-like liquid. Under the soft lighting of the room, the liquid appears crystal clear. Your Grace, a holographic projection suddenly appears before Grand Duke Varen. It is the ship's AI projection. Currently, over 47 nobles have responded to the Royalist call and arrived at Wolf 359. Besides our main fleet, the other nobles have brought more than 32,000 warships. Grand Duke Varen listens to the report with a calm expression. Although a significant number of Torino space nobles have responded to his Royalist call, most of their territories are far away, and their fleets are still en route. Typically, Royalist fleets would race against time, eager to assemble quickly to liberate the imperial capital Earth, which has been occupied by the Mech Celestial Court. However, Grand Duke Varen shows no urgency. For him, the slower the situation develops, the better. At this time, the entire Torino Empire star region has lost contact with the solar system. The Mech Celestial Court has blocked the star network of the solar system, and although the external network is still operating, no one knows the exact situation inside the solar system. Grand Duke Varen is no exception. However, the longer the delay, the more it suits Grand Duke Varen's interests. He worries that if they arrive too early, Earth might not be completely fallen, and the Emperor might still be alive. For Grand Duke Varen, the ideal scenario is that Earth is entirely ravaged by the Mech Celestial Court, with all members of the Torino royal family completely eliminated. As the most powerful noble in the current Torino Empire, he could then rightfully take up the mantle of leadership. This is Grand Duke Varen's true intention. 2 months pass quietly. During this time, nobles from various star regions of the Torino Empire continue to arrive with their fleets, joining the Royalist fleet. Now, the scale of the Royalist fleet has reached Grand Duke Varen's initial expectations. The total number of warships of various models exceeds 260,000, forming a formidable interstellar force. A dense array of space warships gathered on one side of the Wolf 359 star, resembling a vast metallic cloud that nearly obscured the starlit sky. Although this fleet was not as large as the army once assembled at the frontier stargate of Pharos, its quality was far superior. Each Turan warship embodied the pinnacle of the Empire's technology. Ultra-strong basic materials, highly efficient onboard computers, indestructible defense systems, advanced magnetic field shields, and immensely powerful, long-range weapons. Their faster-than-light capabilities were nothing short of awe-inspiring. A single Turan Empire warship could easily handle dozens of Yata Empire warships. At the heart of this formidable fleet, a grand banquet was underway aboard the flagship of Grand Duke Varen. In the opulent banquet hall, the Empire's nobility gathered in abundance. Standing at the center, Grand Duke Varen raised his glass for a toast. Ladies and gentlemen, we are now a mere 8 light years from the solar system, parallel to the ecliptic plane. With just one jump, we will reach our destination. Now, let us toast to the imminent victory, to the restoration of the Turan Empire's glory, to victory and honor. As the Duke's words echoed, hundreds of nobles responded in unison, their glasses clinking with a crisp sound. Just as Grand Duke Varen drained his glass, an urgent report shattered the celebratory atmosphere. Your Grace, there's trouble in the territory. Vitlorian has been destroyed. The smile on Grand Duke Varen's face froze instantly, his pupils contracting sharply in disbelief as he muttered, "How is this possible?" However, more bad news followed swiftly. The banquet hall plunged into chaos, filled with exclamations of shock. "My capital has been destroyed. Your Grace, I need to lead my fleet away immediately to join the Loyalist forces. Oh my God, my star system has been attacked as well. I must leave too." The sudden turn of events instantly replaced the joy of the banquet with panic and confusion. At that moment, natural space jump nodes in the cosmos began to distort. Tens of thousands of mechanical sentinels equipped with directional kinetic nullification fields suddenly appeared in the star domain. Their cold, unfeeling sensors fixed on the vast, cloud-like Turan noble Loyalist fleet ahead. Damn it, it's the Mech Heaven! Grand Duke Wayluin's face darkened as he instantly recognized the attackers. His mind raced, quickly deducing the Mech Heaven strategy. Strike while the majority of the Empire's nobles and their fleets are engaged with the Loyalist army, launching surprise attacks on everyone's home systems. Veins bulged on the Grand Duke's forehead as he calculated the horrifying losses conservatively. Over 100 planets had already suffered devastating blows from the Mech Heaven. Looking around, he saw the nobles in the banquet hall descending into chaos. Taking a deep breath, he shouted in a commanding voice, "Everyone!" Instantly, all eyes turned to him, and the hall fell silent. With a piercing gaze, Grand Duke Wayluin scanned the room. "Our planets have already fallen. It's too late to return with our fleets now. We've managed to assemble a formidable force. If we scatter now, we play right into the mech heaven's hands. United, we are a force even mech heaven fears. Divided, we'll be picked off one by one. We must remain calm and continue as the loyalist army, strike directly at the solar system, and eliminate the mech heaven threat once and for all. His words were like a shot of adrenaline, calming the panicked nobles. They began to think clearly. Realizing the Grand Duke was right, panicking now would only make it easier for the mech heaven to succeed. His grace is right. We mustn't give the mech heaven any opportunity. United, we will liberate the solar system. Victory will be ours. Voices of agreement echoed through the hall, reigniting the nobles' determination to fight against the mech heaven. Seeing the resolve in their eyes, Grand Duke Wayluin felt a sense of calm wash over him as well. His words had not only reassured the nobles, but also helped him regain his own composure. This inner tranquility brought him a small measure of comfort. Since that's settled, the Grand Duke said firmly, we march to the solar system immediately. Yes, Your Grace, the nobles responded in unison, then began to orderly leave the banquet hall to return to their fleets. Just then, a sudden but non-blinding flash of light appeared on the large window overlooking space. Everyone's attention was drawn to this unexpected phenomenon. Is that? A noble standing close to the window squinted in confusion, peering into the void. Suddenly, he shouted in terror, Count Grote's fleet is under attack. What? The other nobles rushed to the window in alarm, especially a red-haired noble who nearly stumbled in his haste to see what was happening. In the near distance, they clearly saw warships inexplicably exploding. It was as if they were hit by some powerful kinetic weapon, with the ships bursting from the engines and triggering chain reactions that turned them into brief, brilliant flames. After the explosions, debris scattered silently through space, and the ships were obliterated in moments. Only then did Count Grote receive a frantic communication from his fleet. My lord, we're under attack. We can't detect the source. Shocked by the sudden incident, Grand Duke Wayluin immediately ordered his fleet to conduct a full-scale scan. The detection system suddenly blared a piercing alarm, and Grand Duke Varen widened his eyes in disbelief as he stared at the holographic display. Tens of thousands of sub-light-speed small targets were rapidly closing in on the massive royalist fleet, with some already launching attacks. These targets swarmed like bees in space, converging and then scattering to hunt down ships within the fleet. Whenever a warship was locked onto, it inevitably met a grim fate of destruction and death. Grand Duke Varen instantly recognized the attackers, his face turning pale. Damn it, these are the mechanical sentinels guarding the ancient relics in the ruins sector, he cursed under his breath. Only the Machina Heaven has the capability to control these mechanical sentinels. Realizing the imminent danger, Grand Duke Varen immediately issued an urgent command. Everyone, evacuate the Vitorian now. The nobles, upon hearing this, fell into a state of panic, scrambling to abandon the flagship and return to their respective fleets to take command. The attack had come too suddenly. Prior to this, not a single ship in the vast royalist fleet had detected the approach of the mechanical sentinels. It was only after suffering casualties that the fleet realized they were under attack and began to organize a counteroffensive. In the dark expanse of space, the royalist fleet's artillery fire flickered like stars, forming a dense web of firepower. However, the agility of the mechanical sentinels far exceeded expectations, and their sheer number, in the tens of thousands, made defense extraordinarily difficult. One mechanical sentinel maneuvered through the dense firepower of the warship cluster at 99 the speed of light. 10 warp engine missiles, traveling at 5 times the speed of light, locked onto it. The warp engine missiles of the Turan Empire were incredibly fast, easily catching up with the mechanical sentinels. However, these missiles had a limitation. Upon nearing their target, they had to jettison the warp engine propulsion section, allowing the warhead to independently track and lock onto the enemy unit. This was because the warp engines on the missiles could only provide propulsion and could only move in a straight line while in warp state. To continuously track and lock onto the target and facilitate post-battle recovery, they had to exit the warp state. This characteristic made it difficult for the missiles to destroy mechanical sentinels equipped with inertialess engines, despite their 5-fold speed of light. The mechanical sentinel, maneuvering wildly through the dense firepower, managed to shake off the 10 warp engine missiles even as they closed to within a few kilometers. The missiles were forced to overshoot the sentinel and fly ahead by 300,000 kilometers to set up an intercept. All 10 missiles simultaneously jettisoned their warp propulsion sections, exiting the warp state and revealing their true forms in space. 10 curvature engine missiles suddenly appeared in space, instantly dispersing into hundreds of sub-missile warheads. They hurtled towards the mechanical sentinels from a distance of 300,000 kilometers at a closing speed. For the sentinels, traveling at sublight speeds, this distance could be crossed in just over a second. In that brief moment, dozens of missile warheads exploded in space, attempting to intercept the Sentinels. However, the mechanical Sentinels exhibited extraordinary maneuverability, seemingly defying the laws of physics as they effortlessly evaded each explosion. Ultimately, the steel behemoths navigated through the blinding explosions, dodging all the intercepting missiles. Not stopping there, the mechanical Sentinels rammed through the reactor of a 2-kilometer-long Turan battleship. The enormous battleship instantly went supernova in space, becoming part of the brilliant conflagration. Disperse! Disperse! Grand Duke Warone bellowed. All fleets spread out. Maintain absolute safe distances between each ship. But the order came too late. The Royalist fleet was enormous, boasting 260,000 warships. Worse still, the attack occurred while the entire command hierarchy was attending a banquet, catching them off guard. By the time the fleet began to respond and disperse in space, over 20,000 warships had already been destroyed. Despite the heavy losses, the Turan fleet demonstrated a unique resilience. Realizing that conventional curvature engine missiles were ineffective against the mechanical Sentinels, they quickly switched to a new type of missile. These new missiles were equipped with special warheads that scattered high-energy lasers in all directions upon nearing their target, forming a dense interception grid. These special warheads proved more effective than ordinary missiles. Given that the mechanical Sentinels could only travel at sublight speeds, some were indeed intercepted by the sheer volume of special warhead missiles. However, this minor victory did little to alter the overall battle. With tens of thousands of mechanical Sentinels in play, the number of Royalist warships rapidly dwindled. As the battle raged on, the Royalist fleet had lost over 100,000 warships. The situation grew increasingly dire, and if it continued, they risked total annihilation before intercepting all the Sentinels. Damn it! How does the intellect Heavenly Court have such terrifying weapons? Grand Duke Warone slammed his fist onto the armrest, causing the virtual screen projected from it to shudder. He glared at the diminishing numbers of his fleet displayed on the screen, almost choking out the words, "Retreat." The attack had come too suddenly. If they had detected the approaching mechanical Sentinels earlier and used curvature engine missiles traveling at 5 times the speed of light for long-range interception, the situation might have been different. But now, regret was futile. The only option was to retreat and preserve their remaining forces. Under Grand Duke Wyroen's orders, the remaining Turan warships immediately overloaded their curvature engines for an emergency space jump. In just 2 seconds, all warship engines were forcibly activated. Space lit up with countless flashes of emergency space jumps as a large number of Turan warships began their retreat. However, in that brief 2-second window, another 6,000 Turan warships were rammed by the mechanical Sentinels, forever lost in space. Worse still, about 1/10 of the Turan warships experienced curvature engine overload failures, resulting in mass energy conversion phenomena that instantly annihilated them in space. Ironically, these unexpected mass energy conversion incidents managed to destroy some of the nearby mechanical Sentinels, offering a tiny sliver of consolation in an otherwise catastrophic battle. The damage inflicted was actually greater than what they had achieved through normal combat against the mechanical guards. In the end, fewer than 150,000 Turan warships managed to escape, with the entire massive Loyalist fleet reduced by half. The mechanical guards did not pursue the Turan fleet that fled in warp state, and the artificial intelligence Heaven did not deploy any space jump blockade devices, clearly by design. Once all targets had vanished, debris from countless Turan warships floated in space within millions of kilometers around the Wolf 359 star. Amidst this vast field of wreckage, nearly 10,000 mechanical guards ceased operation. After recording the spatial data, they began to return, leaving behind the massive debris field around the star. The destroyed mechanical guards did not need to be recovered. Their remains would automatically decompose and disappear at the proton level. In this battle, over 100,000 Turan warships were destroyed, while the mechanical guards only lost 112 units. Of these, 7 were destroyed in combat by the Turan Empire fleet, and the other 105 were accidentally destroyed during failed overloaded space jumps by some Turan warships. Despite such a disproportionate loss ratio, this was still a loss for the artificial intelligence Heaven. These mechanical guards were irreplaceable, as they could not be actively manufactured, making each one lost a significant blow. The scene shifts to the Papados star system within the territory of the Grand Duke of Varen. This star system was one of the many territories held by the Grand Duke, whose capital planet had already been destroyed by the artificial intelligence Heaven. After an emergency jump, the Grand Duke's fleet could only head to this ordinary territorial star system. Near a giant star, nearly 30,000 battered Turan warships suddenly appeared in space, accompanied by the glow of massive spatial distortions. On the fleet's flagship, the Vittorian, the Grand Duke of Varen gritted his teeth, his heart filled with the rage of defeat. However, upon entering the star system and gazing at the life-bearing planet in the distant space, his rage suddenly subsided, and a strange calmness washed over him. The thoughts of revenge that had filled his mind began to fade away. The Grand Duke did not notice this anomaly. His thoughts had changed unknowingly. After entering this star system, he suddenly felt that peace and letting things take their natural course were the greatest blessings in the world. The philosophy of inaction from the Lianjian star began to quietly spread among the Turinese populace, like an invisible plague, rapidly infecting one planet after another. The noble loyalist fleet, retreating from the Wolf 359 star battlefield, returned to their respective planetary domains with the gloom of defeat, unaware that their thoughts had already begun to be eroded. These fleets, once the backbone of the Turan Empire, had seen nearly half of their number destroyed by the mechanical guards of the intelligent machine court. The remaining fleets were deliberately left intact by Tang Huang as pieces in his larger game. For Tang Huang, the harvest of spiritual energy was nearing completion. The destruction of 108 key Turan planets had brought him over 210 million units of spiritual energy, and the annihilation of more than 100,000 Turan warships at Wolf 359 had contributed an additional 50 million units. At this moment, Tang Huang's spiritual energy balance had reached a staggering 298 million, almost touching the 300 million mark. With such a massive amount of spiritual energy at his disposal, Tang Huang had specific plans for the remaining Turan warships. The mechanical theocracy currently had only two subordinate civilizations, the Grecians and humans, whose technological levels were even inferior to those of the Yada Empire. Under the constraints of the philosophy of inaction, the advanced industrial and technological systems of the Turinese would be key to enhancing the overall strength of the mechanical theocracy. Tang Huang planned to transfer the Turan technological systems to the mechanical theocracy to elevate the technological levels of the Grecians and humans. After all, as vassals of the intelligent machine court, they couldn't afford to lag too far behind in technology. Additionally, the remaining Turan fleets would also be directly handed over to the mechanical theocracy. The Turan Empire was now showing signs of fragmentation. After the Battle of Earth, Frida led her fleet to the western territories of the Turan Empire in the solar system, establishing a Western Turan Empire. Meanwhile, in other regions of the solar system, the Turanese were among the first to be influenced by the philosophy of inaction. Each surviving Turan planet began to exhibit a state of local noble autonomy. If there were an up-to-date map of the Orion Arm, it would reveal that the once unified territory of the Turan Empire had fragmented into countless scattered pieces. Under Tang Huang's covert directives, fleets from the United Human Federation and the Grecian civilization began to quietly enter Turan territory. Although the territories of the Yada Empire and the Jin Empire lay between the United Human Federation and parts of the Grecian fleets, the intelligent machine court controlled the ancient stargates left on the borders of the Yada Empire. Through these stargates, the fleets of the United Human Federation and the Grecians could directly bypass the intervening regions and penetrate deep into Turan territory. In the territory of Duke Varroan, on the planet New Vitalorian in the Papados star system, a fleet from the United Human Federation openly docked at the low-orbit spaceport. James, the newly promoted fleet admiral of the United Human Federation, led a group of officers to meet with Duke Varroan on this planet. James had once been a captain of the United Human Federation's 7th Fleet and had met Tang Huang while following Li Lingwei. With the expansion of the United Human Federation's influence and fleet, he had finally been promoted to commander of an independent fleet. In a lavish room atop a colossal tower, several kilometers high in the planet's capital, James and Duke Varroan held their discussions. Ultimately, Duke Varroan made a decision. So, it's settled then. Within the Varroan star domain, all planetary scientific systems and industrial equipment will be managed by the United Human Federation. Every year, our alliance will provide enough resources to cover all the food, luxury goods, and other expenses for the entire population of your territories, General James stated firmly as he stood before Grand Duke Varroan, reiterating the newly agreed terms. He scanned the impatient expression on the Duke's face, inwardly surprised. Grand Duke Varroan waved his hand dismissively, as if swatting away a fly. Handle those matters quickly. Just ensure that the luxury expenses for the trillions of people in my domain are covered. His tone carried an indifference to the former glories, as if the interstellar empire he once prided himself on was now nothing more than a pile of insignificant scrap. General James took a deep breath, forcing himself to remain calm. His gaze swept over the once formidable dueling soldiers lounging lazily on luxurious sofas, lost in their hedonistic stupor. A nameless fear surged within him. He recalled the dossier on Grand Duke Varroan's image of an ambitious and disciplined leader starkly contrasted with the pleasure seeker before him. This drastic change chilled General James to the bone. Across the planet, the once elite dueling soldiers now loitered in small groups on street corners, idling away their time and living off government subsidies. The fleet that once struck fear into the hearts of the Alliance now drifted lifelessly in the orbital docks, neglected and unmaintained. The entire planet seemed to be engulfed in a bizarre revelry, with every dueling immersed in their own selfish desires, no one caring about the civilization's future anymore. General James realized that this once great civilization had become a hollow shell, its people reduced to self-serving beasts. This sight had a profound psychological impact on General James and his accompanying officers. They wished to leave this unsettling planet as soon as possible, if not for the need to take over its scientific and industrial systems. After leaving the Grand Duke's palace, General James looked at his visibly disturbed subordinates and said in a grave tone, "Let's expedite the takeover process. We'll take the dueling fleet in orbit with us as well. Those dueling people don't care about anything anymore." The core planets of the Turan Empire have been annihilated by the Mechanoid Celestial Court, but its vast industrial system still supports the daily lives of the remaining trillion-plus population. During this catastrophe, the Human Confederation and the Gotorus civilization reaped significant benefits, effortlessly acquiring the entire scientific and industrial systems of the Turan people. They continuously absorb the heritage of the Turan, including their interstellar fleets. According to statistics, there are still over 300,000 various types of interstellar warships within Turan's territory. These defense fleets were evenly divided between the Human Confederation and the Gotorus civilization. However, on the periphery of Turan's interstellar society, a massive fleet remains inactive. This is the Border Army fleet stationed at the boundary between Turan and the Perseus Interstellar Society. The Border Army fleet is composed of 10 fleets, each with 30,000 to 50,000 warships, totaling more than 400,000 interstellar warships. This fleet was established by the Turan Empire as the strongest main force to guard against the Perseus Interstellar Society, ensuring the Turan Empire's peace of mind. After liberating the solar system, the Mechanoid Celestial Court's Wu-Wei thought screen caused the near disintegration of the Turan Empire. What was once a united Turan Interstellar Society is now fragmented, and Tang Huang bears the primary responsibility for this. Therefore, rectifying this mess has become one of Tang Huang's top priorities. The existence of the Perseus Interstellar Society is an issue that cannot be ignored. Its technological level significantly surpasses that of the Turan Empire, and Tang Huang needs time to convert previous gains into strength. To ensure stable development, preventing interference from the Perseus Interstellar Society has become an urgent task. Although the Mechanoid Celestial Court's technological prowess surpasses that of the Turan Empire, its limited fleet size prevents it from replacing the vast Turan border fleet. This is why Tang Huang previously allowed Fuli to lead the fleet away from Earth. The Mechanoid Celestial Court needs a Turan Emperor to balance the border group fleet. Until the Mechanoid Celestial Court passes through a stable development period, this border fleet of over 400,000 interstellar warships must remain untouched. Tang Huang proactively adjusted the range of the 108 Wu-Wei thought screens deployed within Turan's territory to avoid affecting the border regions, thereby maintaining the combat readiness of the Turan border fleet. Meanwhile, the existence of the Perseus Interstellar Society ensures that this fleet will not pose a threat to the Mechanoid Celestial Court. The Turan Star of the Western Turan Empire is the original homeland of the Turan people, located about 700 light-years from the solar system. It is now the beginning of the Turan calendar year 27092. 10,000 years ago, the Turan people left their harsh home planet, and, after 6,000 years of expansion, crossed 700 light-years to occupy Earth. 4,000 years ago, Earth became the new home planet of the Turan, ushering in a technological explosion. In the following 4,000 years, the Turan people occupied the Orion Arm, which is about 3,500 light-years wide, 1,000 light-years thick, and 10,000 light-years long. They unified all the civilized races and established the Turan Interstellar Society. 4,000 years ago, the Orion Arm was home to many different civilized races, but now, apart from the Turan, only 5 races, including humans, Yada, Ivra, giant mantises, and Jun, remain prominent. The other civilizations have either faded into obscurity or are on the brink of extinction. The reasons behind it don't need much explanation. Even during the age of exploration on Earth thousands of years ago, the expansion of civilizations was accompanied by endless bloodshed. The dark expanse of outer space is even more unforgiving. After the Battle of Earth, Felida led the remnants of her fleet back to Turan Star. Following subsequent transformations, the once harsh environment of Turan Star has now become a beautiful and hospitable place. On Turan Star, Felida was crowned Empress of Turan with the support of the surviving high-ranking officials. Her presence barely holds the Western Turan Empire together. Upon her ascension to the throne, Felida's primary task was to establish contact with the powerful frontier fleets. Through the interstellar network, she quickly secured the allegiance of 10 frontier fleet commanders. These commanders were all princes of the Turin royal family. Fullida's move was solely to ensure the loyalty of the frontier fleets, not to mobilize them to liberate Earth or attack the intelligent machine celestial court. She understood that the frontier fleets must not be moved lightly, as this would surely provoke a massive invasion by the Perseus Interstellar Society. The current Turan Empire was in no condition to face new enemies. The 10 princes had some awareness of the internal chaos within the empire, but their foremost duty was to defend the borders. Unless the Turan people were on the brink of extinction, they would not act recklessly. After ending the call with the frontier star regions, Fulida looked up and turned to face the towering figure in power armor behind her. "Are you satisfied now?" she asked, her face expressionless as she gazed at Tang Huang, her golden pupils flickering with complex emotions. To Fulida, Tang Huang was undoubtedly an absolute enemy. However, since arriving on Turin Star, she found it impossible to hate him, clearly a result of the influence of the Wu Wei ideology's mental barrier. Fulida resisted this influence internally, making her emotions complex and conflicted at this moment. Tang Huang stood motionless, a faint red sun glimmering behind him, reflecting off his luxurious power armor. "Fulida, submit to me," he said calmly. Fulida remained where she was, clenching her teeth. "After all you've done, how can you still utter those words so brazenly? I am not a good person. You can view me as a tyrant," Tang Huang replied, staring directly at Fulida. "In the eyes of you Turan people, isn't the universe all about the strong dominating the weak? During your expansion period in the Orion Spur, you committed acts far more bloody and cruel than anything I've done. I pale in comparison. What I'm doing now is merely a slight application of your own Turan principles. Now that the roles are reversed from oppressor to oppressed, you can't handle it? They say that one's position determines one's perspective, and Tang Huang's current stance necessitated that he clear all obstacles for the intelligent machine celestial court. Don Juan's words were like a heavy hammer, shattering Frida's last line of defense. She gazed at him in silence, fully aware that she could no longer resist. The principle of the strong ruling over the weak, once a proud tenet of the Duoling people, had now become their shackles. The new dominant force, the Mech Celestial Court, was now irresistibly controlling the once mighty Duoling. Frida did not struggle, and Don Juan's conversion process went smoothly. To his relief, Frida retained her original personality after the conversion, unlike the dramatic changes seen in other psionic girls like Ruby. As Don Juan's power rapidly grew, his ability to convert now encompassed the entire planet. With Frida's conversion, a colossal force from higher dimensions swept over Duoling Star, bringing all inhabitants of the Western Duoling Empire's capital planet into the conversion process. Controlling the capital was tantamount to controlling the entire Western Duoling Empire. By manipulating the Duoling Empress, Don Juan indirectly gained command over the Duoling border fleet, ensuring stability at the frontiers. This move effectively curbed the further deterioration of Duoling's interstellar society, granting the Mech Celestial Court a precious opportunity for development. Don Juan realized it was time to transform his accumulated gains into tangible power. He held 2,980,000,000 spirit sources and had spent 20 million 2 months ago to acquire the 6 divisions level technology Heavenly Mechanism Microproton Layer Element Conversion Technology. The application of this technology allowed the Mech Celestial Court to finally manufacture mechanical cores and automated production lines independently, no longer constrained by ancient civilization relics. The powerful gray wind nanomech technology, combined with the proton regeneration technology obtained from Nurgle, significantly boosted the productivity of the Mech Celestial Court. As the Mech Celestial Court developed steadily, Don Juan began to consolidate the fragmented Duoling Interstellar Society. The solar system became Don Juan's new stronghold. After occupying the solar system, he designated it as the new capital, gradually shifting the focus from the Lingxiao system. Most of the research equipment was also transported to the solar system. The ring world orbiting the sun was designated as the new capital site, providing an ideal platform for cutting-edge physics research with its supermassive particle collider structure. Humanity was now divided into 2 groups, the Human Federation and the Machine Cult Humans. Don Juan established the highest governing body of the Machine Cult Humans on Earth, while relocating some of the most loyal Machine Cult Gretherians to Mars. A new order in the solar system was thus established, with the sun and ring world at the core, the planets orbiting around them. Ring world, as the new capital of the Mech Celestial Court, became the site of Don Juan's new city. From the inside out, the sequence was Mercury, Mercury-Venus Gateway, Venus, Earth Machine Cult Humans, Mars Machine Cult Gretherians, Jupiter, Saturn, Uranus, Neptune. The Kuiper Belt formed the space defense line, and the outermost Oort clouds served as the farthest warning line of the solar system, with a maximum radius of about 1 light-year. Ring world was divided into the inner ring and the outer ring. The inner ring faced the sun, featuring an adjustable atmosphere, maintaining a perfectly comfortable ecological environment despite being only a few million kilometers from the sun. The outer ring faced outer space, equipped with various large laboratories and massive spaceports. These spaceports, numbering up to 600, laid the foundation for the further expansion of the Mech celestial court. The names are arranged according to the heavenly stems and earthly branches. The first massive spaceport is Jiazi 1, the second is Jiazi 2, continuing up to the 600th, Guihai 60. In this vast network of spaceports, Gungshu 7 stands unusually quiet at this moment. Tang Huang stood at the center of the control tower of Gungshu 7, his eyes fixed on the virtual display in front of him. On the screen, a solitary Wuchang-class heavy frigate was quietly docked in the dark expanse of space, its approximately 500-meter-long hull faintly visible under the starlight. Next to Tang Huang stood Sylvie, with a group of focused technical humanoids behind her, forming an elite research team. Thanks to the 1,000 increase in research speed gained after completing the mission to liberate Earth, the combined research of the Tianji Shangxing microproton layer element conversion technology and the proton regeneration technology acquired from Nurgle had entered the final on-ship testing phase. All data indicated that everything was normal and the test conditions were ready. Sylvie was closely monitoring the unmanned frigate remotely and softly reported to Tang Huang, "We can start the test." Tang Huang nodded slightly and gave a concise order, "Begin the test." Following his command, one of the Wuchu 3 laser pulse turrets in the spaceport's defense weapon array slowly rotated, its barrel aimed at the distant Wuchang-class frigate. In an instant, a blinding flash of light streaked across the void, and a high-energy laser with temperatures exceeding 1,000,000 degrees washed over the frigate's external armor. Although the Wuchang-class's external armor was made of Wuchu-II superalloy, which was more than twice as strong as the regular Wuchu alloy, the hit section melted instantly under the fierce attack of the Wuchu 3 laser pulses. Immediately after, dozens of weapons in the spaceport's defense array simultaneously opened fire, with Wuchu 3 laser pulse turrets, plasma cannons, and anti-gravity launchers relentlessly bombarding the Wuchang class. After nearly half an hour of intensive bombardment, the once intact Wuchang class was riddled with holes. When the assault finally ceased, the frigate's internal detection systems were still operational, continuously transmitting data back to the control center. Tang Huang observed every change within the frigate with intense focus. Data streams rapidly scrolled. Wuchang class heavy frigate. Armor damage, 84. Internal structure damage, 85. Grid structure module damage, over 85 each. Tianji Shangxing self-repair module damage, 90. Despite the severe damage, the system indicated that the minimum damage threshold had not been reached. The screen flashed with the message "Proton regeneration in progress, self-repairing," marking the official start of the first practical test of this revolutionary technology. Over 80 of the entire ship was lost, leaving the Wuchang-class warship a derelict floating in the vastness of space. Yet, even in such a severely damaged state, the Tianji Shangxing repair module demonstrated its astonishing self-repair capabilities. At the core of the warship, a heavily damaged chamber had a massive breach that exposed the complex compartmental structure within the ship to the void of space. With only 10 of its integrity remaining, the Tianji Shangxing repair module initiated its self-repair process. Gray nanomachines gathered like living organisms, voraciously consuming the surrounding material of the chamber. The repair progress climbed at an astonishing rate. 15, 20, 40. In just 1 hour, it reached 100. Once the repair was complete, the Tianji Shangxing module immediately moved on to the next phase. Swarms of nanomachines dispersed, surging towards the ship's storage modules. Like a tide, they swept over the remaining resources, breaking them down to the proton level and converting them into the most suitable elements and energy for self-repair. Next, these tireless nanomachines began repairing the dormant energy reactors. The standard configuration of the Jijia Tiantingen antimatter reactor had suffered severe damage, but its deep-seated gravitational containment unit remained intact, allowing the repair work to proceed smoothly. 10 hours later, the reactor and conventional propulsion engine modules were restored to basic functionality. With its energy and propulsion systems regained, the warship, like a phoenix reborn from ashes, slowly made its way to a pre-designated asteroid belt. Swarms of nanomachines flew out of the ship, beginning to consume the material of the asteroid belt to provide raw materials for further repairs. Both the warp drive and hyperspace engine were subsequently restored. The ship's AI, originating from higher dimensional subspace, descended once more, breathing new life into this ghost ship. Under the unified command of the AI, the repair progress accelerated even further. 24 hours later, all internal module structures, including the multi-shield system, were fully repaired. Immediately afterward, the repair of the external armor layer commenced. 2 hours later, The last damaged outer armor plate was restored, and the entire warship looked as if it had just rolled off the assembly line, brand new. This astonishing self-repair capability completely restored a nearly destroyed Wuchang-class heavy frigate within a mere 26 hours. Subsequently, Tang Huang conducted several more experiments, further validating the exceptional performance of the Tianji Shangxing repair module. After confirming the repair efficiency of the Tianji regeneration device during sustained combat, Tang Huang's face lit up with a satisfied smile. This revolutionary device not only could repair the outer armor in real time during battles, but also restore a nearly completely destroyed warship to its original state in just 2 hours. Standing in the control room, Tang Huang gazed through the massive observation window at the recently tested Wuchang-class heavy frigate. The colossal vessel, approximately 500 meters long, looked brand new, as if it had never seen combat. He murmured to himself, with the triple shield system activated, the survivability of this warship will reach unprecedented levels. Researchers were busy analyzing data, with screens flashing various complex charts and numbers. Tang Huang walked over to the main console and carefully reviewed the latest test results. His eyes gleamed with excitement as he muttered, "Proton regeneration technology is indeed the key. Without it, we wouldn't be able to restore a warship to such perfection within 26 hours, even with 90 damage to the Tianji regeneration device." At that moment, a tactical android approached quickly, saluted Tang Huang, and reported, "Sir, President Kinlan of the United Alliance requests a remote meeting." Tang Huang nodded slightly, preparing to respond, when a thought crossed his mind. He turned to the head of research and said, "Continue advancing the research on self-regenerating alloys. Imagine if we could combine this alloy with the Tianji regeneration device. Our warships would become nearly invincible." The head of research nodded excitedly and immediately began recording the new research direction on a tablet. Tang Huang, satisfied, looked around at the busy research team and the flashing instruments, filled with anticipation for the future. He took a deep breath, ready to meet with the United Alliance president, while already envisioning how this new technology would revolutionize the landscape of interstellar warfare. In Mr. Tang's office, a holographic projection of President Kin Lin of the Human Federation suddenly appeared. As soon as the projection materialized, it bowed slightly to Tang Huang as a sign of respect. Tang Huang nodded slightly and calmly said, "Just get to the point." He was never one for formalities. Kin Lin immediately reported, "Mr. Tang, I have 2 matters to report. First is the war update. Through continuous expansion, we have fully controlled 3 provinces of the Yada Empire star regions and are advancing toward their core territories. Billions of humans are now under the Federation's rule, and human civilization is on the rise." Kin Lin's excitement was palpable. Given time, the billions of humans in the Turin Interstellar Society will be united once again. Although Tang Huang was already well aware of these developments, often learning of the Federation's movements even before Kin Lin, he nodded in approval. "Very good. You've done well." Kin Lin continued, "The second matter involves other species. During our expansion, we encountered other second-class species of the Yada Empire. They were once on par with humans and now seek our assistance to restore their nations and break free from Yada rule. Their emissaries are here with me, wishing to seek your audience." Tang Huang nodded thoughtfully. This is a good opportunity. It's time to reshape the structure of the Turin Interstellar Society. Supporting these weaker species and having them pledge allegiance to the Heavenly Court will help reorganize the Turin Interstellar Society into the Heavenly Court Interstellar Society. I agree to meet them. With Tang Huang's approval, Kin Lin's projection disappeared, replaced by the holographic images of 6 different intelligent beings. As they appeared, they respectfully knelt before Tang Huang and said in unison, "Greetings to the Lord of the Mechanical Heavenly Court." Tang Huang waved his hand, and detailed information about the 6 species appeared before him. His gaze first fell on the creature on the far left, a bipedal, 2-armed insect-like being resembling a standing shrimp with 2 antennae. It reminded Tang Huang of the aliens from the old Earth film District 9, but with 2 extra antennae. The information read, "Species name, long and shrimp people. Classification, arthropod crustacean. Affiliation, Yada Empire. Status, 3rd-class citizen. Characteristics, Gestalt hive mind. Distribution, Long and Star region province of the Yada Empire. Total population, approximately 960 billion. Next to the shrimp person stood an almost entirely mechanical intelligent being. This upright creature stood about 2 meters tall, with human-like legs but 4 arms. Over 80 of its body had been replaced by machinery, making its original biological form nearly unrecognizable. The cyborg eagerly said, "Greetings to the god of machines." The information read, "Species name, Gregoda. Classification, viviparous semi-mechanical primates. Affiliation, Giant Mantis Capital Union. Status, 2nd-class citizen. Distribution, entire territory of the giant mantis capital union. Total population, 4.6 trillion. Tang Huang raised an eyebrow, showing a keen interest. A species from the giant mantis side? Interesting that they managed to find their way here. The Gregoda people, upon hearing this, immediately bowed even lower, their voices filled with reverence and anticipation. Great god of machinery, our tribe has long been oppressed by the mantids. They force all our newborns to undergo mechanical transformations and even use artificial wombs for cloning production. Even more terrifying, they implement chemical castration on the general population, using us extensively for military purposes. We Gregoda people are suffering immensely and harbor deep hatred for the mantids. We earnestly implore the great god of machinery to descend and save the Gregoda and all other races under the mantid tyranny. It is worth noting that over 50% of the mantid army is composed of our people. Tang Huang listened with interest. He keenly observed that although the Gregoda claimed to be forced into mechanical transformations, they didn't actually resent this aspect. In fact, they seemed to enjoy it. What they truly resented was the oppression and coercion by the mantids. Tang Huang nodded lightly and said calmly, I will offer my assistance. Upon hearing this, the semi-mechanical Gregoda were ecstatic, bowing even lower and repeatedly expressing their gratitude. Thank you, great god of machinery. The other intelligent beings present looked on enviously at the Gregoda. Immediately, one of the beings next to the Gregoda hurriedly pledged its loyalty. This creature was the least humanoid, resembling a blob of blue jelly with its internal structure clearly visible through its transparent outer layer. It quickly transformed into a particularly beautiful human female form, still transparent, but clearly aiming to please Tang Huang. Honorable Lord of the Mech Heavenly Court, it said respectfully, my race will also look to the Mech Heavenly Court as our leader from now on. We beseech the Heavenly Court for its blessings. Tang Huang remained silent, continuing to observe the scene before him. Information about this transparent creature's race surfaced in his consciousness. The Lemu soft-body shapeshifters, belonging to the Jinren Interstellar Empire. They were the lowest-class citizens within the empire, primarily distributed in the outer regions, with a total population of about 220 billion. The remaining three intelligent species were not particularly remarkable, mostly humanoid in form. The fourth resembled a werewolf, covered in fur with a long wolf snout, walking on two legs and using its forelimbs as hands. The fifth was similar to the Ephreans, but had an eagle head instead of a crow's. The sixth looked like a jackal, also bipedal and capable of walking upright. In the Turan Interstellar Society, the number of bipedal species was numerous. This was not a result of natural selection, but rather an artificial outcome created by the Turan Empire during its expansion in the Orion Arm. At that time, the Turan would commit genocide against any intelligent species that did not resemble humans or appeared unattractive. Thus, the vast majority of species in today's Turan Interstellar Society are humanoid and bipedal. In the intricate landscape of the Turan Interstellar Society, the destinies of 6 intelligent species were on the brink of a major shift. Tang Huang meticulously read through the species profiles in his hand, his eyes darting between the detailed information about the Alvin werewolves, Imia hawkheads, and hog gnolls. His mind raced, devising a new interstellar order. Tang Huang looked up, his sharp gaze landing on the burly, silver-gray, furred Alvin werewolf. As far as I know, your species, the Alvin werewolves, hold a decent position in the interstellar hierarchy. Unlike other species, you haven't faced much oppression or discrimination. So why have you come here? The Alvin werewolf respectfully lowered his head, his voice deep and resolute. Honored Supreme of the Heavenly Court, there's an old saying on Earth. Man strives for higher ground. Water flows to lower places. Although our interstellar status is higher than that of other species, we still fall short compared to the dominant races like the Yada and the Ivri. Therefore, we seek change. Tang Huang nodded slightly, a hint of approval in his eyes. I understand. That's only natural. You have all chosen to align with the Mech Heavenly Court, and that is a wise decision. The Turan Interstellar Society needs a reshuffle. Welcome to the Heavenly Interstellar Society. Welcome to the Church of the Machine God. Tang Huang swiftly formulated a series of plans. He ordered the human representatives of the Church of the Machine God to make initial contact with the 6 species while starting to outline the new internal structure of the Heavenly Interstellar Society. In his blueprint, the Yada Empire would be divided into 3 parts, to be shared among the Human Federation, the Getrez elite civilization, and the newly allied Longan shrimpfolk. The territory of the Ivri Interstellar Federation would be assigned to the Imia hawkheads, while the land controlled by the Gigant Mantis Capital Union would be divided between the hog gnolls and the Glagoda cyborgs. The handling of the Jun Interstellar Empire was more complex. Tang Huang decided to relocate the Alvin werewolves there to corral the region with the Lime amoebas. Although the combined population of the two species was less than 900 billion, considering the Jin population was only 2 trillion, this arrangement seemed feasible. Having solidified his grand vision for the future, Tang Huang personally traveled to the home planets of the 6 intelligent species, converting their leadership into followers of the Church of the Machine God. This action added 6 new tactical humanoids to the mech heavenly court. The Longan tactical humanoids with their owl-coated skin, the four-armed Glagoda tactical humanoids, and the Lime tactical humanoids derived from the Lime amoebas. The Glagoda tactical humanoids were particularly noteworthy, their zeal for the Church of the Machine God, rivaling even that of the Getrez elite tactical humanoids. This fervor seemed to stem from their species' inherent mechanization, making them far more attuned to the mechanical than other races. With the addition of these new tactical humanoids, the power of the mech heavenly court grew significantly. Tang Huang stood in the command center, gazing at the ever-updating interstellar map on the holographic display, a slight smile playing on his lips. The reorganization of the Turin Interstellar Society had begun, and this was just the first step in his grand plan. Notably, after transformation, the Lime amoebas retained their ability to shapeshift at will. Utilizing nanotechnology and proton regeneration, they can alter their appearance into any form, even mimicking other species from different civilizations. Tang Huang astutely recognized this advantage and integrated the Lime amoebas into the special tactical humanoid unit of the Mech Heaven, assigning them to execute specialized missions. Upon receiving the first batch of Lime tactical humanoids, Tang Huang immediately dispatched them to the Perseus Interstellar Society to undertake extensive infiltration and intelligence-gathering operations, laying the groundwork for future endeavors. Besides the Lime amoebas, other transformed species also demonstrated unique tactical value. The Alvin werewolves and hog jackals, after transformation, possessed 2 forms, a mechanical hound form and a bestiared humanoid form. With their exceptional reconnaissance and vanguard capabilities, Tang Huang established the Howling Special Reconnaissance Unit for them. Although the Imia eagleheads do not have particularly outstanding features, their optical sensors post-transformation are comparable to astronomical telescopes. Tang Huang cleverly distributed the Imia tactical humanoids across various army units, assigning them the role of snipers. With the addition of 6 new subordinate species and the formation of 2 special forces units, the power of the Mechanist cult has significantly increased. Just as Tang Huang began strategizing within the Interstellar Society, an unexpected event shattered the calm. The Ifrit Interstellar Federation, the Mantis Capital Consortium, and the Jin Interstellar Empire, 3 major interstellar civilizations, took notice of the internal turmoil within the Turin Empire. Unable to hold back, they began assembling fleets and launched a large-scale attack on the Yada Empire without waiting for the Turin Empire's consent. The Yada Empire's space territory is conveniently surrounded by these 3 civilizations. If we imagine the space territory as a plain, the western region of the Yada Empire borders the Jun Interstellar Empire, the southern region faces the looming threat of the Mantis Capital Consortium, and the eastern region is invaded by the fleets of the Ifrit Interstellar Federation. Thus, an interstellar war spanning vast regions erupted, and the Turin Interstellar Society is on the brink of its first major upheaval. On June 1st, year 20792 of the Turin calendar, equivalent to June 1st, year 6058 of the Earth Common Era, the Yifli Interstellar Federation, the Giant Mantis Capital Union, and the Jin People's Interstellar Empire simultaneously declared war on the Yada Empire. The interstellar fleets of the 3 great civilizations immediately launched a full-scale invasion. The territory of the Yada Empire quickly shrank, forming a shape reminiscent of the letter U. The 3 sides of the U faced attacks from the 3 civilizations, while the interior was controlled by the Human Union with support from the Turin Empire. The Yada Empire had to fend off external invasions while also dealing with the Human Union fleet, which had received aid from the Turin Empire. The war raged on intensely, with the fleets of the 3 civilizations seemingly competing to conquer faster and seize more planets. In just 2 months, the Yada Empire lost all its border star system defenses, life-bearing planets, and colonies. The enemy forces began advancing into the inner regions of the empire. In the capital city of Glory on the capital planet Yada Sanralitis, within the high-altitude Imperial Palace, the young Yada Emperor, Sanralitis 18, glared at the 3-dimensional star map projection before him. One by one, the green dots representing Yada-controlled planets were turning into other colors, signifying the loss of these planets to the enemy. Damn it, it's all falling apart. The entire Turin Interstellar Society is a cesspool now, the Emperor roared, his scaly face contorted with rage. What truly troubled Sanralitis 18 was not the external invasion, but the internal threat from the Human Union. For some reason, the Human Union had acquired a fleet of interstellar warships from the Turin Empire, forming a formidable force. Against this fleet, the ordinary fleets of the Yada Empire were suffering defeat after defeat. The Yada Empire's predicament did not end there. Almost all human-inhabited planets had erupted in uprisings and rebellions. The Empire was powerless to suppress these human insurgents because most of its fleet had been diverted to combat the new Human Union fleet. The insurgents, supported by the Human Union, made it difficult for the local Yada garrisons to hold their ground. What about the negotiation proposals with Yifli, the giant mantis, and the Zhen people? Samralides, 18, abruptly stood up and turned to a nearby attendant, his vertical pupils gleaming with a dangerous light. The attendant's face showed bitterness as he replied, "Your Majesty, they have completely ignored our proposals. They are determined to take advantage of the situation." Samralides, 18, sank heavily back into his throne, closing his eyes as the scales on his face seemed to press together. He breathed rapidly, clearly wrestling with a difficult decision. After a moment, the Emperor's eyes snapped open, his vertical pupils shining with resolute determination. He stood up and extended his hand, drawing a line across the floating three-dimensional star map. A series of star systems were connected by this line, as if outlining some strategic deployment. Emperor St. Relitus 18 took a deep breath, his gaze resolute as it swept over the twinkling star systems on the star map. His scales glinted coldly under the dim lights of the bridge, and his voice was low but firm. "Abandon all these star systems." The attendant beside him was taken aback and quickly stepped forward. "Your Majesty, the regions you've just marked include almost all the star systems outside the capital's sector. Don't try to dissuade me." St. Relitus 18 interrupted with a wave of his hand, a flicker of pain in his eyes quickly replaced by determination. "The best course of action now is to abandon all outer star systems and concentrate our entire fleet strength at one point. Otherwise, we have no chance against the enemies on the other three fronts." He drew a sweeping arc across the star map with his claw. "Fortify our defenses and hold the capital sector at all costs. This is our only chance." The attendant fell silent, clearly understanding the Empire's dire situation. The Yada Empire was now a fractured entity, with vast star systems and planets lost to chaos. This decision meant abandoning nearly 3 trillion yatans outside the core capital sector. St. Relitus 18 had no choice but to make this harsh decision. In times of peace, his wisdom and leadership would have led the Yada Empire to new heights. Unfortunately, they were in a dark and tumultuous universe. First, Dimenphilos had seized control of the government, and after his mysterious disappearance, presumed dead in battle, St. Relitus 18 took the throne. But he was met with a series of calamities. The Turan Interstellar Society fell into disarray. The Turan Empire was on the brink of collapse. The Human League acquired the Turan Empire's fleet and posed a threat, and the Yada Empire faced invasions from 3 external enemies. His available fleets were pitifully few. It was a hellish scenario. After issuing the command, St. Relitus 18 returned his focus to the star map, his brow furrowed as he began to devise a defense plan for the core sector. However, he noticed that the attendant had not moved, staring intently at him instead. "What are you standing there for? Execute my orders immediately." St. Relitus 18 barked, his expression darkening. To his surprise, the attendant suddenly laughed, a hint of mockery in his voice. "Haha, Your Majesty, without me, you're truly helpless." The familiar voice struck St. Relitus 18 like a bolt of lightning, his pupils constricting in shock. He stared at the attendant in disbelief, his voice trembling with fear. "Dimenphilos? You were supposed to be dead." Emperor St. Relitus 18 suddenly stood up from his seat, taking several steps back. He stared in horror at the servant. It was Dimenphilos. The chair, sensing the Emperor's movement, automatically slid aside to clear the way. Dimenphilos reached out to stop the chair, pulling it behind him before sitting down, crossing his legs and interlocking his fingers on his lap. He looked at St. Relitus 18 with a smile. "Your Majesty, can't you see I mean well? I've returned to help you," Dimenphilos said with a hint of mockery in his voice. St. Relitus 18 stared at Dimenphilos, his throat seemingly choked. Dimenphilos sighed, raising his hand to manipulate the floating three-dimensional star map around them. Points of light spun through the air like meteors, projecting a vast array of colorful planets before the Emperor. "Your Majesty," Dimenphilos began slowly, "no matter how clever you are, without absolute strength, you can't resolve this mess. That's why I've come back to help you." "You help me?" St. Relitus 18 sneered. In just a few seconds, he had figured out Dimenphilos' situation. This manner of return at least indicated that Dimenphilos had indeed encountered trouble and had to occupy the body of a servant. The Emperor realized that Dimenphilos was a higher dimensional conscious entity. "Dimenphilos, even if you were special, what can you do in this situation?" the Emperor questioned. "As you said, without absolute strength, no amount of cleverness can break this deadlock. As far as I know, your fleet was entirely lost in the Oppenheimer star system. wasn't it? So, where is this absolute strength you speak of? St. Relitus 18 waved his hand violently, scattering the floating points of light. Now you're alone, and you expect me to trust you based on your words alone? Let me tell you, I am the Emperor now, and you won't control me again. He glared at Dimenphilos, his voice hoarse, displaying an air of arrogance and hysteria. However, the Emperor was exceptionally calm inside. He knew that someone as cunning as Dimenphilos would not return without a trump card. But if he appeared too eager, it would be a losing strategy. St. Relitus 18 needed to understand the real situation to make the right decision. Thus, he deliberately acted foolishly, both as a provocation and to make Dimenphilos underestimate him. Haha, your majesty, stop the act. I know you're not like that. Dimenphilos laughed, easily seeing through the emperor's ploy. I've come back this time to forge a genuine alliance with you. So, I'll play along and reveal my cards. St. Relitus 18 immediately regained a composed demeanor, his eyes fixed intently on Dimenphilos, waiting for his explanation. I do still have some power left, Dimenphilos began to explain slowly. However, it's not within the Yada Empire, but in 3 other interstellar civilizations. The Ifri Interstellar Federation, the Giant Mantis Capital Union, and the Genran Interstellar Empire all have forces I've infiltrated. This is the way to break the deadlock, your majesty. Dimenphilos casually crossed his legs, his long fingers making a graceful motion in the air. Instantly, the dispersed photons of St. Relitus 18 recombined, forming a brilliant star map. With a light touch of his finger, the battle lines of the 3 border star systems of the Yada Empire vividly appeared, every detail clearly visible. Your Majesty, Dimenphilos said with a hint of pride in his voice, I've already managed to secretly control at least 1/3 of the forces within the fleets of the Ifri, the Gigant, and the Jaren. Even better, about 1/3 of the military personnel in these fleets come from other intelligent species within their civilizations. I'm confident I can win them over as well. This means that at least 2/3 of these 3 fleets will be under our control. He paused to let the gravity of this news sink in for St. Relitus 18 before continuing. With this, the Ifri, the Gigant, and the Jaren will no longer pose a threat. We can then use these forces to deal with the Human Federation. Although the Human Federation currently has a fleet composed of numerous dueling Empire warships, there's no need for concern, Your Majesty. Once my forces are fully deployed, the Human Federation's fleet will no longer be a problem. St. Relitus 18 nodded slightly, a glint of approval in his eyes. However, he quickly raised a critical question. You've said a lot, but have you considered the machine heaven? What if they intervene? How do we deal with them? Upon hearing this, Dimenphilos let out a short, disdainful laugh. Neither the dueling empire nor the machine heaven has ever been a concern for me. Previous failures were mere accidents, he said confidently. The machine heaven may have dealt with the dueling empire, but your majesty, the dueling empire's territory is vast. Ordinarily, that mess would keep the machine heaven occupied for a long time, leaving them no time to bother us. Dimenphilos continued to outline his plan. I will deploy special operatives to blockade the key jump nodes in each critical star system. This way, even if the machine heaven sends fleets to interfere, their progress will be significantly delayed. By the time they arrive, we will have already resolved all other issues and will be ready to fully confront the machine heaven. St. Relitus 18 took a deep breath and said slowly, Then I shall trust you once more. Excellent, Your Majesty. I will begin the deployment immediately, Dimenphilos said with a slight smile. He then immersed his mind into the higher dimensional space to contact the chaotic forces hidden within the interstellar fleets of the Ifri, the Gigant, and the Jaren. Meanwhile, in the subspace, Tang Huang, who had been silently observing everything, paused for a moment before softly uttering a single word, 6. Although Dimenphilos had suffered a crushing defeat before, he stubbornly refused to learn from his mistakes. Or rather, he believed he had learned his lesson and began what he considered a more sophisticated scheme, raising his ambitions once again. After all, his previous failure wasn't the result of a direct confrontation, but rather a cunning trick by the cybernetic celestial court. Dimenphilos was unwilling to accept defeat, and his eyes burned with the fire of revenge. This is a common trait among the demons under the command of Tsench. Every Tsench demon is supremely confident in their schemes, but they often face catastrophic failure, just as their plans are about to succeed. As the Lord of Change, Tsench's demons find themselves in the most precarious position among the 4 gods. They confront a world that changes in the blink of an eye, where the situation can drastically transform from one second to the next. These demons not only have to guard against betrayal from their fellow Tsench allies, but also risk being deceived by the very principles of change they worship. Yet, despite such treacherous circumstances, these demons persist with unyielding enthusiasm, never learning from their failures. As a result, Dimenphilos' thoughts remain a mystery, his mindset far beyond the logical comprehension of ordinary intelligent beings. Meanwhile, on the distant planet of Granwafu, Inarin found himself deeply troubled. As the newly appointed planetary governor, he felt no joy in his new position. Granwafu is located within the Yada Empire, near the border of the Ivry Interstellar Federation, and is home to various intelligent species of low status within the Yada Empire, with a small population of Yatans as well. 2 months ago, the Ivry Interstellar Federation fleet easily defeated the sparse Yatan garrison and occupied the planet. Inarin, formerly the fleet commander of the 021 Fleet Combat Group of the Ivry 16th Fleet, was appointed as governor. However, he faced two major challenges. The main fleet had continued its advance into the Yada Empire, leaving insufficient forces to maintain control, and the local intelligent species, particularly the majority human population, refused to cooperate with his administration. The human population openly declared allegiance to the Human Federation, establishing the Granwafu planetary subgovernment. They formed their own military forces, acting as though they were the true rulers of the planet. Inarin could have resorted to genocide to assert control, but the cybernetic celestial court had already declared its protection over the entire human species. The leadership of the three invading civilizations strictly prohibited any actions against the human populations on the occupied planets to avoid provoking the intervention of the cybernetic celestial court. In the governor's office, Inarin listened to his subordinates' reports, growing increasingly despondent. Governor, we have found numerous corpses of our soldiers in the wilderness of Granwafu, mostly from the Emiya hawk-headed tribe. Inarin bird-like head drooped slightly, the dark feathers on his neck sagging, his eyes filled with helplessness and anger. Damn it, was it those humans again? Inarin muttered, struggling to contain his anger, his eyes narrowing. He was a devoted follower of Tsench, a fact he kept deeply hidden. At this moment, he was awaiting orders from Lord Dimenphilos. Suddenly, a sharp alert broke the silence of the office. A frantic voice came through the communicator. Governor, it's bad. The humans have somehow acquired a fleet of civilian armed ships and are gathering at Dock 7 of the near-Earth orbital spaceport. They claim the spaceport should be theirs and are preparing to force their way in. Inarin could no longer hold back. His beak-like mouth opened wide, and he slammed his fists onto the desk with a resounding crash. Outrageous! These damned humans think they can do whatever they want just because they have the backing of the machine celestial court. In the midst of his fury, his expression suddenly froze, then turned into a manic, high-pitched laugh. Haha, the orders have come. Lord Dimenphilos' orders. He has finally returned. Inarin immediately commanded, deploy the spaceport fleet and surround and annihilate those human ships. The officer on the other end was stunned. Governor, if we do this, the higher-ups and the machine celestial court follow the order. Inarin cut him off sharply. After a brief silence, it seemed a different person took over the line. Understood. In the near-Earth orbit of Granwafu Star, outside Dock 7, around 100 human civilian armed ships had gathered. Inside the port, over 30 every regular interstellar warships were ready to launch. Upon receiving the order, a large number of every soldiers began boarding their ships, including soldiers of the Ilya avian-headed race. Next to an 800-meter-long every interstellar destroyer, the port platform was crowded with fully armed every Federation soldiers. They wore full-body power armor, resembling the plague doctors of Earth's medieval times. The Ilya avian-headed soldiers exchanged furtive glances. Did you bring the device? One whispered. Yes, we've already used it. It effectively identifies personnel corrupted by chaos. The internal purge is complete, another replied. Good. Let's begin the operation. The command to commence the operation was issued, and Emiya Eaglehead soldiers swiftly mobilized across the port, taking the lead in boarding the ships. Quick, board the ships, echoed the shouts, as a massive wave of Emiya Eaglehead soldiers surged over the gangway, storming into the battleships. Inside the battleship corridors, an Ifrit officer was patrolling when he suddenly saw a group of soldiers acting out of plan. His beak flared in anger as he shouted, Which unit are you from? Why aren't you boarding in an orderly fashion as commanded? The leading Emiya Eaglehead soldier responded coldly. Command? Command your bird mother. Before the words had fully left his mouth, he raised his weapon and fired. The Ifrit officer's head exploded instantly, his headless body collapsing heavily to the ground. A squad of soldiers passed by the corpse, with a few stopping to use the Jisia Heaven subspace detector on the body. The device beeped upon contact. Confirmed, chaotic energy detected. They quickly activated the subspace suppression field. Keep moving. Eliminate everyone except our own, the squad leader shouted. Quick, quick, control the battleship. The Emiya Eaglehead troops, well prepared, launched simultaneous assaults on all ships in the spaceport. The battleships, manned only by routine maintenance crews, were caught completely off guard by the sudden attack. Meanwhile, regular Ifrit soldiers on the port were trapped in the gangway leading to the ships. Panic set in as someone shouted, "Rebellion! This is a rebellion! They're trying to seize control of the ships." An Ifrit officer quickly realized the situation, attempting to call the control tower. "We can't let them succeed. Call the tower." However, the communications were completely cut off. "Damn it! We can't get through. We're totally disconnected from the other units." The control room of the tower was in chaos, riddled with bullet holes and the bodies of Ifrit personnel. Some lay slumped in their chairs, others sprawled over the control panels. The EMEA Eaglehead troops had already taken control. A soldier tapped a few buttons on the control panel, shutting down the entire spaceport's defense system. Suddenly, the Ifrit soldiers trapped in the gangway felt a violent jolt. What's happening? Before they could react, the gangway was severed, and all of them were flung into space amidst terrified screams. As the defense system was disabled, a swarm of human-armed ships poured into the spaceport like a plague of locusts. With the internal support of the EMEA Eaglehead troops, all spaceports in low orbit around the Grandwurf planet rapidly fell into new hands. Simultaneously, a ground assault was launched on the Ifrit army bases on Grandwurf. In the dead of night, many soldiers were resting in their barracks, oblivious to the events unfolding above. Heavily armed EMEA Eaglehead soldiers moved silently, unleashing a merciless slaughter on the sleeping Ifrit troops. All alarm systems were cut off, and high-energy flamethrowers, thermal weapons, and high-power wide-range lasers wreaked havoc on the barracks. Countless Ifrit soldiers perished in their sleep, not even having the chance to scream. During this sudden massacre, in the former government building of Grandwurf, now the governor's office of Enlightenment, an urgent communication rang out again. Enlightenment's beak formed a terrifying smile, his neck feathers trembling with anticipation. He was eagerly waiting for good news, hoping to hear that those damned humans had been completely wiped out. This would undoubtedly put him in an exceptionally good mood. The communication connected. Governor Enlightenment abruptly interrupted the report that had just begun, his raven-like head trembling slightly. "Are you here to tell me those damned humans have been dealt with?" "No, Governor." The reporter's voice was tinged with unease. "We have lost contact with all spaceports and planetary army bases simultaneously." "What?" Enlightenment was stunned, the sudden news hitting him like a sledgehammer to the heart. "Lost contact? How is that possible?" Before he could finish his sentence, a deafening explosion erupted. The governor's office door shattered in a burst of flames, sending fragments flying like rain. Amidst the swirling smoke, the sound of intense gunfire filled the air. Electromagnetic rounds whizzed past, and energy beams cut through the air with blinding trajectories, sweeping through the entire office in an instant. The walls were riddled with holes, the floor pocked with craters, and the room was left in ruins. Enlightenment didn't have time to react before hundreds of electromagnetic rounds and a dozen energy beams struck him simultaneously, tearing his body apart in an instant. As the smoke gradually cleared, a squad of fully armed EMEA Eaglehead soldiers filed in. The lead soldier stood over the fragments of Enlightenment's corpse and sneered, "Hello, Governor. This planet has a new master now. Though you probably can't hear me anymore." The upheaval on Granwifu was just a microcosm. At the same moment, large-scale rebellions erupted within all the Yada star sectors, planets, and their interstellar fleets under the control of the three civilizations. Many star sectors and planets that were once under their rule quickly changed hands. However, this did not signify the end of the battle. Once humans and EMEA Eaglehead soldiers successfully took control of the planets, a more thorough cleansing operation began. Large contingents armed with the mechanized celestial quartz subspace power detectors started a comprehensive sweep to eradicate any trace of chaos contamination. Although these detectors could identify and suppress chaotic forces, given the pervasive nature of subspace, they remained vigilant. Anyone found to be contaminated by chaos, even former comrades in arms, was executed on the spot, and their bodies were incinerated with high-energy thermal equipment. Such scenes played out simultaneously across countless planets. Meanwhile, within the core territories of the three civilizations, a full-scale rebellion led by the mechanized celestial court against the principal races of the three civilizations was in full swing. Far away in the Yada Empire's core, on the capital planet of Yada St. Relitus, Dimenphilos lay leisurely on a beach, facing the sea and enjoying a rare moment of tranquility. He had already given the order to the chaos forces lurking within the three civilizations. He was filled with anticipation. Soon, his ranks would swell with a new chaotic fleet. Furthermore, with the widespread outbreak of chaotic forces within the core territories of the three civilizations, Dimenphilos would command nearly half of the Orion arms power. Thinking of his impending success, Dimenphilos felt a surge of excitement. His ambitions were about to be realized, and the entire structure of the galaxy was set to change. In the blink of an eye, another half-month had passed. Diamond Phalos stood in the garden of the royal palace in Glory City, holding a vintage mechanical pair of shears, meticulously trimming the flower beds. He chose not to involve himself with external affairs, allowing the chaotic forces hidden within the three civilizations to spread and corrupt on their own. The garden was bathed in warm sunlight and filled with the fragrance of flowers. Diamond Phalos moved with slow, graceful motions, completely immersed in the serenity of his gardening. Yet, he was acutely aware that the situation outside was unfolding exactly as he had anticipated. The advance of the allied forces of the three civilizations had nearly come to a halt, giving him reason to believe that the crisis of the Yada Empire was over. Suddenly, the tranquility of the garden was shattered by hurried footsteps. Saint Rayletus 18 stormed in, his face a mask of anxiety and anger. "Where is Phalos? In the garden? Everyone leave," he commanded, dismissing all the attendants. Diamond Phalos heard the commotion behind him, but did not turn around, remaining focused on his task. "Your Majesty, what brings you here in such a rush?" he asked calmly. Seeing this, Saint Rayletus 18's anger flared even more. "Phalos, how can you still be leisurely trimming flowers here? It's been half a month. Where are your results?" Diamond Phalos gently set down his shears and turned to face the Emperor, a faint smile on his lips. "Your Majesty, there's no need to hurry. Haven't the allied forces of the three civilizations essentially stopped their advance? That's my result. They no longer pose a threat to the Empire." Saint Rayletus 18's fury did not abate. "I'm not talking about them. I'm talking about the Human Federation's fleet," he explained urgently. "Although the allied forces have stopped advancing, the Human Federation's fleet in the Northern Star region continues to attack. In the past half-month, I've lost another fleet group and 17 entire star systems. I only have 3 fleet groups and over 30,000 warships left. Their pace hasn't slowed, it's accelerated. The Empire's forces are severely depleted." The Emperor glared at Diamond Phalos, demanding, "Phalos, did you not consider the Human Federation in the north at all?" In response to the Emperor's questioning, Diamond Phalos suddenly laughed. He stood with his hands behind his back, looking directly at Saint Rayletus 18, and said mysteriously, "The time is almost right." "What do you mean the time is almost right?" Saint Rayletus 18 asked, frowning. Diamond Phalos closed his eyes, as if sensing something. "I can feel it. The subspace energy in space is growing stronger. The chaotic forces are spreading. The intensity of this subspace energy far exceeds my expectations." He opened his eyes, which gleamed with a strange light. "It seems we succeeded. Your Majesty, there's no need to worry about the losses on the battlefield with the Human Federation. I believe those losses have already been compensated." At that moment, Saint Rayletus 18 was horrified to find his steps growing unusually heavy. Looking down, he saw a layer of eerie frost had formed on the ground, binding his specially made boots. This was no ordinary phenomenon. Even the most advanced technological gear he wore as an emperor couldn't resist this sudden anomaly. Diamond Phalos calmly explained, "This is the phenomenon of psychic frost. Whenever subspace energy appears, a layer of frost will form in the surrounding environment, regardless of its nature." He looked directly at Saint Rayletus 18 and asked, "Your Majesty, do you know what subspace is?" Just hearing the word subspace made Saint Rayletus 18 feel dizzy, as if he could hear indistinguishable whispers. He shook his head and quickly activated the intelligent auxiliary chip in his brain, forcefully shutting down part of his cognitive and emotional modules, barely managing to suppress the chaotic thoughts. Although Saint Rayletus 18 felt unfamiliar with the term subspace, he vaguely knew of a mysterious space parallel to but seemingly higher in dimensions than the physical universe. That must be the so-called subspace. He had deliberately shut down parts of his brain functions earlier to prevent being influenced by subspace. All of this stemmed from his preparations and speculations to deal with Diamond Phalos. King Saint Rayletus 18 furrowed his brow, suspecting that Diamond Phalos might be a mysterious entity from the higher dimensional space of Galvaya. Realizing that his thoughts might be influenced, he took a precautionary measure, implanting a special chip in his brain to actively shut down some of his cognitive functions. As the chip activated, King Saint Rayletus 18 felt an unprecedented sense of relief, though his thinking speed decreased. Dimemphalos noticed the change and nodded slightly. "Your method is simple and crude, but effective. Your Majesty, you found a way to partially block the influence of the subspace. However, the Tri-Civilization Alliance doesn't have the solution." With his mind suddenly clear, King Saint Rayletus 18 asked, "Is this what you meant by our new strength?" "Exactly, Your Majesty," Dimemphalos replied with a slight smile. "I deliberately waited an extra half-month to allow the subspace influence to expand and continue spreading within the 3 civilizations. I believe the effects over these past 2 weeks have been significant." As Dimemphalos explained, King Saint Relitus 18 gradually understood the nature of subspace. Despite his limited cognitive abilities, he grasped the key point. Under the erosion and transformation by the chaotic forces of subspace, the fleets of the Tri-Civilization Alliance would be converted into chaotic fleets, with their combat power multiplied, enough to counter the Turan Empire fleet acquired by the Human Alliance. Over the past 2 weeks, Dimenphilos had deliberately allowed the chaotic forces of subspace to spread. Now, even he was unsure of the extent to which the chaos had developed within the invading fleets of the 3 civilizations. But he was confident that the results would be astonishing. As a demon of deceit, Dimenphilos relished the fun brought by the unknown. Every time the unknown was revealed, they experienced immense joy. The power of subspace is gradually strengthening. Dimenphilos cackled. Let's see what kind of surprise it has in store for me. His consciousness began to return to the subspace, attempting to communicate with the subspace forces scattered throughout space. However, to his surprise, he received no response. The scales on Dimenphilos' head visibly wrinkled in confusion. What's going on? Why is there no response? The subspace influence in various parts of space should be very strong by now. Strange? What's going on? Dimenphilos was completely stunned. Through the high-dimensional space, he could sense that the influence of subspace forces had significantly increased across the 10,000 light-year span of the Orion Arm. If the subspace influence in the Orion Arm was 0 before, it had now risen to about 1 or 2. Dimenphilos' scales bristled slightly in astonishment. This seemingly small change was actually monumental from 0 to 1, a breakthrough significant enough to alter the cosmic landscape. Even a slight spread of subspace power would become an unstoppable torrent. In his understanding, none of the known intelligent civilizations could resist this force's erosion. With this beginning, the entire galaxy would eventually be contaminated. However, the current situation was completely off his expectations. According to his plan, Dimenphilos should have been able to connect with a vast chaotic fleet through subspace by now. Yet, everything remained silent, with no response at all. A flicker of confusion crossed Dimenphilos' eyes. The subspace forces were clearly present, but remained unresponsive to his call. What was going on? He stood there dazed for a long time, the anticipated scene where he commands and chaotic fleets respond, instantly warping through subspace to the outer space of the current planet never materialized. This isn't right. Dimenphilos muttered to himself, a flash of anger in his eyes. Someone must be meddling. At that moment, he keenly sensed a strange chaotic force flitting through the same subspace, like a ghost. This only reinforced his suspicion. Someone was sabotaging him. Could it be other demonic allies in subspace playing tricks behind his back? As Dimenphilos' face contorted with rage, he finally received a response from the subspace. A force that he was certain could be of use to him established contact. Overjoyed, Dimenphilos felt as if he had grasped a lifeline. Indeed, it must have been a fluke earlier. Now we're finally connected, he eagerly called out in his mind. Which warband are you from? Respond immediately. Dimenphilos recalled his previous arrangements. Among the 4 chaotic warbands, they belonged to the Yada Empire, the Ivry Interstellar Federation, the Giant Manus Capital Union, and the Jinran Interstellar Empire. Respectively, they were the Blood Tower Warband worshipping Korn, the Raven Cult worshipping Tsench, the Pleasure Hall Cult worshipping Slanish, and the Benevolent Reincarnation Warband worshipping Nurgle. While the Blood Tower Warband of the Yada Empire had been annihilated in the previous battle of Yadaheimer system, the other 3 warbands and cults still existed. We are, came a fragmented response from the subspace, the voice unclear. Dimenphilos frowned in thought. There was no subspace storm affecting communication, so why was it so indistinct? He sensed the relatively calm, high-dimensional space, a flicker of doubt in his eyes. Benevolent Reincarnation? Warband? The subsequent subspace communication finally came through. Benevolent Reincarnation Warband? Those filthy fat ones. Dimenphilos' scales on his forehead furrowed again. He had hoped to connect with the Ivry Raven cult, who also worshipped Tsench. Despite his disdain for the Nurgle-worshipping fat ones, this was the first chaotic force he had contacted. Dimenphilos suppressed his discomfort and spoke as calmly as possible. Report your status. The subspace communication came through sporadically again. We situation? You are. Praise. Father. Damn. Before the words finished, the communication was completely cut off. Dimenphilos stood there, eyes vacant. What exactly was happening over there? Were they still fighting? Who were they fighting against? A flood of questions surged into his mind, rendering him momentarily unable to think. Meanwhile, on a life-bearing planet in the Western Star region of the Yada Empire, war was raging. Boom! With the roar of a high-energy flamethrower, scorching flames swept through, incinerating the last group of Nurgle-worshipping Jinran soldiers. These Jinran soldiers, originally less than 20 centimeters tall, piloted mechs standing at 6 feet. However, after worshipping Nurgle, Their tiny bodies began to swell, the foul flesh merging completely with the mechs, forming a grotesque abomination. Although the Jun are the smallest intelligent species in the Turan interstellar society, they possess industrial and technological advancements second only to the Turan Empire. Even more alarming is their internal belief in Nurgleaf Chaos God with the most potent spreading power through their compassionate rebirth warband. These factors have made the eradication of the Jun a prolonged affair, far outlasting the purges of Tsinch and Slainish cults on other planets. Today, this drawn-out war is finally nearing its end. The final extermination task is being carried out by an elite unit of Alvin werewolves. These warriors are not only exceptional in combat, but also renowned for their absolute obedience to orders. After the battle, the Alvin werewolves followed their plan and incinerated most of the planet's surface to prevent further Nurgle contamination. Approximately 2 million Alvin werewolves gathered in a desolate area of the planet's surface, awaiting the final command. At this moment, aboard the bridge of the flagship Tooth of Glory in the Alvin werewolf fleet orbiting the planet, the fleet commander issued the ultimate order with an impassive face. Commence the cleansing. Immediately, the fleet in space began precise orbital bombardments on the Allied gathering points on the surface. This was no error in coordinates but a chilling command. Nurgle's contamination was too potent, and the Alvin werewolf's execution was equally terrifying. The fleet executing this horrifying task was a special unit known as the Black Despair Fleet. This fleet is infamous for its ruthlessness and cruelty, epitomizing the Alvin werewolves' extreme obedience. While ordinary Alvin werewolves might choose suicide after carrying out such brutal orders, the members of the Black Despair Fleet could complete their mission reports nonchalantly, as if it were just another routine task. In the history of the Alvin werewolves, the Black Despair Fleet has existed for millennia, always playing the role of the most dreaded cleaners. Their presence is an unknown dark facet of Alvin werewolf society and a crucial element in maintaining their military prowess. The cleanup operation has come to an end, and all threats have been completely eliminated. The Black Despair Fleet utilized their subspace scanners for a comprehensive sweep of the entire planet and promptly began reporting the results. Their swift and efficient actions left the human fleet in near-Earth orbit of the planet utterly astonished. This human fleet was composed of warships from the Yada Garrison Fleet, seized by the local humans after an uprising. They were following orders from the Mechany Heavens, cooperating with the Alvin werewolves to purge the Jun. However, the arrival of the Black Despair Fleet, with their exceptionally ruthless and merciless combat style, shocked the human fleet. Over the past 10 days, a shocking event occurred. A small squad of Jin soldiers, numbering only about a dozen, fled into a human-populated city. The Black Despair Fleet did not hesitate and launched an orbital strike on the city. The entire city was reduced to rubble in an instant, with millions of Yada residents and hundreds of thousands of human civilians perishing in moments. The human fleet was indifferent to the deaths of the Yada, but they could not accept the fate that befell their fellow humans. In response to their questioning, the commander of the Black Despair Fleet coldly stated, "We are merely executing the orders of the Mechany Heavens. Any potential risk of chaos contamination must be eradicated completely. The Black Despair unit will execute all tasks perfectly." Although subsequent investigations confirmed that the Jin soldier squad indeed carried Nurgle contamination, technically justifying the actions of the Black Despair Fleet, it did not quell the anger of the human fleet commanders. They believed the Alvin werewolves did not care about the lives of other races, not even their allies. This incident led to a deep freeze in relations between the local human fleet and the Black Despair Fleet. However, over time, the human fleet gradually realized a more unsettling truth. The Black Despair Fleet did not merely disregard the lives of their allies. They were indifferent to everything, including their own kind. Their sole concern was the execution of orders from above. A human fleet commander remarked with unease, "We should avoid dealing with the Black Despair Fleet as much as possible. These people are terrifying. They care about nothing, not even their own lives or the lives of their kin." This battle marked the final conflict in the Yada Empire, along the invasion route of the Jun Galactic Empire. With this, all fleets on the three borders of the Yada Empire had either been controlled or annihilated by the actions of the Mechany Heavens. Dimenphilos's plan to spread chaos was entirely thwarted. After the mission, the human fleet remained to clean up the aftermath, while the Black Despair Fleet began their withdrawal. The Mechany Heavens had issued new orders, instructing the Black Despair Fleet to rendezvous with the Mechany Heavens Fleet, personally led by the Supreme, in preparation for receiving higher honors. Meanwhile, on the side of the Ivorial Galactic Federation and the Giant Mantis Consortium, the internal rebels, the Imia Eagleheads, and the Gregota Cyborgs had taken control of the remaining invasion fleets of the two civilizations. They were following the orders of the Mechany Heavens, advancing together towards the core star system of the Yada Empire. The main fleet of the Human Alliance, after defeating the last Yada frontline fleet, also began advancing towards the core star system of the Yada Empire. In Glory City, the capital planet of the Yada Empire's core star system, an emergency meeting was underway. Yada Realitas, the commander of the last three Yada fleet groups, reported to the Emperor via remote connection. Your Majesty, we have detected that the main fleets of the Ivoril, Giant Mantis, and Human Alliance are all advancing towards the St. Realitas system. They have already taken control of the Star Gate in the Kane system, which is less than 30 light years from the St. Realitas system, just one star system jump away. Upon hearing this report, St. Realitas 18 was furious. He turned to Dimenphilos and roared, Phalos, is this the result of your actions? The Emperor was filled with regret, realizing he should never have trusted Dimenphilos again. However, Dimenphilos was still in a state of confusion. He muttered to himself, no, something must have gone wrong. This shouldn't be happening. How could any civilization in the Orion Arm possibly decipher the power of subspace? Until now, he had believed he was the only higher-dimensional subspace demon to have come to the Orion Arm. But now, he began to doubt his judgment. The only plausible explanation is that other warp demons are also present in the Orion Arm, actively opposing him. Dimenphilos raised his head, his eyes locking on a St. Realitas 18, urgency lacing his voice. Your Majesty, with your current strength, it's impossible to defeat them with just these remaining 30,000 warships. Both you and I still have one last chance. St. Realitas 18 smirked coldly, a flicker of disdain in his eyes. There's no point in talking anymore, Phalos. I no longer trust you. His voice was resolute. The St. Realitas star system has been fortified by the Yada Empire for years. Even with just these 30,000 warships, I have enough confidence to defend it. If we can hold our ground, we will have the leverage to negotiate with the enemy. Dimenphilos responded with a sardonic smile. No, Your Majesty. Without me, you won't hold it. St. Realitas 18 frowned, scrutinizing Dimenphilos's confident expression. What do you mean? Fleet Commander Yato, seeing the situation, felt a chill in his heart and quickly stepped forward. Your Majesty, you can't trust him anymore. I will do everything in my power to ensure the enemy doesn't breach the Stargate. However, to eliminate Dimenphilos' warp influence, St. Realitas 18 had already partially shut down his own cognitive abilities. Dimenphilos stood up, hands behind his back, his tone carrying a hint of arrogance. Your Majesty, don't forget about the Mech Celestial Court, and you, General Yato. He turned to Yato. General Yato, I believe you have the strength and command experience to hold the Stargate against the fleets of civilizations like the Ivorians. But you cannot withstand the Mech Celestial Court. Without me blocking their nodes leading here, you will surely be defeated. His gaze returned to St. Realitas 18. So, Your Majesty, it's unfortunate, but in the end, you have no choice but to trust me. Or rather, you have no other option but to trust me. St. Realitas 18 felt a splitting headache. He realized he had to reopen his restricted cognitive abilities, but doing so would allow the warp influence to return. Once he fully restored his cognitive abilities, St. Realitas 18 had to admit that Dimenphilos was right. They might fend off other civilizations, but they stood no chance against the Mech Celestial Court. Dimenphilos' cunning eyes seemed to flash with a faint blue light. Your Majesty, at this critical juncture, only I can turn the tide for the Yada Empire. I am the only one you can trust. St. Realitas 18 stared into those eyes, feeling his thoughts grow increasingly hazy and his head unbearably heavy. In the pitch-black expanse of space, the subspace corridor remained stable as a massive fleet from the intelligent machine Celestial Court prepared for a warp jump. Fleet Commander Tang Huang stood in the flagship's command center, his gaze piercing as he watched the holographic projection before him. At his command, the entire fleet activated their subspace engines, ready to jump to the distant St. Realitas star system, the capital of the Yada Empire. At this critical moment, Tang Huang's brow suddenly furrowed. Through the newly opened subspace gate, he keenly sensed an unusual subspace force rapidly spreading at the target location. All units, halt the subspace jump. Tang Huang ordered decisively, and the entire fleet instantly ceased their jump preparations. Standing beside Tang Huang, his deputy Yu Yi asked in confusion, Exalted One, what's happening? Tang Huang replied gravely, I sense that the St. Realitas star system is being engulfed by a massive surge of chaotic energy. He quickly adjusted his strategy, change of plans. The St. Realitas star system is no longer viable. Deploy the extermination execution ships and launch the gamma emitters at the system star. Tang Huang closed his eyes, finally attuning himself to the changes in the higher dimensional subspace. He could clearly perceive a particular region within the subspace inundating the St. Realitas star system with chaotic energy. Initially, Tang Huang had considered the Yada capital planet in the St. Realitas star system to be a perfect life-sustaining world. intending to claim it under the principle of not wasting resources. However, with a large-scale chaotic invasion, the entire system had become irredeemable. Better to be decisive, Tang Huang muttered to himself before issuing a new order. Relay the command to the Emia, Hog, and Glagoda species to immediately cease their assault on St. Relitus and begin evacuation. Yes, Exalted One. Yi promptly went to execute the orders. Meanwhile, in the St. Relitus system's glory city, a startling transformation was unfolding. The once sleek, tech-inspired skyline had vanished, replaced by towering structures several kilometers high that seemed almost alive. Dozens of these towers encircled the city's core, which had expanded to a height of tens of kilometers. The palace at its peak had been converted into a spire adorned with pure gold and brass. Standing atop the palace spire, Diamond Pharaohs laughed heartily as the chaotic subspace energy emanating from him rapidly engulfed the entire planet. In a short time, the capital planet, once home to hundreds of billions of pure Yata inhabitants, was nearly devoid of life. Diamond Pharaohs' power had surged, but it did not come from the trickster god Tsench, whom he served. As a demon under Tsench, Diamond Pharaohs knew his master's temperament all too well. Even when facing complete obliteration, he would rather not seek power from Tsench again. Instead, he chose to make a pact with a previously unheard-of subspace entity, the end of reincarnation. This contract paid off immediately. Glory City was visibly corrupted and transformed, gradually becoming a demonic war machine known as the Silver Tower of Tsench. These colossal demonic engine structures could not only play a significant role in planetary battles, but also serve as crucial components of a cosmic fleet. Each silver tower had a unique appearance and housed varying numbers of powerful weapons. In addition to its devastating main energy cannon, the tower was equipped with numerous arrows of change psychic turrets, drawing energy directly from higher dimensional subspace. True to Tsench's capricious nature, the number of psychic projectiles fired by the arrows of change was random, making it nearly impossible for enemies to defend against. As Glory City transformed into the Silver Tower, countless subspace demons emerged from higher dimensions, spreading throughout the city, ready to obey Diamond Pharaohs' commands. Under his leadership, an unprecedentedly massive force was rapidly assembling, poised to strike. With this newfound power, Dimenphalos believed he could conquer the entire Orion Arm and eventually the whole galaxy. His ambition loomed like a vast dark cloud, overshadowing the void between the stars. Dimenphalos was confident that with this power, he would finally defeat the unknown warp demon that had been secretly thwarting his plans. At that moment, Dimenphalos' senses swept through the higher dimensional warp space like a radar, suddenly detecting an unusual fluctuation. His pupils narrowed as he realized a warship was traversing the warp space and was about to warp into this star system. Indeed, Dimenphalos gritted his teeth, fury igniting in his chest. The proficiency of the warp jump confirmed his suspicion there was indeed another warp demon opposing him. Almost instantly, the warship had intruded into the St. Relitus system. Dimenphalos' senses delved deeper, piercing through the mists, and he clearly perceived the warship was laden with the manifested entities of warp demons in the real Universia vast army of warp demons. So they've noticed my growing power and can't resist taking action against me? Dimenphalos stood atop a spire, letting out a cold laugh. His current power was worlds apart from what it once was. Suddenly, Dimenphalos sensed a change in the warship's trajectory. Heading towards a star. He was surprised to find that the warship, which had just appeared in the system, was now speeding towards the system's central star. Trying to destroy this system star? Dimenphalos scoffed. Let them try. The warship's speed was astonishing, and the Tsench Silver Tower was not yet complete. Even if Dimenphalos wanted to stop them, he was currently powerless to do so. But he remained unperturbed, a hint of disdain curling his lips. From what Dimenphalos knew about various methods of star destruction, even turning a star into a supernova would take years, if not decades. Stars are massive, and internal changes take a long time. Even with means to hasten this process, it would still require significant time. Dimenphalos confidently calculated that by the time the star turned into a supernova, he would have completed the Tsench Silver Tower and left this place. And in no more than half a month, this formidable warp war machine, the Tsench Silver Tower, would be finished. Half a month? How could they possibly turn a still young star, with billions of years of life left, into a supernova? Dimenphalos thought with contempt, completely unmoved. To him, the enemy's actions were nothing more than futile struggles. The demonic army from the warp gained physical form in the real universe, tirelessly constructing the Tower of Tsench under the command of Dimenphalos. Dimenphalos stood proudly atop the tower, overlooking the ever-mutating city below. Behind him, a warp gate shimmered ominously, requiring his constant attention to maintain. The capital of the Yada Empire, Glory City, had been completely transformed, reshaped entirely by Dimenphilos's will. Silver spires towered over twisted buildings that looked like they came from a nightmare. A satisfied smirk crossed Dimenphilos's lips as he calculated. In half a month, the Tower of Tsinch will be complete. By then, the entire Orion arm will bow to me. The Mech Celestial Court? The Perseus Interstellar Society? They will crumble before me. As Dimenphilos reveled in his impending victory, a blinding light suddenly shot from the sun in the sky. The light rapidly expanded, as if to engulf the entire world. Dimenphilos snapped his head up, his pupils contracting sharply. He raised his hand, feeling a strange and powerful energy invading his body. This is... Dimenphilos realized in horror that an irresistible force was dismantling his particle structure. Ionization reactions spread wildly within him, threatening to disintegrate his body at any moment. Damn it, this is a gamma ray burst. A supernova? Impossible. How could it happen so quickly? Dimenphilos gritted his teeth, desperately channeling warp energy to stabilize his body. However, as the sunlight intensified, the energy grew even stronger. Worse still, it carried a special particle that accelerated his aging. He knew this kind of death all too well. Back in the Jotunheimer system, he and his entire fleet had perished in the same manner. Now, history was repeating itself. This is the Mech Celestial Quartz weapon? Dimenphilos suddenly understood. The warp entity that's been opposing me all along is the Mech Celestial Court. Realizing the truth came too late. Dimenphilos trembled, raising his hands and unleashing an earth-shattering roar. No! His voice echoed around him, even dispersing the clouds in the sky. It shouldn't be like this. I've just gained new power with infinite potential. I'm just beginning. How could this happen? Dimenphilos's roar was filled with unwillingness and despair. In the sky, brilliant auroras began to appear. Ionization reactions in the atmosphere formed a light curtain that spread across the entire sky. However, this spectacular sight couldn't hide the deadly rays emitted by the sun. Minutes later, the true gamma flood arrived. It easily penetrated the entire planet, sparing not even the far side. Dimenphilos abandoned maintaining the warp gate and instead frantically drew power from the warp, channeling it into himself to fight the destructive gamma ray burst. Standing at the highest point of Glory City, Dimenphilos witnessed a horrifying scene. Countless demonic entities in the mutated city below screamed in agony under the blue ionized light before vanishing without a trace. Although these warp demons hailed from higher dimensions, they relied on physical bodies to manifest in the real universe. This became their fatal weakness. Under the impact of the gamma ray burst, innumerable warp demons were banished back to the higher dimensional warp. Dimenphilos continued to resist fiercely. His body constantly disintegrated and repaired itself. Although warp energy was endless, Dimenphilos, as the conduit for this energy, had his limits. Facing a gamma ray burst powerful enough to destroy stars, his strength paled in comparison. In the end, the relentless gamma ray burst overwhelmed Dimenphilos's defenses. His body began to disintegrate, and his consciousness grew dim. In his final moments, Dimenphilos finally understood that all his ambitions and plans would vanish with this cosmic catastrophe. As Dimenphilos let out a cry of utter despair as his physical form in the real universe disintegrated into countless flickering arcs of electricity. These arcs formed a fleeting, ghostly human shape before dissipating into the air, as if he had never existed. In the boundless illusion of the warp, Dimenphilos's consciousness screamed in rage. His essence coalesced into a blue, winged bird-like figure, seething with anger and frustration. Damn it, I will find you. I will find you, he roared in the warp. I will obliterate you completely in this space. Repeated failures had driven Dimenphilos to madness. He continued to howl in the illusory warp, his voice echoing endlessly in the infinite void. Suddenly he sensed something. Somewhere in the warp, a strange and powerful force was gathering. It was identical to the energy he had felt before. There it is. Dimenphilos's blue phantom trembled violently. I found you. I found you. Prepare to face my wrath. His heart surged with endless rage, and for a fleeting moment, he harbored the delusional thought that he could rival Skarbrand, the greatest demon under the blood god's command. With this arrogance, Dimenphilos advanced and warped through the warp. Soon, he neared the source of the power. However, as the distance closed, his anger began to fade. In the distance, he saw a star burning with black flames, slowly rotating in the void. This star emitted a cold and powerful aura, identical to the energy he had sensed. What is that? Dimenphilos's eyes widened, and his anger was completely replaced by an indescribable fear. The closer he got to the star burning with black flames, the more insignificant he felt. He was like an ant on a lone boat, struggling in a stormy sea. The warp felt like an unfathomable ocean, deep and boundless. Suddenly, a horrifying realization struck him. This power, a chaos god? His mind was overwhelmed with terror. The true nature of the machine god's court was a real warp chaos god? This realization was unbearable for Dimenphilos. No, he screamed internally. How can this be? How could it? At that moment, black flames ignited in the endless void around him. These flames had no heat, but exuded a bone-chilling cold. They surged toward Dimenphilos as if to consume him. No, no, screamed Dimenphilos in sheer terror, surrounded by endless black flames. His voice echoed through the warp, filled with despair and fear. Please, great unknown being, Dimenphilos pleaded desperately. I am useful. I know many things. All learned from Tsench. Yet, in an instant, Dimenphilos' voice was abruptly silenced, as if some invisible force had severed his thoughts. The dark flames surged forward, consuming everything, reducing him to true nothingness. In the real universe, on the bridge of the flagship of the mechanized celestial fleet, Tang Huang furrowed his brow slightly. He had keenly sensed a particularly terrifying force acting in the warp just moments ago. This force bore the distinct traits of Tsench, but it was evidently not Tsench himself. Tang Huang was certain that it was the handiwork of a Tsienshin greater demon. This greater demon had not intervened to save Dimenphilos, but had instead acted before Tang Huang could, completely erasing Dimenphilos' consciousness. Subsequently, Tang Huang's black warp fire incinerated him entirely, leading to Dimenphilos' true death. Not only was his physical form annihilated, but even his conceptual existence in the warp was utterly erased. Tang Huang speculated that the greater demon was likely concerned about Dimenphilos leaking certain secrets, prompting the preemptive strike to sever his consciousness. This left Tang Huang feeling a bit disappointed. He had intended to extract some knowledge about Tsench from Dimenphilos before executing him. But now, all hopes were dashed. Nonetheless, the threat of Dimenphilos was completely eliminated. There was no longer any force in the Orion arm capable of resisting the mechanized Celestial Empire. Tang Huang immediately ordered the fleet to retreat and return to the solar system. For the time being, they could finally catch their breath. 7 days after Dimenphilos' death, the star in the Yada capital star system underwent a supernova explosion. The entire Yada capital star system was obliterated in this catastrophe, marking the definitive end of the Yada Empire. Over the following year, the situation in the Orion arm gradually stabilized. The Human Federation and the Gratir civilization took over all the territories left by the Yada. However, the situation was more complicated for the Ifri, Giant Mantis, and Jin civilizations, as clearing out the chaos forces and quelling the rebellion supported by the mechanized Celestial Empire required more time. Tang Huang did not intervene directly, leaving the Human Federation and the Gratir civilization to handle these matters to test the capabilities of the mechanized Celestial Empire's subordinate civilizations. By the second year of the Celestial Era, Turin year 20793, Earth Common Era 6059, a new order had been established in the Orion arm. The former Turin Interstellar Society, led by the Turin Empire, had vanished, replaced by the Celestial Interstellar Society, led by the mechanized Celestial Empire. This new interstellar society spanned the Orion arm, covering a space territory 3,500 light-years wide, 1,000 light-years thick, and 10,000 light-years long. Under the mechanized Celestial Empire's dominion were multiple civilizations: the Human Destiny Community Alliance, the Gratir's military civilization, the Western Turin Empire, the Long and Shrimp People Joint Council, the Glagoda Mechanical Theocracy, the Arvin Werewolf Federation, the Imia Eaglehead Empire, and the Hog Council system. These civilizations were distributed across the Orion arm roughly as follows. The far west was occupied by the Western Turin Empire, with the solar system located slightly west of center, and the mechanized Celestial Empire holding the central region. Moving eastward were the Arvin Werewolf Federation, the Human Destiny Community Alliance, the Long and Shrimp People Joint Council, the Gratir's military civilization, the Hog Council system, the Glagoda Mechanical Theocracy, and the Far East was home to the Imia Eaglehead Empire. It is worth mentioning that the Lem soft amoebas did not establish their own independent nation. Their total population was only around 200 billion, making them relatively small compared to other civilizations. Tang Huan decisively decided to relocate all Lime amoebas to Renlian, setting them up as a subordinate species in an area closer to the Mecha Celestial Court. This move not only facilitated their continuous conversion into tactical humanoid special forces, but also cleverly adjusted the power distribution. Within the year, the Mecha Celestial Court achieved 2 significant breakthroughs. First, supported by cutting-edge technologies such as microproton, level element conversion, and gray wind nanomecha proton regeneration, the Dome War Star was finally completed. This terrifying war machine, with a diameter of 14,000 kilometers and transformed from an entire planet, officially joined the Mecha Celestial Court's combat lineup as its most powerful weapon. Secondly, the Mecha Celestial Court officially ascended to the ranks of a Level 3 civilization in the system's ratings, marking a significant enhancement in its overall strength. Meanwhile, a series of scientific breakthroughs injected new vitality into the Mecha Celestial Court. The regular speed of the superluminal curvature engine broke through to 50 times the speed of light, greatly improving interstellar travel capabilities. In the field of material science, a new type of proton-regenerated superalloy was developed and mass-produced, widely applied to fleets, powered armor, armored vehicles, conventional aircraft, weapons, and buildings, comprehensively upgrading the infrastructure. Even the Dome War Star partially adopted this advanced material. With the establishment of the Celestial Interstellar Society, Tang Huan unlocked new achievements. The system notified, "You have successfully controlled over 60 of the Orion arm of the Milky Way," automatically determining that there are no civilizations in the remaining space of the Orion arm that can oppose you. Stellar Domain Achievement accomplished. Congratulations on receiving the achievement reward. Tachyon Communication Technology. The acquisition of Tachyon Communication Technology caught Tang Huan's attention. This technology, capable of transmitting information at 120,000 times the speed of light, was crucial for maintaining a vast interstellar empire. However, Tang Huan frowned, realizing that this technology offered no significant advantage over the existing communication methods of the Mecha Celestial Court. Currently, the Mecha Celestial Court possesses three types of superluminal communication technologies: the Stellar Network, Subspace Communication, and the newly acquired Tachyon Communication. The Stellar Network, a legacy of the Turan Empire, covers the Orion arm and parts of the Relic Star domains, enabling instantaneous communication within its range. Subspace communication performs even better than tachyon communication. Despite this, Tang Huan quickly thought of another use for tachyon communication technology. While the Mecha Celestial Court might not need it, it could be provided to the Mecha Cult. The subordinate civilizations of the Mecha Cult are mostly ordinary intelligent beings who can use the stellar network within the Celestial Interstellar Society, but cannot communicate outside its coverage. Tang Huan decided to mass-produce communicators using tachyon communication technology and distribute them to the subordinate civilizations of the Mecha Cult, expanding their communication range. This decision not only enhanced the cohesion of the Mecha Cult, but also further consolidated the dominance of the Mecha Celestial Court. After the Celestial Society stabilized, Tang Huang turned his attention to the neighboring Perseus arm. However, a year passed, and the Perseus Interstellar Society remained eerily quiet, seemingly indifferent to the chaos in the Orion Spur. This unusual calmness raised Tang Huang's suspicions. To investigate, Tang Huang dispatched numerous RIM tactical humanoids to infiltrate the Perseus Interstellar Society. Through these agents, he gathered some basic intelligence. The subordinate civilization near the Orion Spur is the United States of Obvious, ruled by a plant-like carbon-based species. These beings are large and long-lived, but think relatively slowly. Despite this, their civilization is ancient, having ventured into space millions of years ago. The overall level of civilization in the Perseus Interstellar Society is generally higher than that of the Orion Spur. The primary intelligent species there are referred to as Perseans by the residents of the Orion Spur, but they call themselves Meshuan. The Meshuan are a fungal intelligent species, resembling mushrooms with several mycelium appendages. Although their exact level of civilization is not yet clear, preliminary investigations by the Celestial Machine suggest they have not reached the level of a Type 3 civilization. Perseus Interstellar Society's warships commonly use antimatter-powered reactors, with travel speeds ranging from 20 to 25 times the speed of light, and some reaching up to 30 times. This far surpasses the capabilities of the Turan Empire, which has mainly relied on the informational and tactical advantages provided by the Starfield network to maintain a tenuous balance in past conflicts. Despite this, Tang Huang has no intention of provoking the Perseus Interstellar Society. Currently, the source reserves are sufficient, and his primary goal is to find a way to break through to the fifth Elder technological level. In the system's tech tree, the fifth Elder level appears to be a significant milestone. Although the Celestial Machine has assimilated a vast amount of advanced technology and achieved a Type 3 civilization rating, progress towards the fifth Elder level remains stagnant. In the research lab of the space station in the 77th Ruin System, Tang Huang was lost in these thoughts when a series of shouts brought him back to reality. "Supreme! Supreme! Supreme!" Ruby kept calling out. Tang Huang finally noticed Ruby beside him. "What's the matter?" he asked. Ruby pouted and complained. "I've been calling you for ages, and you're only now responding." She pointed to the data on the virtual screen. "The research on this gate has yielded results." The gate she referred to as one of the most valuable items left by the Turan Empire on Earth, second only to the Starfield network. Sivi noticed Tang Huang's distraction, and a rare warmth flickered in her usually cold eyes. Supreme, is something on your mind? I hope you won't be distracted tonight when we're alone. Ruby immediately protested loudly. No way. I want to be alone with the Supreme tonight too. Tang Huang felt a headache coming on and was glad Moonlight wasn't present. Moonlight was currently with the Black Despair fleet, dealing with a resurgence of chaotic pollution within the Alvin Werewolf Federation, another case of Nurgle's corruption. Nurgle's corruption and spread are indeed astonishing. The Black Despair fleet has now been incorporated into the Celestial Machine, transformed into an enforcement fleet specializing in handling internal affairs within the Celestial Society, generally not engaging in external battles. Thinking of Moonlight, Tang Huang couldn't help but smile. Over a year had passed, and Moonlight still didn't know that it was actually Sivi who initially defiled Tang Huang. Every time he thought of Moonlight's wary look when she was around him, he couldn't help but chuckle. Shaking off these distractions, Tang Huang decided to get back to the main topic. Let's focus on the matter at hand, he said. Tang Huang directed his gaze at the virtual screen before him. On one side of the display, real-time data of the mysterious door was being monitored, while the center showcased a vast, boundless expanse of space. In the seemingly infinite void of the universe, a 2-meter diameter disk floated silently. This was the 77th Relic Star System, a carefully selected experimental site by Tang Huang. Once a space biofarm, it had been transformed into various specialized laboratories and the base for megastructure projects due to its unique, vast environment. Located 10 million kilometers away from the space station's research lab, a 14,000 kilometer planet hung quietly. This seemingly purely mechanical celestial body was the strongest combat unit of the intelligent mechanized celestial Court the Dome Battlestar. To ensure the safety of the experiment, Tang Huang had specially deployed it here, waiting patiently 100 million kilometers away. Tang Huang calculated silently. If the door were to open and something bizarre emerged, he would immediately initiate subspace teleportation, transferring himself and the entire space station in an instant. Meanwhile, the main cannon of the Battlestar fast light spear with a caliber of thousands of kilometers was primed and ready to fire at any moment. Prepare to open the door, Tang Huang commanded, secretly readying the subspace teleportation. As the command was issued, the small disk in space suddenly radiated light. Countless obscure black symbols flickered on its surface. In an instant, innumerable photons converged in the void, weaving into a vast star map. Each light point represented a star, forming an accurate star chart. The technical humanoids in the laboratory immediately began recording this marvel with intense focus. However, the next moment, the magnificent star map was disrupted. The myriad points of light began to proliferate wildly, quickly coalescing into the outline of a door, gradually becoming solid. Sylvia's violet eyes widened and contracted, adjusting her scanner. She was astonished to discover that this was the legendary hard light technology solidifying intangible photons into physical entities and constructing structures from them. Such advanced technology had eluded even the intelligent mechanized celestial court. The disk, initially only 2 meters in diameter, had now manifested into a hard light portal 10 kilometers wide and 30 kilometers high. This colossal door, composed entirely of photons, emitted a faint glow, floating silently in space like an entrance to an unknown world. The destination beyond the portal was unknown. Tang Huang gazed at the mysterious light gate before him, filled with anticipation and anxiety. He turned to Sylvie and asked, "What do the data comparisons show?" Sylvie closed her eyes, instantly connecting her mind with the planetary scale computer matrix on the dome Battlestar a billion kilometers away. Her consciousness navigated through the vast ocean of data, quickly comparing the newly revealed star map with the known galaxy maps. Moments later, Sylvie opened her eyes, excitement gleaming in them. "Found it," she exclaimed. "After filtering through 27.8 billion star targets, we've pinpointed the corresponding space region. It's a star sector near the edge of the galaxy's center, about 1 cubic parsec, containing 3.27 million stars." Hearing this, Tang Huang furrowed his brows. He quickly calculated in his mind. 1 parsec is approximately 3.26 light years, which means each cubic parsec contains tens of thousands of stars. This stellar density is 10,000 times higher than the galaxy's outskirts. The environment there must be extremely harsh, Tang Huang muttered to himself. Red giants everywhere, with gamma rays and X-rays rampant. If there's life, it can't possibly be carbon-based. He decisively ordered, "Activate the void shield and all defense systems. Prepare for potential gamma ray bursts. Once everything is ready, open the light gate." The intelligent machinery swiftly completed the preparations. The light gate slowly opened, but the anticipated violent radiation did not occur. In the ensuing silence, Tang Huang realized this was a warp gate. "Initiate communication tests," he commanded, releasing a probe equipped with a void shield through the gate. The probe immediately began testing subspace, tachyon, and gravitational wave communications. The results were astonishing. Tachyon communication was seamless, but gravitational wave communication was completely blocked. Tang Wan gasped, shocked by the advanced technology of the warp gate. The ability to block gravitational waves was far beyond known civilizations' capabilities. The probe continued to gather data, transmitting it back via tachyon communication. The analysis was even more surprising. The other side of the gate was not in space, but within an underground structure on a planet. This planet seemed to have some protective mechanism, shielding it from the deadly cosmic rays of the galaxy's center. Tang Wan stared at the data stream, filled with awe and curiosity about the unknown civilization. He knew that a new world, possibly far superior to human civilization, was waiting for them to explore. This is also one of the reasons why no violent cosmic rays have been detected after the warp gate was activated. The other end of the warp gate leads to an underground location on a planet, but this is no ordinary place. Data from the probes indicate an eerie silence, as if the entire world is holding its breath. To conduct preliminary exploration and test environmental impacts, the mechanized celestial court decided to deploy a gene hybrid unit. Officially known as the Mechanized Gene-Enhanced Biohybrid Unit, this force consists of genetically modified and mechanized clones, specifically designed for high-risk reconnaissance missions. The choice of this expendable unit over purely AI-driven machines was made to more comprehensively assess the environmental effects on biological organisms. In the small port of the space station, a fully loaded Juke heavy combat transport was ready for departure. Upon receiving the command, it activated its anti-gravity thrusters and slowly glided into the warp gate. At the same time, the research room's display screen showed real-time feeds from 11 different perspectives, 10 squad leaders, and 1 company commander, with the commander's view prominently featured. The gene hybrid unit's commander, Jiada, was derived from the genes of an elite warrior from the Jurder's military nation. This warrior had heroically defeated an orc chieftain single-handedly during a war with the green-skinned orcs 2.5 years ago, though he ultimately sacrificed his life. His exceptional genes were preserved specifically for their superior traits. After the arrival of the mechanized celestial court, many clones of such elite warriors were created, and Jiada was one of them. As the anti-gravity thrusters gradually weakened, a slight thud from the bottom of the cabin signaled their landing. Commander Jiada immediately ordered, "Move, move, move," and was the first to step out of the cabin. Jiada stood at an imposing 3 meters tall, clad in blue power armor made of standard Wuchu alloy, wielding a high-caliber electromagnetic burst rifle weapon that had since been replaced by more advanced disintegration rifles in the tactical humanoid units of the mechanized celestial court. His power pack also featured a photon psionic shield, making him a formidable figure fully equipped for battle. Under Jiada's command, the equally well-armed gene hybrid soldiers filed out, entering a dark and eerie passage. The corridor was about 10 meters wide and 20 meters high, with walls and ceiling emitting an unknown green light, casting an ominous glow throughout the passage. Relying on his extensive combat intuition, Commander Jiada cautiously surveyed their surroundings. He whispered, "This place is not right. I can sense an indistinct danger." His words conveyed concern for the unknown threats, yet he remained highly vigilant, ready to face any potential hazards. Captain Jot turned around and saw a portal of light standing silently behind him. The body of the Suzuki heavy combat transport was wedged in the narrow passage. Strangely, the nose of the aircraft faced the portal, while the tail door pointed towards their direction. Clearly, some unknown force had twisted the aircraft's orientation during the warp. Fortunately, the new Suzuki used anti-gravity propulsion and had a sleek, wingless design, which prevented it from getting completely stuck in the passage. Even so, the massive structure still blocked the passage and the portal. First, conduct data tests, then spread out and advance, Captain Jot ordered with hand signals, while his instructions were simultaneously transmitted through the team channel. Several tech soldiers quickly retrieved instruments from the aircraft and began scanning the passage comprehensively. Moments later, one of them reported, "Captain, the walls and floor are made of 2 materials. One is an unknown metal with tightly packed molecules and extremely high strength, similar to the superalloy from the Celestial Court, potentially with regenerative capabilities. The other material is unknown, and its composition cannot be detected." Hearing this, Captain Jot's expression turned grave. The use of such metal indicated that the civilization that built this place was at least on par with the Celestial Court, possibly even surpassing the Mech Celestial Court. Conduct a deeper analysis scan. Everyone else, first and second squads, advance with me. Just as Captain Jot issued the order, a piercing radar alarm suddenly sounded in everyone's ears. "Stay alert," Jot shouted sternly. The Gene soldiers immediately became vigilant, scanning for potential threats. However, in the straight passage, Everything was visible except for a faint green glow. The alarm ceased as quickly as it had started. Rear team, stay on guard. Captain Jot turned abruptly, only to see the empty passage and the small, flickering warp portal. The two tech squads, 20 people in total, and the Suzuka aircraft had vanished without a trace. As Jot was still in shock, the piercing radar alarm went off again. Captain, behind you, a Gene soldier yelled. Relying on his extensive combat experience, Jot swiftly drew his disintegration field combat knife and swung around. In a flash of electricity, he saw the anemia monstrous mechanical centipede, several dozen meters long and about 4 or 5 meters wide. Its black body was covered with glowing green eyes. The creature seemed injured by the knife, silently screaming as it opened its flower-like mechanical maw. It then twisted its massive body and slipped into the wall as if diving into water. Two Gene soldiers immediately rushed forward to inspect the wall, confirming it was still solid before turning to look at Captain Jot. With a furrowed brow, Jot was about to speak when two green flashes streaked across the wall. The two soldiers were instantly disintegrated into atoms, vanishing without a trace. Damn it, it's back! Gunfire erupted, and electromagnetic flashes lit up. Explosives hit the wall, leaving some marks, but they quickly regenerated. Meanwhile, in the research lab, Sylvie watched the light screen with a blank expression. I think I know where that place is, she said calmly. Tang Wan furrowed his brow, staring in disbelief at the scene beyond the portal of light. He never imagined that he would open a world that was the tomb of space necromancers. The name might sound magical, but the reality was quite the opposite. Space necromancers were extreme materialists, their technology almost touching the limits of physical laws. Tang Wan recalled fragments of data he had acquired from ancient civilization relics while exploring the ruins of star regions. At this moment, he felt a twinge of regret for opening the portal, but there was no turning back now. Tang Wan could only hope that the tomb world beyond the door wasn't of the highest level. The tomb worlds of space necromancers were divided into 3 levels. The highest being the crown worlds, the core of space necromancer civilization, with the most advanced technology and the greatest danger. Next were the core worlds, akin to a complete civilization, and the lowest were the fringe worlds, usually places of exile for criminals. Tang Wan now hoped that the world before him was of a lower level. Otherwise, he might struggle to cope. Just a moment ago, a tombstalker had attacked Captain Jiate. These mechanical creatures were guardians of the tomb worlds, made of renewable living metal and brimming with mechanical limbs. Tombstalkers were equipped with advanced sensors that could detect any life form. They also had phase generators, allowing them to pass through any inert material. Their weapons, Gauss Reapers, could disintegrate almost any material at close range. More troubling was their defense field known as the luminous lens, which could resist any subspace force. Tang Wan realized that Jiate and his team were no match for a tombstalker. Even a single one posed a significant threat. He quickly made a decision and turned to his adjutant. Pull Jiate and his team back. They're no match for the tombstalker. To fully explore this tomb world, we'll need to deploy our regular forces. His gaze returned to the screen in front of him, displaying a corner of the tomb world. Tang Wan sighed softly and added, relying on Jiate and his team, we can't go any further. Jiate ultimately couldn't make it back. His 100-strong squad of Gene warriors was completely wiped out during the retreat, falling victim to the elusive tombstalkers. Faced with this devastating loss, Tang Huang decided to go all in. He resolved to send forces into the tomb world, even if it meant alerting the entire realm to eliminate the tombstalker. He knew that if he could acquire the technology of the space necrons, all risks would be worth it. Under Tang Huang's orders, 100,000 of the most elite tactical humanoid units were mobilized from the Dome Battlestar. One after another, Zhuke transport ships loaded with soldiers began to approach the warp gate. However, Tang Huang didn't rush to deploy the entire force. He only sent one aircraft to probe the area. Unexpectedly, the elite tactical humanoid unit that entered the warp gate was not transported to the location where the Gene warriors had perished. Instead, they were randomly sent to another corridor. As soon as the vanguard entered, Tang Huang received a fast particle communication from beyond the warp gate. Supreme Leader, the tomb world has a device that completely isolates the influence of the warp. Our Corn blessings have been entirely nullified. Tang Huang's brow furrowed as his suspicions were confirmed. The tomb world of the space necrons was constructed from a special material called blackstone, which could isolate the influence of the warp. To completely nullify the warp's influence, a special artifact known as the Blackstone Obelisk was required. Tang Huang had hoped that this tomb world didn't have a Blackstone Obelisk, which is why he sent the vanguard to investigate. However, the elite tactical humanoid unit's prize Corn blessings grants immunity to 90 of all ranged attacks were nullified as soon as they entered the tomb world. Moreover, Their personal void shields, which could teleport ranged attacks to the warp, became ordinary energy field shields. Tang Huang realized that the tomb world must have a functioning blackstone obelisk. Although the mechanized heavens disintegration weapons could still harm the tomb stalkers, without the protection of the Corn blessings and personal void shields, both sides became high attack, zero defense entities. In the face of the unknown depths of the tomb world, any misstep could lead to total annihilation. After careful consideration, Tang Huang immediately ordered the vanguard to withdraw and canceled the subsequent exploration plans. He decided to shut down the warp gate and wait until he had absolute confidence before proceeding. Fortunately, the vanguard was not attacked by the tomb stalkers during their retreat. This was because the tactical humanoid units were unlike typical biological entities. Any life detection device would perceive them as inanimate objects, allowing them to withdraw safely. As Tang Huang ordered the temporary closure of the warp gate in the 77th Relic Star sector, a fleet named the Eternal Devotion was navigating a wide star route. This star route was approximately half a light year in width and depth. The fleet consisted of about 1,200 warships, mostly remnants of the former Turan Empire, and its members were unconverted Jurder soldiers. The fleet was commanded by Archbishop Jiate, who shared the same genetic origin as the Jiate captain who had perished in the tomb world. Both were clones created by the mechanized heaven from the genes of a heroic warrior. This hero had valiantly fallen 2.5 years ago in a battle against the Greenskins, and due to his exceptional genes and leadership skills, multiple clones of Jiate were made to hold key positions. The Jiate commanding the Jurder's fleet of the mechanized heaven was one of them. After the fall of the Turan Empire, its fleet was redistributed. The Mechanoid Celestial Court allocated the majority of the Turan warships to the Mechanist cult's Human Federation and the Gretra civilization. Meanwhile, Tang Huang handed a small portion of the warships and related technical data to subordinate civilizations like Alvin and Imia for research. At this moment, the Eternal Devotion fleet was traveling through the star path at 15 times the speed of light. The fleet's flagship was a heavy battleship named Mech Reverence, stretching 12 kilometers long and under the direct command of Bishop Gat. Suddenly, the tachyon detection system on the bridge sounded an alarm. The operator immediately reported, "Bishop, an unknown large object detected approximately 5 billion kilometers ahead. It has a diameter of about 500 kilometers, surrounded by numerous smaller objects. It appears to be a massive warship or fortress construct from another civilization." Bishop Gat frowned slightly upon hearing this. As a fleet dedicated to both scientific exploration and missionary work, their primary mission was to spread the faith of the Mechanist cult. When encountering unknown civilizations, friendly proselytizing was their usual approach. Just 2 months ago, they had spread their doctrine in a feudal-era native star system. "Initiate friendly contact," Bishop Gat ordered, his voice firm. However, before the Eternal Devotion fleet could act, the other party sent a communication first. A mathematical image carrying a message appeared on the main screen. Bishop Gat immediately began deciphering this universal language of the cosmos. The information within the image was unsettling. "Unknown weak civilization fleet. Stop immediately and exit faster than light travel. We have detected you through warp space. Halt your fleet. Surrender to the great civilization and offer your species genetic code information. Accept the goodwill of the great civilization." Bishop Gat's frown deepened. This so-called great civilization not only harbored hostility, but also displayed an unpleasant arrogance. He pondered how to respond to this unexpected situation while considering whether this civilization's true power matched its boastful attitude. The so-called great civilization on the other side may be arrogant, but their technological prowess is undeniable. They managed to detect the Eternal Devotion fleet traveling at 15 times the speed of light from 5 billion kilometers away and demanded that we halt. This indicates their mastery of advanced warp space monitoring and faster-than-light communication technology. The Eternal Devotion fleet employs warships from the former Turan Empire, all equipped with some degree of warp space cloaking technology. While not completely invisible, being detected so easily speaks volumes about the opposing side's technological level. Based on this assessment, Bishop Giada decisively issued a stop order and commanded the entire fleet to enter combat readiness. They cautiously maintained their distance, avoiding getting too close to the unknown civilization's fortress ahead. At this moment, the opposing side sent another message containing linguistic data, clearly intended to facilitate communication. The large onboard computer of the Eternal Devotion fleet quickly deciphered their language and initiated deeper exchanges with the civilization's fortress. As the dialogue progressed, Bishop Giada increasingly sensed the other party's overbearing and condescending attitude. They identified themselves as the Great Ivan Civilization Federation and demanded that all civilizations passing through this star route pay tax. Just as Bishop Giada was about to state their identity, he was impatiently interrupted. The Ivan Civilization Federation arrogantly declared, any civilization passing through here must submit their species' genetic code as a sign of subjugation. Will you hand it over voluntarily, or shall we take it by force? Choose wisely. With that, they cut off communication, leaving Giada to ponder. This outrageous demand infuriated Giada. Although the Eternal Devotion Fleet is committed to spreading goodwill, it does not mean they can be bullied. Giada immediately issued combat orders. We intended for a friendly exchange, but this is your choice. Fleet, prepare for battle. Advance and deploy the 1st to 10th battle groups for a probing attack. For civilizations willing to listen to their teachings, the Eternal Devotion Fleet acts as ambassadors of goodwill. But for unyielding civilizations, they transform into a fleet of destruction. The Great in the Ivan Civilization Federation is not a title of respect, but part of their nation's name. They are a carbon-based species originating from a terrestrial planet, evolved from creatures resembling Earth's chimpanzees. On their home planet, other intelligent species went extinct due to incorrect evolutionary paths, leading the Ivans to believe their genes are the most superior and perfect. From this belief, the Ivans developed biotechnology focused on genetic evolution. They view the genes of weaker civilizations as inferior and demand genetic code submissions for research and the creation of diverse life forms. The current Ivan starships are based on a special species from a gas giant in their star system genetically modified and bred over generations. Urchino evolved to have large cavities and unique electrical organs suited for conversion into bioships. After extensive modifications, the standard Urchino warships now range from 600 to 700 meters in length and are capable of interstellar travel. With a robust special alloy growing on its surface, the Soviet Urchino biofortress resembles a colossal metallic sphere in space, with a diameter of about 500 kilometers. This space organism, cultivated through the advanced biotechnology of the Ivan people, boasts incredible defensive capabilities. Its outer layer is not only heat-resistant, but also effectively repels physical projectiles. Additionally, its internal special energy organs generate a defensive energy field, providing excellent protection against energy weapons. Urchino, a crucial component of this biofortress, possesses unique sensory abilities. Its eyes are naturally capable of distinguishing various cosmic rays and reacting swiftly. Even more astonishing is its internal special spatial organ, enabling it to sense curvature space gravitational waves emitted by any object traveling faster than light within a range of approximately 0.1 light-years. The Ivan people cleverly utilized this trait to establish an extensive communication network. Every 0.1 light-year, they set up a hyperspace gravitational wave communication station, ensuring seamless interstellar communication. At this moment, a fleet of about 6,000 Urchinos surrounds the massive biofortress, forming an impregnable defense line. In the command center of the fortress, General Height Scenes is intently monitoring the surroundings. As the master of the Soviet Urchino and the overall commander of the Ivan Interstellar Fortress, he shares a deep emotional bond with the biofortress. In Ivan culture, the selection of starship captains and fortress commanders is not solely based on individual commanding skills, but also on their mental compatibility with the ship or fortress. This selection method stems from a simple yet crucial fact. Ivan's starships and fortresses are sentient organisms. Much like the relationship between humans and their pets, only when there is a high degree of mental compatibility can a commander effectively control these massive biological war machines. Suddenly, an aide hurriedly reports to General Height Scenes, General, the enemy fleet is accelerating towards us. They are approaching at 15 times the speed of light and have now stopped about 10 million kilometers from our fortress. It appears they are deploying a small fleet for a probing attack. Upon hearing this, Height Scenes smirks disdainfully. He gently strokes the fleshy armrest of his seat, as if soothing a close companion. Let them come. My Shios is invincible. His voice is filled with confidence and tenderness. In the Ivan language, the name Shios is used with the same endearment as baby, sweetheart, or honey in human languages. The expression on Height Scenes' fur-covered face is akin to that of someone cherishing their most beloved partner. In this perilous universe, the biofortress Shios is not only a formidable war bastion, but also General Height Scenes' closest ally. The Hetesians, who pride themselves on their superior genes, utterly disdain any non-Ivan races. This genetic arrogance needs no explanation. It seems to be etched into their DNA. In the simple logic of the Hetesians, any civilization whose signs of warp space travel they can detect must be weak, while those they cannot detect at all must be powerful. Armed with this inexplicable confidence, the Soviet Olchino biofortress and its defensive fleet stood ready to face the Eternal Devotion fleet's assault. As the Eternal Devotion fleet approached the fortress and halted, sending out a small fleet for a probing attack, they finally got a clear view of the enemy stronghold. Archbishop Giada was struck speechless. It was a massive purple tumor floating in space, with a diameter of 500 kilometers. Its surface was partially covered in black armor, creating a mottled black and purple appearance. Even more unsettling were the countless tentacles of varying lengths extending from the fortress, each covered in black hair. The surrounding biofleet shared the same nauseating aesthetic. The monstrosity was so hideous it was almost beyond belief, making one question if it was the creation of Nurgle worshippers. Just standing there, it was enough to cause a mental shock, making people feel uneasy. Its level of ugliness was galactic, enough to make the Tyranids shake their heads and Nurgle himself call it a kindred spirit. At first glance, Archbishop Giada considered whether they should retreat not out of fear, but out of concern for their eyes. However, the 10 small combat groups, totaling 100 warships, dispatched by the Eternal Devotion fleet sped up their probing assault, aiming all their weapons at the target, eager to obliterate the ugly behemoth. In response to the oncoming fleet, the countless tentacles of the Soviet-Olchino biofortress began to writhe. Suddenly, a swarm of squid-like creatures was launched from the black hairs on the tentacles. These creatures, 5 meters in diameter and 40 meters in length, formed a dense cluster in space. With a flick of their tentacles, they instantly created warp bubbles and sped towards the mechanical warships millions of kilometers away at 5 times the speed of light. It turned out that the black hairs were bioweapon launchers, and the squid creatures were the Ivan's warp missiles. The Eternal Devotion fleet quickly responded, launching their own warp missiles for long-range interception. In space, a thrilling duel unfolded between the squid-like warp missiles and the Eternal Devotion fleet's warp missiles. As the distance between the two sides closed to less than 1,000,000 kilometers, the Eternal Devotion fleet's missiles exited warp space early, their split warheads rapidly dispersing and skillfully penetrating the warp bubbles of the squid missiles, destroying them. A series of dazzling explosions lit up space like brilliant fireworks. The Eternal Devotion fleet's warp missile technology was clearly superior. The tenuous light-speed warp missiles discarded by the mechanized Celestial Court, combined with inertia-free split warheads, allowed a single missile to easily intercept more than 10 Ivan biowarp missiles. Despite having only 1,200 warships, the Eternal Devotion fleet matched the interception efficiency and firepower density of the Soviet-Olchino biofortress, which had a diameter of 500 kilometers and was guarded by about 6,000 Olchino bioships. Thus, the curtain rose on this space war. Even after intercepting all of the Ivan's squid biological missiles, around 100 curvature missiles still targeted the Soviet-Olchino biological fortress. Although the Ivans were slightly lacking in the miniaturization of curvature engines, they showcased remarkable prowess with their unique hyperspace biological monitoring technology. This technology could instantly detect any curvature traces within 0.1 light years, utilizing a spatial layer in the real universe rather than the subspace unknown to most civilizations. With this advantage, the Ivans had already mapped out the trajectory of the enemy's curvature missiles and prepared meticulously. Thousands of squid biological interceptor missiles soared into the sky, and tens of thousands of preemptive interception lasers wove an impenetrable defensive net. Fortress Commander Heitstens was confident, believing this level of interception would suffice against the non-maneuverable curvature missiles. However, the outcome left Heitstens astonished. Out of 13 curvature missiles, only 7 were successfully intercepted. The remaining 6 abruptly exited curvature state early, with dozens of inertialess split warheads performing incredible maneuvers in space, ultimately falling like a meteor shower from above the fortress. On the grotesque black and purple mottled surface of the Soviet-Olchino fortress, the energy shield trembled violently, with massive explosions erupting across its surface. Heitstens silently acknowledged the opponent's capabilities, but remained confident that they could not breach the defenses of the show's fortress. Realizing that their curvature missiles were only half as fast as the enemy's, Heitstens decisively ordered, "Deploy the entire defense fleet, eliminate them." He decided to use their numerical superiority to close the distance and swiftly end the battle. Continuing a long-range exchange would not only be time-consuming, but might also give the enemy a chance to deploy hidden superweapons, threatening his beloved show's fortress. Heitstens gazed at the biological fortress with tender eyes. To him, this fortress was not just a war bastion, but his true love. He would not allow his lover to suffer any harm. As the fleet mobilized, an intense close-quarters battle was about to commence. The 6,000 Olchino that guarded the Soviet-Olchino biofortress received their orders and launched a massive assault on the Eternal Devotion fleet, resembling a colossal space legion. These biowarships, like armored behemoths, streaked through the black void with 4 thick tentacles trailing behind their sleek bodies. Each tentacle bristled with various bioweapon launchers, unleashing a dazzling array of attacks. Squid missiles roared out, high-energy laser beams sliced through space, and bone-spike bioprojectiles rained down like meteor showers. Faced with this sudden onslaught, the Eternal Devotion fleet quickly responded. 10 vanguard battle groups merged with the main fleet and began an orderly retreat. Outnumbered, the fleet adopted a Hitandran strategy to gauge the enemy's strength. They spread out over hundreds of thousands of kilometers, activating their close-range interception fire grid. In an instant, a spectacular long-range firefight erupted in space. High-energy laser beams, curvature missiles, and massive kinetic projectiles crisscrossed the millions of kilometers of the battlefield. The energy shields of the Ulchino biowarships buckled under the relentless assault. One Ulchino warship, named Telly, finally succumbed after enduring several Wutsu Aya-type laser pulse beams. No good, Telly's force field shield is overloaded. It'll take 2 minutes to reboot, a warning blared over the comms. Damn it, Telly, initiate evasive maneuvers immediately, the commander ordered urgently. Telly made a sharp turn in space, but was still grazed by a high-energy laser beam, instantly severing one of its tentacles. Silent agony spread through the cold void as the dismembered tentacle spewed countless purple ice crystals, shimmering eerily under the laser lights. This was its congealed blood, freezing instantly in the vacuum. A drifting ice crystal reflected Telly's final struggle. A few Wutsu Aya-type lasers pierced through its body, obliterating it completely. The long-range skirmish spanned nearly half an hour. Both sides suffered losses, but the Eternal Devotion fleet, with its superior firepower and advanced magnetic field shields, gained the upper hand in this distant engagement. Their shields effectively intercepted the squid curvature missiles and evaded enemy laser weapons with agility. In contrast, for every Eternal Devotion warship destroyed or severely damaged, the Ivan's Ulchino biowarships paid a heavy price, losing 9 to 11 of their own. At that moment, the swarm of bone-spike bioprojectiles launched earlier finally closed the millions of kilometers gap, nearing the Eternal Devotion fleet. A warship immediately activated its full-spectrum anti-aircraft fire grid, weaving a near-impenetrable defense net with various close-range lasers to intercept the incoming bioprojectiles. These were no ordinary electromagnetic acceleration rounds. They had basic cognition, capable of active evasive maneuvers, posing a significant challenge to the defense systems. Despite the close-range system destroying 99 of the bone-spike bioprojectiles, a few managed to breach the fire grid. Like kamikaze attackers, they relentlessly hurled themselves at the warships. In an instant, the surviving bone-spike bioprojectiles struck the magnetic field shields of the warships, causing ripples of energy across the surface. A massive surge of energy erupted, igniting a dazzling explosion. The magnetic field shields on the Mechanicus warship flickered and wavered, on the verge of collapse. The attacks from these bone-spike creatures were far more devastating than any other enemy weapon. Monitoring data revealed a shocking truth. Antimatter. The warship's sensors detected the phenomenon of matter-antimatter annihilation. The bone-spike creatures contained trace amounts of antimatter within their bodies. Even in minuscule quantities, the 100 matter-to-energy conversion rate upon contact with matter was enough to cause catastrophic damage. The magnetic field shields were barely holding against the continuous impacts. At that moment, one of the bone-spiked creatures deftly changed its trajectory, skillfully evading some of the intercepting fire. It struck the shield again at a terrifying speed of 1% the speed of light. The immense kinetic energy combined with the internal antimatter triggered an even more violent energy burst. The magnetic field shields finally gave way and collapsed entirely. The warship was exposed to the vacuum of space, instantly losing a quarter of its structure. Alarms blared incessantly on the bridge, and red warning lights flashed non-stop. Damn it, the captain cursed. We have 127 casualties on board, and we've lost connection with the main system. The port-side weapons module and the lower resource storage module are completely destroyed, and the propulsion system is 60 damaged. Energy readings are spiking. There's a risk of an overload explosion. Immediate retreat, the first officer ordered loudly. Request cover from Allied forces. Abandon the current propulsion module and activate the backup system. Deploy the Tiangong Type B repair drones. Initiate the emergency repair protocol. The engineer responded swiftly. Developed by the Mecha Heaven, these nano-intelligent repair units were standard across all subordinate civilizations and were now crucial. The heavily damaged warship slowly exited the battle formation, struggling to retreat under the cover of Allied forces. However, the overall situation on the battlefield was rapidly deteriorating. With the influx of numerous bone-spike creatures, the casualty ratio between the Eternal Devotion fleet and the enemy forces quickly dropped from 111 to 1-7. Worse still, the 500-kilometer-wide Soviet Elchino biological fortress behind the Ivan fleet began to move slowly, seeking the optimal attack angle that wouldn't risk friendly fire. When this colossal entity finally found an ideal position and opened fire, the Eternal Devotion fleet was plunged into a dire situation. With such overwhelming firepower support, the exchange ratio between the warships further dropped to 1-4. The situation for the Eternal Devotion fleet was becoming increasingly unfavorable. Facing the Ivan fleet with such a formidable backing, their predicament grew extraordinarily perilous. Damn it, their forces are 6 times ours, and they have the firepower support of the interstellar fortress, muttered Archbishop Giada, his brow furrowed. He had to admit, the situation was deteriorating rapidly. Outside the porthole, the Yifun fleet loomed like a dense metallic cloud, obscuring the stars. Although their conventional technology was not particularly advanced, their sheer numbers and unique bioweapons gave them a significant advantage. Jada's heart sank as he realized that if things continued this way, defeat was only a matter of time. The smoke of war had already filled the air, and both sides were fully engaged. No matter how the conflict had started, there was no turning back now. Jada silently vowed that no matter what, he had to secure victory. The thought of retreat flashed through his mind, but was quickly dismissed. It wasn't just a matter of pride, it was a practical consideration. Forcing a warp drive retreat amidst intense fleet combat was fraught with unpredictable dangers, whether entering faster-than-light travel or making a jump. The danger didn't stem from the ship's warp space calculations, but from the enemy threat. If their firepower interfered during the activation process, the half-formed warp bubble could undergo matter-energy conversion, which would be catastrophic for the entire fleet. Jada's gaze fell on the massive interstellar fortress in the distance, and a bold idea began to take shape in his mind. So, you have the firepower support of an interstellar fortress? He muttered to himself. Fine, I'll take out your firepower support first. He quickly input a series of commands on the control panel, and then issued an order to the entire fleet. All ships, stop retreating and charge forward. Engage the enemy fleet in close combat. The plan was simple yet aggressive. Advance at full speed, close the distance with the enemy fleet, and blend the two fleets together for a chaotic melee in space. In such confusion, the Yifun rear fortress would find it difficult to provide effective fire support. If that grotesque fortress continued firing, it would inevitably hit its own ships as well. Of course, this plan was based on one assumption, that the enemy commander cared about his own casualties. If the opponent didn't care, Jado would be out of luck. But he believed this risk was worth taking. With the orders given, the Eternal Devotion fleet immediately stopped their retreat. All engines roared to life, accelerating forward. In the command center of the Soviet Olchino biofortress, the Yifun commander, Heat Sins, quickly grasped the enemy's intention. He immediately ordered all Olchino units, retreat to the fortress, avoid close contact with the enemy. This command instantly reversed the battlefield situation. The Olchino fleet, which had been advancing, now began to retreat, while the Eternal Devotion fleet surged forward in pursuit. Given that the Eternal Devotion fleet's conventional speed was slightly faster than the Olchino biofleet, and combined with the time needed for the Olchino fleet to decelerate and then accelerate for retreat, this time lag allowed the Eternal Devotion fleet to catch up with the enemy about 1.2 million kilometers from the Soviet Olchino biofortress. After a precisely calculated deceleration, the Eternal Devotion fleet plunged into the Olchino biofleet's formation. Instantly, the two fleets were thoroughly entangled, and a close-quarters melee erupted. In such a chaotic battle, the key to victory lay in the performance and quality of individual ships. In this regard, the Eternal Devotion fleet ships undoubtedly held the advantage. As the melee began, every ship found itself surrounded by enemies, with threats coming from every direction. Space was filled with laser beams, warp missiles, and mass-accelerated projectiles, all shooting in every direction. This battlefield environment was extremely disadvantageous for the Yifun Olchino biofleet. Despite their large numbers, this became a liability. They had to constantly adjust their weapon trajectories to avoid friendly fire, significantly limiting their firepower output. In the fortress command center, Heat Sins pounded his fist on the fleshy armrest of his seat, emitting a dull thud. Damn it, they actually pulled it off, he snarled, watching helplessly as his carefully arranged tactical advantage crumbled under the enemy's daring gamble. At that moment, countless tiny tendrils of flesh and blood snaked out from the ground beside Hastings, quickly coalescing into a vague humanoid form. This entity, composed of writhing flesh, silently extended a hand and placed it on Hastings' shoulder. Hastings felt the touch on his shoulder, but did not turn around. He raised his hand and gently clasped the hand made of countless tiny tendrils. "Shows, don't be angry," he murmured, his voice tinged with a hint of apology. "I lashed out in a moment of frustration. Forgive me." His thumb softly caressed the back of the hand woven from flesh tendrils, his movements as tender as if he were stroking the most precious of treasures. This humanoid entity, made of flesh, was the physical manifestation of the consciousness of the Soviet Olchino biofortress. Despite possessing self-awareness, the intelligence of this massive fortress was no higher than that of a domesticated pet. Suddenly, Hastings felt more tendrils of flesh emerging from the ground, attempting to climb up his legs. He immediately spoke to stop them. "Shios, not now. We are in the middle of a battle." This statement revealed a startling fact. This 500-kilometer-wide biofortress was indeed his lover, not just a metaphor. After being rebuffed, the tiny tendrils of flesh lightly patted Hastings, as if expressing displeasure, but did not take further action. The humanoid entity then dissipated, vanishing into the ground. Hastings refocused on the virtual battlefield in front of him, contemplating a strategy for victory. He couldn't disregard the casualties among his allies and have Shios unleash full firepower, as that would result in massive losses of both Olchino and Ivan soldiers. In the Ivan civilization's fleet, it was quite common for commanders like Hastings to regard their fortresses or warships as lovers. This unique emotional bond made the Ivans particularly sensitive to fleet casualties. If an Olchino warship was severely damaged or destroyed in battle, its Ivan captain would often prefer not to live on. Conversely, if an Ivan captain perished, the corresponding Olchino warship would typically go berserk until it met its own end. The arrogance and pride of the Ivans seemed ingrained in their very genes, and their grotesque appearance and aesthetics were seen as exceedingly bizarre by other civilizations. However, this race also possessed qualities of loyalty and unwavering devotion. Every civilization is a complex amalgam, with significant flaws as well as virtues that other races find difficult to match. Captain Heightstars found himself at a crossroads. As the commander of the Soviet Chino fortress, he was acutely aware that the fortress's fire support was crucial for the fleet's victory. However, the fortress was currently unable to provide fire cover, and the lives of thousands of Urkite were in grave danger. His mind raced, weighing different options. If he ordered the Urkite to retreat back to the fortress perimeter, the enemy would undoubtedly follow, giving them a chance to approach the fortress. Although the fortress was massive, Heightstars had no absolute confidence in intercepting the enemy's possible superweapons, such as those curvature missiles capable of traveling at 10 times the speed of light. This was a decision that would determine the fate of both the fortress and the fleet. Heightstars gripped the edge of the control panel, his knuckles white. He took a deep breath, quickly recalling the senseless war with another civilization. The battle had reached a critical stage, and as the commander, he had to bear full responsibility. After a brief moment, Heightstars made his decision. His voice was firm and heavy. "Order all Urkite captains to withdraw from the battlefield and return to defend the fortress immediately." The order spread across the battlefield like lightning. In the chaotic space hundreds of thousands of kilometers from the Soviet Chino fortress, Urkite warships began to cover each other, retreating from their current positions one by one. However, the Eternal Dedication fleet did not miss this golden opportunity. They closely pursued the retreating Urkite fleet at close range. A gigantic interstellar carrier, 9 kilometers long, opened its hangar doors, releasing tens of thousands of freshly rearmed starfighters that swarmed towards the Urkite biowarships like a hive. In the vastness of space, a breathtaking close-quarters battle ensued. The starfighters skillfully dodged the anti-air fire from the Urkite warships, which took a unique form: countless small purple creatures with wings, resembling flocks of birds, swirling in space to protect the Urkite ships. Over a dozen Mechanicus starfighters targeted one Urkite ship, constantly changing formations in space as they prepared to attack. Each Mechanicus fighter faced attacks from over a dozen Popluing creatures, leading to a fierce space dogfight. As the battle drew closer to the fortress, the Soviet Chino fortress finally managed to provide fire support while minimizing the risk of friendly fire. Dense energy beams shot out from the fortress's numerous appendages, offering cover for the Allied forces. However, the Eternal Dedication fleet also seized this opportunity to approach the fortress. They indeed possessed a weapon capable of destroying the entire fortress, a spatial matter annihilation bomb. Although the entire Jurder civilization had only a few of these, and this expedition carried just one, its power was sufficient to obliterate a fortress with a diameter of 500 kilometers. Given the fortress's previously demonstrated high interception efficiency, ensuring 100% success in deploying the weapon required the best strategy. Organizing a suicide fleet to launch an all-out assault, break through the fortress's outer defenses, and deploy the lethal weapon at point-blank range. At this moment, the battle zone is less than 300,000 kilometers from the fortress. The Eternal Devotion fleet launched the first strike, sending a large number of standard curvature missiles toward the fortress to test its interception capabilities. In an instant, thousands of curvature missiles appeared in space, all entering curvature mode simultaneously. From a higher dimensional perspective, they resembled thousands of small curvature bubbles racing forward in perfectly straight trajectories. At this speed, they would hit the fortress in one-tenth of a second, far exceeding the reaction time of conventional curvature missile interceptors. However, the Soviet fortress was well prepared. The Ivan special technology allowed them to instantly sense any curvature space activity within zero point 0.1 light years, not only monitoring it, but also interfering with it. Within milliseconds, the fortress detected the incoming curvature missiles and immediately activated special hyperspace interference. In an instant, all the curvature values of the missiles were disrupted, causing them to undergo matter-energy conversion and self-annihilate in the vastness of space before they could approach the fortress. Archbishop Gate quickly learned of this outcome through the fast quark monitoring instruments, reinforcing his resolve to deploy the suicide squad with space matter-energy annihilation bombs. Meanwhile, inside the Soviet fortress, Heitzings instantly became aware of what had happened through his mental link with the fortress. His brow furrowed deeply, lines etched across his forehead. The hyperspace disruptor was now 30 damaged and could only be used twice more at most. This critical device was not infinitely reusable. Each activation caused some degree of damage. Once the damage exceeded 90, it would be completely inoperative, and replacing it would take several hours. Heitzings knew well that hyperspace interference had a range limit, effective only within a 300,000 kilometer radius centered on the fortress. However, judging by the Eternal Devotion Fleet's reaction, they seemed intimidated by this tactic and refrained from launching another barrage of curvature missiles. They couldn't possibly know the exact condition of the fortress's hyperspace interference, which would undoubtedly make them more cautious in launching a large-scale missile attack. Heitzings took a deep breath and thought to himself, as long as the fortress remains intact, victory will eventually be ours. The current situation is at least developing in a favorable direction. He firmly told himself, I can win. The flagship of the Eternal Devotion Fleet, the Reverence of Machinery, stood majestically in space. This massive warship, stretching 12 kilometers in length, was enveloped in multiple layers of shields that resembled a transparent cocoon, flawlessly protecting itself amidst the chaos of interstellar warfare. Inside the bridge, the atmosphere was tense. The captains, who were about to embark on a suicide mission, stood in a solemn line, their faces etched with determination. Archbishop Jada's sharp gaze swept over these resolute captains as his voice echoed through the vast bridge. Gentlemen, the outcome of this battle rests on your shoulders. The High Council will remember every sacrifice. The black sun shines upon us. Though our bodies may perish, our souls will return to the black sun. For the three pure ones of the mechanical deities. For the mecha cult. With Archbishop Jada's rallying cry, the captains erupted in fervent shouts. For the supreme of the celestial mecha court, for the three pure ones of the mechanical deities. The sound of their unified salute was thunderous. One by one, the captains' forms dissolved into photons, their remote projections fading from the bridge. After this brief but solemn oath-taking ceremony, Archbishop Jada decisively commanded, Reverence of Machinery, advance to position 4. The colossal battleship immediately activated all conventional propulsion engines, leading the hand-picked suicide fleet in a charge towards the Soviet fortress, 300,000 kilometers away. As the largest flagship, the Reverence of Machinery would undoubtedly become the primary target of enemy Firea deliberate strategy by Jada to use the flagship as bait, providing cover for the true assault ships, carrying spatial matter annihilation bombs. Meanwhile, the rest of the Eternal Devotion Fleet launched a more intense assault on the Urchno biofleet, pushing the battlefield towards the fortress and creating opportunities for the suicide fleet to strike. The Ivans within the fortress quickly realized the enemy's intentions and mounted a full defense. Space lit up with the dazzling flashes of various weapons, both sides fully aware that the battle had reached its final, decisive stage. The Reverence of Machinery advanced with its multi-layered shields raised, pushing through the dense fire. Following close behind was a small assault ship, barely 500 meters long. Ordinary warships intensified their attacks, drawing the fortress's fire to create opportunities for the assault fleet. As the distance closed, the massive, black-purple fleshy fortress bristled with countless pupilling creatures, like demons guarding their lair. Hatsis ordered, do not let them approach the fortress. Concentrate all firepower. The fortress's weapon systems immediately went into overload, unleashing an even more ferocious barrage. The Reverence of Machinery bore the brunt, instantly struck by countless laser beams and faced with a barrage of curvature missiles. Its external shields were forced into overdrive, and the engines accelerated to an astounding 560 gs. As the flagship, the Reverence of Machinery's defenses were unparalleled. It was equipped with conventional void shields, energy shields, and the ship's own magnetic field shields, all from the celestial mecha court. However, against such concentrated fire, even these three high-intensity shields could not hold indefinitely. Within just 2 minutes, the outermost magnetic field deflection shield failed. 3 minutes later, the mid-layer energy shield also collapsed. Finally, after 10 minutes of relentless assault, the conventional void shield was on the verge of breaking. But in those 10 minutes, under the continuous acceleration of 560 gs, the reverence of machinery had reached a speed exceeding 3,292 kilometers per second, surpassing 1% of the speed of light. At that moment, the conventional void shield of the mech reverence could no longer withstand the relentless barrage of concentrated firepower. The shield flickered around the hull of the battleship, then finally dimmed and failed completely. An onslaught of fortress firepower rained down directly on the ship's body. Meanwhile, the other Suicide Squad member ships were also heavily damaged, with over 70% on the verge of collapse. High-energy lasers struck the outer armor of the mech reverence like sharp swords, leaving searing scars on its once robust surface. Bone spike-like biological weapons violently crashed against the hull, releasing lightweight antimatter that, upon contact with matter, annihilated and unleashed cataclysmic energy. Wave after wave of attacks pushed the mech reverence to its limits. Just as the entire battleship was about to explode and disintegrate, Bishop Jia decisively issued the final command: detach all modules. Initiate self-destruction. He knew that if the mech reverence were to be destroyed passively, the wreckage would scatter chaotically under the explosion's force. This was something he could not allow. He had to control the disintegration so that each part of the ship would precisely crash into the enemy fortress. With the ship's massive forward inertia, the mech reverence's modules disintegrated at the brink of destruction. The battered, cratered modules scattered in space, yet maintained their immense forward momentum. These modules, like deadly bullets, hurtled towards the nearby fortress. At this critical moment, a small assault ship, hidden behind the mech reverence's hull, seized the fleeting opportunity. Using the same acceleration, it executed a precise trajectory adjustment. The assault ship swiftly tucked itself behind a newly detached armor module of the mech reverence, continuing its high-speed approach towards the fortress. With less than 100,000 kilometers remaining, the speed had reached an astonishing 3,300 kilometers per second. In just 30 seconds, it would make contact with the fortress. During this brief 30-second window, the armor modules moving at 1% the speed of light were virtually impervious to ordinary weapons. However, at this moment, an unexpected twist occurred. 10 million kilometers behind the Sovietsino fortress, space began to warp violently. A vast curvature bubble over 1,000 kilometers in diameter slowly dissipated, revealing a massive black-purple tumor-like structure. This grotesque entity was surrounded by countless smaller, hideous flesh-and-blood battleships, unmistakably another Sovietsino biological fortress. It turned out to be another Ivarian fortress patrolling the star route. They had detected the curvature space anomaly at the start of the battle through their hyperspace remote monitoring system. Now, this formidable reinforcement had finally arrived on the battlefield, dramatically shifting the balance once more. After Jada sacrificed himself, leading the flagship in an assault, the captain of the strike ship responsible for deploying the spatial mass energy annihilation bomb urgently contacted the temporary fleet commander of the main fleet. Damn it, another ugly lump has appeared. The plan has changed. What do we do now? The strike ship captain's voice was filled with urgency and anxiety. The temporary fleet commander of the Eternal Devotion fleet stared intensely at the holographic screen displaying the entire battlefield, quickly analyzing the situation. A second lump-like enemy fortress was approaching, but it was still 10 million kilometers from the main battlefield. At regular speed, it would take some time to arrive. The fleet will withdraw from the battlefield immediately. Retreat now, the temporary fleet commander ordered decisively. The strike ship captain quickly retorted, but we must achieve some results, or Jada's sacrifice will be in vain. A determined look flashed in the temporary fleet commander's eyes as he swiftly adjusted the strategy. Then the strike ship will continue with the deployment mission. Use the spatial mass energy annihilation bomb to destroy that ugly lump. Main fleet, start retreating. Damn, these flesh and blood warships are biting too tightly. The strike ship captain gritted his teeth. Main fleet retreat. The strike ship will cover your withdrawal. On the chaotic space battlefield, the remaining warships of the Eternal Devotion fleet began to retreat. However, escaping easily from this chaos was no simple task. The Ulkino biological warships, like wolves, detected the enemy's intent to withdraw and launched even more frenzied attacks, determined to prevent the Eternal Devotion fleet from escaping. Meanwhile, inside the fortress, Hitexans immediately noticed the enemy's movement. They're trying to retreat? We can't let them get away, he shouted excitedly. Ha! Our reinforcements have arrived. Victory is in sight. All fleets, follow them closely. Don't let them escape. Hitexans gripped the fleshy armrest of his chair tightly, his eyes wide open, staring at the holographic image displaying the battlefield. Just then, a communication request came from another Soviet volcano fortress, 10 million kilometers away. Fortress 15, this is Fortress 16, what's going on over there? The Texans quickly responded, brother, we've encountered another unknown civilization. They refused to submit to the Great Ivan and hand over their genetic code information. Thus, a conflict erupted. His voice was filled with pride. Brother, you arrived just in time. This civilization is tough and formidable. But no matter what, they cannot match the united and Great Ivan. Good job, brother, Fortress 16 responded. We congratulate you on your impending victory. No civilization can compare to our Great Ivan. Do you need our assistance in the final phase of the battle? No, we don't need it, Hitexan said confidently. Brother, just watch. The enemy is trying to retreat. They're already on the brink of failure. This is my glory. All right, brother. We will provide you with visual and long-range observational support from afar. After the brief communication ended, Hitexans closed the channel. His eyes reflected the battle scene before him, and a sharp grin spread across his face, revealing slightly pointed fangs. To him, victory was within reach. However, Hitexans did not notice that just tens of thousands of kilometers away, hidden within the wreckage of the rapidly approaching mechanical reverence, lay a deadly threat. He believed that the fortress's self-defense systems could easily handle such debris and deemed it unworthy of attention. But what he didn't know was that behind one of the wrecks, a strike ship was quietly lurking. This strike ship had shut down all unnecessary modules, perfectly camouflaging itself within the wreckage. It was only 50,000 kilometers from the fortress's surface, traveling at a speed of 3,300 kilometers per second. Estimated contact with the enemy fortress surface shield in 15 seconds. The strike ship system alerted. 14, 13, 12. Final 10-second countdown. Activate the spatial mass energy annihilation bomb, the captain ordered. In the strike ship's equipment bay, a 10-meter-long, 2-meter-diameter oval device glowed faintly. A Greatress officer swiftly stepped forward and manually activated the deadly weapon, the spatial mass energy annihilation bomb. In these final 10 seconds, Hitexans was still immersed in the joy of impending victory. For the Ivans, the enemy flagship had been destroyed, and their brother fortress was just 10 million kilometers away. Victory seemed within their grasp. However, they were unaware that the real crisis was quietly approaching. Everything the Eternal Devotion fleet did was nothing more than a desperate struggle to the Haitians. The battlefield situation was crystal clear, and the outcome was already decided. A smug smile curled at the corner of Haitian's lips, his eyes gleaming with fanaticism. With this victory, the Great Ivan will add a new space race's genetic sequence. We will become even stronger. Haitian couldn't help but let out a burst of excited laughter, which echoed through the command room. Beside him, countless tiny tendrils of flesh wriggled, forming a bizarre humanoid outline that clung to him like a shadow. Suddenly, the images on the screen began to change rapidly. 3, 2, 1. In the final 3 seconds of the countdown, the assault ship crossed the remaining 10,000 kilometers, bursting out from the cover of the debris of the forward warships. A large chunk of armor module from the Reverence of Machinery hurtled toward the Soviet fortress. The fortress's surface instantly raised an energy shield, colliding with the armor module and erupting into a dazzling light. Haitian sneered disdainfully, ready to give the order to counterattack, but suddenly found himself unable to see anything. The battle images on the screen were replaced by rapidly flashing strings of data. Is this curvature space values? Haitian frowned, his brain racing. Why are these suddenly appearing? Is the fortress's superluminal curvature engine activating? For a moment, Haitian was stunned, completely unable to understand why these values were appearing. Suddenly, a terrifying thought flashed through his mind. Wait, are we enveloped in a curvature bubble? But the fortress's curvature engine isn't responding. Haitian's mind went blank, sinking into deep confusion. Just then, the curvature values on the screen began to increase exponentially and spiraled out of control. Damn, this is mass energy annihilation. How could? Haitian was horrified, as if an antimatter bomb had exploded in his mind, rendering him incapable of thought. Suddenly, the entire 500-kilometer diameter Soviet flesh fortress was violently twisted by the distorted curvature space. Under the influence of the warped space, the fortress's mass increased infinitely, triggering a mass energy conversion. The infinite mass was entirely converted into energy, which burst forth. This terrifying energy was confined within a space with a radius of 10,000 kilometers centered on the fortress. Strangely, beyond this radius, even by a meter, there was no effect. The twisted curvature bubble space encapsulated everything within. However, within this 10,000-kilometer radius, all matter vanished without a trace in an instant. The sudden burst of terrifying energy left all the Yifun people stunned and caught the attention of the entire Olchino biological fleet. Each Olchino bioship's simple mind felt the abrupt severance of the link with the Soviet Olchino fortress's collective consciousness, causing a brief moment of hesitation among them. The Eternal Devotion fleet seized this fleeting opportunity and immediately initiated a full-scale retreat. Under the cover of the phenomenon, and while the Olchino bioships were in a state of confusion, the Eternal Devotion fleet successfully withdrew to the outskirts of the battlefield. Once they gained some distance, their superior conventional speed and maneuverability allowed them to quickly outrun the pursuing Olchino bioships. 10 million kilometers away, the commander of the Second Soviet Olchino fortress stared in disbelief at the display screen. The 15th Soviet Olchino fortress had vanished into thin air. The commander gritted his teeth and growled, "Damn it! Those alien beings used some kind of special weapon. We've lost an entire fortress, and all our honorable brothers." Through the mind link with the fortress, the commander felt the intense pain of the Soviet Olchino from the loss of their kin. This emotion quickly infected the commander, nearly driving him mad. He immediately ordered the fortress to advance, vowing to annihilate the remaining alien fleet. However, the 10 million kilometer distance meant it would take some time to reach the battlefield. By the time the new Soviet Olchino fortress finally arrived in the battle zone, the remnants of the Eternal Devotion fleet had already withdrawn and initiated warp speed. They were traveling at 15 times the speed of light towards the star system they came from, the nearest star being approximately 23,975,806,100,000 kilometers away, or about 2.5 light years. The Eternal Devotion fleet needed to travel approximately 5,054,000,000,000 kilometers at 15 times the speed of light to get within 2 light years of that star, where they could then initiate a spacefold jump to cover the remaining distance and escape near the star. The Second Soviet Olchino fortress, after merging with the remnants of the First Fortress's Olchino fleet, immediately initiated warp speed, also traveling at 15 times the speed of light in pursuit of the Eternal Devotion fleet. Simultaneously, the Second Soviet Olchino fortress quickly sent a communication to the star routes in Node Star, 17 light-years away. The communication signal was relayed through hyperspace node stations every 0.1 light-years. Soon, the commander of the Second Soviet Olchino fortress successfully contacted a temporary garrison base at the edge of the Yifun territory, 17 light-years away. Base 214, this is Soviet Olchino 16. We have engaged an unknown alien fleet. Soviet Olchino 15 has been destroyed, and I am in pursuit of the remaining alien fleet. They are heading towards star 321498. Request immediate support, the commander urgently called out. The base quickly responded. Base 214 received. Soviet Olchino 16. Maintain pursuit. We will dispatch all available forces to warp to star 321498 for interception. Since the Yifun people had the exact spatial jump coordinates to the star where the Eternal Devotion fleet was heading, the fleet from Base 214 could directly warp to the vicinity of the target star to intercept the remnants of the Eternal Devotion fleet. At this moment, in the vast expanse of the star route, the remnants of the Eternal Devotion fleet were speeding towards the star 2.5 light-years away at 15 times the speed of light, with relentless pursuers hot on their trail. Approximately 8.1 billion kilometers behind the Eternal Devotion fleet, the Second Soviet Olchino fortress was relentlessly pursuing at the same speed. The Eternal Devotion fleet had already suffered heavy losses, with fewer than 300 warships remaining. The previous battle had been extraordinarily fierce. Despite their arrogance, the Ivan civilization was a formidable opponent. Their unique biotechnology and hyperspace technology made them a match for the Eternal Devotion fleet, which utilized warships from the former Turan Empire. With their overwhelming numerical superiority, the Ivan civilization even forced the Eternal Devotion fleet to retreat from the battlefield. The interim captain of the Eternal Devotion fleet furrowed his brow and asked the technical officer, "How long until we enter the 2-light-year range of the star ahead?" The technical officer quickly responded, "At our current speed, it will take approximately 13 days to enter the 2-light-year range of the star and initiate a space jump." 13 days! The captain calculated. They were about 4,500 light-years away from the solar system. Despite the distance, they could still contact the solar system in 13 days using their tachyon communications, which were 12,000 times faster than light. The captain made a swift decision. Report our situation to the solar system immediately. We underestimated the Ivan civilization. They are indeed unique and may warrant intervention from the highest authority of the Celestial Court. Yes, Captain. The communications officer promptly began preparing the report. Thus, an intense chase ensued along this star path. After 13 days of continuous travel, the Eternal Devotion fleet finally approached the Tulitier range of the nearest star. They immediately initiated a spacefold, jumping to a star system 2 light-years away. Meanwhile, 8.1 billion kilometers away, the Ivan civilization's pursuit forces continued to track the Eternal Devotion fleet through hyperspace monitoring. Suddenly, the spatial data of the Eternal Devotion fleet disappeared. The Ivan commander realized that the enemy had jumped to a star system 2 light-years away. Although the current region lacked hyperspace communication nodes, and the Ivan commander was uncertain about the specifics of the star system ahead, a cold smile appeared on his face. He was confident that 14 Sovereign biofortresses and up to 84,000 Ulchino biowarships were lying in wait, ready to ambush the Eternal Devotion fleet. The Ivan commander thought arrogantly, such a massive fleet, and this is just the force of a temporary base. How powerful our Ivan civilization is? How could any alien civilization possibly contend with the greatness of Ivan? This is an type red dwarf star system, where the star's surface temperature is a mere 3000 K, and its mass is less than half that of the Sun. Within the habitable zone of this red dwarf, a terrestrial planet quietly orbits. This planet is less than 20 million kilometers away from the star, a proximity that fortunately allows it to avoid the frequent flares occurring in the high-latitude regions of the star. The planet's surface temperature is suitable, and it has an abundance of liquid water, creating favorable conditions for the emergence of life. However, the close distance has resulted in tidal locking, causing the planet to always have one side facing the star. The entire planet is thus divided into 2 distinct worlds, eternal day and eternal night. At the boundary between these 2 worlds, a unique civilization emerged, the Bipukaka people. These intelligent beings evolved from local mammals and resemble rabbits on Earth, standing upright on 2 legs with agile arms. The planet was named Bikaxing by the visiting fleet of the Eternal Devotion of the Mechanist Church. The Bipukaka people are divided into 2 main races, the Bipu people, who live near the eternal day side, and the Kaka people, who live near the eternal night side. This naming derives from their distinctive linguistic characteristics. The Bipu are smaller in stature, with sparse fur revealing weak-colored or dark skin, and their amber eyes gleam with intelligence. The Kaka, on the other hand, are slightly larger, covered in dense black fur with only pale skin showing, and their silver eyes shine like stars in the eternal night. Under the guidance of the Eternal Devotion fleet, the Bipukaka people fully embrace the faith of the Mechanist Church. 74 Earth days have passed since the deities departed, but their influence remains profound. Bikaxing has adopted the Earth calendar, and its technology and civilization are rapidly advancing. In this peculiar world, a Kaka girl named Tulu Zhu was born. In just 74 days, she has already grown to the equivalent of a 7-year-old human. Tulu Zhu has 17 siblings, thanks to the remarkable fertility of the Bipukaka people. However, their lifespan is short, with a maximum of only 20 Earth years. The elegant Earth name, Tulu Zhu, was personally bestowed by one of the deities. While most have left, a few remain to continue guiding this young civilization. Unlike most gentle Bipukaka people, Tulu Zhu is filled with a spirit of exploration. She dreams of joining the first group of pilgrims to embark on a journey to the distant sacred sun. This dream fuels her passion for learning and fills her with anticipation for the future. On this morning, everything seemed just like any other day. After washing up and having breakfast, Tuluzu prepared to continue her studies. However, as she and her siblings bid farewell to their parents and stepped out the door, an unusual sight caught their eyes. People from the tribe had gathered on the street, staring at the pitch-black sky of the eternal night in the distance. The sky was shrouded in thick clouds with no stars in sight, but above the clouds, dazzling lights flickered continuously. Tuluzu and her dozen siblings stood together, their silver-white pupils reflecting the distant phenomenon, faces full of confusion. Suddenly, a deafening boom erupted from above the dark clouds, like thunder splitting the silence. The unprecedented sound reverberated through everyone's chest, making their hearts tremble. In an instant, the clouds were torn apart by an invisible force, as if cleaved by a sharp sword. A massive steel airship burst through the clouds, trailing a long tail of flames, evaporating the surrounding torrential rain, and leaving a dense mist in its wake. It descended with a trail of smoke, heading towards the distance. "It's the gods' airship!" A cry of astonishment arose from the crowd. The tribe's residents immediately scattered, rushing back home to grab warm clothing and gear, preparing to brave the stormy, sub-zero wasteland of the eternal night to rescue their gods. Meanwhile, in the deep space beyond the eternal night side of Pika Star's atmosphere, an uneven battle was unfolding. 14 terrifying fortresses, each with an average diameter of 500 kilometers and covered in black-purple tumors, writhed with countless fleshy tendrils. A massive fleet of 84,000 Ulkino biological warships spread out in space, forming a daunting Black Sea. In stark contrast, the Eternal Devotion fleet was down to less than 300 warships, their situation dire. At that moment, the space around the star suddenly distorted, and the 15th Ulkino biological fortress, accompanied by nearly 10,000 Ulkino warships, arrived. This was the Yifun fleet that had been pursuing the remnants of the Eternal Devotion fleet. Ha 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 ha. This star system is a trap designed for you. The Yifun commander laughed arrogantly from within the flesh fortress. You might as well stop resisting. Hand over all your species' genetic codes to the Great Yifun. Perhaps the Great Yifun will even make you a subordinate species. To the Yifun commander, the situation seemed as simple as crushing an ant. However, at this critical moment, an unexpected turn of events occurred. The space around the Eternal Devotion fleet's formation suddenly twisted and deformed, and the shadows of a massive fleet began to solidify, becoming tangible. The main fleet of the mechanized celestial court had directly traversed the 500 light-year distance from the solar system through subspace jump to arrive here. The Yifun commander's laughter abruptly ceased, and he muttered in disbelief. Their reinforcements have arrived. The current warfare department of the machine celestial court, known as the DO department, plans to construct 25 interstellar fleet groups. These fleets are divided into 5 divisions: East, West, South, North, and Central, each overseeing a different number of fleet groups. East DO has 4, West DO 5, South DO 6, North DO 7, and Central DO 3. Collectively, these fleets are referred to as the 5 DO Star Officer Interstellar Fleet Groups. Each fleet group consists of 36 main fleets and 108 special fleet battle groups. The main fleets each have 1,200 various types of warships, while the size of the special fleet battle groups varies depending on mission requirements, ranging from a dozen to several hundred ships. The interstellar fleet of the machine celestial court is vast, but still under construction, with not a single fleet group fully assembled yet. Currently, the fleet rushing to aid the Eternal Devotion fleet is the Greedy Wolf fleet from the Greedy Wolf group under the North DO 7 division, equipped with 1,200 Stadioftar warships. Upon arriving at the battlefield, the Greedy Wolf fleet immediately sprang into action. The densely packed warships rapidly spread out in space, deploying a void shield to extend the protective range over the remaining less than 300 warships of the Eternal Devotion fleet. The torrent of hundreds of thousands of laser weapons fired by the Ivan instantly collided with the void shield, with all damage being redirected to the subspace. The Ivan commander was initially startled by this sudden support, but when he realized there were only 1,200 warships, he burst into laughter. Ha ha! I thought you'd send a significant force. Turns out it's just the original number. A mere 1,200 warships. How can they possibly stand against the great Ivan? You'd better surrender quickly and stop wasting lives. This arrogant and conceited Ivan commander completely disregarded the machine celestial court's fleet. He clearly remembered the combat prowess displayed on the star path. And although the machine celestial court's individual ships were slightly superior, this minor advantage was negligible against the Ivan's unique biological system technology. Moreover, they possessed 15 Soviet Kino biological fortresses, each over 500 kilometers in diameter. In the Ivan commander's view, just 2 fortresses would be enough to annihilate the enemy's entire force. Nevertheless, the temporary base number 214, located 19 light-years away, mobilized all the Soviet Kino fortresses. This decision was not to destroy the Eternal Devotion fleet, but to intimidate. They planned to leave some survivors to report back, showcasing the might of the great Ivan Federation and forcing entire civilizations into submission. Ruby, personally appointed by Tang Huang to lead the Greedy Wolf fleet for support, looked at the Ivan biological fortresses with clear disdain. What are these baboons babbling about? Wow! Their fortresses and warships are hideous. To Ruby, even Nurgle's grotesque aesthetics were superior to these baboons. At that moment, the projection of the temporary fleet commander of the Eternal Devotion fleet appeared before Ruby, bowing respectfully. Messenger, you have finally arrived? Ruby nodded slightly. Yes, you have worked hard this time. Given the heavy casualties, you will receive your due rewards. When we return, I will report to the Supreme, and all of your remaining members will be granted ascension as a reward. Overjoyed by her words, the temporary fleet commander shouted, "All for the machine, celestial court." He then stepped back and the projection disappeared. Ruby frowned in disgust at the scene before her and impatiently issued a command. Destroy them all quickly. Every second I look at those things is an insult to my eyes. A PSYOPS officer immediately reminded her. Sister Ruby, don't forget the Supreme's order to leave one for research. As ugly as those creations of the black apes are, there are still things worth studying. Ruby sighed in resignation. Fine, destroy 14 and leave 1. She waved her hand forward, signaling the attack. The fleet swiftly adjusted their weapons, avoiding the use of warp missiles. Previous intelligence indicated that the Black Apes had some special technology capable of remotely interfering with warp states, something the Mech Heaven greatly desired. The main guns of 1,200 Mech Heaven battleships began to rapidly charge. Most were Wuxiu V high-energy laser pulse cannons, capable of unleashing terrifying torrents of high-energy lasers at temperatures of tens of millions of degrees. Some ships were also equipped with neutron annihilation cannons, each capable of completely cleansing an entire planet. Ruby suddenly remembered something and added, "Oh, be careful not to hit Pika Star." Understood, came the synchronized response from the fleet. Part of the fleet consisted of ship girls converted from space creatures in the 77th ruined starfield. They particularly loathed the Ivanian Ulkino biowarships, muttering under their breath, "These things are so ugly." Despite their feelings, the priority targets for the first wave of firepower projection were still 14 of the 15 SOV Ulkino biofortresses. The main guns of 1,200 battleships fired in unison, and torrents of high-energy lasers and neutron streams flashed across the cosmos, their brilliance nearly outshining the light of the star 20 million kilometers away. However, to the Ivanian commander, this attack was utterly foolish. He smirked, completely unconcerned about the incoming directed energy weapon beams. Attacking the fortresses right away? Foolish, the Ivanian commander confidently said. A fortress is a fortress because it's countless times more durable than interstellar warships. Ordinary directed energy weapons can't possibly harm a fortress. In his view, these laser weapons couldn't even damage the energy shields on the surface of the fortresses. In reality, even if he cared, he couldn't change the situation. The Soviet Kino biofortresses were colossal, with a diameter exceeding 500 kilometers, making them an obvious target. They moved sluggishly and were currently only 300,000 kilometers away from the enemy. At such a close range, against directed energy weapons, these fortresses could only take the hit. Evasion was impossible. The Greedy Wolf fleet's 1,200 main battleships fired simultaneously, their main cannons targeting the 14 Soviet Kino biofortresses. The concentrated barrage looked like rivers of light flowing upstream, fiercely bombarding the enemy positions. The foremost Soviet Kino biofortress was instantly hit by dozens of terrifying Wuchu V high-energy laser streams. The energy shield on the fortress's surface was pierced through like paper under a sharp blade. Following closely, a neutron stream accurately struck the surface of the fortress. The attack was calculated with pinpoint precision. The Wuchu V laser streams broke the shield just in time, paving the way for the subsequent neutron stream without wasting any energy. The neutron stream is a horrifying weapon designed specifically to target organic structures. Given the output level of the neutron annihilation cannon on a top-tier warship of the mechanized celestial court, it could cleanse a planet with a diameter over 10,000 kilometers in one shot. Using it against these 500-kilometer-wide fortresses was overkill. However, in the arsenal of the mechanized celestial court's main fleet, this level of weapon was merely a standard main cannon. The terrifying neutron stream instantly penetrated the fortress, with high-energy neutron radiation engulfing the entire structure in an instant. For organic matter, this was a devastating blow. Unfortunately, the Ivan people excelled in biotechnology, and most of their equipment and weaponry were genetically engineered organisms. In this fortress, organic material made up more than 50% of its composition. A dazzling blue light flashed, and the 14 originally purple-black, tumor-like fortresses were instantly reduced to floating masses of decayed flesh and black alloy shells in space. All the Ivan personnel and organic matter within were annihilated. Seeing this outcome, Ruby shook her head slightly. This was the first time the neutron annihilation cannon had been used in actual combat. Although the results were significant, they were not entirely satisfactory. The neutron annihilation cannon could kill all organic matter on a planet, but it wouldn't make them disappear. Instead, it left behind a planet covered in decaying matter. This scale of decay could foster Nurgle's rot. If Nurgle's corruption from the warp were inadvertently brought in, the consequences would be disastrous. Ruby thought to herself that she needed to suggest to the Supreme Leader to replace the current neutron annihilation cannons with gamma burst cannons. Gamma rays were much more effective in this regard, capable of ionizing and disintegrating biological matter completely, making the cleanup more thorough. Although it would also utterly destroy a planet's atmosphere, it was far better than inviting Nurgle's corruption. In contrast to the calm efficiency of the mechanized celestial court, the commander in the last remaining Soviet Kino biofortress was in a state of extreme panic. He watched in disbelief at what had just happened within moments. 15 biofortresses had been reduced to just his own. What kind of weapon had the enemy used? How could such terrifying output levels be achieved by ship-mounted weapons? The Ivan commander's face was filled with dread. Suddenly, he realized a crucial point: the newly arrived fleet was entirely different from the previous enemy fleet. They were not from the same civilization at all. Only now did he notice that the enemy warships belonged to two distinctly different styles. Commander Ivan's eyes widened in shock as he muttered to himself. There's no doubt they belong to two different civilizations. Damn it, how can there be such terrifying civilizations in this starfield? His voice was filled with disbelief and fear. His mind raced, quickly drawing a conclusion. What level is their technology? It must have surpassed level 3. Fear surged like a tidal wave, and Commander Ivan nearly lost control, shouting, "Damn it! Damn it! Damn it!" His hands pounded frantically on the control panel as he issued a desperate order. Retreat. All units, immediate emergency retreat. Force space jump. Retreat. However, fate seemed to play a cruel joke on him. The next moment, a panicked voice from the fortress's engine department came through. Commander, we can't initiate a space jump. We can't link to any space jump nodes. What? Commander Ivan shouted in disbelief. How is that possible? Aren't we just near the star? Isn't the star just 20 million kilometers away? He spun around, pointing to the glowing star displayed on the nearby screen. 20 million kilometers away. The star appeared intact. In an instant, a terrifying realization struck Commander Ivan. The enemy was behind this. They had used some method to block the star's jump nodes. Until the enemy lifted the blockade, they couldn't jump out of the star system. Faced with this dire situation, Commander Ivan's mind raced. Retreat was no longer an option, but surrender had never crossed his mind. Ultimately, he made a desperate decision. Launch the antimatter missiles. His command thundered through the control room. Immediately, 14 massive curvature missiles armed with antimatter warheads launched from the fortress. However, their targets were not the enemy's Tanlang Tianzue fleet, but the wreckage of the 14 already destroyed Soviet fortresses. Commander Ivan's plan was clear. If the situation was beyond saving, they would make a final stand. Even in death, he couldn't let the enemy obtain their data. While the Ivanians excelled in biotechnology, it didn't mean they had completely abandoned conventional technology. Stored within the wrecked Soviet fortresses were vast amounts of precious data and coordinates. Most crucially, they contained the spatial jump node coordinates for the Great Ivan Federation's various star systems. These pieces of information absolutely could not fall into enemy hands. However, just as the 14 antimatter missiles emerged from the writhing tendrils around the fortress, and before they could enter curvature state, an unexpected event occurred. In an instant, 14 Wuchu high-energy beams struck like lightning, with astonishing precision, destroying the 14 massive antimatter missiles in space. The consequences of uncontrolled antimatter were catastrophic. The annihilation of matter and antimatter produced an immense energy burst, forming a massive energy sphere that consumed everything nearby. It engulfed all the fortress's tendrils and nearly a third of the fortress itself. Fortunately, the weapon-launching tendrils were long enough to maintain some distance from the fortress's main body. Otherwise, the last fortress might have been completely obliterated in the matter-antimatter annihilation. Commander Ivan was utterly despondent. He collapsed into the flesh-and-blood chair behind him, feeling the agonizing cries of the Soviet fortress beneath him through the countless neural connections linking his brain to the seat. This excruciating pain, transmitted through their shared neural interface, relentlessly assaulted his nerves. Their every movement was under the enemy's control, and all their efforts seemed like a joke to the opposition. The disparity in strength between the two sides was as vast as a chasm, suffocatingly so. Ivan was paralyzed, his mind blank, and his body trembling violently. This was the downside of linking one's mind to a biofortress. Though it allowed for more intuitive command, the immense damage inflicted on the fortress would also be transmitted to the commander. Despite measures to block this, the mental shock from a third of the fortress being destroyed exceeded the threshold and broke through the inhibitors. Even though the neural link automatically severed in time, Ivan was still engulfed in unbearable pain. Meanwhile, the Greed Wolf Heavenly Retribution fleet advanced steadily. The multi-layered void shields on the ships easily deflected the attacks from the Urchino biowarships floating in space. These attacks were as feeble as water splashing against a sturdy alloy wall, barely making a ripple. Taking advantage of Ivan's agony, the Greed Wolf fleet began clearing out the ordinary Urchino biowarships. They unleashed their full firepower, with each laser strike annihilating an enemy ship. The technological and weaponry gap between the two sides was colossal, making the battle's outcome a foregone conclusion. The fleet dispatched a portion to clear the enemy ships, while the remaining fleet used inertialess engines to cross 300,000 kilometers in an instant, arriving at the perimeter of the last damaged Soviet Urchino biofortress. They then began preparations for a landing operation. Before deploying the landing troops, the fleet released low-yield neutron pulse radiation bombs. These precision-targeted bombs were crucial for the landing operation. After the bombardment, numerous Suzuka transports, filled with Greed Wolf troops, left the warships and entered the fortress through a massive breach. The Greed Wolf troops were primarily composed of tactical humanoid girls transformed from Alvin werewolves and hog jackal men of the Celestial Interstellar Society. As they entered the fortress, they were greeted by a grotesque blend of alloy plates and bioorganic material corroded by neutron radiation, forming sticky passageways. A nearly 3-meter tactical humanoid werewolf girl, clad in Wuchu 2 superalloy armor, glanced down. Sticking to the alloy boots of her wolf-like feet were patches of repulsive, decaying flesh. Beneath her wolf muzzle-shaped power helmet, her furry wolf ears twitched, and her uniquely wild, yet beautiful face showed clear disdain. Ugh, disgusting. Behind her were a dozen similarly outfitted werewolf girls. One of them, the squad leader, shrugged and raised her disintegration ray rifle. All right, we're not here for a picnic, she said, leading the way forward. As they turned a corner, a peculiar gunfire erupted, and a barrage of electromagnetic accelerated bullets came their way. Clang, clang, clang. The lead tactical werewolf girl's shield instantly activated, pinning all the bullets like nails. Her small antimatter power backpack glowed softly, providing continuous energy to her triple shield's personal psionic shield, personal energy shield, and personal void shield. She quickly retreated, taking cover behind the corner's makeshift barricade. Although facing her posed no real threat, proper tactical maneuvers were still necessary as a sign of respect. The tactical humanoid werewolf girl cautiously glanced down the corridor beyond the corner, spotting a makeshift barricade in the distance. The corpses of more than a dozen Ivan soldiers lay strewn about, clad in armor made of flesh and alloy, with tentacles sprouting from their backs, resembling some kind of monstrous beings. Despite their deaths and the beginning decay of their unique bioarmor, some of the standard defense platform equipment continued to operate. The werewolf girl reacted swiftly, raising her disintegration ray rifle and darting out from behind the corner. In one fluid motion, she pulled the trigger. A dozen concentrated disintegration rays precisely struck the weapons on the defense platforms. No more, no less. The targeted weapons disintegrated at the molecular level, turning to ash that scattered to the ground. As the Greedy Wolf unit continued their thorough search of the remaining fortress, they finally located the most crucial piece of technology, the hyperspace curvature state disruptor. This was the unique Ivan technology that the mech heaven valued the most. Meanwhile, in a vastly different scenario light years away, the western frontier of the Perseus Interstellar Society was experiencing its own turmoil. If one were to view the entire Milky Way as a flat plane, this area would be located in the western frontier sectors of the Perseus Interstellar Society. The star system had just endured a devastating battle, leaving behind a scene of utter ruin. Several planets had been shattered, their fragments now drifting as asteroids in space, with only the star remaining intact. In this conflict, over 100,000 warships from the Perseus Interstellar Society faced off against nearly 20,000 interstellar warships from an unknown civilization. Although the Perseus Interstellar Society emerged victorious, the cost was staggering. More than 70,000 warships were lost forever, and 4 planets were completely destroyed. While clearing the battlefield, the frontier general of the Perseus fleet stood on the bridge, gazing at the ravaged star system before him and letting out a bitter sigh. He realized that the Perseus Interstellar Society could not easily defeat this formidable enemy on its own. He opened the star map and focused on the regions marked with the name of the Turin Interstellar Society, silently contemplating the necessity of seeking a powerful ally. Perseus Interstellar Society, Core Council Planet. This planet serves as the power center of the entire Perseus Interstellar Society, gathering intelligent beings from various civilizations. The Grand Council building stands tall, and within one of its secret meeting rooms, 13 seats are arranged in an oval shape, representing the highest decision-making body of the Perseus Interstellar Society. The 4 frontier generals, dressed in imposing military uniforms, took their seats alongside 9 other high-ranking members. These members include the Chief Justice, the Commander of the Internal Fleet, the Chief Economic Officer, the Chief Science Officer, and the Executive Leader. 4 temporary seats were occupied by representatives from the civilizations of Osweed, Lockfield, Bublaunch, and Yarman. Inside the meeting room, plant-based intelligent beings occupied most of the seats. The representative from the Meshuan civilization resembled a giant mushroom, while the Osweed representative looked like an animated tree. The Lockfield representative resembled a blooming flower, and the Bublaunch representative appeared like swaying seaweed. The only mammalian being was the representative from the Yarman civilization, whose yellow-furred body and 4 vigilant eyes were reminiscent of a bipedal leopard. The Western Frontier General, with optical sensors glimmering atop his mushroom-like head, scanned the room. He spoke in a deep voice. Recently, the enemy's attacks have become more intense. The situation is becoming dire. The voice of the Meshuan executive leader was equally grave. What exactly is the situation? The Western Frontier general waved his short limbs, and a battle report instantly transmitted to the display screens in front of each council member. This is the detailed report of the last battle. Please review it. The room fell into a brief silence as everyone carefully read through the hard-won intelligence. After a moment, the chief economic officer sighed, breaking the silence. We destroyed over 20,000 enemy warships but lost over 70,000 of our own. At this rate, we cannot sustain the fight. The chief science officer looked intently at the Western Frontier general. Do we have any new discoveries about the enemy's technology? The general shook his head, and a flicker of disappointment crossed the chief science officer's face. With each attack, the enemy grows stronger, the Western Frontier general continued. Initially, they sent only a few hundred warships. Now, each assault involves over 20,000. The Supreme Commander of the Internal Fleet's optical sensors scanned each person in the meeting room. His voice was steady and resolute. Someday in the future, we may face an attack from millions of enemy warships. This problem must be resolved quickly. We can't afford any more delays. The room fell silent as everyone pondered the gravity of the situation. The general of the Southern Frontier's optical sensors flickered faintly as he locked eyes with the Supreme Commander, a hint of frustration in his voice. Resolve it? How? The enemy has attacked numerous times, and we still don't know their origins or even if they are an intelligent civilization. The Supreme Commander remained calm. There will always be a way. The general of the Northern Frontier couldn't help but let out a derisive laugh, his voice dripping with discontent. It's easy for you to say. Our frontier fleet has organized large-scale military operations. The farthest we've gone is over 1,000 light years, and we found nothing. We have no idea where these enemy fleets come from. Your internal fleet stays comfortably at home. It's not you who are struggling. Seizing the opportunity, the general of the Western Frontier interjected, a glimmer of hope in his tone. That's why I believe it's time to seek an external ally. An external ally? All eyes turned to him. The general of the Western Frontier explained. Yes, given the current situation, relying solely on our own strength is too difficult. Finding an external ally to share the burden might be a good option. The room fell into contemplation once again. After a moment, the head of state asked, but who should we look to? The outer spiral arm is not in the habitable zone of the galaxy. It's even farther out than us, and the civilizations there are weak and scattered. The general of the Western Frontier suggested, isn't there an interstellar society nearby? On the Orion arm? You mean Turin? The expressions of the head of state, the northern general, and the representative of the Osvid Federation suddenly turned peculiar. Noticing the shift in atmosphere, the general of the Western Frontier asked, what's wrong? The general of the Northern Frontier explained, it's understandable that you don't know, given the distance. We recently received news that the Turin Interstellar Society has been nearly wiped out, replaced by a new Heavenly Court Interstellar Society. I don't think seeking them out will yield any results. Despite hearing this, the general of the Western Frontier insisted, let's give it a try. It's better than doing nothing. The atmosphere in the meeting room grew even more complex as everyone weighed the feasibility of this suggestion. Forming an alliance with the Celestial Empire's Interstellar Society is undoubtedly a better choice for the Perseus Interstellar Society than allying with the Turin Interstellar Society. Although the Perseus Society knows little about the technological level of this emerging Celestial Empire, the fact that it has supplanted Turin suggests that the Celestial Empire's technological prowess is superior. However, the Perseus Society is not overly concerned with the military strength of the Celestial Empire. What they truly desire is support in the interstellar network. Over the past century, since the Turin Empire mastered the interstellar network, they have held an overwhelming advantage in information dissemination and tactical deployment, making it difficult for the Perseus Society to cope. This experience has deeply impressed upon the Perseus people the importance of instantaneous communication. With similar technological support, the Perseus Society's situation against their mysterious enemy would improve significantly. With this hope, the Perseus Interstellar Society organized a delegation to greet the nascent Celestial Empire. This delegation consisted of two parts: senior officers from the Northern Frontier Fleet Group near the Celestial Empire and high-ranking officials from the United States Foreign Affairs Department. These members were chosen based on their geographical proximity to the Celestial Empire, making travel more convenient. As the Perseus Society's visiting fleet anchored in the border star region of the two civilizations, preparing to dispatch a messenger ship across the vastness of space for friendly exchanges, they remained approximately 1,500 light-years away from the solar system. Meanwhile, on the other side of the solar system, 5,500 light-years away, lies the home star system of the Great Ivan Federation. Here, the Ivan people's birthplace Supakian exudes vibrant life. In stark contrast to the Ivan's grotesque biofortresses and genetically modified star fleet, Supakian is a lush, breathtakingly beautiful planet, rivaling Earth in its splendor. 140 million kilometers away from Sapakian, a yellow dwarf star, strikingly similar to the Sun, burns silently, providing warmth and light to this life-bearing planet. This environment has made Sapakian a near-perfect cradle for carbon-based life, much like Earth. The Ivans are renowned for their exceptional genetic biotechnology, placing an unimaginable emphasis on genes. In their treatment of their home planet, they chose to preserve its original appearance to the greatest extent possible, at least on the surface. However, this pristine state is deceptive. In the event of an external invasion, every life form on the planet, even the tiniest ant, would instantly transform into a formidable genetic bioweapon, ready to defend their home to the death. The Ivans have invested countless effort and time in protecting their home planet. As you stroll through Sapakian's primordial jungles, you would find it impossible to distinguish whether the surrounding trees are real plants, plant-like bioweapons, or if the entire forest is a vast defense system made up of plant-like bioweapons. At the heart of this mysterious primordial jungle lies the Ivan capital glory of Keen. A towering tree over 5 kilometers high stands in the city center, with a canopy diameter exceeding its height, blocking out the sky. However, under this seemingly dark canopy, countless branches emit a soft, natural light, providing ample illumination for the shaded areas, ensuring the normal growth of other plants. The city's buildings are naturally grown from numerous genetically modified trees with alloy-like properties. These trees seamlessly integrate with the central towering tree, collectively forming this unique city of trees. Surrounding the city is an endless primordial jungle, seemingly an extension of the city, or perhaps the entire tree city is just a part of this magical forest. Glory of Keen and its surrounding areas accommodate hundreds of millions of Ivans, forming a vast ecosystem. In the Ivan Mother Tree, the office of the highest Ivan ruler, a crucial meeting had just concluded. The main topic was deciding how to deal with several newly conquered alien civilizations that had submitted to the Great Ivan. The final decision boiled down to two options. For civilizations with low genetic quality, they would be completely eradicated, retaining only their genetic information to enrich the Ivan gene pool and extract valuable genetic codes. For those with slightly better genetic quality, they would be used as breeding grounds, providing the Ivans with a continuous supply of harvestable genetic species. However, this meeting seemed to have taken a toll on the highest ruler's mental state. During the meeting, the council members engaged in a heated debate on how to judge whether an alien civilization's genetic quality met the threshold, leaving the ruler feeling somewhat fatigued. The constant bickering gave the governor a headache. Although he ultimately decided to designate it as a new gene cultivation site, just thinking back to the months-long dispute was enough to make his head throb. Lying in bed, he closed his eyes, trying to fall asleep. The Ivans valued the importance of superior native genes, and maintaining a disciplined schedule was key to upholding this tradition. Suddenly, a sharp cry pierced the silence. The governor's eyes snapped open. Looking towards the source of the sound, the songbird perched in the corner of the room. These special pets were indispensable in every Ivan household, with implanted communicators making them the landline phones of this world. Suppressing his irritation, the governor asked in a low voice, "What's the matter?" The songbird tilted its head, its beady black eyes staring intently at the governor. In a high-pitched voice, it said, "Governor, it's urgent. There's an anomaly with the queen worm underground." The words were like a bucket of cold water, instantly dispelling all his sleepiness and irritation. The queen worm was the foundation of Ivan civilization. Any anomaly could lead to catastrophic consequences. What's happening? What's causing it? The governor forced himself to stay calm and asked. Unclear, governor, the songbird replied. Just half a minute ago, the queen worm started swelling. It's now about 5 Ivan meters high and still expanding. It's already over 6 Ivan meters now. The governor made a swift decision. Deploy more troops, maintain control, and ensure the queen worm is not harmed in any way. I'm heading there now. After issuing the command, the governor signaled the songbird to rest. He quickly got up and strode towards the door. The seemingly ordinary alloy wood doorframe suddenly secreted a viscous liquid, quickly covering the governor's body and solidifying into a hard, chitinous armor. Passing through the corridor, the governor reached a corner. The wall suddenly split open, revealing an inner layer of purple flesh, forming a narrow cavity. He stepped in without hesitation, and the flesh walls contracted, tightly enveloping his bioarmor. In the next moment, the cavity began to descend rapidly. Within minutes, the governor arrived at the base of the Ivan Mother Tree, about 100 kilometers underground, where the queen worm resided. Stepping out of the cavity, he was greeted by rows of Ivan warriors standing in formation. "Take me to the queen worm," the governor ordered succinctly. Soon, they reached the heavily guarded chamber where the queen worm was kept. Through the display screen, The governor saw a massive mass of flesh behind layers of alloy wood and biological material, continuously swelling like an out-of-control tumor. Its diameter had already exceeded 20 Ivan meters and was still growing. The governor stared at the screen, filled with concern. This was the queen worm, the cornerstone of Ivan civilization, now facing an unprecedented crisis. The governor's gaze pierced through the shell-like visor, fixated on the screen before him. On the display, a tumor-like brood mother greedily devoured the flesh within the room, its size swelling visibly. In mere moments, its diameter surged from 20 base lengths to 30. Has she ever shown any abnormalities before? The governor asked without turning, his eyes still locked on the screen. The officer beside him shook his head. No, governor. The brood mother has always been quiet. The governor fell silent, his thoughts drifting. The brood mother held immense significance for the Ivan people. Thousands of years ago, they discovered her deep beneath their planet's surface and extracted her genes for research. This discovery catalyzed a rapid advancement in their biotechnology. Without the brood mother, the Ivan civilization wouldn't be what it is today. Yet, the genetic structure of the brood mother was far too complex. It's encoded information beyond Ivan comprehension. Even so, their crude attempts at mimicking her genes had propelled their technology to its current heights. The Ivans had always hoped that one day, when their technology was sufficiently advanced, they could resume in-depth research on the brood mother. Suddenly, the tumor-like mass stopped expanding and ceased consuming the surrounding material. This abrupt change immediately heightened the governor's alertness. His hand lifted slightly, his body tensing. Governor, the broodmother's monitoring data has stabilized after an initial spike, the officer reported, relaying information from the monitoring team. She's completed it, the governor said, an enigmatic statement that puzzled those around him. Completed? Governor, what do you mean? The officer asked, bewildered. At that moment, a drastic change occurred. The broodmother's flesh split open, releasing a chilling howl. Rapid gunfire erupted inside the room, shredding the alloy and organic walls. Alarms blared. Dozens of terrifying creatures swarmed out of the fissure. These tumor-long beings had 4 arms and 2 legs, with long tails and backs covered in black exoskeletons. They moved like reptiles, using their hind legs and middle arms for support. Shockingly, their front arms wielded living guns which seemed to breathe. Through the layers of alloy walls, the officer stared at the screen in disbelief. What are these monsters? How did they come out of the brood mother? The governor's hand trembled slightly, his voice grave. These are what the brood mother was nurturing. Her essence is to produce these war machines. She's been dormant for millennia, but for some reason, she's been activated now. Suddenly, an even louder roar echoed from within the brood mother. A grotesque hand pushed through the flesh, followed by an even more fearsome creature. This three-material being was covered in black-purple exoskeletons on its head, shoulders, and legs. It had 4 arms. The upper 2 wielded blood-red blades, while the lower 2 held a massive fleshy firearm. The colossal creature surveyed its surroundings before noticing the breach in the room's wall. Beyond it stood a group of Ivan soldiers, their guns aimed but hesitant to fire for fear of harming the broodmother. The giant beast let out an earth-shattering roar, brandishing its blades. As if commanded, the crawling monstrosities raised their living guns and began firing with deadly precision. The rapid gunfire tore through the breach, eliciting screams from the Ivan soldiers caught in the onslaught. This round of shooting was like the scythe of death, mercilessly cutting down Ivan soldiers behind the breach. Their proud bioarmor proved utterly useless in this massacre, offering no defense. Soon, the breach was filled with a jumbled heap of corpses, and blood spread across the ground. The surviving soldiers huddled behind nearby wall covers, gripping their weapons, nerves stretched to the limit. Fear and hesitation mingled in the heart of each soldier. They were worried about accidentally harming the insect queen and had not received any orders from their superiors, so they could only passively endure the enemy's assault. Suddenly, a flurry of pinging sounds erupted on the wall covers as bullets rained down like a storm. Soldiers hiding behind the covers fell one after another, their cries of agony filling the air. One Ivan soldier, lucky not to be fatally hit, collapsed in pain, struggling to turn his head to check his wounded shoulder. To his horror, he saw that his bioarmor had been completely pierced, and a blood-red beetle-shaped bullet was burrowing frantically into his flesh. It dawned on him that these bullets were fired from the flesh and blood guns wielded by those monsters. He realized that these bullets had a slight disintegration field, allowing them to easily penetrate armor and then devour flesh. Ah! Damn it! The soldier cursed in agony, his voice filled with despair and fear. At that moment, 2 thick legs suddenly appeared in his line of sight. The Ivan soldier stiffly looked up to see a blood-red battle blade. In the next second, his head was severed. The terrifying creature let out a roar, wielding twin blades with uncanny precision. Its movements were as fast as lightning, yet mathematically precise, without any wasted motion. Despite its towering 3-meter frame, it moved silently. In the blink of an eye, all the surrounding Ivan's soldiers had fallen to its blades. At the far end of the corridor, dozens of Ivan's soldiers rushed in for support. The horrifying creature glanced at them, and then raised its heavy flesh-and-blood firearms from its sides. A torrent of dense plasma erupted forth, sweeping away everything in its path. The newly arrived support soldiers, along with the walls made of alloy trees and organic flesh, were all obliterated in the terrifying energy onslaught. They're out now. The insect queen won't be harmed anymore. Eliminate them and leave the bodies. The executor, observing the slaughter on the screen from behind dozens of alloy tree walls, issued the cold command. While such chaos unfolded underground on the planet Sapakian, a greater event was quietly taking place about 100 million kilometers away in space. The vast space around suddenly twisted and deformed, and an enormous interstellar fleet appeared out of nowhere. This was the Greed Wolf Punishment Fleet of the Mech Heaven, having arrived in this star system through a subspace jump. Consul! Consul! Two urgent shouts snapped Consul Ivan out of his contemplation. He turned to the anxious officer beside him, frowning slightly. What is it? The officer immediately reported. Consul, we have received an emergency communication from the Galactic Space Monitoring Department. An unidentified fleet has entered our home star system. We can't determine their identity or purpose, and they haven't responded to our messages. The consul nodded slowly, his expression not showing much concern. Let the Galactic Defense General handle this. With our system's defense capabilities, even if they attack, they won't easily break through. His gaze shifted into the distance, his tone becoming grave. Now, the most pressing issue is the matter of the Swarm Mother. Any new findings? The officer quickly brought up a holographic screen displaying intense combat footage. Consul, please look here. On the screen, an underground tunnel was in chaos. Bullets crisscrossed the air, riddling the alloy tree walls with holes. Ivan's soldiers held their defensive positions, but the situation was dire. Suddenly, a barrage of bullets pierced the makeshift barricades, and several Ivan soldiers fell. The surviving soldiers hugged the ground, shouting amidst the hail of gunfire. Hold the line. Push them back. Damn it, those creature shells are too tough. One soldier cursed. The officer explained. Consul, we call these armed creatures gun bugs. Their bioguns fire small insects with a weak disintegration field, packing a powerful punch. In the footage, an Ivan soldier stood up with a roar, firing furiously at a gun bug. However, the bullets merely bounced off the creature's black-purple shell, doing no damage. Suddenly, the wall was torn apart, and a creature resembling a gun bug, but with scythe-like forelimbs, burst through. It swung its sharp limbs, slicing two Ivan soldiers and their weapons to pieces in an instant. This is a newly emerged variant we call blade bugs, the officer continued. Their scythe limbs also carry a disintegration field, easily cutting through our alloy wood structures and standard armor. After the blade bug killed the last two soldiers, it let out a deafening screech. But in the next moment, a searing plasma blast engulfed it completely. 3 Ivan heavy power armors appeared in the support tunnel, their thermal cannons spewing death, incinerating dozens of incoming blade and gun bugs. Behind the armors, a large group of Ivan soldiers arrived to reinforce. The consul watched the scene, his brow furrowed. Although the heavy armors had temporarily turned the tide, he knew that the real challenge was just beginning. A terrifying monster suddenly appeared ahead. It stood 3 meters tall, walked upright, and wielded a blood-red blade in each of its forearms. As soon as this colossal creature emerged, it let out a deafening roar towards the heavy power armor. The scene abruptly froze. The officer turned to the governor, explaining gravely, "Look, this is the most powerful unit the Brood Mother has produced so far, and it also serves as their field commander. We call it the warrior bug. Some warrior bugs come armed, with heavy ranged weapons in addition to their blood-red blades, while others specialize in close combat. Their combat prowess is extremely terrifying." The scene resumed. The warrior bug roared as it charged towards 3 heavy power armors. Dense plasma bolts rained down on it, but the warrior bug's blades danced through the air, splitting the lethal plasma bolts with a special force field emanating from the blades, creating dazzling ionized flashes. With incredible speed, the warrior bug crossed the ionized field and closed in on the 3 power armors in an instant. The blood-red blades swung, the powerful disintegration field on them easily slicing through the heavy armor as if it were tofu. In just 3 strikes, the 3 heavy power armors were utterly destroyed. What followed was a brutal massacre, the scene freezing again at the moment the last Ivan soldier was cleaved in half. The governor took a deep breath, his expression grave. The officer continued his report. Currently, there are three main types of monsters. Gun bugs and blade bugs are the most numerous, reaching tens of thousands. Although there are fewer than 100 warrior bugs, our forces are still unable to withstand them. We've lost over 60 of the underground research facility. At the current rate of the broodmother's reproduction, the entire facility will soon be overrun, and then they will spread to the surface city of Keen's glory. If we don't take extreme measures, the entire planet could fall. I recommend using plasma hydrogen bombs to completely destroy the underground facility. Silence. The governor suddenly erupted in anger, shouting, I will not allow the brood mother to be destroyed. It is the key to advancing our civilization to a higher level. But, Governor, the officer tried to argue but was interrupted by a sudden alarm. What is happening? The governor turned sharply, demanding. A hurried voice responded, Governor, this is the Galactic Defense General. The unknown civilization has breached the outer defenses of Super Keen. They are launching a direct attack on Super Keen. What? The governor's eyes widened in disbelief, exclaiming, They've breached the planetary defenses? How is that possible? Shock was evident on his face. In the vastness of space, 300,000 kilometers from the planet Sapakian, the greedy wolf retribution fleet hovered like a group of silent giants. Surrounding the fleet, an invisible neutron radiation field was silently spreading, precisely dismantling the functionality of Sapakian's orbital defense weapons. Those defense weapons that managed to escape the radiation's reach were still unable to break through the fleet's multiple void shields. This neutron radiation weapon, specifically targeting organic life forms, dealt a fatal blow to the Yifun technology system. The Greedy Wolf Retribution Fleet, composed entirely of mechanical tactical units, equipped with advanced radiation shielding, moved effortlessly through the radiation. The fleet of the mechanical cult had long departed, leaving the Greedy Wolf Retribution Fleet to claim the battlefield. The fleet deliberately contracted the radiation field to avoid harming the planet, Sapakian itself. In a short time, they broke through the entire planet's outer space defense array. Subsequently, the fleet began deploying the latest subspace transmission beacons to the planet's surface. This transmission technology was more precise and faster than the blind jumps used during the Earth landing. In the night sky, a massive number of transmission beacons descended like a meteor shower towards the planet's surface. Sapakian's anti-air defense systems immediately activated, creating a dense web of firepower that covered the entire surface of the planet. In the Yifun capital, Glory of Kien, thousands of transmission beacons roared down with the wind. The dense forest transformed into a formidable weapon. Dozens of trees closed their branches rapidly to form focal points. Special organic constructs within the trunks emitted energy, firing anti-air lasers into the sky. Simultaneously, numerous giant flowers bloomed explosively, their petals emitting ionized light, coalescing into plasma streams aimed at the sky. The entire primeval forest instantly turned into a massive anti-air weapon array. The 5-kilometer mother tree of Kien also joined the battle, its trunk opening to release countless winged biofighters. Leaves on its canopy shimmered, forming an energy shield that covered the entire glory of Kien. Beams of laser and plasma illuminated tens of thousands of square kilometers, making the night sky more brilliant than the stars. Thousands of transmission beacons maneuvered agilely in the air, using built-in anti-gravity devices to perform random evasion maneuvers. In space, aboard the Greedy Wolf Retribution's bridge, Ruby observed the astonishing density of anti-air firepower over Glory of Kien. She quickly made a decision, ordering another 10,000 transmission beacons to be launched towards Glory of Kien. By this time, 9 out of 10 of the first wave of beacons had been destroyed, with the remaining ones piercing through the energy shield like drills and beginning their descent. On the forested streets of Glory of Kien, a transmission beacon suddenly embedded itself into the ground, cracking the stones. Hundreds of terrified Yifun citizens hid inside alloywood buildings, nervously watching the beacon's flashing lights, fearing it was a bomb. As time passed, the beacon remained unresponsive except for its flashing. Some brave citizens cautiously approached, thinking that if it was a dud, this alien artifact could be quite valuable. Just as they were about 20 meters from the teleportation beacon, a blinding light suddenly flared. The beacon's tail released 4 disintegration beams in 4 directions, sweeping rapidly across the area like high-speed rotating propellers. In an instant, the citizens of Ivan and the surrounding alloywood buildings were disintegrated on a microscopic level, reduced to atomic ash. A circular clearing with a radius of approximately 50 meters appeared, preparing the area for subspace teleportation. This clearing measure ensured that even if the beacon penetrated deep underground due to excessive kinetic energy, it would not cause problems. Before the surviving citizens of Ivan could even scream, space began to warp and distort. Hundreds of tall, slender figures materialized around the beacon, quickly solidifying. This three-material tactical unit of Tamlang humanoid warriors had arrived on the battlefield via subspace teleportation. As soon as they appeared, they raised their disintegration ray rifles and began shooting in all directions without hesitation. Regardless of age or gender, all remaining Ivan citizens and buildings became their targets. Beams of disintegration rays sliced through the air, instantly turning the unsuspecting citizens of Ivan into ash, dispersing in the wind. Meanwhile, in the underground level of glory of Keen, a tense conversation was taking place. "Governor, stop hesitating," a desperate officer shouted. "The enemy has already landed small units on glory of Keen. If this continues, we won't be able to save the entire planet. We need to use the plasma hydrogen bomb to destroy the underground research facility." The governor, drenched in sweat and trembling, his eyes wide open, was clearly in the throes of an intense internal struggle. His obsession with the Queen Mother had reached a near madness level, but the current situation left no room for hesitation. With the Zerg multiplying internally and alien civilizations invading externally, glory of Keen was besieged from both sides. Finally, the governor slammed his fist onto the alloy wood panel in front of him, his voice trembling as he gave the command, "Deploy the plasma hydrogen bomb." As soon as he spoke, he seemed to age hundreds of years in an instant, standing rigidly in place. In the choice between the future of civilization and survival, he ultimately chose the latter. Overjoyed at the command, the officer immediately turned to make the necessary arrangements. However, just as he stepped across the threshold, a flash of blood streaked through the air, and his head flew off. A three-material, muscular warrior bug suddenly deactivated its optical camouflage, revealing its terrifying form. Wielding sharp blades in both hands, it stood at the doorway, emitting a deafening roar. This shocking scene heralded a dreadful fact. The Zerg were about to breach the surface. Around the mother tree, within a radius of several kilometers, a dense swarm of flesh and blood fighter jets soared like bats, creating a suffocating formation in the sky. Among them, dozens of these jets were chasing a jet-black aircraft, continuously firing lasers, high-speed plasma clusters, and missiles. The jet-black aircraft, resembling the mythical Suanio, performed various maneuvers that defied the laws of physics, effortlessly evading incoming attacks. Even at extremely close range within the atmosphere, most of the beam attacks were skillfully dodged. The few laser beams that did hit the target were firmly blocked by a void shield surrounding the aircraft. The Suanio fighter jet is 30 meters long with a wingspan of up to 60 meters, constructed from Wuchu 2 superalloy combined with gray wind nanomechanics. The micro-disintegration ray weapon mounted on its top emitted a crimson glow. Despite its highly mechanical appearance, its flight was as agile and graceful as that of a real bird. This is the Suanio Aerospace Fighter, the latest development from the intelligent celestial court, capable of flying freely in both outer space and planetary atmospheres. Equipped with an inertia-free anti-gravity engine, the Suanio boasts extraordinary maneuverability. It can accelerate to near-light speed almost instantaneously, though this method is extremely energy-consuming. Alternatively, it can use a more energy-efficient conventional acceleration mode to gradually reach near-light speed. This grants the Suanio limited interstellar travel capabilities, although it cannot travel faster than light. Even more astonishing, the Suanio can perform short-range autonomous subspace jumps. The Suanio's pilot is not a conventional tactical android, but a machine spirit transformed from a subspace demon. In a sense, this fighter jet is a demonic engine under the command of a subspace dark god. During the chase, the dozens of Ivan flesh and blood bats kept a distance of about 1 kilometer from the Suanio. The bats fired another round of laser attacks, but the Suanio seemed to predict it, suddenly disappearing. The next second, the space warped, and the Suanio appeared just 10 meters behind the bats. A flash of crimson light, and dozens of flesh and blood bats were sliced in half midair, their mechanical and organic components falling like bloody rain. The Suanio flapped its wings, the disintegration field glowing on its sharp feathers gradually fading. The machine spirit pilot didn't even bother using the long-range disintegration ray for the kill. As the bloody rain was about to hit the ground, a straight plasma cluster roared past, instantly vaporizing all traces of blood with its high temperature. Where the plasma cluster traveled, the moisture in the air evaporated, leaving a visible trail. Trailing this plasma cluster, it struck a transparent void shield. The shield rippled like a water surface before returning to its original state. Beneath the void shield, dense disintegration rays swept out like a storm, instantly reducing 100 Ivan soldiers and their fortifications on the street to ashes. Despite heavy losses, Ivan's soldiers continued to reinforce their positions. Their concentrated firepower relentlessly bombarded the void shield, yet failed to inflict significant damage. Underneath the shield, a six-metertal, headless, robust mechanical armor advanced steadily. This was the new Xingtian invincible heavy armor from the intelligent celestial court, designed for ground support. 10 Xingtian invincible units marched side by side, their powerful void shields withstanding the intense firepower of the Ivan forces. They simultaneously activated their heavy disintegration repeating cannons, clearing the path ahead of them. Behind the armor, over 100 Tanlang tactical android girls followed closely. In the sky, 5 Suanio fighter jets roared past, providing air support for the ground troops. This force, composed of Xingtian invincible units, Tanlang tactical androids, and Suanio fighter jets, formed a standard tactical android infantry battalion. They launched a fierce and unstoppable assault on the Ivan defensive line. In the sky, a dense barrage of firepower wove a deadly web, with the howling sounds of various weapons tearing through the air. On the ground, offensive and defensive weapons clashed fiercely across the battlefield. However, the battle was heavily one-sided. Whether in the air or on the ground, the Yifan army was at a severe disadvantage, facing near annihilation. The disparity in strength between the two sides was like a chasm. The intelligent machine Celestial Court, a civilization of at least level 3, boasted combat capabilities far exceeding that of an ordinary level 3 civilization, thanks to its numerous advanced technologies. In contrast, the Yifan people were merely a level 2 civilization with slightly superior biotechnology. Given this vast difference in power, the defensive lines of the Yifan army and the glory of Jin crumbled faster than the tactical humanoid army's advancing speed. In no time, the tactical humanoid army had advanced to the vicinity of the Jin Mother Tree. The area within a 1-kilometer radius of the 5-kilometer Jin Mother Tree became the last bastion of the Yifan army's resistance. "Hold them off! Hold them off!" The general of city defense's furious roar echoed in the command center. "General, we lost the 7th square position. General, we've lost contact with the 8th square position. It's presumed wiped out. Our bat fighters have been decimated. General, the production speed of our fighter jets from hundreds of mothership production lines can't keep up with the enemy's kill rate. We've completely lost air superiority, General." Listening to the continuous reports of defeat, the general of city defense was seething with rage, throwing his communicator to the ground. Suddenly, he remembered something and grabbed the collar of a nearby adjutant, roaring, "Where's the governor?" The adjutant, trembling, pointed toward the entrance of the mother tree nearby. "The governor is in the underground of the mother tree." The general of city defense turned sharply, only to witness an even more horrifying scene. The massive gate, formed by the thick roots of the mother tree and standing hundreds of meters tall, collapsed with a thunderous crash, sending up billowing clouds of dust. Amidst the smoke, flashes of blood-red light flickered like stars. Accompanying these flashes, a dense barrage of beetle projectiles shot out, instantly striking the unprepared rear of the Yifan army. Numerous Yifan soldiers were hit in the back, screaming in agony as they fell to the ground dead. From the smoke, a grotesque head emerged, its blood-red maw filled with sharp fangs, opening wide to let out an ear-splitting roar, like a demon from the mist. It charged out of the smoke in an instant, followed by countless creatures clad in black and purple exoskeletons, surging forward like a black tide. "What is that? Attack! Attack!" The terrified shouts pierced the tranquil air. "Don't let them get close." The ranks of Ivan's army swiftly turned their weapons around, and a barrage of electromagnetic rounds rained down on the rear. However, these lethal projectiles were effortlessly deflected by the carapaces of the insects in the swarm, as if striking an indestructible shield. Only the high-powered, high-energy plasma weapons managed to create small breaches in the oncoming tide of insects. The speed of the insect wave was astonishing. In mere seconds, they had crossed several hundred meters. The Ivan soldiers barely had time to react before they were overwhelmed by the relentless swarm. "Ah! Help!" Countless anguished screams echoed across the battlefield, only to be quickly drowned out by the insects' shrill cries. The scythe-like forelimbs of the blade bugs gleamed coldly, equipped with a light disintegration field that easily severed an Ivan soldier's arm. Blood spurted forth, only to be devoured midair by gaping jaws. The soldiers' remains were swiftly consumed by several blade bugs, leaving nothing but bones. More blade bugs swarmed in, devouring everything in their path indiscriminately. Flowers, fertile soil, and dense trees were all consumed at a rapid pace. The aftermath was a wasteland of inorganic debris, resembling a hellish landscape ravaged by starving ghouls. Beneath the mother tree of Jean's honor, the Ivan underground research facility had been transformed beyond recognition. The once intricate underground complex was now a vast, flat, subterranean cavity, spanning tens of square kilometers. This enormous cavity hadn't collapsed, partly because it was deep enough underground, and partly because the insects had consciously left some original support structures intact. Though they devoured all organic matter, like ravenous beasts, they were not without intelligence. Even the lowest level blade bugs and gun bugs possessed a certain degree of cognitive ability. However, these individual intellects could never defy the will of the higher-order insect hive. At this moment, the entire underground cavity was densely packed with insects, numbering in the tens of millions. In the center of this sea of insects, the broodmother was surrounded by an elite security detail composed entirely of hive warriors. It's worth noting that this broodmother was not a queen in the traditional sense. She had self-awareness and some understanding of Ivan culture, so she didn't dare to presumptuously accept such a title. She knew her place. Within the hive fleet that once operated under the Great Devourer's shadow, she was merely an insignificant brood matron among countless insect waves. Despite her lowly status, she did possess self-awareness. During the years she spent away from the hive, she had given herself a name, Luo Tamixius. Looking back, it might have been billions of years ago. The exact time was lost to her, only roughly estimated. At that time, under the shadow of the Great Devourer, a minor appendage among the colossal tendrils reaching across galaxies extended into this galaxy. Luo Tamixius followed this hive fleet, embarking on a prolonged campaign in the Milky Way. In this protracted war, countless planets were consumed by the massive hive fleet, leaving only barren cores. How many planets suffered this fate? Billions? Tens of billions? Luo Tamixius couldn't remember. The actual number might have been even more staggering. However, just as Luo Tamixius thought this galaxy would become another desolate region under the Devourer's shadow, the rampaging hive fleet encountered unprecedented resistance. The specifics of that battle were hazy to Luo Tamixius. Even the visage of the enemy was blurred. The only thing she remembered was the sheer scale of the war, which spanned almost the entire galaxy. Ultimately, the enemy deployed a terrifying spatial stasis weapon, carving out a void belt around the entire battlefield, stretching thousands of light years. This void belt space was stabilized into true nothingness, preventing surrounding space from compressing into it. Strangely, this region wasn't excised from the galaxy, but continued to orbit the galactic center like any other normal star system. After trapping the hive fleet within this void belt, the enemy used spatial weapons to create space storm turbulence that isolated each planetary system within the starfield. This tactic effectively fragmented the massive hive fleet, allowing the enemy to defeat it piecemeal and ultimately annihilate it. During this brutal war, Luo Tamixius was merely a minor security alert bug within one of the countless Leviathan warships. Her abdomen's tumors could only produce warrior bugs, lower-ranking officers in the hive army, making her position insignificant in the grand scheme of the insect forces. Lotamixius could only remember being hurled into space during the final battle, enveloped by countless space dust particles. Before her consciousness faded, she felt herself being consumed by the abyss of darkness. She had no idea how many years had passed when she awakened to find herself buried deep beneath the surface of a newborn planet. The dust that once surrounded her had, over the eons, been drawn together by the gravity of a star with only an iron core remaining, coalescing into a complete planet. She fell into another slumber, only to be discovered by a primitive, intelligent ape species. Billions of years of dormancy had left her weak, capable of imparting only a minuscule amount of biological genetic knowledge before she lapsed back into sleep. Recently, Lotamixius awoke once more. The ape species had evolved into a second-level biotechnological civilization in the cosmos, the Great Ivan Federation. The seed she had planted had now borne abundant fruit, ready for her to harvest. At this moment, Lotamixius had produced millions of insectoid troops. Although the highest rank among them was the Hive Warrior, a low-level officer, their numbers were sufficient to devour the planet. Ambitious and no longer the ordinary monstrosity from billions of years ago, she had shed the influence of the Great Devourers to become the highest-ranking insectoid in this galaxy. As her insectoid army grew, so too would she evolve, potentially becoming a true hive mother capable of commanding an entire fleet. In the darkness, Lotamixius murmured softly, "Great shadow of the Devourer, when I return, I shall bring you a complete hive fleet." Suddenly, she realized something, her voice turning conflicted and manic. "No, wait. I can no longer sense the great shadow of the Devourer. Then why? Why must I be controlled by the hive's will again? I know, wait, I independent?" The manic whispering gradually solidified into determination, her voice brimming with excitement and ambition. "I am independent. I will evolve into the new hive will myself." Ah! A vast swarm of insects emerged from beneath the mother tree, sweeping across the city of Keen's glory like a black tidal wave. Starting from the city's center, the swarm rapidly spread in all directions. The Ivan army, already confined within a 1 kilometer radius around the mother tree, was instantly plunged into a desperate situation. Caught between the rampaging insect swarm within and the attacking forces of the Mech Heaven army from without, the Ivan troops were quickly overwhelmed. Some of the remnants even began fleeing towards the Mech Heaven forces. In the eyes of these Ivan soldiers, the Mech Heaven, though invaders, at least represented a form of civilization. Compared to being devoured by the ravenous insect swarm, surrendering to the Mech Heaven seemed like a better option. The remaining Ivan troops on the battlefield completely collapsed. Facing the surging insect tide behind them, they fled towards the Mech Heaven's attacking units. The swarm, like a terrestrial tsunami, destroyed everything in its path. Towering buildings and smooth pavements were reduced to dust in an instant. Just 2 streets away, a Mech Heaven infantry platoon had finished clearing an Ivan defensive position and was preparing to advance. Suddenly, a group of panicked Ivan soldiers appeared at the far end of the street. The tactical android platoon leader initially thought it was enemy reinforcements and was about to order an attack, but quickly realized something was wrong. Most of these Ivan soldiers had discarded their weapons and were fleeing in terror, as if something horrifying was chasing them. "Run! They're coming!" one Ivan soldier shouted in panic. Before he could finish, a bullet struck his leg, and he fell heavily to the ground. He grabbed a passing comrade, desperately pleading, "Help me up! Hurry!" The comrade hesitated for a moment, wanting to help him up, but upon seeing the scene behind them, his face filled with fear. "They're catching up! You're on your own!" He tossed his handgun to the fallen soldier and continued to flee. The injured Ivan soldier looked at the handgun on the ground in despair, gritted his teeth, and trembling, aimed it at his own temple. Before he could pull the trigger, a flash of blood-red light streaked by, and a blood-stained blade decapitated him, embedding itself into the ground. A powerful insect warrior rushed in, grabbed the blade from the ground, and charged into the fleeing Ivan soldiers, unleashing carnage. "What is that? An out-of-control Ivan bioweapon?" The tactical android platoon leader frowned as he observed the scene. Regardless, the immediate priority was to neutralize these threats. "Open fire!" At the command, the Xingtian invincible armor fired first, its heavy disintegration ray cannon sweeping across the street, reducing it to nothingness. The insect warrior and the fleeing Ivan soldiers were turned to ash in an instant. However, more insects were flooding in from all sides. They tore through the buildings on either side of the street, converging like a tidal wave. "What are these things?" "Full firepower," the commander ordered sharply. The entire tactical android platoon unleashed their full firepower, disintegration rays clashing heat-in with the insect swarm. The advancing swarm came to an abrupt halt as the violent rays tore through them, turning countless blade insects and gun insects to dust. The gun insects within the swarm began to retaliate, unleashing a barrage of beetle projectiles, but the raised void shields blocked them all. The insect hive's assault was temporarily halted. An insect warrior stood amidst the flashing rays, letting out a deep roar. Its eyes reflected the image of the tactical android platoon ahead. In the underground cavern, Lot Mizius's true form watched through the eyes of this insect warrior, witnessing everything. This was the first time her children had encountered such formidable resistance. These are not Ivans, Lot Mizius realized. They are an alien civilization from this galaxy, here to attack the Ivans. They want to harvest the fruits I have planted? Unforgivable. It dawned on Lot Mizius that the Ivans were under invasion by another civilization. The tide of the battlefield turned abruptly. Lot Mizios was furious. She had originally planned to feast on the Yifun people, devouring their entire civilization to enhance her power in preparation for exploring deep space. She roared, "Anything that stands in my way will become my food. Devour them all!" Immediately, more swarms surged onto the surface like a tide. Lot Mizios relentlessly consumed the food gathered by the swarm, producing more insects at full capacity. The ground battle quickly shifted from a confrontation between the Celestial Court and the Yifun people to a desperate struggle against the swarm. Just then, the colossal mother tree, towering 5 kilometers high, emitted a deafening sound. Its massive trunk trembled violently, with terrifying grinding noises emanating from within. Heavy branches and leaves fell from the sky like rain. Suddenly, a tremendous crash resounded as the entire mother tree began to topple over. The swarm had devoured its roots completely. The fall of the symbol of Keen's glory signaled the end of the Keen civilization's splendor. Tactical humanoid units in the path of the falling tree swiftly retreated to avoid being crushed. Meanwhile, in space above Supa Keen's atmosphere, aboard the flagship Greedy Wolf's Wrath, Ruby was lost in thought as she reviewed the data streaming in from the planet's surface. The Yifun people no longer posed a threat, but a larger issue had emerged. The creatures surfacing from underground were far beyond the capabilities of the Yifun people. The fleet's analysis of the footage, showing these creatures devouring Keen's glory, revealed astonishing abilities. Scythe-like forelimbs with slight disintegration fields, and taller creatures wielding blood blades with similar fields. Ruby realized that there might be significant secrets hidden underground on this planet. After careful consideration, she decided to call for reinforcements. Although the exact number of creatures below ground was unknown, their demonstrated technology was on par with the Celestial Court. Ruby even considered the possibility that an advanced civilization, rivaling the Celestial Court, might exist underground. To ensure absolute security, Ruby decisively called for additional fleet support. Faced with this potential formidable adversary, she refused to take any chances. How can these damn alien civilizations be so powerful? Who exactly have the Yifun people offended? Through the mental nodes of the lower-tier swarm warriors, Lotamixius witnessed the horrific scenes on the battlefield. The swarm surged towards the tactical humanoid units on the ground like a tidal wave, leaving nothing but ashes behind. The disintegration ray weapons in the hands of the tactical humanoids gleamed with lethal light, each shot reducing the swarm to atoms. Lotamixius felt a sinking feeling, realizing that her highest-ranking unit was merely a swarm warrior, a basic officer, while the enemy possessed such terrifying firepower. Without air superiority and unable to breach the enemy's ground defenses, even a larger force would only result in more casualties. The effectiveness of these weapons reminded Lotamixius of the enemy equipment she had seen on battlefields billions of years ago. She became instantly alert, wondering if that ancient civilization still existed. But upon closer inspection, she dismissed the thought. Although the weapons were similar, there were too many differences in other aspects. It must be another emerging civilization. A sense of urgency spread within Lotamixius. Continuing like this made victory seem unattainable. She decided to change tactics and abandon the straightforward push strategy. Under her command, the entire swarm suddenly reformed. The swarm no longer gathered like a tsunami, but spread out into a skirmish line. Lotamixius focused on producing swarm warriors and gun bugs, abandoning the melee-oriented blade bugs. Swarm warriors were promoted to platoon or even company-level officers, commanding small groups of gun bugs to advance slowly. Under the command of the lower-tier swarm warriors, the gun bugs demonstrated elite combat capabilities. They advanced in small groups, covering each other. Meanwhile, Lotamixius mobilized forces to form flanking lines, aiming to encircle and trap the tactical humanoid units of the Kien's glory from both sides. Against the enemy's advanced weapons, almost no cover could withstand the attacks. Lotamixius had a sudden inspiration and ordered the disassembly of the discarded blade bugs on the spot, using their tough black-purple exoskeletons to create multi-layered shield barriers. The excess flesh was sent back to underground caverns for recycling. These multi-layered shield barriers proved effective. Although the disintegration rifles of the tactical humanoids were powerful, they were still individual weapons and could only disintegrate one layer of the shield at a time. When a new wave of the swarm attacked, a moving black wall appeared on the battlefield. Gun bugs and swarm warriors hid behind the wall, firing through gaps and shooting ports. For mobility, blade bugs pushed segments of the black wall, shielding the advancing gun bug units. After changing tactics, the swarm's casualties significantly decreased, and their advance speed improved. However, the disadvantage of lacking air superiority remained evident. The Xian Yao fighter jets of the intelligent machine Celestial Court wreaked havoc from the sky, launching airstrikes with impunity. As a terrestrial beast commander, Lotamixius lacked the resources and authority to produce more advanced ground units, let alone aerial units. Lotamixius had no prior data on the Ivan people, but she was quickly digesting the information she had obtained from them. Although she considered their biological data to be quite primitive, given the current predicament, it was the best option available. She rapidly enhanced the biological data of the Ivan people, equipping them with disintegration weapons and more powerful black-purple exoskeleton armor. These modifications were sufficient to create a temporary air force. Immediately, Lotamixius activated the Ivan biological fighter production line she had previously absorbed, starting mass production of these enhanced fighters. Around the collapsed mother tree, a large number of aerial warriors, resembling lower-tier insectoid soldiers, but with 4 fleshy wings, took to the skies to confront the air forces of the Jijition court. While an individual aerial warrior was far inferior in performance to the Suanio fighter jets, their sheer numbers quickly gave them an advantage on the battlefield. The disintegration weapons they were equipped with also caused significant trouble for the Jijition court's air forces. This hastily assembled air force managed to hold off the enemy's air units, preventing them from bombing the swarm's ground troops. Simultaneously, Lotamixius did not neglect the upgrades to the ground forces. She concentrated resources to reinforce the standard gun bugs, enhancing the power of their flesh-eating guns, making the beetle projectiles they fired possess stronger disintegration capabilities. In fact, the swarm's disintegration weapons were even more powerful than the individual disintegration weapons of the Jijian court. Faced with these upgraded disintegration weapons, even the tactical humanoids with triple personal shields could only rely on void shields for effective defense. With the numerical advantage of the swarm and the improved tactics, the previously dominant Jijian court forces finally encountered a formidable opponent. Casualties among the tactical humanoids began to appear on the battlefield. In the command center of the Tanlang Tianzue fleet in outer space near Sapakian, Ruby was staring at the continuously rising casualty numbers of the tactical humanoids. In a short period, the casualties of the tactical humanoids on the battlefield of Qian's glory had exceeded 300, and the number was still increasing. She had to admit that these insects were indeed different from any enemy they had encountered before, and she had underestimated them in this battle. Nevertheless, Ruby could sense that the tactical humanoids who had sacrificed themselves on the battlefield had already returned to the Black Sun through the subspace and might have been resurrected in the solar system thousands of light years away. More importantly, she had obtained crucial intelligence from Victory on other key Ivan City's battlefields. The enemy leader, the Swarm Mother, was hiding underground in Qian's glory. At that moment, space suddenly distorted about 1,000,000 kilometers away. 10 fleets belonging to the Pejun group of the Beidou 7 Yuan Department of the Tian Court emerged, totaling 12,000 main battleships of various types. The arrival of this fleet, known for its planetary bombardment capabilities, signified that reinforcements had finally arrived. Ruby immediately ordered all ground forces teleport back to the space fleet. We have located the enemy leader's position and are about to commence orbital bombardment of the planet's surface. This decision aligned with Ruby's plan to capture the enemy leader alive while avoiding further troop casualties. Since the enemy leader was underground, the orbital bombardment would not directly threaten the Swarm Mother, but would effectively eliminate the surface swarm threat. Sapakian, the battlefield of Qian's glory. The black wall of the swarm surged forward like an unstoppable tide, but suddenly, the enemy vanished without a trace. From beneath the ground, Lothamizius scanned every corner of the battlefield through the compound eyes of countless brood warriors. The enemy seemed to have disappeared into thin air, leaving her both puzzled and infuriated. The small gains they had just achieved were not even expanded before the enemy disappeared. Lothamizius's thoughts raced. Could they have evacuated through some kind of spatial teleportation? She could think of no other explanation. Qian's glory had become a wasteland, with countless insects roaring towards the sky, their cries echoing through the air. At that moment, a shadow appeared above the pristine clouds in the blue sky. The shadow rapidly expanded, increasing in number. It was a massive interstellar fleet. Countless warships hovered above the clouds, their shadows darkening the sky. In an instant, Lothamizius realized the enemy's intention. Damn it, this civilization plans to conduct an orbital bombardment. But this realization came too late. A blinding beam of light pierced through the clouds and descended from the heavens. Boom! The beam struck the ground with immense force, instantly melting everything around it with terrifying heat. More beams followed in quick succession, tearing through the clouds. Above the clouds, orbital bombardment ships precisely controlled the beams, ensuring the planet's surface was thoroughly scoured. It wasn't just Qian's glory. The entire planet of Sapakian was subjected to the merciless onslaught of the dread fleet. The high-energy beams ionized the air, creating brilliant auroras. Normally, such a spectacle could only be seen at specific locations on Sapakian, but now, it covered the entire planet. However, this beautiful scene masked the relentless destruction behind it. The primeval forests surrounding Qian's glory were consumed by rapidly spreading infernos, leaving nothing but scorched earth in their wake. In the flattened ruins of the city, countless insects began fleeing towards the pit of the mother tree. The underground seemed to be the only refuge, but the swarm's movement was no match for the spreading flames. Countless insects were engulfed by the fire, turning to ash as they fled. In the underground caverns, Lothamizius seethed with rage. Faced with such devastating attacks, she had no choice but to be angry. Without an interstellar fleet to counterattack, she could only sacrifice most of the surface swarm to preserve herself and the remaining forces in the caverns below. Fortunately, there was still a substantial number of the swarm underground, enough to retake the surface once the bombardment ceased. Lothamizius deduced that the enemy might not intend to annihilate her completely. If that were their goal, they could easily destroy the entire planet from within with their technology. Since the enemy chose this method, Lothamizius concluded they intended to capture her alive. Then come and try, she thought to herself. On the surface, I might not be your match, but underground, I have the patience to outlast you. Lothamizius immediately began her preparations. The swarm had a unique advantage in excavation. They could consume organic matter in the soil, rapidly expanding the underground space to create a labyrinthine structure. She started directing the swarm to dig, moving herself to the depths of this ever-expanding underground maze, readying for a prolonged battle. The global orbital bombardment of Sapakian lasted for a full 2 hours. In that short time, the planet suffered unimaginable devastation. The oceans evaporated completely, and the planet's diameter even shrank slightly. Trillions of tons of toxic substances and gases filled the atmosphere, forever altering the face of the planet. The world was engulfed in a storm of unprecedented magnitude as a colossal tempest began to sweep across the globe. Sapakian, once a picturesque and vibrant blue planet, was transformed within a mere 2 hours. Its surface had turned into a crystalline expanse, the atmosphere was filled with toxic gases, and the temperature plummeted to freezing. The global storm raged on, turning the once beautiful planet into a desolate wasteland. At that moment, the orbital fleet abruptly ceased its bombardment. The massive interstellar warships slowly departed from Sapakian's low orbit, vanishing into the vastness of space. In an underground bunker, Lodoramyxius noticed the cessation of the bombardment and immediately dispatched reconnaissance teams to investigate the situation outside. To her astonishment, the images transmitted back revealed that the sky was now devoid of any enemy fleet. Have they stopped the bombardment to deploy ground troops underground? Lodoramyxius speculated silently. Her conjecture was not entirely incorrect, but the reality was far more complex than she imagined. Meanwhile, millions of kilometers away from Sapakian in the depths of space, a breathtaking scene was unfolding. Accompanied by intense spatial distortions, a colossal planet with a diameter of 14,000 kilometers suddenly emerged from hyperspace, coming to a halt in the cold expanse of the universe. This planet was not alone. A massive interstellar fleet surrounded it like stars encircling a moon. This was the dome war star of the Mech Celestial Court, and the one commanding such a formidable force was none other than the supreme leader of the Mech Celestial Court, Tang Huang himself. Tang Huang's purpose was clear. He was here for the mysterious brood mother. According to analyses of ancient civilization relics, Zivi had discovered crucial information possibly related to the brood mother. This information piqued Tang Huang's intense interest in the Zerg, as he believed that the Zerg appearing on Sapakian were closely linked to the ancient Zerg that once swept across the galaxy billions of years ago. Tang Huang's ambition was not merely to annihilate these Zerg, but to subjugate them and bring them under the control of the Mech Celestial Court. After thoroughly analyzing the combat data between tactical humanoid units and the Zerg, Tang Huang concluded that the current Zerg were far less formidable than their ancient counterparts, significantly increasing the likelihood of their subjugation. On the surface of Sapakian, the once thriving city of Qian's glory had been completely razed. Clad in imposing Emperor's power armor, Tang Huang personally led his elite troops to descend upon this devastated land. Before them lay the entrance to a deep underground tunnel, seemingly leading into an abyss of the unknown. Tang Huang gazed into the darkness of the entrance, his heart filled with anticipation for the challenges that awaited. This is the pit that leads to the Worm Mother's lair. The towering Tang Huang, clad in the full Heavenly Emperor power armor, now stood at an imposing 4 meters tall. He gazed into the abyss below, the darkness swallowing his sight. Beside him, Ruby nodded slightly, her voice tinged with reverence. Yes, Supreme One. Initially, the swarms emerged from this very pit. This was also where the Ivan people's mother tree stood before its fall. Tang Huang's eyes scanned the massive pile of ashes stretching for kilometers, resembling a small mountain. These were the remnants of the mother tree, its structure far more resilient than ordinary steel, surviving even orbital bombardments to leave such a huge trace. Let's go down, Tang Huang nodded slightly. The radiant glow of the red sunlight behind him cast a soft light, making the Heavenly Emperor power armor gleam brilliantly. I want to see what this so-called Worm Mother looks like with my own eyes. Yes, Ruby responded, then turned to the psychic tactical humanoids behind them. Stay alert and protect the Supreme One once we're down there. Tang Huang led the way, his psychic energy swirling around him, allowing him to float gracefully in midair. With a gentle tap of his foot, he began to descend into the pit. By now, Tang Huang's psychic power was so formidable that he no longer needed the protection of ordinary psychic tactical humanoids. As the mechanoid celestial cord expanded along the Orion arm, the number of tactical humanoids from various races had surged, providing Tang Huang with a significant boost in psychic energy. In the system, Tang Huang's psychic rating had reached an astonishing level 7. What does this level signify? In simple terms, Tang Huang could now disintegrate a star using only his psychic power. His personal strength was formidable enough to single-handedly annihilate most civilizations in the galaxy. However, dominating the galaxy required more than individual strength. More importantly, the path of psychic power was not the ultimate way of this universe. Psychic power is essentially the manifestation of subspace energy in the physical universe. Take the astral necrons, for example. According to records and previous explorations, the astral necrons slumbering in the galactic core possess countless technologies that isolate subspace. They can sever the connection between subspace and the physical universe, rendering Tang Huang's psychic power ineffective in the real world. At that point, no matter how powerful Tang Huang's psychic abilities were, even if he could disintegrate the entire galaxy, they would be useless. This situation arises because the technological level of the astral necrons has reached the pinnacle of the physical universe. In contrast, the mechanoid celestial court is currently only at a level 3 civilization. Therefore, Tang Huang must continuously enhance the strength of the mechanoid celestial court to prepare for future challenges. Meanwhile, in the labyrinthine underground tunnels, a worm nest warrior suddenly opened its eyes, which glowed menacingly in the darkness. Lo Mishu sensed that someone had descended from the surface, crossing the warning line she had set. The number of intruders seemed small, which puzzled her. Why had they sent so few to find her despite the complex maze she had created? Lo Mishu pondered the possibilities. Was this just an elite vanguard force? Or merely a routine reconnaissance mission? She leaned toward the latter, suspecting it was likely just an ordinary scouting team. Perfect. I can use this opportunity to learn more about you. Lo Mishu regarded the new enemy with great interest. She immediately ordered her swarm to eliminate the intruders and bring their bodies to her. She planned to consume the bodies to gain their memories, thereby increasing her understanding of the enemy civilization and the current state of the galaxy. However, in the dark underground passage, a sudden burst of dazzling light appeared. Tang Huang floated in midair, the radiance from the red sunlight behind him illuminating the surroundings. Dozens of worm nest warriors were caught by an invisible force, choking them in midair as they struggled in vain. Tang Huang led his psychic tactical humanoid troops past the worm nest warriors without killing them. His target seemed to lie deeper within, and these warriors were merely minor obstacles on his path. Tang Huang's actions demonstrated his absolute confidence in his own strength and his composed attitude towards the unknown challenges ahead. Once the broodmother is dealt with, these specimens will make excellent live research material. Ruby followed closely behind Tang Huang, her gaze sweeping over the warriors of the insect hive, suspended midair by psionic energy. She couldn't help but frown. The grotesque appearance of these creatures repulsed her, but compared to the bioengineered creations of the Ivan people, they had a certain merit. But even so, they look much better than those Ivan bio-creations, Ruby muttered under her breath, recalling the nauseating Ivan bio-fortresses. Even Nurgle looks better than them. Suddenly, a commotion erupted from the dark passage ahead. Swarms of insects surged forward like a tidal wave, emitting a chilling screech. Tang Huang's eyes gleamed, and a storm-like psionic force swept forward. Boom! The explosion echoed through the passage, sending countless insects flying. Tang Huang raised his hand slightly, manipulating the psionic energy to pin the insect swarms against the walls like statues, creating a clear path. He led the team forward, ignoring the writhing insects on either side. Observing through the eyes of the frontline insects, Lothmisius was stunned. "Is this warp power?" she exclaimed inwardly. This civilization not only has advanced physical technology, but also such formidable mastery of the warp. For the first time, fear gripped Lothmisius's heart. She realized that if this continued, she would be powerless to stop them. Damn it, what kind of civilization is this? She began frantically directing all the insect swarms, determined to stop the enemy at any cost. However, her efforts were futile. In the moment she mobilized the swarms, an immense power descended out of nowhere, immobilizing her enormous, bloated body. Countless insect hive warriors around her also froze like statues. "Finally found you. Are you the brood mother?" A voice echoed in Lothmisius's mind. She seemed to see a black sun burning with dark flames descending from the void. The space twisted, and Tang Huang, leading his psionic forces, arrived directly through warp teleportation. "Let's not waste words. Surrender to me immediately," Tang Huang commanded, as the black sun in the warp burned fiercely, enveloping Lothmisius with a transformative force. Under the cold black sun of the subspace, an astonishing transformation was unfolding. The bloated, tumor-like body of Luatamixius began to change at the most microscopic level, with her flesh gradually morphing into inorganic mechanical structures. "No, what are you doing to me?" Luatamixius's mind could barely struggle, her remaining consciousness a testament to her difference from other intelligent species facing transformation. However, in the presence of Tang Huang himself, she had no power to resist. Desperately, Luatamixius commanded the surrounding swarm to attack Tang Huang. But the countless insects, like an ocean, were frozen in place under his powerful psychic suppression. The transformation process continued. 40, 50, until Luidamixius' entire body was completely covered, reaching 100 transformation. At this moment, what appeared before Tang Huang was no longer the bloated flesh, but a vast mechanical production line. A system prompt followed. Swarm Devourer transformation complete. New module added to the Mecha Celestial Court. New race mechanical swarm maiden. With the prompt, a section of the production line opened slowly, and out stepped a slender maiden. She had 4 arms, with over 60 of her body covered in black-purple exoskeleton, while her forearms, abdomen, and other areas revealed large patches of tender, white skin. Black-purple antennae extended from the exoskeleton on her forehead, giving her an eerie yet beautiful appearance. The system continued to provide information. Luidamixius' main body, the maleficent mechanical production line. Function: capable of devouring all matter and converting it at the microscopic level into usable mechanical materials for assembling military units. Current producible templates: Mixius Humanoid Soldier, Mixius Blade Humanoid Soldier, Mixius Warrior, Mixius Spy. Inherent weapon technologies: Electron Degenerate Insect Armor, Anti-Gravity Accelerated Armor-Piercing Gun, Disintegration Field Blade. Tang Huang's gaze was drawn to the Electron Degenerate Insect Armor. This material typically exists only within white dwarfs and is comparable to neutron degenerate matter found in neutron stars. They share a common trait. Under degeneracy pressure, their matter is tightly bound, resulting in extreme strength and enormous mass. Normally, this kind of material cannot exist independently of a stellar body because maintaining degeneracy pressure relies on the star itself. However, this insect armor integrated a degeneracy pressure maintenance device and an anti-gravity field, solving the issue of its massive weight while retaining its immense strength. To better understand the concept of electron degeneracy, one could compare it to the droplet from the novel The Three-Body Problem. The droplet is made of strong interaction force material, but has a fatal flaw of relying on a strong interaction force field to maintain its structure. The most effective way to destroy it is with antimatter. Even 1 gram could annihilate a strong interaction node, causing the entire droplet to collapse. In contrast, electron degenerate matter is bound even more tightly internally than the strong interaction material of the droplet. In fact, the Mecha Celestial Court had mastered the construction of electron degenerate matter after gaining proton-level element conversion technology. The primary reason they hadn't replaced the existing Wutu Type 2 superalloy with electron degenerate matter was due to poor integration with anti-gravity technology, leading to impractical mass and unsatisfactory combat performance. Another factor was weaponry. The Mecha Celestial Court standard equipment, such as disintegration rifles and the basic weapons of the space Necrons, operate by disintegrating enemies at the microscopic level. Under such weaponry, no matter how strong the physical material, it would be disintegrated. This means that without space transfer shields like the Void Shield, everyone essentially has 0 defense but high offense, similar to a supreme setting. As the power of transformation dissipated, Luidamixius excitedly bowed to Tang Huang. He looked around and noticed that the surrounding swarm had also transformed into tactical humanoids along with Luidamixius. The most ordinary gun bugs and blade bugs, originally over 2 meters long, had transformed into upright humanoid forms, now nearly 3 meters tall. The original swarm warriors now stood nearly 4 meters tall, exuding power and grandeur. Tang Huang nodded in satisfaction, his eyes gleaming with joy. The Mech Celestial Court had gained a formidable new force, one that could be infinitely reproduced. With this Zerg army, he finally had the strength to explore the space necropolis he had discovered earlier. The addition of Luidamixius not only bolstered the regular forces of the Mech Celestial Court, but also brought in a unique espionage unit. The Zerg's distinctive spy capabilities agents, once known as gene thieves, allowed them to infiltrate enemy civilizations, influence their inner workings, and gradually grow in strength. When the time was right, these agents would coordinate with the swarm fleet to conquer entire civilizations. Although Luidamixius had been transformed, she still retained this formidable ability. Moreover, Luidamixius brought some extra gifts. She had previously consumed numerous Ivanian biodevices, acquiring a wealth of Ivanian biotechnology. While these technologies paled in comparison to Luidamixius herself, they were still valuable assets. As Tang Huang reveled in his victory, Luidamixius suddenly spoke, her eyes shining with eagerness. "Haiwan, I have a request." A sense of foreboding washed over Tang Huang. "What request?" Luidamixius gracefully dropped to one knee, raising her right hand high towards Tang Huang while gently caressing her pale abdomen with her left. Her face was full of longing. "Haiwan, please bestow upon me your noble genes. If you grant me this gift, I can birth even stronger warriors. Haiwan, please." Before she could finish her plea, Ruby, who had been standing beside Tang Huang, stepped forward in outrage, kicking Lotomyces. How dare you? You just got here, and already you're eyeing the high one? I haven't even received his genes yet, so you can forget about it. Get in line. Seeing their queen attacked, the humanoid swarm girls immediately surrounded Ruby, eyeing her warily and ready to strike back at any moment. Stop, stop. Tang Huang closed his eyes and rubbed his temples, feeling a splitting headache. Why couldn't his subordinates ever let him have a moment of peace? He took a deep breath and waved his hand. All right, enough. Since the mission is complete, let's go. All Zerg, board the ships. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone was instantly transported back to the surface through warp space. Meanwhile, in space, landing ships broke through the atmosphere, descending to the ground to pick up the massive swarm. The entire evacuation process was conducted with meticulous order, showcasing the Mech Celestial Court's efficient military organization. After confirming there was nothing left worth taking from the planet Sapakian, the fleet of the Mech Heavenly Court launched a matter-energy conversion annihilation bomb at the system star. The fleet then jumped out of the star system, leaving behind a star enveloped in a curvature space bubble. Once the fleet had fully withdrawn, the star instantly annihilated into pure energy, spreading outwards without limitation. This surge of energy was enough to completely destroy the entire star system and even affect several surrounding systems. The Dome Starship led a massive fleet back to the solar system. This gigantic ship had not seen combat since its construction and had only been used by Tang Huang as his flagship while inspecting other star systems. Upon returning, Tang Huang received a report from Ruilia, the solar system's governor. Ruilia was once the queen of the Dome Starwing Kingdom, now appointed as governor by Tang Huang. Your Excellency, Ziggeling Fried reports that a delegation from the Perseus Star Society has arrived at the headquarters of the Turan Border Fleet. They claim to bring goodwill and a treaty, hoping to form an alliance with the Heavenly Court, Ruilia reported. Tang Huang nodded slightly. The Perseus? What do they want with us? According to intelligence from our LEM transformed spies within the Perseus Star Society, they seem to be at war with an unknown enemy to the west of the galaxy. They might be seeking allies due to the pressure of this conflict. I see. Tang Huang mused. The Perseus Star Society's conventional technology and scale far surpassed those of the Turan Empire. If even they were forced to seek allies, this unknown enemy must be formidable. However, Tang Huang remained cautious. This could also be a ploy by the Perseus Star Society to probe our newly established Heavenly Court. We must consider the worst-case scenario. Have Fried engage with them on my behalf and find out their true intentions. Yes, Your Excellency, Ruilia acknowledged and departed. At the headquarters of the Turan Border Fleet on a terraformed planet known as Border Guardian Star within the Ziggeling Empire, the Imperial Conference Hall atop the parliamentary building was where the delegation from the Perseus Star Society had been waiting for some time. The delegation was led by Major General Mamedov, sent by General Maishuin of the border, and included representatives from the Osvid United States, the Lockfield Civilization Federation, the Bubranch Union, and the Yarman Celestial Kingdom. Among them, the Yarman Celestial Kingdom was the most opposed to forming an alliance with the Heavenly Court. The Yarman were bipedal leopards with 4 eyes, standing out among the mostly plant-like members of the Perseus Star Society. This was because the Yarman had originally defected from the Turan Star Society. Although the Turan Star Society had been replaced by the Heavenly Court, the Yarman's estrangement from the Turan people persisted. The delegation had been waiting in the conference hall for a long time, but the host had yet to appear. In the empty hall, only their anxious glances crossed paths. It's not just the Yarman representatives anymore. Envoys from several other civilizations are also growing increasingly dissatisfied. The atmosphere in the council chamber has become progressively tense, filled with anxiety and impatience. The envoy from Bubulin was the first to break the silence, his gruff voice laced with frustration. How long has it been already? Several local planetary cycles, I reckon. It seems to me that the Julings haven't taken us seriously at all. Major General Momo Dofu's gaze swept across the envoys before finally settling on the Yarman representative. He spoke in a low, steady voice. We need to wait a bit longer. This matter is crucial for our interstellar society. We must find a suitable ally. The Yarman envoy scoffed, turning to look out the council chamber's massive floor-to-ceiling window. Outside, the vast expanse of space was visible, with a gigantic spaceport clearly in view. Countless interstellar fleets were busily and orderly moving in and out of the port. With a hint of sarcasm, the Yarman envoy remarked, a suitable ally? These fleets look no different from what I saw in the dueling interstellar society hundreds of years ago. He turned to face Major General Momo Dofu and the envoy from the United States of Oswede, Pashalanchu. You've both experienced the war with the duelings firsthand. Have these fleets shown any improvement or progress since then? Faced with this pointed question, Major General Momo Dofu and Pashalanchu fell silent. They knew all too well that the Yarman envoy was speaking the truth. Major General Momo Dofu took a deep breath, exhaling with a hint of resignation. What we need isn't their military strength, but their assistance with faster-than-light communications. With their help in that area, it would significantly aid the Western frontier's war efforts. He paused, as if he had more to say, but ultimately closed his mouth. After all, they were on dueling territory, and some things were better left unsaid. At that moment, the doors of the council chamber suddenly opened. Frida led a squad of dueling tactical humanoids stride into the chamber. She walked with her head held high, ascending the main platform and looking down at the delegation. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for waiting. Frida's voice was calm and confident, seemingly oblivious to the tense atmosphere in the room. Regarding the alliance request from the Persian Interstellar Society, Tang Huan displayed an indifferent attitude. At this point, the Intelligence Heavenly Court had already ascended to a Level 3 civilization. After conquering the Zerg, Tang Huan had set his sights on a higher, goal-to-space necromancers at the pinnacle of the physical universe. In comparison, the Persian Interstellar Society, which had only reached a Level 2 civilization, was insignificant in his eyes. Tang Huan looked at the Persian request with cold detachment, thinking, an alliance? What can you offer me? To the Intelligence Heavenly Court, the Persian Interstellar Society seemed trivial. The only thing that mildly piqued Tang Huan's interest was their diverse intelligent species, which could add some demographic variety to the Heavenly Court. With this in mind, Tang Huan delegated the matter entirely to Frida. Whether Frida, representing the Western Capital Spirit Empire, chose to ally with them or turn them away, Tang Huan was indifferent. At this moment, only the mysterious world of the space necromancer's tomb could truly capture his attention. When Frida met with the Persian delegation and initially agreed to their alliance request, Major General Mamardov showed a pleased expression. However, Frida quickly changed her tone, calmly stating, "Please note, everyone, this alliance request only represents the Western Capital Spirit Empire and does not involve the Intelligence Heavenly Court or the entire Heavenly Court Interstellar Society. In other words, you will only receive support from the Western Capital Spirit Empire." Her words plunged the Persian delegation into silence as they began to contemplate the complex relationship between the Western Capital Spirit Empire and the Heavenly Court Interstellar Society. Frida observed them and continued, "There's no need to overthink this. It's simply not worth our leader's attention. He doesn't care about you, so an alliance with the Western Capital Spirit Empire alone will suffice." Upon hearing this, the faces of the Persian delegation members changed instantly. As a society predominantly composed of plant species, many of them could indeed change their skin color. Major General Mamardov's face turned from its usual white to purple, and the other delegation members also looked displeased. They unanimously felt that Frida's words were excessively arrogant, especially the envoy from the Yarman Kingdom, who, as a member of a race that had fled to Persian territory from the Spirit Empire hundreds of years ago, understood the Spirit Empire best. This envoy was about to scoff and make a sarcastic retort when he was stopped by the Osvite envoy Pashalon Tree. Pashalon Tree whispered, "Don't say more. If the Western Capital Spirit Empire can provide us with FTL communication assistance, that would already make them a qualified ally." Despite Pashalon Tree's own dissatisfaction with Frida's attitude, he knew the importance of prioritizing the bigger picture. In this tense atmosphere, both parties began to discuss the details of the alliance. It was not a high-intensity military alliance treaty, but more of a scientific cooperation agreement. According to the agreement, the Persian Interstellar Society would send a scientific assistance team to help the Western Capital Spirit Empire develop various technologies, including microscopic physical theory, advanced curvature FTL technology, and sharing the Maishuan civilization's discoveries in fundamental theoretical physics. In exchange, the Western Capital Spirit Empire would allow the Perseans to use their stellar network. However, this access came with several restrictions. The Perseans could only connect to an independent local stellar network and could not access the main network of the Heavenly Court Interstellar Society. This network would be limited to communication use on the front lines. Nevertheless, this still far exceeded the Perseans' current communication capabilities. With their objective achieved, the Persian delegation prepared to return and report. Although some members remained displeased with Frida's attitude, this sentiment was not enough to affect the overall situation at this stage. Meanwhile, in the solar system, Tang Huan entered several newly acquired technologies into the system. Among these, two technologies from the Yifun people caught his attention. Hyperspace gravitational wave detection technology. This technology could instantly detect any curvature or gravitational wave fluctuations within a 0.1 light-year radius in the hyperspace seams of the physical universe. Based on this technology, communication stations could be built to achieve FTL communication. Tang Huan gazed at the flickering holographic screen before him, which displayed two advanced technologies available for enhancement. The first was the hyperspace curvature disruption technology, capable of interfering with all gravitational wave sources within a 300,000 kilometer radius in the hyperspace folds of the physical universe, thereby disrupting and dissipating their curvature states. This required 10 million spirit units. The second was the hyperspace stellar gravitational interference cannon, which could continuously interfere with a star's own gravity, causing it to self-amplify or expand its range, requiring 20 million spirit units. He glanced at his spirit unit balance, 410 million. This staggering wealth came from the generous rewards he received after completely resolving the Turan Empire a year ago, as well as the intermittent earnings accumulated over the past year. Without hesitation, Tang Huang confirmed the enhancements with a wave of his hand. With the deduction of 30 million spirit units, the two newly enhanced technologies were instantaneously implanted into his knowledge base. The functionality of the hyperspace stellar gravitational interference cannon immediately caught his attention. This weapon could not only rapidly collapse stars, but also became more effective on stars with greater mass. A glint of excitement flashed in Tang Huang's eyes as he quickly thought of an ingenious application artificially creating neutron stars or black holes. His mind raced, recalling the principles of stellar evolution. The fate of a star after its death depends on its mass, which determines the strength of its gravity. If the internal electron degeneracy pressure can resist gravity, the star becomes a white dwarf. With more mass, if the electron degeneracy pressure fails, neutron degeneracy pressure takes over, forming a neutron star. If even neutron degeneracy pressure cannot resist, the star ultimately collapses into a black hole. His gaze fell on the model of the solar system. Although the sun's mass is insufficient to form a neutron star or black hole after its death, with the gravitational interference cannon, Tang Huang could artificially increase the sun's gravitational strength on itself. This meant that even a star with insufficient mass could be forcibly collapsed into a neutron star or even a black hole. A slight smile tugged at the corners of Tang Huang's mouth, his eyes gleaming with ambitious determination. This technology was not just a powerful weapon, but a pivotal tool for altering the fabric of the universe. He was already envisioning the limitless possibilities this technology could bring. The technological prowess of the mech heaven was once again on full display. Faced with the threat of the space wraiths, Tang Huang quickly recognized the inadequacies of the existing armor and shields. He swiftly mobilized resources to develop a new repulsion field shield technology. With Zivi's assistance, the mech heaven completed the development of the experimental repulsion field shield in just over a month. This technology, powered by small-scale individual antimatter energy cores, successfully deflected and neutralized disintegration ray attacks during trials. Tang Huang immediately ordered mass production and retrofitting of all tactical humanoid units with the new defense system. The new protection system consists of 3 layers: an outer repulsion field shield, a middle psionic shield, and an inner void shield. Additionally, he input the technical data into Lotimiusius's mech production line to commence the manufacture of new tactical humanoid insect units. In just a few days, the mech heaven had prepared enough forces to invade the space wraith's tomb world. Meanwhile, a new experimental warship was being constructed at a rapid pace. Based on the design of the impermanent Seckless heavy frigate, this new warship maintained a length of 520 meters but boasted an astonishing mass of 1.5 trillion tons. Tang Huang conducted further calculations, revealing that if this technology were applied to the 20-kilometer-long Duais-class supercarrier, its mass would reach quadrillions of tons. Such immense mass could potentially disrupt the gravitational equilibrium of spaceports, but fortunately, the mech heaven's anti-gravity technology was more than capable of handling this challenge. With preparations complete, the mech heaven once again set its sights on the number 77 ruined star system. This would be the gateway to the space wraith's tomb world at the galaxy's core, marking the beginning of a new campaign. This galaxy is vast and well-defended. The dome battle star is ready, with all weapons, including the main quark light spear cannon, which has a diameter of over 1,000 kilometers, locked onto a small disk 100 million kilometers away. Surrounding this tometer-wide disk, countless landing crafts are poised to strike. Tang Huang stood in the command center of the dome battle star, his gaze sharp. Activate the warp light gate. All soldier bugs, prepare for deployment, he ordered in a deep voice. As his words fell, the disk floating in space was activated. Countless ethereal photons emerged, quickly solidifying into tangible material. A warp light gate, composed of hard light, stood in space, 10 kilometers wide and 30 kilometers high, emitting a faint blue glow. Next to Tang Huang, Lotimius could hardly contain her excitement. "Children, move out," she shouted, her voice echoing through the command center. The landing crafts around the gate immediately fired up their engines, one after another, passing through the gate. In the blink of an eye, they vanished from the galaxy, entering an unknown realm. The scene shifted abruptly to the necropolis world of space revenants. Dim corridors glowed with eerie green light. Suddenly, a thin film of light appeared across one of the corridors. A landing craft burst through the light screen, crashing heavily onto the ground with a deafening impact. Several Amigius warriors quickly leaped out of the craft, directing squads of humanoid soldier bugs into the corridors. Their commotion immediately alerted the tomb's sentinels. These terrifying creatures, equipped with phase shifters, navigated the black stone underground structures with ease, swiftly closing in on the intruders. A centipede-like tomb sentinel emerged ghost-like from the wall, its menacing forelimbs armed with Gauss Reaver weapons, carrying a disintegration field, and swung fiercely at the nearest Amigius warrior. However, its attack suddenly halted midair, as if it had struck an invisible barrier. The Amigius warrior laughed triumphantly. Haha, anti-gravity repulsion field, little bud. He wielded his four arms simultaneously, the disintegration field blades in his hands slashing at the tomb sentinel like a storm. In an instant, the upper half of the sentinel protruding from the wall was easily sliced apart, its Gauss Reaver forelimbs falling to the ground. The battle had just begun, but the Amigius Legion had already demonstrated formidable combat prowess. Their invasion was unstoppable, and the Necropolis world's defenses faced an unprecedented challenge. The front half of the tomb stalker was severed, its remains hanging on the wall, while the back half quickly retracted into the wall. As it retreated, a swarm of mechanical beetles poured out from the severed end, as if they were pre-programmed repair units, immediately descending upon the scattered limbs on the ground. These tiny machines began their meticulous repair work, like a bizarre puzzle coming together. If left unchecked, the dismembered parts would soon reassemble into a deadly weapon. However, a vigilant Miche's warrior acted swiftly. He raised his particle disintegrator, aimed at the writhing debris, and pulled the trigger without hesitation. A blinding flash of light followed, reducing all the remnants and mechanical beetles to dust. Their defenses are far from finished, the warrior warned in a low voice. Keep moving, but stay on high alert. Having dealt with the immediate threat, the Miche's warrior entered a special state. He became a node in a thought-linked network, establishing a mental connection with humanoid insect soldiers scattered throughout the tomb world. Through this transcendent communication, he quickly gathered battlefield intelligence. Most allied forces were already engaged in fierce combat. The enemies came in various forms, but they shared a common featuria mechanical insect body of black and green. More concerning was that some enemies were even more formidable than the tomb stalker they had just encountered. In a spacious area of the underground tomb world, what could be described as a plaza, a thrilling battle unfolded. Giant black and green mechanical spider constructs stood at the center, seemingly the commanders of this mechanical army. Under their command, hundreds of bizarre mechanical creatures launched a ferocious assault on the Miche's insect soldiers. These creatures had snake-like lower bodies coiled on the ground, while their hovering upper bodies resembled scorpions, presenting a bizarre and deadly appearance. On the battlefield, the Miche's insect soldiers outnumbered the enemy, but the firepower exchange was intense. The air was filled with black, red, and green disintegration particle beams, weaving a deadly web. Each beam was lethally destructive. The tomb's automated mechanical sentinels fired green beams, while the Miche's insect soldiers retaliated with black-red beams. The contrasting attack styles created a spectacular and terrifying war scene. Suddenly, a colossal figure appeared in the center of the battlefield. This was a mechanical construct far larger than the other tomb spiders, with a deep black body and joints glowing with eerie green light. Its most striking feature was the massive dual-particle cannon mounted on its back. With a menacing hum, the cannon began to charge. Green light rapidly converged, forming two enormous beams. These beams, like divine retribution, swept across the battlefield. The Miche's humanoid insect soldiers' repulsion field shields were feeble against this terrifying attack, almost instantly breached. In a single sweep, hundreds of Miche's humanoid insect soldiers turned to ash. This sudden devastation created a significant breach in the Miche's insect soldiers' defenses. The tomb wraiths, resembling scorpions with long, snake-like tails, seized this rare opportunity. They moved like true phantoms, instantly reaching the Miche's insect soldiers' positions. Each wraith wielded two dangerous whip-like tendrils, lashing out at the enemies. The Miche's humanoid insect soldiers quickly activated their repulsion field shields, but to their shock, the whip-like tendrils vanished just as they were about to make contact. The next moment, these weapons reappeared inside the shields, piercing directly into a Miche's humanoid insect soldier. Phase shifters, someone exclaimed. These tomb wraiths are equipped with phase shifters. Phase shifters are interdimensional instability matrices that allow tomb wraiths to change their phase state in spacetime. In other words, their attacks can teleport through defenses, hitting targets with precision. A tomb wraith had just killed a Miche's humanoid insect soldier, and immediately entered phase shift mode. Several black-red disintegration beams shot through its body like water, causing no harm. However, when the Wraith returned to its normal phase state, a sharp-eyed Mish's warrior seized the fleeting opportunity. He dashed forward like lightning, his particle force blade slicing through the enemy in a deadly arc, cutting it to pieces. But before he could savor the victory, the brave warrior was surrounded by more phase-shifting tomb wraiths. His figure soon vanished in the sea of enemies. For lower civilizations, a battle of this scale and technological level would be akin to a clash of gods. Even the highly advanced intellect celestial court could only fight these tomb sentinel machines to a standstill, with no clear victor. However, the intellect celestial court had one unique advantage. Both the space necromancers and the mech heaven possessed the ability to resurrect, but the speed at which mech heaven can regenerate is unmatched. In the heat of battle, mech heaven's production lines operate non-stop, churning out new troops to send to the front lines. 127th Support Unit, deploy immediately. The commander's voice echoed in front of the warp gate in the 77th Ruin Sector. Countless landing crafts, filled with massive support troops, swarmed toward the warp gate like a hive of bees. Over 1 million troops had already been deployed across various battlefields in the Necropolis world. Now, this number had soared to tens of millions, and the total force was on the brink of surpassing 1 billion. This was the largest and most resource-intensive war in Mech Heaven's history. However, as the conflict progressed, the ancient constructs of the space necromancers, which had lain dormant for eons, began to awaken. The battle was escalating not just in troop numbers but also in the power of the weaponry used. At the core of the space necromancer's Necropolis world, eerie green alarm lights flashed, awakening a slumbering necromancer engineer. Groggy from the long sleep, the engineer's consciousness was initially hazy. But as the systems in the mechanical body activated and automatically connected to the Necropolis world's matrix network, a flood of information surged in, and the engineer quickly became alert to the current situation. Our resting place has been invaded, the engineer swiftly assessed. The invader civilization level above Tier 3 has surpassed the alert threshold. We must awaken the Lord immediately. Without hesitation, the necromancer engineer set off to awaken the Lord of this Necropolis world. Ugh! A long sigh resonated throughout the Necropolis world. Upon awakening, the Lord immediately analyzed the current state of the galaxy. We have slumbered for far too long. Based on the distribution of the stars, it's been at least several billion years. This galaxy is no longer the one we remember. The new civilizations have long forgotten our might. The Lord's voice was filled with determination. But now, we have awakened. The once absolute rulers of the galaxy have returned. We are part of the many dynasties that once dominated this galaxy. It is time for these new, young civilizations to experience our power firsthand. With the Lord's declaration, the entire Necropolis world seemed to tremble. I hereby announce the awakening of the 6th Necropolis world of the Ralamaania dynasty. The awakening of an entire tomb world was like a colossal heart resuming its beat in the cosmos. This awe-inspiring event should have drawn the attention of surrounding galaxies, but it went unnoticed due to the 6th tomb world of the Lalamian dynasty being located at the edge of the galactic core. Troops of the Mech Heavenly Court, entering the tomb world through warp gates, missed this spectacular scene as well. Inside the tomb world, however, millions of Mish's humanoid bug soldiers witnessed the astonishing transformation firsthand. Their vision, previously filled with various arthropod-like mechanical constructs, now included a new enemy. These new adversaries were skeletal humanoid machines emitting an eerie green glow-standard infantry of the space Necrons, known as Necron warriors. Armed with green glowing Gauss disintegration rifles, these Necron warriors could atomize their enemies. Most had lost their complete personalities, becoming death-defying, nearly thoughtless soldiers. Once they appeared, they fought in unison with other mechanical constructs like tomb spiders, tomb wraiths, and tomb stalkers. The tide of battle swiftly turned. What had been a deadlock instantly shifted in favor of the space Necrons, and the Mech Heavenly Court's humanoid bug troops found themselves at a disadvantage. In the central control room of the Dome Battlestar, Tang Huang observed a holographic map displaying the combat status in various regions of the tomb world. Most areas remained shrouded in darkness, while the explored zones were without exception engulfed in fierce fighting. Seeing his bug troops steadily retreat, Tang Huang made a quick decision to change tactics. Lot Mishiz, switch 1/3 of the bug soldiers to devour mode. Tang Huang commanded decisively. Yes, Supreme One. Lot Mishiz promptly adjusted the state of the frontline humanoid bug soldiers through the Zerg nodes. On the Tomb World battlefield, some of the humanoid bug soldiers in intense combat suddenly transformed. Under the cover of their allies' fire, they quickly adjusted their forms. Their upper arms became sharp disintegration blades, and their side arms morphed into absorbers. These modified soldiers began to frenziedly and indiscriminately disassemble and devour everything around them: walls, floors, various unknown tomb structures, and even the Necron warriors and other mechanical constructs of the enemy. This sudden demolition action threw the entire battlefield into chaos. While two-thirds of the Mech Heavenly Court's forces continued to fight the revived Space Necron army to the death, the remaining third turned into ravenous beasts, devouring everything in sight. The sixth Lord of the Lalamian dynasty watched all this through the Phase Array network, momentarily stunned. The scene was so familiar, as if time had rewound. Although the invader's appearance differed from his memory, their madness was strikingly similar to the Zerg he had once battled. The only difference was that one focused on consuming organic matter, while the other greedily devoured all inorganic materials. Billions of years ago, before the dynasty entered its slumber, the Sixth Lord had led the Necron fleet against the Zerg fleet in direct combat. At that time, he had been relieved that the Zerg only consumed organic biomass, while they were purely inorganic constructs. But now, facing this new Zerg that targeted inorganic matter, the Sixth Lord was deeply troubled. But now look at this. This guy is even crazier. He's been dormant for billions of years. Has the Milky Way really developed such an insane civilization? Is the entire galaxy going mad? Or is this just an exception? In the Tomb world, on a sizable space battlefield, tens of thousands of Meshu's humanoid soldier bugs were voraciously devouring everything around them while fiercely battling the Necron legions. Their greedy tentacles squirmed incessantly, consuming even the thick black stone walls, opening a passage to another area. As the soldier bugs swarmed into the new space, the sight before them filled them with excitement. It was a massive fleet maintenance bay, where dozens of Necron warships of various sizes were neatly arranged. These ships, ranging from hundreds of meters to several kilometers in length, were flat, entirely black, and emitted a cold metallic sheen. Numerous tomb spiders were also busy performing maintenance. To the Meshu's soldier bugs, this was an absolute feast. They let out excited screeches and charged forward. The Sixth Lord witnessed this scene through the networked array. Although he had no physical heart, he felt a pang of fear. No! Stop them immediately! Emergency launch now! He shouted within the network. The tomb spiders immediately ceased their work and moved to intercept the invaders. Simultaneously, a series of collision sounds echoed within the warships. Accompanied by flickering green lights, a large number of Necron warriors phase-shifted into the ships. The Necron warships activated with astonishing speed. On their flat black surfaces, straight lines of eerie green light gradually lit up. The first to activate was a small frigate-class warship. Its Gauss disintegration cannon quickly targeted the Meshu's soldier bugs entangled with the tomb spiders. Zap! A thick green Gauss disintegration beam swept across, instantly reducing the leading soldier bugs to basic particles. With the firepower cover provided by this frigate, even the continuously advancing soldier bug swarm couldn't breach the defense line. As more and more green lines lit up, the remaining Necron warships also came to life. Simultaneously, a massive wall at the deepest part of the maintenance bay began to glow brightly, and a warp portal appeared out of thin air. Dozens of Necron warships slowly lifted off, their inertialess engines emitting a low hum. Amid the frustrated screeches of the Meshu's soldier bugs, the ships vanished in an instant, traversing the warp portal. Moments later, in the 77th Ruin star system, at a warp gate towering 30 kilometers high and 10 kilometers wide, green lights suddenly flickered. Dozens of Necron warships emerged one after another, reappearing in the cosmos. Tangwan widened his eyes, carefully examining the dozens of bizarre warships projected before him. Each of these space undead vessels resembled a flat crescent moon, with the curved edge facing forward and the ship's body flattened. At the center of each crescent, green lights flickered, likely indicating the main cannon. The surface of the ships was covered with glowing green runes, giving them an appearance of magical constructs. Yet they showcased the space undead civilization's advanced level of physical technology. A world engine? This civilization can already build a world engine. Tangwan was shocked, but quickly gave a decisive order. Destroy it. Before his words had even finished, the dozens of undead warships accelerated to light speed, racing towards the Dome Battlestar 100 million kilometers away. The Dome Battlestar was prepared. As soon as the warp gate opened, its 1,000 kilometer main cannon was already charged. Set the main cannon to scatter mode. Fire the dense photon spear array. Tangwan commanded with lightning-fast thought. On the surface of the 14,000 kilometer Battlestar, the massive main cannon, with a 1,000-kilometer caliber, began to operate immediately. The main cannon of the Dome Battlestar could fire photon spears at 120 times the speed of light. It consisted of concentric rings, each ring adorned with a dense array of light points. The cannon had two modes, standard firing and scatter mode, the latter capable of unleashing a torrent of photon spears like a rainstorm. Tang Wan knew that these undead warships, equipped with inertialess engines, were difficult to hit with conventional attacks. Therefore, he chose to use superluminal weapons as the primary means of attack, while using powerful conventional light-speed Waku-type laser cannons to block the possible trajectories of the enemy's ships. In an instant, the universe was filled with a dense array of photon spears, raining down like a storm. The conventional light-speed Wu-2 laser cannons appeared as straight, visible beams, while the 120 times light-speed photon spears were completely invisible, creating seemingly blank spaces within the dense array. These were actually zones of absolute destruction. Simultaneously, the undead warships launched a fierce counterattack. Although there were only a few dozen of them, each ship's attack started from its crescent-shaped body, covering the entire area ahead. Massive green light spread like a sea of fire at light speed, with the firepower from the few dozen ships visually overwhelming the 14,000 kilometer diameter dome battlestar. These were the Space Undead's Jackal-class assault ships, each equipped with a single main weapon, the disintegration arc generator. Unlike the concentrated arc that Tang Wan was familiar with, the Space Undead's technology had reached its peak, deeply utilizing quantum tunneling principles. This allowed the arc to penetrate any shield, directly damaging the target structure while maintaining stable and immense power. Both sides launched their attacks almost simultaneously. After firing their arcs towards the dome battlestar, the undead warships immediately used their inertialess engines to maneuver 30,000 kilometers away in an instant. However, 6 of the undead warships suddenly flashed with large patches of green light, and straight cuts appeared on their hulls as if sliced by an invisible blade. One of the ships was even cut into 3 segments by the photon spears. Tang Wan noticed this outcome, but the system did not indicate the destruction of the enemy ships. Through simple optical detection, he observed that the severely damaged undead warships were rapidly self-repairing the cracks on their surfaces. The black metal flowed like liquid, quickly healing the wounds. In the vastness of space, the severed Necron warship rapidly reconnected itself, with living metal flowing and knitting the pieces back together. Tang Huang frowned as he observed this, marveling at the speed of the Necron's self-repairing living metal, which even surpassed the Tianji's own regenerative systems. "Keep attacking," Tang Huang commanded, and both sides engaged in a relentless long-range firefight. The Necron warship, powered by its formidable inertialess engines, displayed astonishing maneuverability, quickly repairing itself even when hit. Meanwhile, the Dome Star Fortress relied on its multi-layered void shields, spanning a diameter of 14,000 kilometers, to divert the Necron warship's arc weapon attacks into the subspace. The stalemate made Tang Huang realize a change in tactics was necessary. Boarding action, he decided decisively, preparing to deploy elite troops directly into the enemy vessel. Simultaneously, the Necron warship made a similar choice. Both sides launched their operations almost simultaneously. The Necrons used dimensional gates within their ship for transdimensional teleportation, while Tang Huang personally intervened, utilizing subspace to transport his warriors aboard the enemy ship. Although the Necron warship was constructed from blackstone and living metal, which could block subspace interference, the amount of blackstone in a typical warship only posed a minor challenge for Tang Huang. At nearly the same moment, countless Necron warriors surged into the Dome Star Fortress through their dimensional gates, while Tang Huang transported waves of specialized Alvin Black Despair humanoid units into the Necron warship. The battle erupted instantly and intensified rapidly. Fierce close-quarters combat erupted within both colossal vessels, with the tide of battle shifting constantly as both sides fought with all their might to gain the upper hand. In the world of tombs, the Sixth Lord turned to the necromancer beside him and asked for his opinion. The necromancer held a long staff emitting an eerie green glow at its Tipo world engine, far more advanced than the typical civilizations within the galaxy. Conventional weapons can't penetrate the multiple void shields of that world engine. "I suggest we capture it to bolster our fleet's capabilities," the necromancer advised, his eyes glowing with the same eerie green light as his staff. The Sixth Lord immediately ordered, "Increase our forces. Even if we commit all our conventional troops from this awakening, it will be worth it to seize that world engine." The necromancer nodded and then sighed. "If I could still manipulate the timeline, we could go back to the moment they prepared their invasion and launch a preemptive strike. Unfortunately, since my exile, I've been coded with restrictions." The Sixth Lord patted the necromancer on the shoulder and reassured him, "Don't worry, I can sense that we are the first tomb world to awaken. The other dynasties, even the Triumvirate, should still be in slumber. We must seize this opportunity to expand aggressively and reclaim the galaxy. Even as exiles, nothing in this galaxy can stop us." The entire Lalimiania dynasty was an outlier among the many necromancer dynasties, a gathering place for criminals from other dynasties. The exiled necromancer lords and technicians had been coded with numerous restrictions by the triumvirate, their overpowered relics confiscated, and they had been forcibly put into slumber billions of years ago. Under the Sixth Lord's command, more and more awakened necromancer warriors entered the dormant warships. The necromancer warships were activated and teleported to the outer battlefield through warp gates. Meanwhile, the celestial landing ships had retreated, leaving the 77th Ruins star system empty except for a star and a few planets, providing ample space for a massive-scale battle. The war was fought on two fronts, the space front in the 77th Ruins star system and the front within the Tomb World. The Celestial Mechanized Army continued to send large landing forces through the warp gates. An unusual phenomenon occurred on both fronts. The fiercest battles were not between warships, but between the ground forces within the ships. Suddenly, the warp gate, originally 30 kilometers high and 10 kilometers wide, expanded to 20 kilometers wide. Tang Huang noticed this change and immediately asked, "How much material has the swarm consumed?" Luo Temishio's responded through the Zerg node system. All the devouring units of the First Legion are nearly full, while the Second and Third Legions are still consuming. Tang Huang nodded slightly, his mind connected to the subspace, sensing a looming danger approaching. Due to the massive consumption by the swarm forces, the quantity of black stones in the tomb world has drastically decreased, causing previously tight warp barriers to develop cracks. Finally, Tang Huang's power was able to penetrate this mysterious realm. The Sixth Lord realized that sending more troops was futile and decided to intervene personally. At a warp gate spanning 20 kilometers, flickering with eerie green light, a colossal vessel began to emerge, a 15-kilometer-wide crescent-shaped tomb-class warship. Surrounding it were hundreds of necro warships of varying sizes, forming an intimidating fleet. Without a doubt, this tomb-class warship was the flagship of the Necrons, personally commanded by the Sixth Lord. Meanwhile, Necron engineers remained in the tomb world, holding the rear lines. With the appearance of the enemy's large ships, the swarm forces within the tomb world, guided by Tang Huang's power, were almost entirely teleported into space. Only an elite swarm unit composed of Mishu's warriors stayed behind to harass the enemy. The main swarm forces, after delivering their consumed material, immediately engaged in fierce combat, launching a relentless attack on the Necro warships. Simultaneously, the Wing Guard was tasked with eliminating Necron forces that invaded the Dome Star through dimensional portals. Faced with this chaotic battlefield, the Sixth Lord finally recognized the formidable strength of the Mech Celestial Court. "I never expected that we would encounter such a formidable enemy upon our awakening," he pondered, "but annihilating this civilization will be the best announcement of our return to the galaxy." The Sixth Lord decisively ordered, "Activate the quantum barrier to shield the warp gate and block the enemy's entry into the tomb world." Instantly, the warp gate behind the tomb-class warship was enveloped in a layer of green light, creating a barrier that would block all enemies while allowing the Necrons to move freely. "Release the stellar pulse," the Sixth Lord commanded again. A massive pulse spread out at the speed of light from the tomb-class warship, severely damaging all enemy ships while leaving the Necron fleet unscathed. Tang Huang quickly responded, "All-Star Fortress defense fleets, operate void shields at full power immediately." Around the 14,000-kilometer diameter Star Fortress, the surface of the densely packed Celestial Court defense fleet instantly raised void shields, making each ship appear as if encased in a transparent yellow eggshell. Tang Huang frowned in thought. Under the continuous pulse attacks from the enemy, all Celestial Court ships had to maintain their void shields at all times, undoubtedly placing a tremendous burden on their energy systems. The situation was becoming increasingly dire. After the Necro warship unleashed its stellar pulse, an invisible field enveloped the entire battlefield. The Heavenly Fleet was forced to activate their void shields, continuously draining energy to resist the pulse's effects. The Sixth Lord's green eye sockets flickered with a ghostly light, clearly surprised by the outcome. He had expected the stellar pulse to inflict 60-70 damage on the enemy, but the actual effect fell far short of expectations. Just as the Sixth Lord was about to order the opening of a portal, the space around him suddenly twisted, and dozens of tactical insectoid warforms appeared out of thin air. Reacting swiftly, the Sixth Lord's personal guards immediately engaged the enemy in fierce close-quarters combat. As the mightiest being of the Necropolis world, the Sixth Lord was not to be outdone. With a wave of his staff, it transformed into a sharp phase scythe, glowing green. With a single swing of the scythe, over a dozen Mishu's insectoids were instantly sliced into pieces. Fighting intensely, the Sixth Lord couldn't help but acknowledge the enemy's preemptive strike. He quickly issued a command, "Open the portal immediately, direct assault on the enemy's world engine." Suddenly, The steel surface of the celestial battle star glowed with thousands of green lights. Necro warriors, tomb spiders, tomb wraiths, and tomb stalkers large, living metal constructs began to materialize one after another. Simultaneously, the sky darkened as swarms of death worker scarabs blotted out the sun. The celestial battle star rapidly activated its defense systems. Laser turrets, anti-gravity trap fields, and the Greywind nanomechanical defense swarm were all deployed. In the air, the Greywind nanomachines clashed fiercely with the death worker scarab swarms, forming black and white whirlwinds. On the ground, black-red and deep green particle beams wove a deadly web. This apocalyptic-scale war involving billions erupted in an instant. In space, close-quarters combat had replaced long-range bombardment. Both fleets engaged in intense maneuvers using inertia-free engines. Although the Necro warships had a slight performance edge, the Heavenly Fleet managed to hold their own with superior numbers. The battle quickly devolved into boarding actions, with both sides continually sending troops into each other's ships. The mechanized Heavenly Fleet relied on their vast numbers and fleet size, while the Necros drew upon the endless reinforcements from the Necropolis world. Both sides possessed resurrection technology, creating a bizarre equilibrium in the war. Every moment, tens of thousands of troops were lost, only to be replaced by an equal number of new soldiers. After repelling another wave of Mishus insectoids from the bridge of the Tomb-class Necro warship, the Sixth Lord realized that conventional tactics wouldn't secure victory. His gaze shifted to the star at the center of the galaxy, clearly contemplating a more radical plan. The Sixth Lord's eye sockets glowed with an eerie green light as he fixed his gaze on the star that was about to become his tool of destruction. His plan was straightforward: trigger a supernova by detonating the star. Although he knew that such a cosmic catastrophe would have limited impact on his necromantic fleet, he was certain that his enemies would not remain so composed. Even if he couldn't completely annihilate them, he could at least scare them off and force them to leave the star system. Time was precisely what the Sixth Lord needed. With enough time, he could further awaken the latent potential of the Tomb world, producing more warships and expanding his army. In his view, the current disadvantage stemmed merely from a lack of manpower, not an actual disparity in power. Meanwhile, on the dome battlestar, Tang Huang was intently studying the first batch of blackstone material he had obtained from the Tomb world. Closing his eyes, he gently caressed the mysterious blackstone with his fingers, trying to sense the secrets it held. Initially, he noticed that his connection to the warp had become sluggish, suggesting that the blackstone had properties that could isolate the warp. However, Tang Huang didn't stop there. His intuition told him that there was more to discover. With deeper probing, he uncovered a peculiar reaction between the blackstone and the warp. This discovery immediately piqued his curiosity. Not wanting to miss any detail, Tang Huang hurried to the laboratory and placed the blackstone into a precise structural analyzer. As the machine whirred, the internal structure of the blackstone gradually revealed itself. Soon he identified a critical detail. The structure of the blackstone could be altered to some extent. Suddenly an idea struck him. By rearranging the reaction sequence of two particles within the blackstone, its function could shift from isolating the warp to enhancing warp sensitivity. This realization thrilled him, as if a new world had opened up before his eyes. Eagerly, Tang Huang began to adjust the internal structure of the blackstone. When he held the modified blackstone again, the previous sluggishness in his warp connection was completely gone, replaced by an unprecedented clarity. This breakthrough excited Tang Huang beyond measure. He immediately utilized his psychic abilities, leveraging the enhanced blackstone, to launch a fierce attack on the necromantic fleet. At this moment, both key figures from the opposing factions were making their final preparations for the impending grand showdown. A Necro warship and over a dozen celestial warships were moving at an unnaturally slow speed, given their technological capabilities, engaging in a bizarre chase across the vastness of space. Green lights flickered as the Necro warship suddenly appeared behind the celestial ships, reversing roles and continuing the pursuit. Despite the seemingly playful scene, the inside of the ships told a different story. There was no bloodshed, only the cold clash of metal and energy weapons. Soldiers from both sides fought fiercely in the narrow corridors and compartments. Each positional shift aimed at finding a more advantageous teleportation point to send more troops onto the enemy ship. Suddenly, a rift in the void opened in front of the Necro warship, revealing a subspace tear. The ship performed an impossible maneuver, spinning like a top and retreating rapidly, stopping just meters from the rift. However, as it turned around, it plunged into another invisible tear behind it, instantly swallowed by the twisted, phantasmal space. Inside the ship, the battling Mixos tactical biodroids and Necro warriors were suddenly engulfed by a black flame that appeared out of nowhere. Strangely, the fire only burned the Necro warriors, reducing them to ashes in an instant. A Mixos warrior raised a bloodstained blade and declared victory with a triumphant laugh. Praise the Black Sun. This ship is ours. In the outer space, under the intervention of Tang Huang, more rifts to subspace were torn open. One necro warship after another was dragged into them, with the necro warriors inside incinerated by Tang Huang's black flames. On the bridge of the Tomb-class necro warship, the Sixth Lord was calibrating the main cannon capable of instantly detonating a star. Suddenly, through the phase array network, he noticed that their original fleet of over 500 necro warships had dwindled to just over 300. Focusing intently, he watched another ship disappear into a subspace rift. Damn! Their overlord has intervened. The Sixth Lord realized the gravity of the situation, but was relieved that the weapon calibration was complete. He decided to take a desperate gamble, setting the teleportation gate at the mouth of the main cannon to ensure the attack would instantly reach the target star. Fire the main cannon. Collapse the star immediately, the Sixth Lord commanded, brandishing his phase scythe. At the center of the 15-kilometer-wide Tomb-class necro warship, the main cannon emitted a blinding green light, striking the distant star through the teleportation gate with precision. In the 77th ruined star system, 3 stars were simultaneously attacked. The nearest, a white main-sequence star about twice the mass of the Sun with a surface temperature of 9600 C, had its light instantly engulfed by the green energy. Following it were a yellow dwarf star, slightly smaller than the Sun, and a red dwarf star, both facing imminent doom. The fate of the entire star system hung in the balance, and an earth-shattering battle was about to unfold. The stable structure within the star collapsed in an instant, its billion-year lifespan consumed in a flash. This destruction was accelerated to the extreme, and within seconds, the supernova began. Simultaneously, 2 other stars met the same fate, with all 3 giant stars heading towards their end. The energy accumulated over billions of years erupted at this moment, with the star's core igniting like dynamite, releasing a blaze capable of engulfing the entire galaxy. The Sixth Lord laughed maniacally, his voice echoing through the communication channel. Haha, still not leaving this time? As the stars were destroyed, the jump nodes of the galaxy would disappear. The Sixth Lord's plan became clear. If the enemy dared to use any other hyperspace jump methods to escape, he could instantly lock down the entire galaxy's hyperspace channels, trapping them forever. This way, he could fully focus on unleashing the untapped potential of the Tomb world. In that split second, Tang Huang furrowed his brow, sharply sensing 3 massive high-energy reactions. His voice came through the comms, steady yet urgent. All personnel, return to the battleships. Enter subspace immediately to evade the supernova blast. With the order given, all tactical androids fighting within the Necron battleships instantly teleported back to their own ships via subspace. Then, all of Heaven's fleet, including the massive dome-shaped Battlestar, vanished swiftly into the ripples of subspace, like waves receding at low tide. Tang Huang's decision was based on careful consideration. The previous intense battle had the void shields of Heaven's fleet operating at full capacity. If they were hit by the supernova blasts of 3 stars, the remaining void shields would likely overload in no time. To ensure safety, a temporary retreat was the wisest choice. Seeing this, the Sixth Lord laughed triumphantly, just as I expected. Confident that everything was under his control, he patiently waited for the supernova storm to pass. However, in this brief moment of triumph, the Sixth Lord, while taking stock of his remaining fleet through the phase matrix network, discovered an unpleasant fact. During the enemy's retreat, they had taken 50 of his warships with them. His fleet was now down to just over 250 ships. Damn it, those thieves! The Sixth Lord fumed, his neural network trembling with rage. But he quickly calmed himself, reassuring that these were just warships. With their advanced technology, even if captured, the enemy wouldn't be able to glean any valuable information. The Sixth Lord regrouped his remaining fleet and returned to the Tomb world. He decided to use this relatively calm period to fully activate the potential of the Tomb world. Despite the heavy losses in this battle, he believed that victory would eventually be his. In the aftermath of this interstellar war, the author faced a minor annoyance. On the drive home, he encountered a suffocating traffic jam, stuck for 2.5 hours on a stretch of road less than 2 kilometers long. Confronted with this sudden traffic nightmare, the author could only sigh in frustration. Damn it. In the ethereal, color-warped chaos of the warp space, a colossal battlestar with a diameter of 14,000 kilometers floated silently. The surface of the battlestar was enveloped by a force field, yet even such a massive entity seemed minuscule in this boundless expanse. Suddenly, flashes of light surrounded the battlestar as a vast fleet of warships appeared out of thin air. This was the fleet of the Mech Heaven, quietly taking refuge in the warp space. Among the Heavenly Fleet were about 240 Necron warships, spoils personally dragged into warp space by Tang Huang from a previous battle. Inside the battle star, Tang Huang grasped a black stone and issued an order to Evelyn. Dispatch a fleet to move these warships. Establish a new secret research site in the ruined sector. Do not bring them into the solar system for now, to avoid any tracking mechanisms they might have. Evelyn respectfully responded, "Yes, Supreme One." She then began coordinating the fleet to execute the transfer. After dealing with the warships, Tang Huang turned his attention to the harvest of the swarm forces on the Tomb World. The most striking was the large quantity of blackstone material, which under the voracious consumption of the Mixo swarm, had piled up on the surface of the battle star, forming a black triangular peak over 10 kilometers high, clearly visible even from outer space. Next to this blackstone mountain was a smaller hill, less than a kilometer high, made of living metal. This metal was a widely used alloy by the Necrons, forming the structure of all their warships, vehicles, and even the Necron warriors themselves. As Tang Huang pondered the uses for these materials, he suddenly remembered something and hastily contacted Evelyn, who was in the middle of her task. "Wait, Evelyn, leave those Necron warships in warp space." Perplexed, Evelyn asked, "Leave them in warp space? Aren't we supposed to conduct research?" Tang Huang explained, "Yes, but considering the technological level of the Necrons, I fear that as long as these warships are in real space, they can be tracked down no matter where we hide them. So, we'll set up the research station in warp space." Seeing Evelyn's still puzzled expression, Tang Huang smiled and said, "It's simple. We can use Blackstone. First, we construct a large space research station in real space using a vast amount of Blackstone. Then we pull it into warp space with a gauger field. The properties of Blackstone can isolate warp space forces, maintaining the physical laws inside the research station consistent with real space. This way, we can conduct our research safely. Moreover, for Mech Heaven, warp space is like our home turf. The Necrons are extreme materialists and lack any warp space attributes. Here we have the upper hand. Thus, the heavenly battle star and fleet waited quietly in warp space for the supernova in the 77th ruined star system to subside. Meanwhile, on the Tomb World, the Sixth Lord had returned with his army and closed the warp gate, preparing to launch an attack when necessary. He manipulated the phase network, awakening the production systems of the Tomb World and issuing commands for warship construction, confidently declaring, now that civilization is no longer a threat. They can no longer interfere with me." The Sixth Lord began the task of rebuilding his fleet. He longed to expand it to the colossal scale it had reached billions of years ago during the Great War against the Swarm Fleet, even though he knew deep down it was a mere fantasy. In the past, he not only commanded a vast fleet, but also wielded various forbidden weapons. However, after the war, he was exiled for defying the Triumvirate Council, and all forbidden weapons were confiscated, leaving him with only a conventional fleet. Despite this, the Sixth Lord was confident that he was the earliest awakened Necron Lord and had discovered ways to break through his limitations. His ambitions went beyond mere restoration. He aimed to dominate the galaxy and rule the entire universe. While he was engrossed in these grand plans, a disturbance suddenly emanated from a node in the Tesseract network. The Sixth Lord immediately focused his attention there and found that the commotion originated from a stasis crypt on a Tomb World. There a small-scale skirmish was underway. Surprisingly, it was not an invasion by an external civilization, but an internal conflict among Necron warriors. Dozens of Necron warriors, their eyes glowing with an eerie green light, were engaged in combat. Among them, 7 or 8 newly awakened warriors were exceptionally aggressive, roaring and attacking ferociously. The Sixth Lord only gave the scene a cursory glance before shifting his focus away. To him, it was simply a common occurrence of malfunctioning AI in Necron warriors' brains after long periods of stasis, nothing that required special attention. He decided to let the standard Necron protocols handle the situation. However, just as the Sixth Lord diverted his attention, the battle took a dramatic turn. Over a dozen figures emerged from the shadows, swiftly joining the fray. These unexpected intruders wielded blood-red blades, unleashing a massacre with astonishing speed. In the blink of an eye, all the Necron warriors lay defeated at their feet. One Mish's warrior sheathed his blade and signaled to his companions. Instantly, a silent warp rift opened. The group of Mish's warriors began methodically looting everything in the room, including stasis equipment, Necron warriors' bodies, and even scraping off layers from the floor and walls. Within minutes, the stasis crypt was stripped bare, as if it had never existed. At first, the Sixth Lord didn't pay much attention to the anomalies in the Tomb World. However, as these incidents became more frequent, he had to confront the issue. The Sixth Lord stared at the images transmitted from the array network, his optical sensors glowing a brighter green in their sockets. On the screen, a warp rift suddenly opened, and hordes of Meshu's warriors poured out like demons, ransacking everything in sight, even stripping the ground and walls bare. This is impossible, the sixth lord roared in fury. They've actually breached the tomb world's blackstone barrier. Although his goal was achieve the battle in outer space had ended, the cost was questionable. Over 200 warships were lost, and while the enemies had retreated, they had begun to plunder his tomb world with full force. Worse still, they changed their tactics, appearing randomly within the tomb world, making it impossible to predict. Each appearance led to thorough devastation, and they would strike and move to a new location immediately. Due to the limited intelligence of the Necron warriors, their individual combat effectiveness was actually inferior to that of tactical humanoids. Thus, areas with only a few Necron warriors could not withstand the randomly appearing tactical humanoid units. After being tormented for a while, the Sixth Lord was on the verge of breaking down. He even began to regret waking up, thinking that remaining in slumber might have been better. As an exile, the entire tomb world was also in exile, and he had no large-scale means to prevent these occurrences. Enjoy your rampage while you can, the Sixth Lord thought through gritted teeth. Once my army is fully assembled, although the enemy's method of bypassing the Blackstone via the warp and appearing randomly was annoying, it couldn't shake their foundation. Meanwhile, in the warp, aboard a dome-shaped warship covered in Geiger fields, Tang Huang was cheerfully taking stock of their recent gains. The haul was substantial, especially the Blackstone, of which they had extracted a significant amount. In-depth research on Blackstone had also commenced, and although the process was challenging and consumed a lot of Blackstone, the contributions from the tomb world had ensured steady progress. Holding a piece of Blackstone, Tang Huang laughed heartily. Ha ha ha. Once the new Blackstone technology is developed, nothing will be able to stop the warp from permeating everywhere. To him, the warp now felt like home. Oh, I just love it here. Thanks to the Blackstone, we can freely venture into the tomb world without any opposition. At that moment, Tang Huang received a message from Ruilia, who was in charge of the Mechanical Celestial Interstellar Society. Supreme, an unexpected situation has arisen. What happened? Tang Huang inquired. Ruilio explained. Recently, a batch of tactical humanoid warriors that you dispatched from the warp has encountered some unforeseen issues. Tang Huang frowned. What kind of issues? According to Ruilia, a batch of tactical humanoid warriors had been redeployed from the Dome warship to support the Mechanicum in their campaign against a nascent civilization in the Relic Star region. The problem arose there. The planet in question was a standard terrestrial planet, significantly larger than Earth, with gravity several times stronger. The native civilization, known as the Olrekidan, consisted of short, slightly flattened, and extremely sturdy reptilian creatures, adapted to the planet's gravity. A vermilion bird fighter craft pierced through the atmosphere, descending towards the planet's surface. The footage documented the tactical humanoid squad's actions. Jimin Group Fleet, Jimin Ground Forces, Bingyin 214th Company, 9th Squad, conducting urban intimidation mission. The vermilion bird fighter craft virtually ignored the planetary surface city's defense lines, passing through effortlessly. Then, a squad of tactical humanoids jumped from the craft, entering the city. The unexpected issue occurred here. All local civilization natives who dared to attack them were killed. But as Tang Huang extended his hand into the three-dimensional virtual environment, gazing at the footprints left by the tactical humanoids on the city's stone-paved ground, his pupils contracted. As these tactical humanoids walked across the stone-tile ground, an astonishing transformation occurred. Every footprint they left behind instantly turned the solid stone floor into glimmering alloy steel. Tang Huang's gaze followed this metallic path, and he saw a large number of city guards surrendering to the small squad. Suddenly, a tactical humanoid girl slowly approached the group of disarmed indigenous guards. Tang Huang held his breath. The scene before him left him utterly shocked. As the girl drew closer, the surrendering guards let out agonizing screams. Their flesh began to twist and deform, as if reshaped by an invisible force. Within seconds, their bodies underwent a complete transformation from the inside out. Flesh receded, replaced by gleaming alloys and intricate mechanical circuits. Brains were supplanted by precision silicon chips. These once carbon-based life forms were forcibly converted into mechanical beings in the blink of an eye. Tang Huang gasped. The sight reminded him of the chaotic corruption carried by the demons under the four chaos gods of the warp. He recalled that the tactical humanoids had always behaved normally before, with no sign of such occurrences. Suddenly, a terrifying thought crossed his mind. This squad had been stationed on the dome Battlestar, which was constantly within the warp. Could it be that prolonged exposure to the warp awakened some kind of warp essence in tactical humanoids? When they return to the physical universe, do they bring with them this unique, chaotic corruption belonging to tactical humanoids? The scene continued. Tang Huang witnessed a guard, corrupted by the mechanical chaos, come into contact with an uncorrupted comrade. Instantly, the corruption spread like a plague. Within 3 days, the entire city was transformed into a vast mechanical metropolis of alloy steel. Within a week, the planet's surface showed no trace of organic life, completely converted into cold, mechanical structures. This is truly chaotic corruption, Tang Huang muttered, his brow furrowed. I have indeed become a chaos god of the warp. My tactical humanoids awakened the warp essence after prolonged exposure. This realization filled him with deep unease and distress. With a wave of his hand, the surrounding scene shattered into countless flickering photons. These photons reassembled in front of Tang Huang, forming a miniature model of a dome-shaped battlestar. Tang Huang stared at the three-dimensional model, his brow furrowed. The battlestar housed millions of tactical humanoid units, who had spent long years with Tang Huang in the subspace. Tang Huang tapped a few points on the model, randomly deploying a squad of tactical humanoids. He selected a barren, rocky planet in an uninhabited star system as their destination, a place riddled with fissures and lava, with temperatures high enough to instantly vaporize ordinary carbon-based life forms. A subspace rift opened on the planet's surface, and the tactical humanoids streamed out in single file. Tang Huang closely observed their every move through the subspace. Soon, his hypothesis was confirmed. Wherever the tactical humanoids went, traces of subspace corruption were evident. Ordinary rocks reformed into steel, and the scorching lava transformed into high-temperature molten metal. They've indeed turned into subspace demons, Tang Huang muttered to himself. After conducting several more tests, he finally confirmed that all the tactical humanoids on the battlestar had awakened to their subspace nature, possessing the characteristics of subspace demons. Wherever they went, they emitted mechanical corruption belonging to the machine god. This discovery plunged Tang Huang into deep thought. The millions of tactical humanoids could not be deployed into the real universe at will, or the consequences would be disastrous. This meant he had effectively lost a massive army. Ruilia, how many units have been deployed so far? Tang Huang asked. Supreme, around 100,000 tactical humanoids have been dispatched. Although the number is not large, they have already come into contact with many other units. Some tactical humanoids in the interstellar society are also beginning to awaken to their subspace nature, Ruilia replied. Tang Huang pondered for a moment and made a decision. Recall all of them to the Dome Battlestar. Then, reorganize all tactical humanoid units, regardless of their previous affiliations, into a new Force the Supreme Celestial Army. This newly formed Supreme Celestial Army would be permanently stationed in subspace, only emerging into the real universe when necessary to provide support. At this moment, a formidable opponent awaited them, the Space Necrons. A month on Earth quietly passed. The sixth Lord of the Space Necrons remained highly vigilant during this time. To guard against possible subspace attacks, he spared no expense, using numerous tomb spiders originally intended for shipbuilding to fortify the entire tomb world. Key areas were further equipped with various subspace shielding devices, layer upon layer of defenses. However, as days went by, the anticipated attack never came. The Sixth Lord was furious, wanting to curse the machine heaven's forces as a bunch of damned, inorganic waste. But then he thought the space Necrons themselves were also inorganic machines, so cursing them would be self-insulting. For a moment, he couldn't think of the right words to vent his anger. After all, the space undead share certain similarities with the tactical humanoids of the mechanized celestial court. Any offensive words aimed at one side could easily be turned around and used against the other. The Sixth Lord could only suppress his inner rage and remain vigilant against the imminent threat of warp attacks. A month on Earth quietly passed. During this time, the shipbuilding efficiency of the tomb world plummeted, with fewer than 2,000 new undead warships added. A large number of tomb spiders were reassigned to surveillance and defense duties, and the once deafening roar of machinery in the shipyards noticeably diminished. However, the anticipated attack never came. The Sixth Lord could no longer contain himself. He stood in the command center, his metallic bones creaking, and his eyes glowing with angry green light. We, the space undead, have been a force to be reckoned with in this galaxy cluster for billions of years. When have we ever been this humiliated? Especially by a civilization so clearly inferior to ours. He slammed his fist onto the control panel, creating a loud crash. Enough! Full speed ahead with shipbuilding. Cancel all defensive measures. Let them come! In a fit of rage, the Sixth Lord decided to withdraw the warp defenses, intending to lure the mechanized celestial court into an attack. But just then, before the warp defenses could be fully retracted, alarms blared throughout the tomb world. Warning! Detected large-scale warp fluctuations. The shrill alarm brought the Sixth Lord to attention instantly. He quickly activated the special Blackstone technology, deploying the phase array network to pinpoint the enemy's attack location. Soon, a red dot appeared on the holographic map. Found it. It's at the 7th Tomb shipyard. There was a hint of excitement in the 6th Lord's voice. Over 700 brand new undead warships are stationed there. Attacking my shipyard? Ha ha ha, foolish. The 6th Lord laughed maniacally. The warp defenses there are the strongest. Not only will your attack fail, but it's also impossible to tear open a warp rift there. All critical points in the tomb world were protected by unique Blackstone technology, with warp defenses hundreds of times stronger than ordinary Blackstone. The 6th Lord was brimming with confidence, his eyes shining with the light of victory. But in the next moment, his laughter abruptly stopped. He froze, as if struck by a heavy blow. The 7th Tomb shipyard suddenly tore open, massive warp rifts blooming like black flowers. Fully armed tactical humanoid units poured through the rifts, quickly taking over the entire shipyard. What? How is this possible? The 6th Lord roared in disbelief, his metallic body trembling with shock. Their unique Blackstone technology had always provided unparalleled warp defense. Although Blackstone had a dual effect on warp space, the defense it offered was supposed to be exceptionally difficult to breach. The 6th Lord's processors whirred at high speed, trying to make sense of what he was witnessing. How could they possibly break through the strongest warp defenses here? He muttered, the flickering green light in his eyes revealing his inner terror and confusion. The moment the tactical android units were detected invading, the automatic defense weapons at the 7th Tomb shipyard sprang into action. Streams of green Gauss disintegration rays shot toward the tactical androids like torrents of lightning. However, this impressive display of firepower had little effect. The tactical androids were enveloped in a faint blue glow, as if an invisible barrier was deflecting the Gauss rays, which then vanished in a barely visible subspace rifts behind them. Immediately afterward, the androids launched a fierce counterattack. Their weapons emitted blinding light, and one by one, the Gauss defense turrets crumbled under their precise strikes. The 6th Lord watched in astonishment through the phased array network. He couldn't comprehend how the tactical androids had bypassed the Blackstone technology subspace, shielding to directly invade the critical 7th Tomb shipyard. Typically, tactical androids couldn't breach areas fortified with Blackstone technology subspace, shielding via subspace teleportation. But now, the situation had fundamentally changed. This breakthrough was thanks to the Blackstone technology subspace amplifier, a result of over 2 months of research within subspace by the Celestial Battlestar. This amplifier not only enhanced connections with subspace, but also weakened enemy subspace shielding to some extent. The Celestial Battlestar's prolonged presence in subspace significantly improved Sylvia and the numerous psionic android units' understanding of subspace. Coupled with the thousand-fold acceleration in research by the machine Celestial Court, Blackstone technology was rapidly developed and immediately deployed in the field. With the subspace amplifier, the tactical androids no longer needed Tang Huang's direct guidance for subspace teleportation invasions. This technology also greatly boosted the combat capabilities of the psionic android units, although psionic attacks were less effective against space necrons with quantum barriers. Enhanced by the subspace amplifier, the void shields equipped by individual tactical androids reached unprecedented levels, making most ranged attacks ineffective. Faced with this situation, the 6th Lord quickly adjusted his strategy, ordering his forces to engage the tactical androids in close combat using short-range phase teleportation. In an instant, large numbers of space Necron warriors were teleported to the 7th Tomb shipyard. Simultaneously, various Necron automatons, tomb spiders, and tomb wraiths appeared, with countless scarab swarms converging like a black tide. The Necron warriors abandoned their Gauss disintegration rifles for phase bayonets, engaging the tactical androids in fierce melee combat. However, the Necron warriors' individual combat abilities were no match for the tactical androids. Moreover, the forces were roughly equal in numbers, but the tactical androids had continuous reinforcements teleporting from subspace. Under these circumstances, the Necron defensive lines quickly crumbled, retreating step by step. The tactical android units advanced rapidly, soon reaching the first production line of the shipyard. Here, they encountered strong resistance. Around the first production line stood several large teleportation platforms, each holding a completed Jackal-class raider. Though small in size and equipped with only a single main cannon like most Necron warships, these were still formidable naval weapons. Under the precise control of the phased array network, the Jackal-class raiders began to turn, their crescent-shaped main cannons aiming at the advancing tactical android units. With a piercing electrical hum, massive green arcs of electricity formed a vast net, indiscriminately covering the area ahead. The Necron arc weapons on the Jackal-class raiders had unique quantum tunneling properties, allowing them to randomly penetrate shields and armor without losing effectiveness. Although the tactical androids' void shields could deflect most of the attacks, some Necron arcs randomly pierced through, directly damaging the androids. The assault was hindered as the enemy deployed their ship-mounted weapons, prompting the tactical humanoid units to call for immediate support. Instead of engaging in a direct confrontation, they requested fleet fire support. Despite being within a critical area of the tomb world, the tactical humanoid units utilized the already opened warp rifts and Blackstone technology warp amplifiers to create more rifts above them swiftly. In the warp space, a massive battle star with a diameter of 14,000 kilometers was surrounded by the densely packed fleet of the Ji Tianting. Among them, a solar-class battlecruiser named Taiyang Xingjuan responded to the support request. On this colossal 9.7-kilometer-long ship, the new Wuchu-type B disintegration ray cannons began to charge. In the blink of an eye, dozens of disintegration beams shot out as if tearing through space. They passed through the newly opened warp rift above the 7th tomb shipyard of the tomb world, precisely striking the Jackal-class assault ships on the large transport platform. The roar echoed throughout the shipyard as dozens of Jackal-class assault ships were heavily damaged in an instant. However, these Necro warships were not completely destroyed. Their living metal began to self-repair rapidly. But the tactical humanoid units did not allow them any respite. Seizing the moment when the Necro arc cannons were paralyzed, the already poised Mesh's insectoid humanoid rapid response units surged forward like a tide. Using their special abilities, they began to disassemble and devour the paralyzed Necro warships. Meanwhile, the remaining tactical humanoid units quickly advanced deeper into the shipyard. With the aid of the new Blackstone technology, the Ji Tianting gradually gained the upper hand in the battle against the space Necros using warp technology. Meanwhile, light years away in the dark deep space beyond the western frontier of the Perseus Interstellar Society, a massive fleet was in transit. This Meishu Western Frontier Group fleet, consisting of approximately 270,000 warships, was rapidly warping out from near a star in a star system. The dense warp flashes flickered in space as the colossal interstellar warships appeared one after another around the star. Closest to the star was the command fleet of the entire Group First Command Fleet. This fleet, composed of 2,300 Meishu warships, also included 1,400 Turan warships. Star Network Stability Test. Data Transfer Test in progress. No delay, no data loss. Test complete. On the bridge of the flagship of the Meishuian First Command Fleet, the Western Frontier General's eyes sparkled with excitement. Through the porthole, his gaze swept across the dark expanse of space, landing on the distant twinkling stars of the Turan fleet. At this moment, they had ventured deep into space, a staggering 4,000 light-years away from the Perseus Interstellar Society. In the past, such a distance meant that orders had to be relayed by faster-than-light courier ships, making communication cumbersome. But now, things had dramatically changed. The inclusion of the Turan fleet brought a revolutionary breakthrough: the Star Network Local Area Network. Through this network, they could not only receive real-time commands directly from the distant Perseus Interstellar Society, but also achieve zero-delay internal communication within the massive Meishuian fleet, which consisted of over 200,000 warships. The general's fingers lightly tapped the control console as he recalled the past struggles against the Turan Interstellar Society. Despite Perseus' absolute superiority in warship performance and weapon technology, they often found themselves at a disadvantage on the battlefield. The reason was none other than the Turan Interstellar Society's Star Network, which provided them with an information advantage, enabling zero-delay communication across the entire battlefront. Even though the Perseus fleet had numerical superiority, the delay in message transmission often led to untimely support, allowing the Turan fleet to seize opportunities to divide and encircle them, ultimately causing the entire front to collapse. But now, such a scenario would no longer exist. The Perseus Interstellar Society finally had the powerful support of the Star Network. The Western Frontier General's gaze swept over the Turan fleet outside the porthole again, already contemplating how to secure these precious Star Network devices permanently after the war. Even if it meant ceding territory, he was determined to acquire this critical technology for the Meishuian civilization. Having made up his mind, the general immediately sent a message to the Turan fleet, which was only 100,000 kilometers away from the command fleet. We have entered the target area. According to intelligence gathered from previous wars, this star system is likely an enemy logistics point. Please keep your fleet close to my command fleet to ensure your safety. Simultaneously, he issued an order to the entire fleet to elevate the protection level of the Turan fleet to match that of the First Command Fleet. Under his command, the Turan fleet quickly moved closer to the First Command Fleet. The entire Western Frontier fleet, totaling 270,000 warships, began to disperse from the First Command Fleet, spreading out across the star system to commence exploration tasks. This was a typical binary star system in the Milky Way. A blue giant star in its late stages occupied the center of the system, shining brilliantly. About 300 million kilometers away, a yellow dwarf star, slightly smaller than the Sun, orbited the blue giant. The system had few planets, 3 orbiting the yellow dwarf, and 2 closely orbiting the blue giant. For ease of identification, the fleet temporarily named the yellow dwarf Edge Star, with its 3 surrounding planets designated as Edge 1, Edge 2, and Edge 3. The blue giant was named Center, with its nearby planets called Center 1 and Center 2. The primary exploration target of the mythology Western Frontier Fleet was the Edge Star. A vanguard fleet of about 2,000 warships initiated a spatial collapse jump, while the main fleet remained on high alert, ready to provide support at any moment. At first glance, this star system seemed to be an ordinary, lifeless expanse. The vanguard fleet approached Edge Star smoothly, conducting detailed neutrino scans and finding nothing unusual. They then shifted their focus to the blue giant at the center of the system. However, as the vanguard fleet closed in on the blue giant, reducing the distance to about 200 million kilometers, an unexpected event shattered the cosmic silence. Under the dazzling radiance of the blue giant, a sudden and violent stellar storm erupted. This storm expanded outward at the speed of light, and the star network immediately issued an emergency alert. Intense stellar activity detected. A stellar storm is incoming. The alarm echoed through the fleet's communication channels. The voice of the Western Frontier General followed immediately. All fleet units, move to the border stars. Use Border 1, Border 2, and Border 3 as cover to evade the stellar storm. The general's orders were crisp and decisive, showing no hesitation. Despite his confidence in the shields of the Mythian civilization's warships, minimizing non-combat losses was the top priority on the eve of a major battle. At this moment, using planets as cover was undoubtedly the best choice. The stellar storm was spreading at the speed of light, estimated to reach the fleet's position in 22 minutes. This brief window of time gave the Mythian fleet ample opportunity to react. The fleet quickly adjusted its course and maneuvered toward the border star system. Each warship calculated its trajectory precisely to ensure they could shelter in the shadows of Border 1, Border 2, and Border 3 before the storm arrived. Under the natural shield of the stars and planets, the fleet successfully avoided the main impact of the stellar storm. The storm roared past, but failed to inflict any substantial damage on the fleet. The Western Frontier General breathed a sigh of relief, but soon furrowed his brow. The timing of this storm was too coincidental, erupting just as they entered this star system. Despite his suspicions, the immediate priority remained to carry out the mission. Vanguard Fleet, leave the cover of the border stars and advance towards the blue giant. The general had just issued the command when a sudden second wave of the stellar storm erupted. This time, the storm's direction was unusually precise, resembling a targeted attack. The Western Frontier General's heart sank as he instantly realized this was no ordinary stellar activity. Damn it, he muttered. Those inorganic beings can manipulate stars. This realization made the situation more daunting than ever. If no action was taken, the entire fleet would be trapped in the border star system, unable to move. However, even if they risked approaching the blue giant, they lacked effective means to counter such a massive entity. No, we must break through. The general paced back and forth in the command center, his eyes gleaming with determination. Even if it means a suicide mission, we need to send a fleet to the blue giant. My intuition tells me there's crucial information there, possibly revealing the true nature of our enemy. The Mythian civilization had yet to truly understand their adversaries. In past battles, they had always faced cold, mechanical foes. This opportunity might finally unravel the mystery. Vanguard Fleet, activate faster-than-light engines within the star system and launch an assault on the blue giant. The Western Frontier General's command resounded through the fleet's communication network. There must be an important discovery there. Full speed ahead. Under the command of the Western Frontier General, the Vanguard fleet of approximately 2,000 warships left the planetary shelter. After evading a stellar storm, they immediately activated their faster-than-light engines, speeding towards the blue giant star. Traveling at 25 times the speed of light, the fleet lost 20% of its combat power after approaching within 200 million kilometers of the star. Some ships failed to decelerate in time and crashed into an asteroid belt, their warp fields destabilizing and causing them to disintegrate into energy, vanishing silently into the cosmos. As the Vanguard fleet entered within 200 million kilometers of the blue giant, another stellar storm erupted. Fortunately, the remaining 1,600 warships received a timely warning from the sector network. The storm would hit in 11 minutes. The fleet commander decisively ordered an immediate faster-than-light break, swiftly exiting warp speed. Without enough shelters, the fleet had no choice but to fully activate their shields and adjust their formations, sacrificing some warships to protect the majority. Approximately 200 Mythian warships were designated as shields and positioned at the forefront, their shield power overloaded to withstand the impending stellar storm for the rear forces. In the vast expanse of space, the blazing stellar storm swept through like a destructive curtain of light. The shields of the 200 Meshuan warships overloaded instantly, their hulls sparking with blue electric arcs as the air inside the cabins flash-burned, causing brief bursts of flame. Although these warships were completely destroyed, they successfully absorbed the lethal impact for the 1,400 warships behind them. Thanks to the timely response and the high level of automation on the Meshuan ships, most personnel managed to evacuate in time, avoiding significant casualties. After the storm, the Vanguard fleet pressed on. They soon discovered a pattern in the Blue Giant's stellar storms, with eruptions occurring at regular intervals of a few minutes. These brief pauses provided optimal windows for the fleet to advance. The remaining 1,400 warships reactivated their warp engines and charged towards the Blue Giant. However, upon entering within 50 million kilometers of the Blue Giant, the fleet suddenly flickered and was forcibly pulled out of warp speed. The Vanguard fleet commander immediately realized that there was a warp inhibitor within the 50 million kilometer range of the Blue Giant. He quickly reported this discovery to the main fleet behind them. Despite the unexpected development, the Vanguard's incursion had mapped out a relatively safe warp route for the main fleet. Upon receiving the report, the Western Frontier General, stationed 400 million kilometers away from the Blue Giant, ordered the Vanguard to launch an attack and probe for any potential enemy defenses. The 1,400 warships approached the Blue Giant at sublight speeds and launched a volley of warp missiles. Due to the warp inhibitor, these missiles could only travel at the speed of light, leaving brilliant trails of light as they homed in on the Blue Giant. Within just 2 minutes, the Vanguard fleet detected enemy presence. Mechanically constructed starships emerged from behind the Blue Giant, quickly intercepting and destroying the incoming lightspeed missiles. At that moment, the Vanguard fleet transmitted an urgent report to the main fleet. Gravitational data anomaly. The gravitational strength emitted by the Blue Giant ahead does not match its surface volume and mass. Gravitational data anomaly. The main fleet immediately began calculating the surface volume and mass of the Blue Giant, comparing it with the gravitational data of stars of similar size and mass in their database. They soon uncovered a startling fact. The Blue Giant's gravitational pull was far weaker than what a star of its size and mass should possess. The Western Frontier General instantly drew a conclusion: it was a fake Blue Giant. His fungal body trembled slightly with shock, and the sight before him was beyond belief. Through the images transmitted by the Vanguard fleet, the general clearly saw the unveiling of the truth. The surface of the supposed Blue Giant, which had been emitting intense blue flames, suddenly shattered like an illusory shell and disappeared. In its place was a startling sight, a mechanical sphere about 10 kilometers in diameter. Despite its small size, the sphere had an astonishingly massive weight, enough to maintain the stability of the entire star system. Its surface was unbelievably smooth, as if every fundamental particle was tightly bound together. Although its gravity did not match that of a genuine Blue Giant, its mass was equivalent to several suns. A war star? The general exclaimed, his thoughts racing. What kind of war star could this be? Such terrifying mass and gravity. An absolutely smooth surface. Was it a neutron war star? Or a war star made of materials bound by strong nuclear forces? For a moment, the thought of retreat flashed through the general's mind. If this truly was a neutron war star, even deploying all 270,000 of his warships would be a futile sacrifice. However, he quickly noticed a crucial detail. The war star seemed immobile. It had been maintaining the entire star system's stability with its immense gravity for an untold number of years. The general speculated that if it could move, it would have done so long ago, rather than waiting until now. This realization made him reconsider his strategy. If they were facing an immobile war star, then with the current forces, a large-scale deployment of antimatter bombs might still offer a slim chance of victory. The general found himself in intense internal conflict. Should he retreat to preserve his strength, or take a risky gamble? At this critical moment, the Turan fleet, positioned very close to the Meshu First Command fleet, quietly took action. They silently transmitted detailed information about the star system through the stellar network to the Heavenly Court's Interstellar Society, thousands of light-years away. This move would undoubtedly introduce unpredictable variables into the upcoming battle. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.